I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine. guys? Well, if you missed day one and day two, we are here to fill you in. Starting with day one, Chip. I mean, we saw kind of the debut for a lot of these teams. Some of them knocking off the rust, others coming right into the new form of what roster mania is. Day one has come and gone. Day two, though, you were the caster of it, man. What did you see? What were some words to describe it?
Sure, I'll keep it quick. I think teams started waking up. We saw them actually perform and step into their shoes a little bit and shake off some of those nerves. A lot of the series going to game three, and they were much more intense than I thought from day one.
Well, listen, man, let's go ahead and kick it off with Nightmare versus Yeah, We Lost. And this was a close one. I mean, the word to describe the first match was probably the closest match right there with it we've seen in Ignite yet, or at least this year too. Both these teams kind of flex that they are the dive ones. But what did you see breaking it down? Because there's a lot to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to discuss. I mean, like you said, very close, 99 to 99 on Dom on map 3, off the rip. And even then, there was ultimates coming in at the end that almost looked like it was going to sway it back in the favor of Yeah, We Lost. Nightmare did look super solid. A lot of these similar comps. Jeff was seeing a ton of play. We even saw Spider-Man, Venom, all the stuff you would expect. Psylocke was in there too. Daredevil went available. I mean, these teams are just very aggro, but they are incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it looked like Vision he did not miss a step from last year. Vision was just popping off. And I felt like Nightmare had a very good control of that going forward. And then, Yeah, We Lost. They just came back into form. And I have to give them credit because they didn't struggle in the MRC. And sometimes when that's your practice and then you go into something like this, like you're kind of not used to being down. Also, Jitward, we got to see the Deadpool, which is always fun. And, we'll see how long that kind of lasts as things have been patched and, approached a little bit. But do you think they have a good step moving forward? A lot of people had them high in their rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they are confident right now, too. We had the interview with Cartlover, and like I said in the interview, he talked in the prior, we did kind of like a pre-interview test. He said, I'll see you in a little bit. And he did. He came right back in for the interview. So that was really cool to see. So they are feeling good, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and as for Nightmare, I think they're definitely still getting their roster together, and they look strong out there. I think they have a great chance today. Excited to see them in the day 3 action. But our other match we're going to talk about in this highlight is Fly versus Sentinels. And we talked about this is the redemption of what happened on day 1 match. And to me, buddy, you go and see a band and they're playing some new songs and you're like, come on, play the classics. It's like that's how I felt with Sentinels. They were doing some new stuff day 1 and you're like, get the right Mazing on the Iron Man. Let's see Cap on Crimzo. It felt like we returned to old form.
Yeah, Crimzo stepped up, Rise stepped up, but also Mirror came in instead of Kurova, which is a huge change, right? In running that backline, more of a consistent backbone backline, right? Running that invis and looking really solid doing it. But yeah, the entire team just kind of woke up. We talked to Ryan in the interview, and he essentially said, we just needed to change our band phase. Our band phase was not good day 1, and we really paid the price for it. We figured out what we wanted to do, and now we're going to be clean. And you know what? They looked really clean today or yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, I got to say, Kurova, what a talented player. But one thing with Mirror is it kind of makes the bands more confusing for the opponent. And if they're able to interchange these two studs, that is going to be absolutely massive for them. Because then you have, all right, do you ban the Atom? Do you go this approach? And it doesn't make it as clear-cut, your battle plan against Sentinels. FlyQuest, though, let's talk about him. For me, it's kind of the same as day 1. Talent all over. They're all doing something well, but it just hasn't come together as one, in my opinion.
Yeah, truth be told, I want them to perform. I like a lot of those players. I think they're all really talented, like you're saying. It's a newer team. They do have some players from over the pond, which is going to make things a little dicey in terms of communication and, even ping, for example. But yeah, I just want them to find their footing. They just aren't quite there yet.
All right, so that's the 2 matches from the early slate. We have 3 other ones that you might have missed from day 2, but that's all for us for now. We'll catch you guys on the next one. Alrighty, so you heard about the couple of matches in day 2 to start us off, but if you missed day 2, we have 3 more matches that were absolute heat, and we start off with TSM and Loon X. Now, TSM struggled a little bit in day 1 to find their footing. Loon X did look strong, but for me, it really all came back together, and you saw that teamwork come to play with TSM that fought back, lost 1 game, and then won 2 in a row. Shib, what'd you see?
Yeah, Lunex looked consistently strong, and I think TSM struggled on Dom, but then they just found their footing with this new triple composition. They started running this more brawly beef front line, triple on the front, and then allowing their, essentially one duelist on the Star-Lord, who looked really good, obviously. But yeah, it was unstoppable. As soon as that switch came in, it was like the cart stopped moving, everything was stationary, and they locked in for the next 2 maps.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of triple Vanguard, and I think it was cool that back in the dev vision, they showed actually how well triple Vanguard works at the highest level, but you have to have an anchor duelist. A little bit in SSG, we saw that whenever you had Nectar as the Star Lord. And in this case, and today in day 2, Bedtime Story had to do a lot of the heavy lifting there. And that's because Gale, who's an amazing player, was on the Gulk, all right, was playing the Hulk and is definitely going to give that team a little bit of a different look. And we'll see if that's just part of their flexibility or, one of the team packages that they want to run moving forward. Lunex, though, they've definitely proven themselves as a team that's going to be tough to beat.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, shout out again. Regis looked really good in the back line, especially on map 3 there. Looked like he did not miss a single bullet on that Punisher, and that's always hype, right? So the team stayed consistent, but again, TSM, the compositional change that they made, I don't think that Lunex could find a solution, so they're definitely going to have to look into that in the future.
Year 2, if there's anything we've learned, is that the MRC teams are not going to be easy beats. Lunex proved that, and we're going to continue to head into that with Swamp Gaming versus Cafe Rose, who obviously had the upset of the tournament, at least expectation-wise, to get FlyQuest a quick 2-0 in day 1, now playing what was now, I would deem some people's America's favorite, right? Swamp Gaming, what they've shown. And the number one thing I've seen from this team is that they have so many ways to beat you, right? It's not just from one role or player. I'm personally, if I had them circled on my calendar or schedule, this is a team you have to do a lot of prep for.
Yeah, it was awesome hearing Coach Fox essentially break down how they discuss their ban strategies per team, and then also how they're not afraid to switch in things like Days out and bring in a Madian who played incredible there as a duelist swap, and being able to do that with different priorities of heroes that they play is really powerful. It's tough for teams to scrim against, which is what he was mentioning.
Yo, I'm going to be honest, actually. If you look at that also with Sentinels, is this the year we see more subs come to play, right? It doesn't mean like a player's bad. It's like, okay, this is just a different flexible package we can play. The more heroes you bring into the game, it's going to be kind of more common that you have these specialists in different, team comps that you want to run. And I think that's going to be honestly super interesting on both a viewer and caster, position for that. But yeah, man, the backline for Swamp Gaming, they look tough to beat, but it was not an easy win for them at all. I mean, you may have looked at that game and thought it was going to be a quick one, but Swamp Gaming, they even put on social media like, okay, hey, tip of the cap respect over there to Cafe Rose.
Yeah, Cafe Rose has been stepping up. I think, like you're saying, with the MRC teams, we kind of assumed that they were going to struggle a bit up at this elo, but they have nothing to lose, and they're proving it. They look dominant out there, and they're not afraid to step up in these moments, taking things like domination to map 3 off the rip and look super confident. And there was a point where I was like, okay, this team might be able to pull this home, but just, unable to do so. Swamp Gaming locked in and just looked really strong.
Absolutely. And then it takes us to our last match of the day. If you missed it, it was TLC Liquid Gaming versus SSG, right? And both these teams look pretty strong, I would say, coming out of day 1. Now you got a battle of some big-time titans, especially in the esport. For me, Liquid, they looked like they were just kind of back to form. I think like day 1, game 1 is like, okay, a little bit of rust maybe, but man, this is proven to be the team to beat. They look tough.
Yeah, they tweeted something out like, hey, we're going to shake the cobwebs off and our games are going to be easier for us. And yeah, they really did just that. I mean, SSG is no joke. Obviously, Nectar is disgusting, but they tried to match comp in domination, and TLC, Team Liquid Citadel, looked just so good instead. I mean, I don't know that you can try to copy comp into a team like that. I think you got to try to find a way around it. So they really struggled there. And then they kept running those unique compositions, bunker busters as they went to Midtown. Team Liquid, man, they are the team to beat right now.
Yeah, without question. Day 3 is going to be full of matches as well. There's going to be a heater on y'all's plate to watch. A lot of bangers out there. Get ready for some action. We're going to jump right in. Already, day 3 is underway, and we have our predictions ready for you. I mean, obviously, this is really tough to get predictions in. We've only seen these teams on a very small sample size, but today we have some matches that will definitely show a lot more of the path to the finish line in the preseason. Now, we start with Swamp Gaming versus NRG. Talk about starting with an absolute heated banger. Shib, I'm going to give you the floor first. Who do you got? Because these are the favorites amongst, Group A.
I'm going to go with NRG here. I think NRG looked really solid in the 100T, and I think they can keep that ball rolling. I think they have the confidence right now. Swamp Gaming is obviously really talented, but NRG keeping it moving, I think, buddy. How about yourself?
Yeah, it's hard to go against Velocity and all what they've got. And to keep it interesting, though, I'll go on the other side. I think Swamp Gaming has proved, 2 days in a row that they are just looking all the part. And so I think they continue that train and, look to be America's favorite. But we'll see, because this one is going to come down to micro decisions. And I think when you look at just the coaching behind it and kind of the battle plan, NRG excels in that a ton. So this is going to be a good one, but I'll have Swamp Gaming there first. Second matchup, we have Yeah We Lost versus Lunex Gaming. This is a bit of a repeat of the MRC. I think we both got the same.
Yeah, I think we have to stay the same here. Just history repeats itself is the way you've got to think of it, especially when you're doing predictions like this. It's got to be Yeah We Lost.
I mean, you know, if you look at it, hey, it was the fastest ever we saw a best of 7, and what we lost did. So maybe Lunex, it kind of sparked a fire under them, and maybe they look better. But yeah, that's gonna be a tough one to come back from. Just the way that they play dive is so hard to play against when you're trying to do the anti-dive defense approach, right? Sentinels versus Cafe Rose. Obviously, if you looked at this thing before the preseason, it would be one-sided, but I think it's a more difficult match than you might think. And I think Cafe Rose, they're going to be ready for the part. Who do you got here? Because I think I'm still going to give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah, I think I do the same. Sentinels have looked exponential in their growth, where Cafe Rose has looked consistently strong, but I think what we saw yesterday from Sentinels is a little better than what I've seen from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, I'm going to make it interesting. I'm going to go Cafe Rose wins the first one, Sentinels win the next 2. So it's going to be 2-1. Sentinels end up winning it, kind of what we saw from TSM yesterday. Nightmare versus SSG. This might be the other toughest game to call today. Both teams look all the part. SSG has obviously played both days. Nightmare only one showing against we lost, which is a great team. I'll give you the floor first. Who you got?
Yeah, for this one, I'm curious what your take is too. I could go either way. Yeah. I'm going to stay with Nightmare because I loved what I saw from them on the first 2 maps against we lost. They struggled definitely on map 3, but I think they were just kind of on their heels at that point and fell apart. But I think they can lock back in. Yeah,
for me, it's like I can't see either of these teams dropping 2 L's in a row, but one of them have to, right? And that's going to be the tough part. For me, I feel like SSG at the hands of Nectar should be able to get this done. I'm going to give them the slight edge. Again, I think this is go to 3. I think if you want a long day today, that's what you're going to get because this is going to go the distance. But Nightmare definitely has, I think, a bit more of a scary comp, if you were to say, compared to more traditional, better neutral maybe from SSG. So that's what we might see there to get close to in the day. And then we have Fly versus 100 Thieves, which, year 1, this is like a heater matchup. Year 2, I mean, come on, I know you have Fly, right?
No, I got to go 100 Thieves on this one, bro. I have to. I think 100 Thieves looks, they looked really good. Obviously, day 1 didn't play yesterday, so we didn't have eyes on if anything were to crumble for them. Fly, personally, for me, I love the players on the team. I think they're all talented. We keep reiterating it, but I just want to see them perform once to get their confidence up, and I think everyone else's confidence in them.
For sure. If 100 Thieves didn't lose day 1, I might have said, okay, there might be like this upset and you had the fire to spark FlyQuest, but 100 Thieves also have that fire. Like they can't go 0-2. There's just no way I can see that happening with that org, with Remix and all the players behind it. But FlyQuest going 0-3, there's also a lot of stake for them there. So even though you have 2 teams that are winless, I think there's so much mental to be played here. But overall, I think 100 Thieves ends up taking it. So what I can't wait for is for me and you to probably be wrong about most of these, but that's how it goes, yeah?
That's always how it is, and that's why sometimes you and I got to split down the other side. One of us has got to be right, buddy.
Exactly.
Have to hedge our bets.
We'll drop the predictions down below for the matches when they start. We want to know what you guys have to say, and we'll see you guys on the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome. We're going to talk about right now the current standings of all the teams in the America region. Now, there's plenty of days to have the preseason shake up, but as it stands, Group A, Group B, where do the teams land? And then, Shib, I want to talk about who you think might maybe get more wins under their belts and some of these shift a bit, especially those with the predictions out there. You want to know exactly how they're going to do. Well, Group A, the group of death. Let's start there. Swamp Gaming is going to be in first place as of now. NRG followed by that. Sentinels, then Cafe Rose, followed by 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. Now, to be fair, some of these teams have not played 2 matches, some have, and so that's going to affect someone like 100 Thieves who, they took a loss, and that's going to take them all the way down, even though FlyQuest played twice and they're at the bottom. But that's how it's working right now, yeah?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, in NRG up in second place, they have another opportunity to keep moving forward if they win their next match. They've only played 1 day as well.
If you look at Group A, who do you think is going to move from here? Obviously, I think 100 Thieves should definitely be able to move on up. We'll see how far they can move up with NRG beating them, right? That's going to be one team that they're going to have to look to either hope to drop a game or, move past. If NRG plays perfect, then they will be in control of their own destiny, as we like to say, as well as Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I think we definitely see Thieves moving up. Sentinels has potential too. They started locking in yesterday, and that was exciting. But again, I mean, it's like with these teams, it's like any given day. I will say that when we looked at 100 Thieves and NRG, they were so closely matched, and you obviously were there for that. That was one of those games that we've, in terms of early season, like it was just mind blowing to watch, a ton of fun. So they're up there even. So no matter what, I think they're going to get closer on the leaderboard. But yeah, I mean, it's so tricky because I want to say Cafe Rose has a chance to move forward because they look good. But Right now, there's so much talent in A. I think it's any given day. Right now, it's got to be roughly similar, I'd say.
For sure. I think a lot of fans out there have two things highlighted. It's Swamp Gaming versus NRG, which is today, day 3. So that's going to answer a lot of questions. And then Swamp Gaming versus 100 Thieves. I think those are some of the matchups to see some of these kind of even out. And then I would say Sentinels to punch up above those top 3 as well and kind of see how they measure up to them. Obviously, we saw a little bit of that on day 1, but we want to see the classic 100 Thieves. Sentinels, like sometimes teams play other teams just better on how it works. It's not always 1-for-1. So that's going to be Group A and how that's going to shake up. And again, Cafe Rose was a lot of people's last team, and they're looking like they're definitely not going to be towards that last spot, at least of right now. But over to Group B, this is where I think we see a lot more shakeup, most likely as these teams either get rust off them or they just continue to play others and things kind of work out their way. Right now, Team Liquid is leading the pack at the top, followed by We Lost, which, prediction-wise, that's where I had the 1 and the 2. But we did have SSG to follow that, followed by TSM, Nightmare, and then we had Loon X Gaming. Anything jump out to you?
Major things to call out. Nightmare was right up there with We Lost. Obviously going to map 3. Struggled a bit on the 3rd map. So I think they'll likely move up. They only have 1 match under their belt right now. So not the best distribution. Obviously, once they play again today, we might see where that shakes up. But that's a similar story for We Lost, who won their very first matchup, obviously, against Nightmare. So they have the potential to stay right in that spot or in contention with Team Liquid. Citadel, but I will say Team Liquid Citadel, I don't see them moving at all. I don't know about your take on that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that they right now have a pretty anchored start to it. I mean, if you look at them already taking down someone like SSG, that's a great win. If they beat We Lost, I think they kind of just cement themselves at the top. Today, it's going to be Nightmare versus SSG, and that is going to shake up, I think, a lot in the middle there because We Lost has only played 1 as well. They play Lunex, which I would say probably they look favored to win because of how they played them against the MRC. Like we've seen that story play out a little bit. However, anything can happen when you have a couple weeks to prepare. So that's my expectation there. But this one's much more wide open in my opinion. But here's the thing. This is split up into a couple weeks, right? So you're going to have these teams have much more time, the tape, the film, and everything in between to kind of lock in.
Yeah, and we've seen just in day 2 alone, teams have already fixed their banding strategies and looked a lot better. Like we were just talking about with Sentinels, that same thing is applied to all of these teams. And not only that, their team compositions and their studying of their opposition. Some teams just play better into others. So very much looking forward to seeing what happens today because I think it's going to set the tone for what we're going to see in the future.
Absolutely. Well, we'll find out more in day 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back after this break to some more action. We just had a quick patch. Deadpool, very marginal, but slight nerf-ish to at least the heal pool and Deadpool himself, not tank pool. And then we've got a slight Emma nerf, 25 health, and a ton of White Fox changes, namely with the tail resource, keeping the self-sustain alive. Across the kit, honestly, more survivability. What do you think, fellas, in general? How does this affect the meta?
Oh man, I think the big thing is that towards the floor of players who are trying to explore with White Fox, it really elevates that, makes it easier to get into, and I think that's something that they were missing when this hero launched, right? We saw with Gambit, we saw with Elsa that a little bit overtuned, right? And that made it so people were more excited to play them and got a lot more hours on it. White Fox, I think, had a little bit of the opposite effect where you'd see a lot of the pros playing because there's so much skill expression, but maybe some of the casual ranked players wouldn't really be picking them up as much. So I think this really puts it more in line with the more recent hero changes that we've seen for the recent releases, at least the last couple of seasons.
I think this is going to enable a brand new off-angling style for White Fox as well. Like you brought up Overwatch earlier, Kiriko has a similar style where they can kind of go with a flanker and try and lay down some pain on the back line. And being able to quickly dip from that engagement, if say you're going with an Iron Fist who's got a kick out or something, or a Spidey who's going to swing away, being able to TP out to your other strategists at a moment's notice does mean that you can have some consequence 3, like 2 men in the back line, which can really open up an angle on something, let's say, Symbiotic Surface.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on board with both of you. I think the first thing that we should even address is Fox is already being played at the top. For those who maybe thought Fox wasn't good, she's been being played in scrims heavily and is very much a character that dives with dive and has an escape. And now you have plenty more avenues of escape. And you're too, now you have a lot of answers. So I think she's going to be absolutely meta after these changes to the point where She might be a bannable target coming up in these early preseason stuff.
Yeah, I see a lot of stuff that's like, we asked for just the resource of the tails. Like, you did too much, and now she's going to get banned like across the board. Her ult's a little bit underwhelming in some ways, right? Like, even with Blade, I just like face tank it a lot of times. Like, you can just like go at it. But man, even crazier when the CC changes come in season 7.5, obviously a lot of tanks are going to rise up, but that Fox is going to get better too, depending on how
she won't get chained as much. My gosh.
Yeah.
That's her one weakness in the ult form.
Gets destroyed.
Danger never travels alone, and if you're stepping into the Dark Force, just know it's not exactly a comfortable ride. Cloak and Dagger are doubling down with their daring duo costume, first introduced, by the way, in the Marvel Rivals Infinity comic number 31, and it's officially dropping March 26th at 7 p.m. Pacific time, so you guys can cop it right now. Definitely keep an eye out, because more reveals are coming through the Infinity comics. And honestly, this might be the most dangerous duo in the galaxy right now. Meanwhile, in New York, things are also spiraling fast. A powerful artifact, the Tablet of Life and Time, has surfaced, and now everyone wants a piece of it. We're talking crime lords, master thieves, and forces lurking in the shadows. From Fisk making desperate moves to Black Cat pulling off high-stake heists, every decision in Season 7 is pushing the city closer to total chaos. Time, power, freedom, it's all on the line. Season 7's Battle Pass brings 10 new costumes and exclusive cosmetics, and once you unlock it, you can complete it entirely at your own pace. Season 7 is already underway as of March 20th. Where have you been? Because time is shifting, power is calling, and the question is, which side are you on?
Now, if your hero gallery is looking a little dusty, the Flight Mode World Tour has you covered with Merch Volume 2. You can earn Namor's Sea Samba as you check off those daily missions. And if you're a completionist, the premium upgrade is the play. It grants you all access to Star-Lord's Groovy Guardian and Magic's Infernal Idol. Don't let the tour pass you by. The Funk kicked off on March 26th, so lock in, get groovy, and take center stage.
And speaking about kicking off, Zoe, kick off the new season with a captivating style. Make some noise for ESU's very own sports legend, Brett Hendrick. Whether he's scoring on the field or just walking the campus, he's always the center of attention. The game is on, and the score points are coming in hot for Captain America's Brett Hendrick. The star costume, first appearing back in Marvel Rivals Season 7. It's brand new, guys, so you can pick it up as of March 26th. At 7 p.m. PT it released, so it's been out for only 3 days, but make sure to bring your A game for this match day.
Rest assured, we will be bringing our A game as well. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Day 3 of Week 1 of the Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason here in the Americas. Our predictions might be in absolute shambles after the last, 48 hours. But I promise you, the vibes truly have never been better. We have 10 teams today looking to end the first week of our group stage on a high note. And speaking of high notes, it's always a good time when I got Vicky, Kitty, and Dogman with me, who will be calling the action all day today. How are we doing, guys?
Doing good, Zoe, doing great. It's going to be a great day today. Obviously, you guys have been watching over the past couple days, and we're finally here on Sunday. It's not Championship Sunday, obviously, just yet, but, I mean, the stakes are still incredibly high, right? I mean, Vicky, you've been casting this whole weekend with Zoe, and it's been a blast, right?
Yeah, you know, some people's pick'ems may be in the trash, Dogman, but I'm so happy to be alongside you to watch all the chaos go down. I guess, like, the cat-dog, you know, going on here. Zoe, you're going to have to be keeping us in the circus.
Oh no, I'm gonna let it unfold and spiral. Yeah. Like I'm here for the drama as it comes our way. The teams have been delivering the drama as well. It's been really, really exciting. I love that our predictions were just kind of tossed out of the window. Day 1, match 1, literally. We got a really good idea after just 2 days of plays of kind of what each team is going to bring to the table. Most of them have shown a quite straightforward identity, but there's still some question marks that might get answered after today. Let's take a look at the schedule, or rather the roadmap for our preseason, as we're currently in the group stage. It will be over before you know it, because it's just really 2 weeks of play in the group stage, and then the top 4 teams will be moving into the playoffs. That is the top 4 teams of each group. We of course have 2 groups each with 6 teams. It's best of 3, so Dogman, like, these individual matches are high stakes.
They are. I mean, and the tough part is for a lot of these really good teams, and even partner teams, Zoe, they're already starting themselves off in a 2-0 deficit. You know, they've already lost 2 games in the case of FlyQuest, and For Lunex on the opposite side in Group B, they're also starting off 0-2. Now, I would say that Lunex actually looked pretty good. A lot of people were talking about how Group A is the group of death, but maybe it's Group B. Like, Group B is hyper competitive, and Lunex has impressed me in that group, even though they're down 0-2. And then on the opposite side, like we said, FlyQuest needs to start winning a couple games, getting these wins, and they don't have an easy challenge today in the last game of the day, Zoe, against the 100 Thieves, as we're going to go over later. It's going to be a brutal potential start for them in this preseason, for sure.
Yeah, the action will be covered not just by the fine people you're watching right now, but also by the even finer people on your screens. The Spanish watch party is live and has been live over the last 2 days. So head on over there and show some love to our global community. Hope things are going well for them. I'd love to watch on a second monitor, but I don't think my brain can actually absorb that much action because I already have like 5 monitors open with like a bajillion different windows. But I hope they're doing good. Much love to them. Now, speaking of good things, okay, listen, our teams, they're playing for fame, fortune, and all the marbles, or a lot of marbles. I don't know the marble to US dollar conversion, but I think 16K as the first place finisher should get you a lot of marbles. That's what our champions for the preseason will be walking home with. It's an overall of 50K, and that's just the preseason prize pool, Kitty. Kitty,
yeah,
I never called you Kitty, and it felt wrong. I did not like that.
To the shadow realm with you.
Maybe it's just because Dogman's here too, and
I
it starts
know.
with Dogman. But
It's a zoo
then
out here.
you have to consider what else is a zoo, because not only are these teams like fighting for bragging rights, if you really consider that first place spot and second place spot, that's like an $8,000 money match, okay? And then it goes down to some new inclusions of the maps that we've seen, specifically Shinshibuya being included in our map pool, despite being one of those maps that have been within Marvel Rivals from the beginning.
Yeah, we've seen some glimpses of it already. Dogman, is that a yay or nay for you? Are you a fan of the map?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's always been a good map. I think it's I seen people talking about it on Twitter yesterday. It's like you don't want to take teams like we lost to that map and stuff, and like why would we pick the one good dive map for this team on a convergence? But teams make some interesting decisions, and a lot of people love that map, Shinshibuya. It's glad to be back, and I'm glad to be back in Ignite too, Zoe, where the ban system is back to where it's been before.
Yeah, speaking of decisions to be made, ban and lock, that phase is intense. Very different look, of course, in the MRC, where the bans are universal. Here, our system is asymmetrical. That means you can ban a hero for the opposition, but you yourself can still play it, unless, of course, it's being banned out by the other team as well. And lock you here, as you see the ban and lock order on your screens right now. So it's kind of a snake draft, but not really a snake draft. I shouldn't make sporting references because I really don't know anything about sports ball, Vicky.
That's why we're here casting esports, Zoe. That's what we like to see. And also the pick and ban phase being so important in determining how a lot of these series go down. Because as Dogman already mentioned at the very beginning, we only have these 2 weeks, right? And it's already been decided with a lot of these teams struggling, FlyQuest, Linux Gaming, where when you only have these 2 weeks to play through, it's only 2 top 4 teams that get to advance through those playoffs with these best of 3 matches.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just glad that, looking at the team rankings too. Yeah, SG at the top, Swamp Gaming. Did anybody expect that? Like, was that anybody's bingo card, Swamp Gaming, to be the top team in this group? Like, Zoe, did you expect
we
that?
heard, right? We heard it. The word on the street was that they are like a scrim god team. But you don't know, right? Like how much stocks to put into those scrim rumors. Turns out they were all true, and we should have invested.
Should have invested early into the scrim bucks, and then
should have gotten in there.
Yeah, you're right. This is the one season, but also like the patch change before messed everything up, and even like Team Liquid. I don't know about you guys, but like it does feel like after the games I've watched, Team Liquid's like slowly figuring themselves out, but even they don't feel like they're reigning at the top of Group B, right? Like it feels like this is anybody's group, despite the situation they're in. Because I mean, Lunex had a really good series with them, right, on day one.
Yeah, it's kind of tragic that they're currently at the bottom there of the standings, because they did look so competitive, as you already said, Dogman. Now this is today's match schedule. Vicky, Kitty, what's the match of the day and why? Give me a sales
All right, because so we just saw what Swamp Gaming's been doing thus far within Group A, when everybody's pick'ems were, put in the trash bin, but also some teams haven't been able to play as many games as to their counterparts. So to open up the day, guys, this is going to be a banger. Why? Because currently NRG, in the first day of the Preseason Americas, took out 100 Thieves. With Energy also slotting in a bunch of new players, they're facing off against Swamp Gaming, the Scrimbugs team that Zoe was mentioning that you have to put all your stocks into, but we decided to hodl. And then game number 2 for the day, match 2, we got We Lost versus Lunex. That's the run back opportunity for Lunex to really determine if these changes could benefit them going into the MRI after We Lost was dancing on their opponent's heads just yesterday. Jitward was having way too much fun, but it looked very entertaining, so that's going to be a banger. Then for match number 3, we got Sentinels versus Cafe Rose. That's going to be a determining factor to see how Sentinels is feeling, against, maybe not some of the strongest, but nonetheless, it's been very tight in terms of competition. Even if we've seen some 2-0s, it's gone the distance. And then match number 4, we got Nightmare versus Space Station. That's going to be another good one after Nightmare fell short in their series just yesterday. And then we go over to FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves to end the day. That's tough.
Yeah, might be a rough end to the day, but a great opportunity for 100 Thieves to come back stronger than ever after, unfortunately, taking a loss in their opening match here of this season. Let's dig into our first match, though. It might be the giga banger of the day. 100 Thieves and Energy. I'm expecting just a dive off. I want to see high aggression here. Energy, of course, coming in with a slight advantage, I would even call it, because they got a day off yesterday, right? So they got to sit back, get some extra prep time, and that can come in huge, especially in a situation where the meta is not quite figured out yet. When we talked to Energy in their first match just 2 days ago, 1 day ago, 2 days ago. I know time, I know how that works.
What year is it?
Velocity shared some really great insight here, Dogman. I don't know if you watched that, but he basically did say that when we asked about the team identity in this meta, he did say that they used to be a Brawl team. Brawl is terrible now, so they had to swap things up, and they have just been spamming Dive for a month, and they feel like the Scrimbugs are in their favor now. What you saw, do they look competent enough to go up against Swamp Gaming, which we know is just such a phenomenal Dive team?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a dive off, like you mentioned. These two teams in Velocity too. We can talk about him in a second. He's always done well, I think, on dive squads. We didn't see it at the last Ignite at the champs, kind of, or at grand finals, because he was, they changed it up so often, right? With patch changes, it can make things confusing. Swamp Gaming, though, this squad always somehow remains on top. It's just like their old Nemesis squad, now from Swamp Gaming, which it's weird that my former teammate actually owns this roster, and Michael, that's a different story for sure. But for Swamp Gaming, this squad's been around, and they've kind of stuck together. Maybe that's the biggest reason they're so consistent, Zoe, is because they just continuously play together and are still a formidable squad, and only upgraded the strategist line with Forky Dog and Valentina, who are highly regarded by everybody in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, they've been singing them praises, whoever we asked, and they've been phenomenally performing in that back line. And we got some great insight as well into their duelist subbing strat just yesterday from Fox, when Vicky Kitty asked him about it. Now, the Energy Shock lineup, we also know what to expect. They also have pre-existing synergy, obviously, having played for Dreamland prior to that. And Vicky Kitty, in their first match, we just saw so many things that stood out. So many bright spots for that Energy roster, Madara on the Venom was phenomenal. Velocity's Loki, really. And how did you call it? Cirque du Chime with Elsa acrobatics. That was
It was
insane.
like Cirque du Soleil, the way that they were basically walking on a tightrope, and the way that they were dancing around everybody else. But those portal plays on the Museum of Contemplation from Madara was such big energy until then you swap over to the Venom, you get 2 more picks after that. I want to see more cinematic plays like that. I mean, I'm expecting it. Madara's been popping off on the Doctor Strange when we usually have seen Madara on the Emma. Obviously, Emma taking a much bigger step back depending on the compositions you should usually see other teams pull out with. But then it also depends on what game type you're playing on, right, Dogman? Because you have still the triple Vanguard lineup coming through to fruition.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Madara, on characters that he's comfortable on, like Doctor Strange, I'd love to see that, right? For sure. But, when we go to other characters, when he goes to the Venom and maybe even some other stuff, he's got to kind of slow it down. It's tough because a lot of these dive characters are the focus of these teams, right? So we'll kind of see how they play. I mean, I'm curious how this goes, and I would hope that Energy has taken Zoe's advice and, has taken that off day to recoup and rest up,
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Swamp Gaming put in a lot of homework here as well. They had the footage from the first match from Energy against 100 Thieves, and I think if there's one thing that really stood out is that you don't want to let that Vanguard Deadpool get through the ban phase. I think they reminded 100 Thieves, while Vanpool should definitely be banned in the hands of Window. That caused so many issues. Is there another like priority ban you feel like is a must for either team, really?
I mean, for me, I think, I don't know about you, Vicky, I feel like it's the it's like the three-headed Hydra.
Headless Horseman.
The headless Horseman, yeah. Well, they should be headless, honestly. They can't be, though, because you can't ban all of them, sadly, right? Like, you protect, Elsa if Gambit gets banned. So, for me, it's Gambit, Elsa, and, yeah, like you mentioned, Zoe, Vanpool. So, those three are always at the top. I don't know about you. What do you think?
I think personally also like Daredevil's been like an asterisk to certain teams in the win conditions as well. It's been like, you only have so many bans though, guys. Like you could only work off of so much, and it depends on how we dig into everything. Guys, it's going to be exciting. Zoe, I'm excited to see our first series to kick off the day.
That's right. Energy Shock going up against Swamp Gaming. We expect high-octane gameplay. Let's see what the teams deliver.
All right, thank you, Zoe. And straight to the ban phase we go. So it's just off to the races, right? Immediately, I don't know, what do you think, Vicky? They go for the Elsa ban on the opposite side to get the one-sided matchup with Mello. And then for NRG, getting rid of the Gambit.
Oh, they're so locked in. I love how we're always able to like kind of get more insight whenever we have an interview with a coach. And Swamp Gaming did something yesterday that we have to pinpoint, which was have Melophobia actually into their lineup this time. It's going to be Daze on the startup, and they've preached about it already in interviews about how crazy Daze is on the Daredevil. Them protecting the Elsa while having Daze alongside Melo together, it's going to be great to see, because then you have to try to match that with the fact that Amadian is the one actually stepping out of this lineup. So they've been constantly rotating through these duelists as the Loki is the next ban, because they see the Gambit force out the Loki. You don't want a double Rage and Royal Flush. We've seen how that goes for a lot of teams when it transcends to this pick and ban phase. And you're also talking about the Vanpool. That's the next ban on the table.
Yeah, there's a lot of sort of back and forth here based on that. It's like you mentioned, they're very blessed to have the duelist lineup that they have with Daze, Mello, and Amadian, because they can kind of play everything. And, Daze maybe go over to that Wolverine potentially is always an option. They get the Rogue and Gambit team up as well as that back line, so they're going to be playing hyper aggressive with the Star-Lord, and that's why Swamp has to go for the ban against it. So if we're talking about that specific matchup, it's I don't know, the Gambit doesn't feel as oppressive these days, I think, as the Elsa does. But right now, I mean, both teams, like you mentioned, getting rid of the Vanpool, I think, is a big deal, so you don't get that one-sided affair, that matchup. But the Mantis Protect is kind of interesting, because at least in North America, I don't think the Mantis has looked that strong just yet, but I guess with the Groot and stuff and the Loki potential, you have to kind of worry about it. But it'll be interesting to see kind of who comes out on top with that, because the last ban was Loki to prevent that, potential backline setup on the high grounds and stuff. So this will be interesting as NRG, I imagine they just kind of want to run down Swamp Gaming's backline. But we talked about it, Vicky, their backline's one of the best in the game at living, right?
Yeah, it is, and I actually think the Protect on the Mantis was almost a bait too, because even if you do swap over to the Mantis, you could get the damage boost onto Mello, and then Mello could just go crazy. But it forces out that ban onto the Loki, so Swamp Gaming have a little bit more freedom to get comfortable with their backline that they've stated is probably the best backline right now than any other team. They feel very comfortable with Valentina and Forky, and together, even through our interviews, they know that this is a lineup that really has no issue in a very dive-heavy meta where they're likely to be oppressed, which also goes hand-in-hand with your point, too, with, like, the Gambit metas, too, because I feel like if your Gambit isn't getting enabled, that's your win con off the table.
Oh, yeah, 100%. This is going to be also a matchup thing to determine the group, right? Like, if we look at the overall standings, the fact that NRG beat 100 Thieves, a team that everybody thought was just going to...
Insane.
It's crazy. Like, the fact that everybody thought they were going to be top of the group, already sent down to that potential elimination spot. And then between Swamp Gaming and NRG, these are the two undefeated squads so far. Portal play on the right side. Yeah, that's quick.
Oh, and with the fastball special, wait, they came and they chose violence. They're looking around, where is everybody? And they go and they contest with a portal play of their own from NRG as Daze gets sent out like a Pokemon, finds Madara, isolates him, gets sent all the way up. Somebody call the Amber Alert. He tries to stay alive, puts up the shield, and that's a big first pick in favor for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, this would be an interesting map to see if, like, Shock doesn't actually manage to get, you know, eliminations against that, right? Because this Wolverine with the Hulk just gets thrown in there all the time. You're getting one by one. The Daredevil gone, that's a ton of damage removed, and you're against Mello on the outside, just poking you down. Right now with this Wolverine, he's kind of been so free with the Invisible Woman matchup as well. Finally, they're able to take care of him. But this map is just so open that you kind of have to take advantage of that. The first point given to NRG, so great work out of them, and they need to keep this pressure up and make sure they can maybe build ults and not let Swamp Gaming get any KOs on the opposite side.
Crazy to see how already that dominating factor here for NRG to still take over the point over Swamp Gaming, despite Swamp getting that first pick here. Daredevil now going over to the side. Amara gets stunned. The Rogue getting caught. Forky Dog following up to get that next pick. But it's still in favor for NRG Shock, who are nearing that 25% mark. Daze is looking for the next victim before finding the Venom. He isolates him. He already popped the armor, which means he has no help. Only so much the White Fox could do from Chime, who is very close to having that ultimate before backing up. And now you have Kraz is going to be able to get that reset.
Yeah, he somehow lived long enough in Bruce Banner form to go in immediately with the Fox ult on the opposite side. You know, is it matched by anything? It's matched by velocity with the Gambit ult, immediately in the Chime as well, but can do it after this, right? Because Mello, he's got the Glartrox ready to go. It's out into the backside. They get rid of Medora again, by the way. I think that's third fight in a row that he's been first picked. Window does trade at least one, so Mello only finding two is something, but the Wolverine just smokes everybody else out of here. You know, you can't really win anything else. You're just going to stall the point. But regardless, I think for NRG Shock's side, like, they're up, and they're still delaying, by the way, but Madara's got to slow it down a little bit. Like, he just keeps being the target of focus for Swamp Gaming every single fight. They built 63%, which is nice, but you used both strategies ultimates in the last fight, Vicky, and I think I'm a little worried for them moving forward now.
Yeah, even though you see Madara like on the road, it was very difficult. Every single time Madara tried to go in through one of those chokes and try to harass the backline, he just kept getting shut down. Although the stall was beautiful from Energy Shock, and now you get to turn into a Buster Hulk. The trade-up though, and just trying to delay here from the road before the retake comes in from the back end of Energy, trying to flip it right back in their favor. Forces Kraz to back away and split his attention over to the Devil of Stinkers. Wendell also comes flying and trying to get the follow-up, but Mello has been shutting them down, getting so many of these picks already from the very beginning from Swamp.
Yeah, this has been an interesting map, I think, for, like, Stinkers, too, because Stinkers hasn't been able to do much on Daredevil, considering this is, like, such a open piece of land, kind of. Like, it's hard to kind of get in, but now Madara finally goes out with the ultimate against Valentina, though, right? So he's going to keep, or they're going to keep everybody healthy on the backside. Madara is going to slow down their ultimate charge, hopefully for him, but has to back out of there with their lives. Otherwise, this would be potentially brutal, but they do have the Gambit ult coming into it. Surely it's read by Swamp Gaming into the sky. Doesn't catch anyone, though. No.
The fact that he missed right there, too, you saw the White Fox go pushed all the way up, and that would have been a huge first pick, considering that Chime is at 91% onto the ultimate Stinkers, waking up a little bit, finding Valentina, the backline getting torn apart from Swamp Gaming after we were just highlighting how good it is for them to try to kite away, and now Energy Shock, they take the point back.
Yeah, they've really done a good job at just, like, living, even though they're down one in these cases. And yeah, like you mentioned, Chime not getting stuck in that ultimate was huge. And on the White Fox and the triple comp has looked great. Also, the charm is something you have to kind of worry about too. And now you have to come into this, have a big Lartrox, but it's gonna be tough against these strats. You know, maybe you can get it in the middle of it. We'll see if it gets deleted though. As you can see, they're playing patient, they're playing slow for it. But does Energy Shock get caught out? It looks like yes, Windows goes down.
Oh, huge here with the invisible boundary, allowing Forky Dog and the rest of Swamp Gaming to get a lot more aggressive, but they have to try to re-push here, because at 99%, is anyone here to force the overtime? It does, and with 2 picks in favor for Swamp Gaming, they move in for the free realistic. Energy Shock just trying to back away, trying to delay what could happen with Madara being the only one left. It's just a matter of time before the flip comes through and the reset for Energy Shock, but I really like the way that they've been trying to play a lot more split. Mello just trying to take an off angle here, and if you take a look at these ultimates, Swamp Gaming don't have that sustain, where Energy Shock really don't have it either to really match, but the velocity is the closest one to that Rager Royal Flush in this triple strat lineup.
Yeah, at least they get rid of Mello's ultimate, and, you know, I like how they play this in this sort of triple hit squad with all their strats at the same position. Stinkers gets pulled away, but heals back up to full HP, slowing down Window is huge. If they can find Window early, at least get some cooldowns out, that's nice for Mello to build up towards his ultimate. Grad could go off as well, and Window gets removed early on, and that was because of the cooldowns they used earlier. Now with Hulk going off, this is going to slow down anything on the opposite angle. Stinkers pops the ult, but they're missing your backline. Kraz is destroying everybody. That's free in this fight. Stinkers, what can you do by yourself? The portal, it might be too late from Window now as they're down one by one. We're headed to the next round, Vicky, as Swamp takes the first one.
Kraz opening the door real quick. Hulk plays. Stocks are still up after the action we were just seeing yesterday. And now Kraz is here to put on a display. Beautiful retake here from Swamp Gaming and a great way to start our first round within our first series of the day, dog man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how they keep playing it because, I mean, for NRG, like, the tough part is they have all these ultimates that are like, you know, let's group up, play together, right? But then the problem is that that's against Daze and Melophobia, who have ultimates that, you know, can benefit from that, right? Like, everybody kind of groups up together. Oh, great, we're connected by a giant wolf. Oh, awesome, we're connected by Melo with the Glartrox, you know? And I don't think this fight's gonna be any different because they could go for a fast play here, Vicky. Like, we've seen Portal TP plays happen, right?
Yeah, a bunch of times, right? I mean, we literally just saw the TP plays from both sides at the very beginning of our first round. We even saw a Doctor Strange man go out just yesterday. It was kind of crazy trying to deny our first series the opportunity to recontest, yet to no avail as we come out of the gates. It was actually one of the Swamp Gaming's series just yesterday too. So with Window now rolling out, Madara having the Heartbreaker, you're talking about Forky Dog and the sustainability that both Forky and Valentino will have for this first fight.
We go in, I mean, early ultimate from Forky with Daze, but Daze actually got charmed out of it, I believe, so his ult gets set down.
Oh, wow.
Forky with the KO on the velocity as well. They're not charmed, it was slowed down by Madara's ultimate because of it. It was sent down lower. Daze does get one on the trade, though, so they're actually coming out on top. Swamp is one by one. Also going with the team up with the Hulk that get thrown in there. Valentina slowing down this push. After Velocity's Raging Royal Flush runs out, everybody in the Avamoto again. That was big in the last map from Scatter, but this time it's slowed down because of Velocity's ultimate. They're able to go ham. Madara finally getting those KOs with Window, and with that, they're getting the revenge, right? That's the big thing. Daze was slowed down in that fight due to Madara's ultimate, and honestly, that's the kind of takeaway I'm having here, Vicky, is that Madara is playing so much better now on this next map.
It's a lot easier on this round in comparison to the first round, I feel like, too, right? Getting all brawly once you come out of the tunnels, it gets a lot easier into trying to take over that first fight, and now they have the momentum and the point first as well. Chime, even on Energy Shock's side, also has that Kumihyo Unleash, whereas Swamp Gaming, you have to be careful because you know Mello is gonna get a little sneaky and try to get that Glartrox over to the side of the point to get everybody off to get environmental KOs.
Yeah, great point, and I'm sure they're gonna play around on the opposite side. Daze going in early first. I mean, they have to give up point control basically because of it, and then come back in, and it works. Oh my goodness, Daze fully countered, like you mentioned, is playing towards the main. Forky trades back Window, though. He's trying to negate this backline presence, but he'll take that trade. He can come back quickly on the Venom, and Chime also to try to stall it out a little bit longer into that Fox ultimate, just kind of dumping around, containing the objective. But eventually, you talked about him, he's hard to contain. Melophobia with 3 in the fight.
And off of the Glartrox KO onto Chime, who was in the middle of the Kumihyo Unleash. Unlucky, and a stagger, if they could find his Venom, would be even bigger, but Window managed to get away just in time. Sinkers could let the Devil out, followed up with Madara, who has the Heartbreaker, and they've been timing it too, because look at Forky Dog, close to that invisible boundary. That would go big, because Swamp Gaming will not have the sustainability if they do not call it out before the Heartbreaker comes in.
Oh my goodness. That was the whole throw into shift, but no, nice job. Dash it back to the team, Vicky. That was smart play. Huge movement by the side of Chime, but eventually it's taken out. I mean, too many cooldowns used in that case. Unfortunately, 4 times. Tinker trying to trade it back, but just gets negated again. The peel too heavy for the side of Melophobia, and Swamp Gaming now up 2 in this fight. Eventually going to deal with the objective as well, unless they can maybe clutch up with Strat ults, but they're going to have to try to wait for player advantage again.
Melos is built different, like, consistently. That was insane here. You see, let the Devil Unleash gets domed to the head real quick, while Mello, nice little stun though, having to be careful. Looking on the other side of it with Window, and Daze actually isolates him. Window will be able to come back with Feast of the Abyss, but look at Velocity. He's got the Raging Royal Flush, and together with Chime, they can deal a lot of that damage output together with Window if he wants to get the anti-heal down.
This is tough, dealing with Daze's Fearful. I mean, he can play Wolverine, he can play the Daredevil, and it doesn't really matter what you ban besides that, right? You get rid of the Gambit, but you still have to deal with him doing so much. They go in, Raging Roll Flush, like you said, Vicky. but can they find anything? Can Sneakers find the KOs? Yes, finally able to take down Forky. That's a huge one. Iavagomoto's massive though. It has been on the 3, but Sneakers was not one of those, right? Everybody else run down. Sadly, it was a huge ult by Scatter, but nobody was there to follow up because of this man running rampant. Nice plays by Sneakers to go in aggressively with the Raging Roll flush. Just gets those cooldown resets, and I mean, Swamp Gaming strategists that can't live against that.
It's one of those moments where if you're Scattergaggy, you look behind you after getting 3 in the Eye of Agamotto, and then there's no follow-up potential. Unlucky because Stinkers is just having his way with that backline, and look at this. He's about to let the devil out with already 58% in terms of his ultimate, and Renko is right there still holding on to the invisible boundary here, and they are able to flip the point back in their favor as Swamp Gaming were nearing that 86% before Stinkers goes back up again, and Daze is not having a good time here with Swamp Gaming forcing out this fastball special.
Yeah, nice reads by Renko there. The switch to Invisible Man off of the last map has been massive for them. Also, the Glortrox to the backside. It gets healed off. So great work out of the strat play. And then, honestly, yeah, Forky switching this Invis has been massive. The Force Physics to bring Medora back in. Melo's there with the follow-up. And really, this entire fight feels like it was kind of carried by Forky Dog. Kraz slams down to the ground. Stinkers, too. Daze on the opposite side did get countered by Renko. But it didn't matter because of, well, the presence of everybody else in the squad. 94% too. They have to get a quick TP off play in the spawn, otherwise it's over.
The way that they're playing, once they get to dive in, grouped up together with nobody able to touch, they cannot. With them trickling in, Energy Shocker out, and Swamp Gaming in a dominating fashion get to take the first map.
Yeah, huge map win out of them. I mean, it was so back and forth. Like, it just felt like whoever, the Daredevil was being focused a little bit more on that map, and then same thing with Daze on the Wolverine.
Yeah.
But he just got too much value, and this guy as well just was the consistent factor of Swamp Gaming. Just a constant, you know, backbone of the squad with 17 final hits, was able to do whatever he wanted with Forky and Valentina, and then on the opposite side for NRG, they just got sort of picked apart. They had their moments, Vicky, right? But I don't know about you, it just felt like at the right moments, at those crucial timing windows, Swamp Gaming just always found a Force Physics or just set up Daze in some way.
It was just the fact that Melo was just constantly able to follow up, and while everybody from Energy wanted to go back and reset, he would catch them on the lane in his line of sight. 23,800 damage right here with 17 final hits, as you mentioned. He went down 3 times, while Kraz was also a stalled demon on the Hulk. Dogman has been making their rounds within the MRI, and I am here for it. Scatter too, even if he didn't get that follow-up off of those Eye of Agamottos, was still able to help back up the backline that is Forky Dog and Valentina. And then you look on the other side, you know, was the triple strat really the play with that ultimate charge nerf? We're gonna have to see as we switch things up and we go on to another map. On the other side of this break, we got game number 2.
위로 올라타 거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly mode be breath free shining flying higher feel the spark of flight mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade out fade moonlight gonna burn the night out every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide right through the starlights 차가운 공기 속을 realize 지금이야 take flight we're dancing on the moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat gonna get it high we're switching up the lead rules mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's time to switch the flight mode wake up wake up wake up wake up feel it feel it feel it feel it
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite Preseason Americas. This is day 3 of week 1. Zoe here, joined by Darkman and Vicky Kitty, and we're about to break down map 1 and set you up for map 2 and our expectations heading into it. First of all, of course, I'm happy to see the Hulk stonks continue to be on the rise, Vicky Kitty. We finally got to see Hulk in action, like quite a lot actually yesterday. It found a lot of success and we see that continuing. Do you expect that to be just like very team specific, or is Hulk like definitely back in the meta now with the most recent patch?
I think it's team specific too, because I don't think a lot of teams, at least in Americas, are as comfortable running the fastball special. Like when I talked to the Swamp Gaming coach, they said that they're pretty confident that they're one of the only teams that have been able to utilize it at the best of their ability. So I think, you know, maybe depending on the map that we go to is also another thing to try to deal with expecting a dive Vanguard to try to go into your backline.
Right now we do see Shin Shibuya is being picked by Energy Shock. Of course, the loser is picking the upcoming map. Dogman, how do you feel about this? Also, do you think like they will be running that triple strategist backline again? Energy Shock, it looked volatile for them in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, I know they like this map, and it's just, yeah, I think it depends on like the, I guess the end of the ban phase, but yeah, it does feel like, at least in North America, I don't know, teams just don't really play the Mantis triple stuff very well. You know, whether that be like just the KO potential, whatever it is, it just doesn't feel like we've seen a good Mantis team in North America just yet. I don't know, but like the comp is sort of last patch. I feel like it was really good because of the ultimate charge rate and stuff. You know, now that we're reducing it by 20% in the last patch is a big deal. And I think that the strategists are actually like the ebb and flow of the strongest heroes in the game. It's going back kind of over towards those duelists and towards even Vanguards, like you said with you and Vicky said about the Hulks. Like Hulk players are just kind of running rampant right now, and we saw like Medora popping off on the Rogue too. Like I just feel like it's not that good in North America specifically.
Another thing I want to highlight here as well, looking at Swamp Gaming, obviously like a very dominant performance here on map 1. Yes, Energy did fight back, but they did lose momentum in Swamp Gaming, then just kind of overwhelmed them. It was so interesting to see Daze back in the mix here alongside Mello. Yesterday, Amadian was in, but it feels like no matter who they're swapping in and out, like they're not missing a beat. Like they just step in step. It just seems so seamless.
Yeah, I also like when you take a look at the opposition, you look at Chime, it's like, okay, Chime started on White Fox, and obviously the triple strat, like you mentioned, so it didn't work out, you know, and I think Swamp Gaming were ready to see with their pick and ban systems how that was going to play out for them when you were forced to run the triple strat and spread out that energy in terms of that ult charge. But that was just game number 1, guys. Let's get this started, Zoe.
Absolutely. Swamp Gaming currently on match point. Can Energy Shock bring it back? Let's find out.
Starting off back to the ban phase again, game number 2, right? And like we mentioned, like this could be the potential number 1 seed of the group, Vicky. Like this could be the determining team just based off the early matches, and we'll see if 100 Thieves can bounce back. But for Swamp Gaming, they're immediately going for that same thing before, where they go for the Elsa, and then on the opposite side, it's the Gambit yet again for Energy Shock.
Yeah, why don't we talk about that too? Because time is of the essence in the pick and ban phase, you know, when a best of 3, it can be dicey because you only have so much time to make that adaptation with Energy still prioing the Gambit and Swamp Gaming prioing the Elsa. Why not, right? Because if you're not going to ban out the Elsa, immediately you wanted to make sure that you don't deal with the Gambit instead. You're still just going to allow Swamp Gaming to pop off with that Elsa.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest ban so far. Like, I just think the whole tournament, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. You'd probably agree, Vicky, but it does feel like, I mean, unless they have a really bad Elsa player, which most teams don't, it feels like, yeah, really, yeah, you become server admin. Like, Gambit can enable the team, sure, and you get the Daredevil and stuff, but it really feels like Elsa is kind of just like a step above everybody else almost, right? Like,
yeah, and then you try to do the triple strat too, and then you take that away from the Raging Royal Flush timing that it actually gets to come up. So hopefully they're able to try to combo this, because with the protection over on the Star-Lord on Shin Shibuya, I do like this combo. You have a lot of verticality, a lot of building to work off of, and you and I, we played a lot, and I feel like you could definitely see it with the choke right there on Shin Shibuya. It gets really tricky. For energy, they're starting on the attack. You want to be able to burst down that damage in the building over to the left side, so that way you could clear at least more space, so that way you have more open sight lines, and then try to split attention from that back line that's trying to keep up the defensive team, in this case Swamp Gaming, from being able to actually resustain. Renko going over to the Jeff. We saw a lot of Jeff play in the first 2 series of our day just yesterday, and I think it was really interesting because it also goes hand in hand with how map dependent that could be with the piercing healing and damage that Jeff provides.
Oh yeah, for sure. And yeah, because you have to play it with the Venom, or just at least with triple and stuff. But I don't know. This doesn't feel like enough of a change to me. I like the Star-Lord protect. Like, you could see their idea was, okay, the Rogue team up wasn't that powerful, as Bandara was kind of shut down by Swamp, so we have to go back over to Star-Lord. And I guess in their head, it's like, okay, every time we do the Raging Roll Flush with Velocity on the Gambit, every time we press the ultimate, it's not a free fight win button like it used to be in the previous patch. And the only way to make it a free fight win button is to, combine it with Chime. And Big-Headed Jeff, we'll see if he can pop off this map alongside Swamp Gaming, who are doing a very similar thing, Vicky, that they did in the previous map, running out the Hulk yet again, team up with Daze.
Oh, so hopping off here of the Jeff, so you won't have the Jeff and Venom team up real quick. Chime just making sure to check and nobody is dwelling around here from Swamp Gaming, and just changing things up before Renko swaps right back over to the Jeff. And it's funny too, because every time I look at Jeff with those big eyes, man, I can't help but think about my dog kind of replicating those eyes, but it's a little deadly too with the way that Jeff could get into these different off angles. You can already see Daze getting shut down with a great bubble coming out from Madara, who's on the Magneto. Stinkers on the Daredevil is already prowling around, and Kraz is ready to try to help heal and stop either of the diving vanguards from trying to harass them.
Ultra aggressive, but able to kind of get out with their lives. Cooldowns, though, used, and, they're trying to counter this hard engage by the Vanguards, as long as, Window can live, and he's actually done a really good job at that. I'm just kind of curious how Madara plays this, too, because they do have the invis to potentially counter that Wolf and stuff, but it doesn't matter. Sneakers just gets deleted on the inside angle. They go for their dive, and, well, it doesn't really happen, because you just come back to peel the Wolf, you go for those team-up pulls and pushes again. We're just going to try to farm ultimate now at this point, right? Just get that Star-Lord, get that Gambit ultimate, but, you already lost the first team fight and you're down a minute, Vicky. That's kind of rough.
And now Chime is kind of in the back line too. They've noted where he's at, and Daze getting called out by Stinkers after they were able to isolate him over to that side, and Daze says, I am out of there. He dipped so quickly over the top of that roof, while Velocity's still over to the side. Take a look at that Raging Royal Flush. Forky Dog is ready with the invisible boundary to try to match that, but it's so difficult too for Invisible Woman to survive when you're also at threat of these antis. By the way, Chime is not contested, and Window gets stuck in the room of death, it looks like, because everybody's forehead is touching the roof.
Yeah, this just ain't it so far, man. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again. That's 2 fights now, and Mello's just been doing whatever he wants on top of Forky getting those pulls. There's just not enough damage. I don't even think we forced out Daze's passive once. He still has the overhealth if he goes to 1 HP, as you can see by that little shield icon next to his HP pool. And Daze is even just going more proactive, looking for time in the back line. I mean, this has been brutal. I really, looking back at it, don't like the ban phase and how it's gone so far, just because we're trying to play this Gambit stuff. It seems like, so far, you can kind of ignore playing Gambit comp. We'll see in this upcoming fight, though, as we do finally have that Star-Lord alongside the Raging Roll Flush.
I agree. Some teams are better with it, as a slam down on the last stand finds the strats. Daze, it's hit its mark with the bullseye, and now it's another stagger pass coming out on the hands of Swamp Gaming onto NRG, and then Kraz, of course. The fact that Swamp Gaming have allowed this whole comp to work to help to deal with any sort of dive oppression has been chef's kiss.
Yeah, it has. I mean, they have to make this fight too. They have to make it work, rather, Vicky, here. Either, a big Meteor M at the end of this, but at least get that Gambit ultimate, at least get the Star-Lord ult in the sky. Maybe we can get KOs even through Straddle. Finally, no, Velocity, you can't get picked this early. You're the only ult. We've played, Vicky, they've played for just this combo. Just the Star-Lord, just the Gambit, the entire game. And they haven't even gotten it off once. We're at 50 seconds left to go, man. We gotta just not get picked. The stagger KOs have been brutal.
It's so hard when Melo is looking down the lane, able to find some of these trickling in strats that are trying to back away, and then you had that one really big statter between Daze and Chime. Stinkers is now going onto the Wolverine. They have their ultimates online. Swamp Gaming are holding onto theirs. Daze is close to another final stand, and with a winning hand, can it be a winning hand or a losing hand? We have to see. With the invisible boundary window, does find Valentina. That's a big pick, because he won't have the Ninetales to keep you alive. Madara tries to send Melo though on again Juicy, and with an Eye of Agamotto, and misses his mark here over to the side, but at least finds Renko. Madara gets stunned. Meteor M to try to help him reset. It goes up. It slams down onto Forky Dog. Big pick off as Valentina does make their way back though. The Saint could come in for a delay. Energy though have now already planted their feet on this point, and it's back to the drawing board as Swamp Gaming may want to recontest here with Forky Dog having a portal.
Yeah, the smart play. Scatter was the last one to die on the Doctor Strange, so Forky has to switch over to it off the support in the meantime. So that saves them this point recontest. And Daze, or rather Stinkers has the ultimate now back on Wolverine. Also, Valentina's ult runs out, so we have really nothing to sustain. But they got the retouch. I imagine they just want to build as much time, rather, or build ultimates for the next fight. It was a valiant effort. It was tough because I think Scatter going down, it's always rough to see your Doctor Strange as the point is camped by NRG. Go down last, just because you're like, damn, that's the one guy we need to die first if we want to lose anybody, right? Like, it's tough, but regardless, NRG's in the second point because of that combo, Vicky, and they didn't even get that much out of it. It was a little dicey at points, right? They had to commit a ton to that fight, but as long as they can keep that up, just don't get stagger KO'd and build your Gambit Star-Lord, right? Like, that's their only freaking composition purpose. As long as they can do that, they're probably fine, but we'll see if they can get to at least the end of the map, because that was a long hold for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, it's like the ready, set, go button, right? That's the win condition that you want as another kidnap comes in, this time from the hands of Energy, and the final stand tries to come out from Stinkers. At least Chime follows up to find Scatter in the process. Kraz, though, has that same stall potential that we keep seeing. Galactic Legend is online, and guess what? The Rage and Royal Flush is short to follow. With a stun onto Madara, with them losing window, they can go back to the drawing board. Swamp Gaming trying to get into position, and here comes a Rage and Royal Flush. All that's on red, it looks like, as Chime is flying around. Melo's looking up. A great protection, but they need to shut down the Star-Lord in the sky.
Yeah, it really is just press Q when you win the game button with those two, right? It's tough. But I like the switch for Stinkers over to the Wolverine as well. Like, how Scatter Genji's playing this Doctor Strange is hyper-aggressive, so as long as he can maybe pick him off and, you know, they can play to counter Scatter's aggressive playstyle as well, maybe get bubble to Stinkers, he could have the advantage. But Daze just comes from the sky with the Wolverine, or with the Hulk for now, but they have to give up space. Oh my god, what a yeet of a brutal. I don't think that connected. It hit the wall, and now he's brought back. What a brutal situation for Window, as that's a reset back to spawn.
Yeah, that's the final stand right there that the last stand that we were used to seeing here from Daze, and now NRG have to reset. Great stall now coming out from Kraz after being able to go Omega Buster World Breaker Hulk, and I'm just, again, a beautiful display of the Hulk's plays that we've been able to see. Fastball special still in hand, and Swamp Gaming have these ultimates online. 4 exactly after you just saw them just use up 2. He yeets them out. The Groot is the victim on the other side. They try to pull him back, but he's slicing with 99 wood cutting. Window tries to run away. Seekers find Scatter, and Forky pulls him back, so it's a trade up from the Vanguards.
Yeah, that Glorcross connected on the 2 allowed them to get those KOs, but somehow they haven't lost too many people. They have only 5 seconds to touch, though, and somebody's got to get on. They're brought back by the Wolverine in the skies. The Meteor M! Madara! What a dunk! That could be saved. That could actually save them on this map, because they're going to get stagger KOs on the point, too. Scatter is going to come back with that Doctor Strange ult, but it's a little awkward now. We want to probably reset, get back to 6, and then come back into the fight. But that dunk onto Melo has been massive. Upcoming fight, I think Daze could be huge with this Wolverine ultimate. That could stuff everything, but Stinkers as well has the very same opportunity. Has to shut down Scatter with this Eye of Agamotto.
The fact that Melo saw that in slow motion too. Here comes Chime though, floating in from the high ground. Nobody to contest them. See Valentina up on the high ground too. And with no final stand here in the hands of Daze, Stinkers has it instead and has found Scatter consistently, at least with the BRB and the rocket swap up from Forky Dog. They could come back and go in for a quick reset and a recontest. Overtime taking away. Energy cannot get off this point.
Scatter brought back in, has the eye, but he can't do anything. Oh, wait a second. The Raging Roll flush alongside the Wolf Bolt. Yes, but are the KOs here? The ante comes out, and they do. Cap out in overtime. It looks like they tried to do something, but yeah, Scatter's going to switch off the Doctor Strange. He's being countered a little bit too hard, I think. You know, off of the Daredevil and onto the Wolverine has been a unique swap, and it's kind of worked for them so far, Vicky, as Stinkers was able to close it out with NRG. They are moving into third phase.
I agree. I like the fact that they were able to make that swap up with little, you know, they had very little time on that first point, but at least they were able to get that follow-up between the Star-Lord when they did have it in their composition with the Rachel Royal Flush. And now Chime being on the Phoenix, I like this swap up here too before that third checkpoint because you have a lot more of these long sight lines and you can get on top of the bridge, harass them. A big ante allows for a follow-up from Madara to find Days first.
Yeah, great job. I mean, nice snipe from Madara as well. Instead of on the road, you still get a team up onto that Magneto, but Madara eventually gets tracked down by a Glartrox. Not much you can do about that. And then Kraz is just absolutely going Hulk mode on the back line with Renko going down. Eventually they come back for him, though, and they get him out of Hulk form. So honestly, with how many ults were committed, I mean, Velocities gets to fall back. They use the Glartrox. They also don't have the Wolverine ult. You got to feel somewhat decent about it as you come into this next fight with 30 seconds left. It's last fight territory, but considering how things worked on first point, this is a solid situation to be in for NRG.
It is. At least, though, for Valentina and Forky Dog, these are the two strats from Swamp Gaming that need to stay alive. They're going to have to rotate through these ultimates with the dance that Forky Dog has online, as well as Valentina. And the Kumiho Unleashed before the kidnap comes in, and it finds Window. Big pickoff. You won't have the Wombo combo with the Strangling Prison. Gambit never folds. They move up. Chime has that extra damage, and so is Madara. He is bursting through it all, and with a Fatal Throw trying to have the dance up, you have the Meteorium, the weight, but with no follow-up, the hit does not come in. The meatball is back in the fryer, and with the Invisible Bounded from Renko, every one of these teams are trying to stay alive, even getting booted out of the Nine Tails forms of the Kumiho Unleashed.
They have to remain healthy. They're coming back onto, you know, full stagger composition with Scatter going onto the Angela as well, just to kind of flow around. Forky's going to come back onto that Rocket Raccoon to make sure his team has the BRB. Kraz does get taken out of Hulk form, though, back into Baby Bruce in the top. And oh my goodness, nice ultimate as well from Window. Connects onto two. Days and the Anti are here. Scatter's gonna fall. You don't have any more front line. This Wolf Bolt needs to go big. And it might be, no, not really, because the healing is too much there. Madara gets the pocket. Chime there with the follow-up. Able to take down two immediately after that ultimate from Window. Nice job to follow up there.
Madara has been playing on fire. The Vanguards haven't really been enabled from Swamp Gaming here, and with Scatter getting kidnapped again now from Stinkers, even after making the Angela swap, nobody is safe on the other side of these claws. Kitty comes here to try to get another dive, and with Madara getting stunned this time at the hands of Days, Swamp Gaming, they don't have that sustain. Look at Valentina and Forky Dog, even with a BRB, it's just a linger. It's just a matter of time before Energy Shot get this payload to the finish line.
Oh my god. What a play by them with no time left in the bank. Full cap out the map, Vicky. I mean, that's not something I think we expected after first point, right? Like, that was insane. They were just so telegraphed, I think, on the first point, building up towards that Raging Wolf flush with Gambit and Star-Lord. But the real switch was just Stinkers going over to the Wolverine and then Madara sticking on that Magneto. And Vicky, you saw like their plays were so telegraphed, or sorry, so well played. You know, Stinkers would fly into the sky, go aggressive, they'd bubble him, and he'd get a pick, right? On the opposite side for Swamp Gaming, they don't have that bubble advantage with the Magneto since they're running the Hulk, they're running the Doctor Strange, and Days, you know, he's relying on that team up with Kraz, but then he still has to go against the backline who is Invisible Woman, peeling him off well. Like, NRG strats, we haven't talked about them enough. I think Renko, even though they lost the first map, was playing great, and you know, we could talk about this backline maybe a little bit more moving forward because I feel like Renko was popping off alongside Velocities. Now, obviously, you have to take into account first point, Vicky, where, like, you know, Velocities got picked once or twice maybe, but, you know, they turned it back around and they stayed vigilant and also rebounded. That's the big thing, is not tilting in these moments, and NRG, you know, remained strong and looked to tie up the series.
And you know what helped out with that, though? And even though Velocity did get picked up a few times, it was the swap up over to the Wolverine. The Wolverine was that day insurance policy that they needed to help cover that backline to make sure that these Vanguards aren't a problem, specifically Kraz, who has been getting shut down consistently. You get some of that extra health, too, with the shield packs before making a quick little swap up here, getting the extra speed boost over to the Jeff Bubbles. Forky Dog swaps over to that Invisible Woman that you were mentioning. And it's that push and pull game that you have with a different look. Valentina going over to the Luna Snow. Chime already up on the high ground. It's going to be able to do a good amount of burst damage already from the high ground here on the building.
that's very interesting. He wants to play the Phoenix as well. You know, just wants to play it slow with the strats, just kind of play to counter the Vanguards a little bit more instead of play the Star-Lord combo. So it's a bit more neutral fight, I think they get. And also, boom, another cap by Sninkers. Nice pull, Force Physics negates it for now. But he still has the passive because the kills here from the backside angle. Cooldown's out used by both squads, but nobody's down. Valentina, knowing that he's not really dove upon by much, right, just goes for that Luna healing on the backside, right, just knows front to back style, has to play that versus the thing. Early swap over to that. We'll see if it pans out for him, though, as this fight is just a brutal brawl on the point with the thing in the hole.
Oh, the bubble! The timing to that. This is going to be so difficult for Days to make plays happen. Running Wolverine against Thing when they're ready to duff him here. It's the 1v1 of the Payne brothers, and they find it with the Hulk jumping in thanks to the invisible boundary laid out by Forky Dog. You were just mentioning the importance of the invisible when you're running into comps like this, and this has allowed Swamp Gaming to take the point first. Could expect here a portal play from Energy Shock just so that way they could try to recontest because Renko does have his own invisible boundary.
Counter portal. Into the kidnap. Wait, did he get the portal off though? I think he did. So the portal is still there, but they're still in the spawn kind of because of this Wolverine. So it's getting messy. Velocities goes down and they take the first point because of that counter portal from Scatter Genki. So that was sick by Scatter. Good read, well timed as well. Like you have to just take the point, go for that portal play, and they do it well. I think that also, Vicky, like, they just had such a more well-practiced first point. Like, you could see NRG was a bit more, I don't know, awkward. You know, getting picked off, not playing for the win condition as hard as Swamp was. Like, they knew they played slow. They had first support ults, first strat ults, and NRG couldn't do anything against that. Now they get to play aggressive in the second phase.
Right, because the one big thing that they really wanted to focus on was the invisible boundary played very aggressively, also cutting out their line of sight. A kidnap though, Kraz is in some trouble. Could get a reset here shortly with the World Breaker, but with Gambit never folding. Raging Royal Flush, you're gonna have the dance off and set. Into both worlds, the Meteor M comes up. Dinner time as the Apex Predator is hungry. Coming out to play. I have Akamoto, but with the stun! I have nothing! As the dive down comes in, it finds Scatter. Thankfully, at least for Kraz, he's got the World Breaker. If he didn't, he would have met himself back in the spawn room gates with Scatter. But that's 2 out for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, they're still kind of working themselves forward. That was a huge ult by Stinkers, but it didn't end up mattering because of, well, this guy getting through the ban phase, right? Like, Mello is still alive, wasn't the one impacted. The Glartrox as well was big, but, you know, because they didn't have the Star-Lord and stuff, they don't really get to, you know, continue on in their forward momentum. Like, the Phoenix just, I don't know, hasn't done that much compared to the server admin that you talked about, Vicky. Like, Mello's that guy.
That's why Chime's forced to be on the Phoenix, right, too? Because they're the ones that can't play the Elsa. Elsa was banned against them. That was the prio here. As Window does have that strangling prison. He builds up the house. Daze gets the kidnap. Invisible boundary allows Swamp Gaming to keep running it down. Here comes a fastball special, and unfortunately, Madara is the next victim on the Amber Alert, and Swamp Gaming get the second checkpoint.
Yeah, this is, we probably got to switch off the Phoenix now at this point. I don't know, like, maybe go back to the Star-Lord even, just because, I mean, the real reason you're playing this Gambit comp is to just build ults, get free fight wins. But if we can't even get, like, a free fight win with Raging World Rush, why are we prioritizing the Gambit so much, right? Like, because
I agree.
You see, yeah, like, Mello in the neutral is doing way more than Chime right now, and I think it's just maybe hero gap, like, straight up. Like, Stinkers on the backside angle has also been doing a ton on Wolverine, but this time gets red on his off angle. 4 minutes and 7 seconds left on third point is crazy time bank to work with, too, Vicky.
It looked like a horror movie, too. Like, they came out of left field right there, and they were ready for it. You saw the bubble coming up from Kraz as the last stand comes crashing down onto nothing, but goes back to their team. Kraz yeets out Daze, looks for an opportunity. Nice movement to get in through to the backline into the safety of the rest of the Kraz Swamp Gaming's backline. Ayabakamoto only finds Stinker, and it was a solo ult that is the nail in the coffin. NRG, though, do have that Meteor M. If Valentina finds Chime, is it really worth it to go all the way up as it slams on the other side of that shield?
I think this is the first time they were able to take down Mello. Nice job over to the Emma, too, to walk forward from one. Madara, but still, Daze plays it patient, takes Window back into the fight. That's the first time they're actually able to do something about him. But his backline's been safe so far. We'll see if they can keep it up. Invisible boundary here, met by a better ultimate, I believe, from Swamp Gaming's dance floor. But the M ult slows everything down. On the back angle, here comes the Phoenix ultimate to try to find the KOs in it, but cannot. Now comes on the backside. They have nothing besides Stinker's ult in the back angle, but it doesn't matter because Valentina has found first or second pick multiple times in a row now.
Oh no! Velocity's stuck. He has nowhere to go. No protection, and Window is going to be able to go back. No way. He's getting. Oh no! He got stunned. He got stunned.
Nice.
To the other side. They're getting ready for it.
Yeah, that was a really good stun on a scatter to stop that, because that could have ended it. Good call out there, Vicky. And now Dave's coming into that Magneto trying to touch, but we don't really have a ton of time. And against Wolverine, Claws going ham. He needs Stinkers to go big. He comes from the skybox, but did he find anything? He did with Chime on the backside, who is on the Phoenix still. Does get the hit, the spark onto Valentina. Does he want to go for the ult necessarily, or rather the follow through? But they slowed it down at the very last second. Nice job to stun that portal block and come through with the KO.
Big here as Scatter is at least close to the Eye of Agamotto to redeem themselves, and Daze is getting ready because look at this. That last stand is right around the corner. He's gonna yeet them in their direction, tries to move in. Nice little stall here. Just bait him to move back instead. Chime is still stuck on the high ground while Window does have that Meteor M to at least try to deal with Scatter, and Mellow with his Glartrox. Look over to the side as they try to go slam it down from the other side of the payload with Gambit never pulsing from Velocity. Scatter goes all the way up, but a beautiful push off from Renko sends him climbing over on the other side of the bridge. They try to play this aggressively though with the Fate of both worlds. They close in the gap. Last stand ready. He slams in. Invisible Boundary, though, is out of the line of sight of the last stand, allowing them to get the follow-up, and Mellow is able to find Stinkers.
Yeah, they had to use so many cooldowns to save everybody from the Glartrox, their Vanguards. They come back into the fight. Windows ultimate not going to be here. Forky with another KO. Invisible Boundary in an aggressive position because they want to close it out, and they're going to do so, it looks like. They're staggered in. Windows ultimate for next round, sadly, because it's fully capped out for Swamp Gaming, and we're tied up now 1-1, 2 minutes and 15 on the clock, so energy gonna go back up to a minute because of time added. And they're gonna start on to attack, which is a little scary, Vicky, considering how it went last time. We'll see if they can finally figure things out and maybe get a tick or two.
With how long it took too, yeah, I mean, now you have Swamp Gaming with that extra minute and 15 seconds to work off of. I like Valentina, seeing her back again on the Luna, popping off, getting a lot of these follow-ups, and to use the Fate of both worlds to actually play this aggressively, close in that gap, and capitalize it too, right? You saw the Invisible Boundary from the side of Renko was a slightly, like a pixel short, because that last stand was able to slam down outside of the Invisible Boundary, get that first pick, and then everything just started snowballing for Energy Shock after that.
Yeah, this will be curious to see what the side of Energy want to do. Like, you could tell, I mean, Valentina's playing the White Fox for like the counter dive sort of style, right? Like, you're trying to come back, you're trying to help peel, but didn't need to because, I mean, there's no real divers besides like Stinkers onto the Wolverine. You know, if he was on Daredevil, maybe it'd be different, but because of that, I mean, Valentina, you talked about it, just so free, able to get so much damage and healing at the same time, and Energy's not able to do much. We'll see on their attack, though. It's as you said, Vicky, like, can they figure out this first point? Can Chime do something with the ultimate? And maybe Madara going over to that Emma France could be the game changer as well, with him just kind of taking all that damage coming in and able to walk up. But we'll see if they could do it, right?
Also allowing at least Madara, because we've seen Madara so many times. The OG when it comes to Emma, I was thinking like Madara and TTK when it comes to just that hero. And Madara being able to get that choke slam onto Daze. It also has to be with just baiting out these bubbles from Kraz, who's very on top of trying to help out that backline and helping enable Mellow, who sees the Wolverine, tries to find more of these shots at the Window. They want to capitalize. There's only so much Window can do when he's stuck on the backline of Swamp Gaming. And it's almost like a replication of what we had seen before, even with some of these swaps, Dogman.
Yeah, they both did it. Both Wolverines took the other Vanguards on an absolute ride. But Chime, nice shot onto Valentina. Another one on the Daze. Okay, Chime, in the neutral, that's what you want to see. That's the point of this Phoenix. So, you know, nice work to take out Valentina, who is over to the White Fox. And honestly, even on first point, I still would be okay with Valentina going over to the Luna instead, because you don't have ult for this upcoming fight. You've given up 2 ticks. NRG, they cap out the point, Vicky. No way. We're into the second phase of the map.
Overtime takeaway means that they cannot get off this point. Chime just trying to already look ahead to make sure that nobody's going to try to recontest them. It's a good opportunity, though, for Swamp Gaming to build up those ultimates. Mellow is close to that Apex Predator. You look at Energy Shock, though, with Velocity being on the Cloak and Dagger. The internal bond will absolutely help out because Swamp Gaming do not have a Magneto. The slam down, though, it's the diamond form. Thanks to Madara, the scatter won, but he gets to survive. Chime doesn't find the finishing mark, and with the Glartrox coming in, you're ready with the Invisible Boundary. It forces it out.
Yeah, that was clean play from Energy so far to at least get that out, but you know, they do have straddles, double straddles coming up. Forky has to save Kraz, who got hooked, but same with Daze getting Chime. Nice work, who had the ultimate. He has to come back from the spawn. Velocity doesn't have ult yet, and they're getting absolutely rained down towards this cart, and unfortunately the tankiness of Emma Frost in that diamond form is not enough to stay on the cart, but they still made it 36 meters in the second phase, Vicky, as NRG with that cap has made this a very interesting next attack for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, is that minute and 15 seconds going to be enough to get through this very tight choke that we all have learned to love in Shibuya is the question mark. And I just seeing these Wolverines play out, even from the very beginning, it's cinematic, right? Like, get me off this ride, please. But Daze and Stinkers making these adjustments and dealing with these Vanguards, as well as Energy Shock being able to also change their Vanguard lineup. Window has been doing a good job with these bubbles. Is it going to be enough, though, to deal with the damage output that we're also seeing from Kraz and Scatter, as well as Madara being on the Emma Frost, being able to get the choke slam onto Daze when they can? It's just hard, too, right? When you have to deal with the backline still from Swamp Gaming, just helping with so much sustainability onto both of these Vanguards.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very well-coached team. I think you called it out with, it was the Glartrox for that invisible boundary. Like, that was the turning point in that second phase. Like, Swamp read that. They knew that, okay, we don't get anything with the Glartrox, but we get out their invisible boundary, and we just back up, we disengage. Then you get that pick on the Chime. So, like, Chime, give it and take it, right? Like first point, Chime found 2. And in second point, Chime was the one that got found, sadly. So we'll see. Both of these Wolverines have been impactful to these first points, right? Like, both of them flying in the sky. They both have characters that can throw them. Thing and Hulk, who has the stronger arm. I think it's probably, they're both probably about the same, actually, considering they can get those picks. But I think Kraz last time was the one to get traded out, who was the one that threw Daze. We'll see as it goes. Like, both Vanguards, definitely the focus. As, you know, potentially, the real downside is a Wolverine going to not get it picked this first one. That's really going to look at how does this strat play counter the aggressive Wolverine.
The point of view of Vanguard, it's like looking up and it's the William Dafoe meme of the Wolverine flying right above your head to try to get the kidnap real quick. And Daze is ready from the back, trying to get into the opportunity, maybe bait them out to make them think they're going over to the right side, to get more attention before going back to the shield. I like this positioning. A nice freeze, though, forces Stinkers to get exiled, but no follow potential. It's about trying to waste out more of those ability cooldowns. Kraz literally one shot gets the hold over to the Bruce Banner. Big first pick, tries to delete the oppression that Swamp Gaming had on their advantage in terms of the time bank.
Yeah, that was sick. I think, like, both Vanguards with CC immunity playing towards that front line. And you don't, there's no choice that Daze can make that's correct, right? You do have at least one on the high ground. And this is where Swamp Gaming has the advantage to some degree, although a kidnap comes through on the back angle, they have to trade it. As NRG, you know, they have this thorn on their side, and his name is Melophobia. Into the sky, though, with the Hulk, into Daze. Can find one. Chime goes down again. That's early pick off. No strat ult to save them in time, sadly. As we do use the invisible boundary at the very least on Swamp Gaming's side, maybe NRG will have a shot, because they have both straddles coming up, but this is going to be a very interesting play to see if Chime gets picked again.
It depends on how much space you can build up really quickly. That's how you're seeing 3 members of Swamp Gaming push all the way up while they still have their other remaining members hold on to the point here. They're trying to create more of this space because they know that these ultimates are coming up online. If they could get one of those first initial picks, it goes even bigger, but it's dead. It's Stinkers who finds Valentina, delaying that strat as the finish line is so close.
Yeah, but they have 30 seconds left, so they'll have the close spawns. They could actually build double support ult or straddle again, maybe, but it's going to be really close. They know they have to find a pick here because NRG's position, right? Daze has to go into the sky and maybe force out a straddle somehow, but it's going to be dicey, right? Melo maybe has to go in aggressively. Wait, Madara's almost dead, but they don't use the straddle. Oh my goodness, that's really patient until Velocity's never really comes back through with 1. With 4 seconds left, we have to touch. Here comes Madara's ult to CC on the cart, but we still don't have straddles. Scatter or Kraz or Melo have to make a play here or stall out. Lartrox in the back line. Is it enough? The invisible boundary is there. Madara finds Scatter, so he's going to be gone out of the fight. No Eye of Agamotto here. Renko doesn't have that ult running out in this fight. Maybe we can find something with Kraz in the Hulk ultimate, but he gets taken down really low. The Thing also here towards that point to keep his team secured. But can they find a KO before Forky built up another invisible boundary? And we have nothing to counter this. Daze gets one. The Thing slammed into the ground, met by the claws of Valentina. And that's going to be it. Like you mentioned, Vicky, one after another. Forky was able to build that ult because they played so slowly, and Daze just capitalizes and slowly walks over their remaining corpses. As now, Swamp Gaming are going to 2-0 NRG.
Head on a stake. The moment I saw that invisible boundary up from Forky Dog, I knew that Valentina will have the Kumio unleashed, and I also knew that Doctor Strange was able to portal right back in since Doctor Strange was one of the first ones out. Huge performance in a very close Shinshibuya game number 2 with our first series to open up our last day of the first week of the Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason here in the Americas region.
That was an absolute banger, Vicky. Swamp Gaming, well-deserved win. Like, they're just such a well-coached team. Like, Fox does a great job with the squad.
Yeah.
And you could see, like, even though they had moments where Chime got picks and stuff, they didn't panic, right? They set up, they took the advantages they had. They didn't press them too far forward. And, look at that. Just a phenomenal game across the board. And you could see, you could talk about that Mello getting Elsa pick being a big boon. And it kind of was, right? But what a game out of Swamp Gaming.
Dude, the fact that Mello was 57 in 5. Like, every time we would pan out from Mello, you would see the KO feed, and you would see like 3-4 more meet their maker, and it was on the other side of Mello. Even if these Glar Trucks weren't huge, it's about displacement and being able to call it out together with Daze, who was so disruptive, pulling a lot of the members of Energy outside of these Strat ults too, helped them out, both on the attack and defense, honestly. Valentina Forky Dog coming into fruition, with Forky Dog being the MVP with 65k healing. We were highlighting Velocity and Renko at some points too. Yes, that Strat backline was getting harassed. The question mark for me was, Dogman, was the Cloak and Dagger necessary here? The Cloak ended up with the 47.1k in terms of healing, and maybe not so many as finals that you could get when it comes to that Terror Cape too. So maybe a lot more of these damage windows coming in. No, not enough of these follow-ups from Chime, even though Chime was popping off with 11 final hits. Madara with 17, by the way, after making that swap up to the Emma, was a big highlight. But if anything, this series alone at least told me that these are two of probably the best teams that we've seen thus far, at least in terms of all the games that we've had in the last 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely, Vicky. And I'm curious what Zoe's thoughts are on everything, because that was a banger matchup, right?
It really was, and quite frankly, it did not look like it would be at the very beginning of this map. Energy Shock's game plan has just been completely dismantled, right? They had a very clear idea of wanting to focus on that Star-Lord and Gambit combo, and Swamp Gaming just made them stagger. They just didn't let them actually ever gain that momentum. So the entire attack push from Energy Shock was a grueling grind. Like, it was not pretty, it was not smooth, it was so staggered. They really just had to brawl it out there to even finish the map with absolutely no time. For them to be able to come back again and put up such a good defense, bringing it into OT, and then even in OT, making it come down to the wire, yeah, that goes to show what high caliber teams we're looking at here, which are definitely going to fight for those top spots in the group.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like realistically, I don't know if there's not a lot of teams that have the synergy that Swamp Gaming have. You could see, because I mean, their strategists were building so many ults and then also didn't use them at inopportune times. They just played to their game plan well. And I didn't think they would build Stratus ults in that last fight. They were so far away. I think Valentina was 40%, Forky was 20% at 20 seconds left. So Forky built up 80% ult charge in 10 seconds. So that was crazy well played by them.
Yeah,
it really was. Yeah,
the fact that...
Vicky, what were your thoughts? Generally looking at the ban phase seemed to just favor Swamp Gaming here. How did Energy Shock, what did they actually do in order to keep themselves alive here? Can you pinpoint it?
Stop letting this Elsa go through. We gotta stop having Mello get Elsa. Swamp Gaming now have ended week 1, this first week of preseason, 3-0 currently, and they have been on fire. I mean, we heard it from the coach. They think that, not only have they cashed in their scrim bucks and proven a point for this first week, but they've even detailed where everyone says that they're the best ex-duelist in the region. They put it on display right now because they're the team currently sitting 3-0. Whereas, Energy also had a great performance too, but they did lose out on that one map versus 100 Thieves when that did go to game 3. And when we go down to the wire and we count map differentials, that could matter at the very end depending on how that seeding process goes.
Yeah, that's so true. I'm very, very excited to talk to our winners here today about just how they kept their calm at the very end of this series, because quite frankly, not many players are able to actually show that amount of patience. As you said, Dogman, the fact that they were able to actually build those ults back in, because the final fight, or what seemed to us like the final fight, the ult advantage was very clearly in Energy Shock's favor.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think they had all the cards to win for sure. Like you mentioned, Zoe. It's tough. It's a really hard game to play strategist, and it's not because of the mechanics, right? I think a lot of the strategists in this game aren't the highest mechanically skilled in terms of actively making plays a lot of the time. But that's not necessarily where you make your money. as a strategist, right? Like, you have to have well-timed ultimates, and you have to play well and smart and intelligent. I couldn't do that, so huge shout out to the backline for sure of that squad.
That's why you're washed and not a pro player anymore, dear Dogman. You know who is a pro player, though? Krasman. And he will be joining us for a quick chat. The Hulk of the day, for sure. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch him in action. So let's bring Krasman in to the mix to chat about what we just got to see as they're getting yet another victory on the board. What a phenomenal, first week for this team, right? It's a great start into the season. Krasman, welcome to the show. Congratulations on another victory.
Thank you.
I want to chat about Shin Shibuya here. This one came down to the wire. You guys played so patient, so passive, and then you managed to edge out the victory. Can you walk me through the team comps? Like, who kept the team calm and steady and collected in order to get through those final moments?
There was a lot of energy today, and I think actually it was surprising. Forky kind of got the comms more together today, which is different. But every time something got chaotic, Forky called it out to just calm down. Pretty good.
Yeah, Forky seems like a great pickup for you guys, Kraz. Like, can you talk about, like, your backline I think was pretty damn good before when you guys were Nemesis, and now coming through on Swamp Gaming. Like, I feel like they've done a great job adapting with Valentina and Forky. Like, what's it like to have this backline where it feels like a lot of people are really hyping them up to be one of the best? You know, obviously you guys on Vanguards are doing a great job soaking a lot of the aggro without dying and stuff, but like, what does that mean with these two pickups compared to where you were in the past?
Oh, I love playing with their new Vanguards. I love Forky and Val. They're both great. They both play great, and they're a blast to play with. I have no problems with them.
All right, Kraz. So now we get to see that Swamp Gaming, they put their money where their mouth they put their money where their mouth was after your scrim bucks cashed in, and now you guys are currently sitting at 3-0 compared to all the other teams currently in your group. Now you got to look on ahead to next week. You're going to be dealing with 100 Thieves, and I've been hearing through the grapevine that you guys have been belt to the booty when it comes to how scrims have been going. Is there anything specifically you guys are afraid of being revealed after the first week of gameplay, and maybe showing a little bit of weaknesses here for the other teams that have been trying to figure things out? Or do you guys think that you have a lot of versatility and you're not really stressed out?
Yeah, I mean, if we have a weakness, I don't know what it is yet. So hopefully, if we could find out what that is before the enemy team is, it'd be nice. But hopefully, we just don't have a weakness. But I'm super happy about that last match because I think Energy is the second best team in our bracket, so I'm very pleased.
Ooh.
Yeah, we were very excited to see how this one is going to unfold. You guys cashing in on another dub, which is fantastic to see. And we're very excited to see what you have in store for us next week. Going to let you go for now. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat, and best of luck next week.
All right, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks for coming.
An absolute pleasure. Love the hats as well. Hat indoors are a choice, but I'm you know what, I'm here
at
for
least it's not sunglasses, Zoe. You know, at least it could be worse. It could be worse, I feel like.
What do you mean could be worse? I just complimented it.
No, I know. Why? Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, never mind. But like you said, it's a choice. You said it's a choice. That was. Listen, Zoe, you're trying to throw daggers out there and try to paint it as it's a compliment. As you said, I was a wash pro right before I went to that conversation. I can't believe that. I'll definitely hold on to that. Maybe Kraz will too. Maybe next time he'll interview with like sunglasses on or something. You know, that'd be sick.
Because they are listening. We know now for a fact that they are listening. Now, they're also watching, of course, and I'm sure everyone watching is excited to see this next match unfold on the server because it's a rematch of the MRC finals. Yeah, we lost. Going up against Lunax Gaming. I'm getting so excited just talking about it.
I know my host can't talk anymore. She's washed.
I know.
Oh my God.
I'm malfunctioning. That's how excited I am about this one. It's gonna be a grudge match. I think we're looking at two very different teams from what we've seen from them at MRC. Let's see. Let's set the stage after a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Already, day 3 is underway, and we have our predictions ready for you. I mean, obviously, this is really tough to get predictions in. We've only seen these teams on a very small sample size, but today we have some matches that will definitely show a lot more of the path to the finish line in the preseason. Now, we start with Swamp Gaming versus NRG. Talk about starting with an absolute heated banger. Shib, I'm going to give you the floor first. Who do you got? Because these are the favorites amongst, Group A.
I'm going to go with NRG here. I think NRG looked really solid in 100T, and I think they can keep that ball rolling. I think they have the confidence right now. Swamp Gaming is obviously really talented, but NRG keeping it moving, I think, buddy. How about yourself?
Yeah, it's hard to go against Velocity and all what they've got. And to keep it interesting, though, I'll go on the other side. I think Swamp Gaming has proved, 2 days in a row that they are just looking all the part. And so I think they continue that train and, look to be America's favorite. But we'll see, because this one is going to come down to micro decisions. And I think when you look at just the coaching behind it and kind of the battle plan, NRG excels in that a ton. So this is going to be a good one, but I'll have Swamp Gaming there first. Second matchup, we have Yeah We Lost versus Lunex Gaming. This is a bit of a repeat of the MRC. I think we both got the same.
Yeah, I think we have to stay the same here. Just history repeats itself is the way you've got to think of it, especially when you're doing predictions like this. It's got to be Yeah We Lost.
I mean, if you look at it, hey, it was the fastest ever we saw best of 7, and what Yeah We Lost did. So maybe Lunex, it kind of sparked a fire under them, and maybe they look better. But yeah, that's going to be a tough one to come back from. Just the way that they play dive is so hard to play against when you're trying to do the anti-dive defense approach, right? Sentinels versus Cafe Rose. Obviously, if you looked at this thing before the preseason, it would be one-sided, but I think it's a more difficult match than you might think. And I think Cafe Rose, they're going to be ready for the part. Who do you got here? Because I think I'm still going to give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah, I think I do the same. Sentinels have looked exponential in their growth, where Cafe Rose has looked consistently strong, but I think what we saw yesterday from Sentinels is a little better than what I've seen from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, I'm going to give it I'm going to make it interesting. I'm going to go Cafe Rose wins the first one, Sentinels win the next 2. So it's going to be 2-1. Sentinels end up winning it, kind of what we saw from TSM yesterday. Nightmare versus SSG. This might be the other toughest game to call today. Both teams look all the part. SSG has obviously played both days. Nightmare only one showing against Yeah We Lost, which is a great team. I'll give you the floor first. Who you got?
Yeah, for this one, I'm curious what your take is too. I could go either way. Yeah. I'm going to stay with Nightmare because I loved what I saw from them on the first 2 maps against Yeah We Lost. They struggled definitely on map 3, but I think they were just kind of on their heels at that point and fell apart. But I think they can lock back in.
Yeah, for me, it's like I can't see either of these teams dropping 2 L's in a row, but one of them have to, right? And that's going to be the tough part. For me, I feel like SSG at the hands of Nectar should be able to get this done. I'm going to give them the slight edge. Again, I think this is go to 3. I think if you want a long day today, that's what you're going to get, because this is going to go the distance. But Nightmare definitely has, I think, a bit more of a scary comp, if you were to say, compared to more traditional, better neutral maybe from SSG. So that's what we might see there to get close to end the day. And then we have Fly versus 100 Thieves, which, year 1, this is like a heater matchup. Year 2, I mean, come on, I know you have Fly, right?
No, I got to go 100 Thieves on this one, bro. I have to. I think 100 Thieves looks, they looked really good. Obviously, day 1 didn't play yesterday, so we didn't have eyes on if anything were to crumble for them. Fly, personally, for me, I love the players on the team. I think they're all talented. We keep reiterating it, but I just want to see them perform once to get their confidence up, and I think everyone else's confidence in them.
For sure. If 100 Thieves didn't lose day 1, I might have said, okay, there might be like this upset and you had the fire to spark FlyQuest, but 100 Thieves also have that fire. Like, they can't go 0-2. There's just no way I can see that happening with that org, with Remix and all the players behind it. But FlyQuest going 0-3, there's also a lot at stake for them there. So even though you have 2 teams that are winless, I think there's so much mental to be played here. But overall, I think 100 Thieves ends up taking it. So what I can't wait for is for me and you to probably be wrong about most of these, but that's how it goes, yeah?
That's always how it is, and that's why sometimes you and I got to split down the other side. One of us has got to be right, buddy.
Exactly.
Have to hedge our bets.
We'll drop the predictions down below for the matches when they start. We want to know what you guys have to say, and we'll see you guys on the next one.
Welcome back, friends and foes, potentially. I don't know. Match 2 is going to be a big one. I'm super excited, as we already stated, heading into the break. This is going to be a rematch. It's going to be a grudge match. This has drama. It has everything. Now, let's hope the quality of the match will also mirror all of that, because the last time those 2 teams faced off against each other, was a one-sided affair. Yeah, we lost, took that one convincingly in the MRC finals against Lunex. It was a 4-0. It was a quick affair as well.
It was like when we watched that match back, like it was a fun game. Which it's, by the way, it's crazy that the 1 and 2 seed of MRC are just in the same group. Like that's poor Lunex. Like Jesus, man. But like for Lunex, it is tough because we lost. Like you mentioned, Zoe, we've had the better hand of every single game, and it's not really been close. Like it really wasn't, and that's not due to any fault of Lunex's side. Like they put up as good of a fight as anybody would, but like we lost are them. There's a reason why. It's an MRC team that is undefeated so far. Like, that's crazy, no? Like, that shouldn't be possible. How is we lost beating Nightmare, who was seen as a top-tier team? It's insane. So, Lunex, they looked good versus Team Liquid, even though they did lose in a 2-0 fashion. I don't think it's going to be as one-sided. I don't want to call a prediction too early, but I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as their MRC game, Zoe.
Yeah, I think it's a different kind of Lunex this time around as well. But it's also a different meta, right? There were changes ever since then, and that can change everything in the way these two teams are approaching the game. Now, speaking of how a team approaches a game, we lost are on the more unorthodox side of the spectrum.
Yeah, they are, because then you take a look at like the fact that they've been popping off. I feel like everybody though in their predictions knew that this team was gonna go a distance, Dogman. Like we were talking about it earlier too. We were just talking about predictions in general. Like Duelist Pool, Vanpool, like the fact that this team has introduced so many also very unorthodox compositions. We saw it in the opening day of just yesterday with Nightmare. It went all the way to a map 3, and Jitward rolling out on the Spider-Man. That was a chef's kiss in how we were trying to experience that ditto over on the Nightmare side of things. And then you have Zatex popping off too. Kendrick, there's a lot of flexibility on this team, but I also feel like it's a momentum, obviously, like popping off as well. But I think it's obviously like just teams that are not expecting those comps when it comes to dealing with we lost.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. Like, I don't know, man. If nobody pays these guys, by the way, so real quick of we lost, like I am gonna like spend a fortune to bring back the old brand. Jitward used to be the coach of Ego Death. Like they had the Ego Death roster, and he was the coach of it. Now he's a player, Spider-Man player for this squad. Like, if nobody pays this we lost team, I'm bringing back the Ego Death brand because that was a fire brand, and it needs to be in Marvel Rivals Esports again.
I love that. Speaking of coaches, though, like I just want to quickly mention that as someone who's new to the Marvel Rivals scene, right? I had to do a lot of prep work, getting into it over the last couple of weeks, like getting into the scene. Obviously, a lot to catch up on. I was baffled at the amount of players who have also had coaching experience. You don't really find that in other competitive scenes. I think that is actually lending so much more depth to those rosters who have those players who don't just have competitive experience in other titles, but then they also have the coaching experience. And I think in a game just like Marvel Rivals, where it's so strategic with the way the ban and lock system works and with the way the game itself unfolds, that is such a boon for a team if they have that in their roster.
Yeah, I think you have an excellent read on it, Zoe. Like, obviously, the research you've done leading into this, it's 100% the truth, right? Like, because Jitward is a coach, he's great about game planning and intelligent about the game. And then, we'll see, like, Hogs, who was on Sentinels, the original roster, who won, was also a coach, too, like you mentioned. Talking about Lunex, though, on their side, I mean, you guys saw how insane Redis was yesterday, right? Like, that guy was crazy. It's that combination, maybe. Like, Zoe, you mentioned the coaches coming in the roster, but also, like, these young kids coming in and being willing to listen, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. Redis on the Daredevil, I believe it was yesterday. And also, of course, we know what the Redis can do on that Elsa. Like, that's a win condition for Lunex. So that's definitely something that the opposition has to prioritize, banning out or shutting down in some way, shape, or form.
It's crazy too because it's also a lot of flexibility. I feel like I've seen Redis like on the Mr. Fantastic. At one point, we're never gonna see that. But Tico like popping off as well, like with the Namor and Elsa. So Elsa still remains server admin if Elsa gets through. We have to really look back at the pick and ban phase because also, as Zoe already mentioned, compared to that 24-minute grand finals in the MRC between Lunex and we lost, there is a different meta in place, right? So now we have had different changes coming into a lot of different heroes, and it's about how the backline survives in this very diving dominated meta currently. But are they ready for the different type of compositions that we lost could run? I think this is a team that is very flexible, and I think they really kind of surprise a lot of the other teams that knew that they were really good, because again, people could only take so much to heart when it comes to scrimbugs, but it's about where you could put your money where your mouth is when it comes to a lot of these MRI events.
Absolutely. Lunex, of course, they played one more match than Yeah We Lost, who got their first look yesterday. So there's a little bit more tape on Lunex than there is on Yeah We Lost. I don't know how much that's going to come into play.
It could. I mean, we'll see. Like, it's tough because, I mean, a slight dig from Vicky there saying it was a 24-minute match. Like, it was a speed run. It was a little bit of an MRC speed run out of Yeah We Lost to get another MRC championship that they missed out on in the previous patch. But this team...
It was a different team.
It was. You're right. And that does matter. But I am curious to see if Lunex have adapted. Like you said, maybe less, preparation you could do on them.
Yeah, the MRC showdown is upon us here in Marvel Rivals Ignite, the first and the second seed coming out of the Path to Pro pipeline. Let's see what they have in store for us.
All right, starting off, Vicky, neither of these teams focusing on Elsa off the rip. It's going to be the opposite, in fact. Lunex go for the Daredevil first ban.
Okay, all right. Well, they've already written it down, considering that Lunex do not want to deal with the Daredevil from Yeah We Lost. We've been seeing, again, so many different compositions. They ban out the Mantis once they see that the Elsa's been protected from Lunex Gaming's side. And that's no surprise because we just highlighted how strong of a player Tico is, as he is over on that Captain America. Talk about, by the way, Dogman, the different levels of compositions that we've seen roll out over the course of the last 3 days. I feel like with the ultimate nerfs that we've had in the game, it's applied so many different comps that you otherwise would not have seen beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It's allowed diversity into the hero pool, and then also the teams from MRC that we're very grateful to have with like Yeah We Lost are willing to run the weird stuff, and then because they're actually an official team, everybody's learning from that. So it's sort of like opened up the playbooks, right? Like you can kind of do whatever you want. And then like Sentinels, I know we're playing like Iron Man stuff potentially that we could see in the future. Although, I mean, I kind of like what Lunex are doing so far without the Elsa ban. I don't know, like it would be curious because I think it's smart to kind of ban based on what teams are good at. But not only that, also, I don't know if it's necessarily worthwhile to like ban the strongest hero, like just because it's the strongest hero. Because if Yeah We Lost aren't practicing the Elsa stuff, it's like, I'd be curious to see how good they are at that composition. That would be a sort of unique take on it. But Lunex, obviously the Gambit stuff going through so far, do they want to ban out that Star-Lord that we saw earlier? And that wasn't honestly as impactful as we thought, Vicky, right?
Yeah, or are you going to be able to at least ban out maybe Vanpool, because Vanpool was a huge problem, or rather Duelist Pool, because I feel like Jitward is able to just slot in so flexibly. As the Jeff comes out as the final ban, we're going to see how this goes, because this is also Celestial Husk, right, Dogman? So you have a lot more of those open sight lines. You can play vertically too, up on the high ground over to the side of the point. And depending on what this final Protect is going to look like, they want to try to enable the Elsa if Lunex could play this strongly like we have seen them do in the past. And again, even with the scoreline dictating that Lunex is currently in that last spot in Group B, a lot of their games have come close, right? Like they even were able to take a map, I believe, just earlier on, just yesterday, and just being able to try to keep that consistency is the name of the game. As we move on, it's going to be the Protect onto the Invisible Woman, trying to predict that actually from Yeah We Lost side as they protect the Rogue, which means you're going to have the Gambit Rogue team up.
Yeah, that's going to be definitely something to watch out for. And they're trying to ban out like potential dive stuff, right? Set up that Jeff that you mentioned could be a situation that we have to worry about, as well as the Mantis, even though, like I said, in North America, I don't know if we've seen the best Mantis play, I guess, necessarily just yet. But we know, or these teams know each other, what they like to play. So, we'll kind of see how it pans out in the overarching scheme of things. This is probably, like you mentioned earlier, it's sort of like a traditional/untraditional sort of composition that both teams like to go. So we'll kind of see, what happens between both teams, because honestly, as an overarching like duelist player, you talked about him, but Redis and Tico have been kind of leveling up, and then same thing the opposite side, Zatex has been just kind of crazy and low-key under rated how good that guy has been for Yeah We Lost. So this should be a banger, and definitely targeted bans towards each specific team in the ban phase so far.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to get baited here. I see Jitward over on BP, but yeah, I'm going to say we're going to definitely see that Deadpool come out instead. As we get set up, guys, Mask being on the Rogue. Yeah, we lost has been a dominating team here. Coming out of the MRC, they had to face, once again, against Lunex, back in the grand finals in a best of 7, but it's a different iteration of Lunex, and they've also been able to make some adjustments themselves. So much Hulk. Let's get more Hulks. Let's get back to the circus. I'm ready for it. If you're rolling out 2 on the Magneto, well, Logan's going to be stuck here on that Luna Stone. But I think the big highlight for me, though, Dogman, is the inclusion of how much we've been seeing Ultron.
Yeah, no, Ultron's crazy. I mean, like, people, even in rank, just have crazy win rate on the hero just because, you know, you can play in the sky. If you know that, yeah, we lost, or running more of that brawl dive comp, and with the Snowflake in the sky alongside Drone next to him, he just doesn't die with the shields. Like, look at this, Regis getting hard-pocketed. Eventually, they're able to trade him, though. Hart goes down. Regis did fall, so that was actually a decent dive from them. Zaytek's also able to kind of run free. They're having to play back, but actually not a lot of space gained by Lunex at the current moment. And down Regis, that's so much damage. Cart can come back more quick, and Xanthos removed 2 already.
Ooh, with a quick little 2K off of now all the strats that are off the table for Lunex. So yeah, we lost not only get the point first, but they also forced out a stagger onto Iffy. Great fight here, already won out by Yeah We Lost, and Jitward already has that Vanpool ready to go with the ultimate on the Banhammer.
That was quick, and like you mentioned, Deadpool, absolutely disgusting with it. He's looking for backline or the Elsa. See who he got on the backside. It looks like it's one of the strats, but Regis falls. Cart again, they trade it 1 for 1. Can we find the trade on Tico's side? They're going for raw damage, and it's enough. Mask gonna go down. They actually did a decent job living through it, though. Mask's brought back by the BRB. At least the cooldown is removed, but that's still an early ultimate and pick by Yeah We Lost, and Lunex still has to play slow.
Little different look when you have Kendrick and sniped by Tico on the high ground. You talk about verticality in the Jeff. I mean, we have to also mention the Phoenix, who could go in for a lot of these quick repositioning opportunities. Same thing with the Elsa. Talk about damage between the duelist lineup of Lunex. Logan is out for blood, has had enough, and finds another one with Zaytek's beating his maker, going down tier 2 into the spawn room gates. Finally, Lunex do manage to put this point, and Yeah We Lost at least are still stalling, though, nearing 65%.
That was an excellent read by Tico to go aggressive, and that's what you want to see out of your Phoenix players, just going forward, looking for one-shots with that E combo in the left click, or just getting a 2-tap like Tico did. So excellent play out of them. We'll see if they can keep it up. They have duelist ultimates that can play aggressive, but incoming Gambit, Raging Will Rush alongside the Star-Lord ult in a moment is surely going to come for Yeah We Lost.
Gambit never folds, though, with the Rage and Royal Flush here. Silent Blaze does have the It's Jet, but it's going to be Logan to keep everybody sustained. They're just waiting it out here. Kendrick also has that CO for the extra damage output once this Rage and Royal Flush is done. They dive down to get the follow-up. Now we're currently a piece of the Abyss, and the anti-Tico tries to dive down to get the follow-up together as well. And Cart falls low. He's still up. Beautiful work from the strat lineup of Yeah We Lost, and now Matt takes everything with the Heartbreaker. It moves up, tries to drain away a little bit of that ultimate, and they isolated Logan. Tones and Cart go trade for trade, though, on the strat, and Tones comes out on top because that's 2 strats off the table after getting that snipe.
This is just so smart. Like, I feel like Yeah We Lost played that pretty well, and it wasn't good enough because Lunex just looked good, right? They still have the point. They come through with that disengage. They understand, okay, we dance floor because they use Raging Royal Flush, and they know that they don't want to commit the Star-Lord ultimate because they'll just out-heal with that bubble and stuff, so they're just going to play it slow. But Lunex just out-big-brained them, right? Like, they have the Phoenix ultimate for that Rocket Raccoon ult. It gets countered, and then the Meteor M to help sort of peel / get a KO onto that Star-Lord in the sky. So shuts that down. Nice play out of them.
Great changes, too, that they made immediately after they had lost out on those 2 first initial fights, which were rather quick, too. Now they're already nearing 85%. Yeah, we lost. Cart being on the Hulk, trying to find a diving opportunity as it's Happy Holidays, maybe a little too early, but not early enough for Regis, as he's gonna have to accelerate back to the spawn room gate. Zaytek now clearing the space, nowhere to go. Tones is unfortunately stunned up on the other side, as well as Logan, and now Yeah We Lost get to flip the point right back in their favor.
Excellent plays overall from the squad. You know, just pop the Star-Lord ult to go aggressive, and Lunex have no strat ults against it because they used them in the previous fight. Now, upcoming, I'm curious to see how Regis hits this ultimate. It's tough, I think, for Elsa players to connect onto like a big target because Yeah We Lost are playing such mobile characters that there's not really an easy person to connect onto. Everybody's like flying on Star-Lord, for example. They go for the portal play. They try to make Yeah We Lost think. What does Yeah We Lost want to do? They want to play aggressive with the Banhammer on towards this Phoenix, remove Tico.
Wow, and Redis at least has the Glartrox. Time is of the essence. They go right through the portal. Redis still jumping around, though, with overtime at least forced out. Oh, the portal closed in his face. He won't have the Glartrox just for a few more seconds, and Logan needs help. Somebody, as they back away, and Logan gets isolated in the caves. Tones tries to go in and help, and instead, he's getting slammed down like he's in the WWE. Redis at least is back here together to find Kendrick, and that's big. But is it enough to deal with the Ranger Royal Flush as the Itch Jeff comes in right afterwards to try to isolate the Gambit?
Yeah, well, they tried to get too cute with it. It looked like Lunex. I mean, they tried to portal play to touch, and then, yeah, we lost. They thought they had a play on him, but, yeah, we lost just read it. They have the first point. Celestia Volt's theirs, and, I mean, I don't think Redis had a single Elsa ult that entire time. Like that was... I don't know. Like, you can't really blame your Elsa necessarily because, like who's he supposed to connect onto? The map is so open. There's not really as many angles to connect onto it. That was well played, but yeah, we lost to never give him an opportunity because that ult, I think he just held on to it the entire map, Vicky.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, like, if he was going to be able to jump right back into the portal and maybe find an opportunity right there, but then your opportunity, you have to look around, and everyone is, like, floating around. Jitward is jumping on heads, Kendrick is up on the high ground, Santos is trying to play through the back, so that way the Ranger Royal Flush comes through. Cart, by the way, is also ready, and that's why we're seeing the Hulk v Hulk matchup originally, as it looks like Yaoi Lost do want to open things up with a portal play on their own.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. That's the worst feeling, dude. Like, you're like, oh, I can go back and forth through the portal. You know, I could play cute here, but then the cooldown runs out, and you're like, oh crap. You know, now I got to take a long walk of shame and watch my team disappear in front of me. So, brutal situation. But here's that early portal play they talked about, Vicky.
Oh, they haven't gone through it yet. They're waiting. They kind of sense that something was a danger before finding them. I love the kite away from Lunex. They were ready before they were able to get out to the point first, and now that portal does block out at least that middle entrance to the right side, as now Lunex managed to navigate right there to the low ground. You talked about the floor cut, but it's slammed. No, against the other side of the wall, and the bridge closed down too. The slam down here from Matt. Eye of Agamotto at least found him in the process here, but with the CF from Kendrick, a great reset here. Santos does not have the Ranger Royal Flush, but Lunex have also already used up these strategist ultimates. Happy Holiday means that they don't have anything to defend themselves with, and Tika will be able to at least try to reset that too.
Yeah, but the sad part for Zatex is everybody's just on the inside. That's the tough part with this map, too, is, yeah, you mentioned Tico gets to come out with his in this fight. I mean, they're able to res back in it, but Lunex take the point back, and this is a way better map, I think, for the Elsa. You know, it's tough in that first fight because, like you said, it got stuck on that top angle. Jitward's, by the way, over to GPS Deadpool, by the way, dual pool coming out instead of Vanpool. And we'll kind of see how it goes, but he was peeled off on the last fight. Tones gets stagger KO'd, but Redis on the off angle in that tier 3 form, just able to get multiple KOs by himself because of how strong this character is in the neutral once you level up that with that charge.
Yeah, I love how you bring that up too. Even though Lunex is winning fight after fight in these very messy fights, by the way, from Yaoi Lost, they're staggering through. They need to go for a reset. You mentioned Jitward going over to the duelist pool, and the longer these games go, the higher he scales and the scarier he becomes. Mask goes with a great way from Redis to actually get that stagger onto him. And now backing up, this is the open line side that you were talking about before here too, Dogman, where it's going to be a little bit difficult to try to navigate over to the side, and Redis is trying to cut them off.
Yeah, that's kind of, you see what you want to do, especially with the Luna Snow Pocket on Redis. Once you're tier 3 on your Instinct, you can just kind of play as aggressive as you want with those cooldowns, get high damage off. But obviously, that means when you go down, when you get KO'd, it feels even worse, right? So, like we saw in the last map, Redis getting target focused. Here comes that Glartrox early. Does get one, but gets traded back to the spawn door, so that's something you can take away with this Ranger Roll Flush. Chase down Tico, too. Out of position is definitely an understatement now, as the rest of Lunex get ran on.
The Vanguards are duking it out in the ring, and that's a slight stagger here too. As yeah, we lost, flipped the point back in their favor, and that Ranger Royal Flush, man, the get ready, set, go green light button for Yaoi Lost to take over that fight, and they'll have to see ya in the next one.
Yeah, luckily for Redis, we're in the patch where you only lose 1 instinct instead of 2, so it would go down even more in the current edition of Elsa, but she's still quite strong, even coming back out of the spawn. They're able to clap play back off of that, but oh, Mask going down too. Nice shots from Logan, who is on Luna Snow, been very impactful.
Oh, here we go! Let's go, everyone. Look at Jitward real quick as he's trying to land the jackpot. The It's Jeff forces everyone to back away, try to help out the rest of Lunatic Gaming's team because they don't have that Doctor Strange. No Ayabagamoto. Beautiful shield forces Jitward to move back, and no highlight reel, unfortunately. But at least with that one pick, it delays the inevitable as now Lunix are looking to try to claw their way right outside of this choke, and they have a lot of answers while they're at it too.
Yeah, dual pool in comparison to Vanpool has a lot more, value out of the swords, right? With those levels up and stuff, he just gets a lot more out of that. But Tico comes back, removes Cart after that form, and nice shots out of him. Cart does get brought back with the BRB, but nice job to remove two incredibly valuable characters as Tico has not missed a shot so far. Although this dance floor is not going to get a ton of value, they can sort of play towards main, find these staggers potentially, as Lunix also flipped that point.
And a nice little stun here too. Tico does have that reset. They're nearing 85%. This is looking incredibly close, and what? Silent places in the back. He just harassed and took out the Rocket Raccoon. Some friendly fire, if you may, when it comes to the Animal Crossing backline. And then Tones is having his way with Xanthos. These one picks going off, and these trade-offs are benefiting Lunix, and it's forcing Yaoi Lust to portal and recontest.
Yeah, I mean, the portal has to come right now. Overtime ticks down. They're going to be down 2 members also with the overtime spawns. I don't even know if Mask makes it through that portal. We'll have to find out if he runs down the Gambit. Raging Roll Flush too late to save Zaytek, and Kendrick falls. And at this point, Becky, I mean, what can you really expect out of your squad with no ultimates after this Raging Roll Flush ends? You're against Tones with the poke ultimate if he really wants to. Jitward does commit that Banhammer at the very least, but I mean, he's not going to be able to get too much out of it, right? Like, he's just with Mask. Mask just gives up. They're going next round.
Yo, he was still alive, though. Jitward is crazy. I want to see more from Jitward's point of view here whenever he activates like that big test, too, because he's always surviving. He's always pulling so much of that attention away from the rest of the team. Yes, it was unfortunate. He did use it at the very end before we went to the next round, but even better looks for Lunix, who weren't baited in using their own ults when they saw that Jitward was trying to recontest. They knew that with those staggers, Yaoi Lost had already tried to go in and recontest. There was no opportunity there for them, and now Lunix have the advantage in this very first fight if you look across the board with these ultimate charges.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, low-key, I actually kind of would, I hate to say it, but like, the only downside with dual pool is like the damage is a little bit lacking. Like, he lives for sure, and he does have good damage, but it's like, I don't know, I actually would prefer if Jitward was on Spider-Man, oddly enough, and then like maybe we put Zaytex onto Vanpool or something. Like, that would be sick to have a triple Vanguard lineup with Jitward on the Spidey. Like, I get it. I guess Zaytek maybe he's thinking he's the problem a little bit, you know, because he couldn't do much on Star-Lord. But honestly, a lot of it is that Tico and Ritas are just putting so much damage downrange in this 2-2-2 style. And then, like you mentioned, Silent Blaze in the flank takes down Kendrick. They're switching it up. Kendrick goes for the portal play. Mask is now over to that White Fox. So this team, they don't care about roles, Vicky. They're playing everything.
They all have flexibility. Oh my, not the Glartrops. Iffy and Tones then become the nail in the coffin. They finish off with the Glartrops left behind for some leftovers. And now Loon next, after taking over with just that one ultimate, not expensive at all for them to have advantage on the point first.
Yeah, this is a new Lunex. Like, they looked solid yesterday, even in the loss versus TSM, and then same thing today versus Yaoi Lost. Both these teams, I would say, and specifically Lunex, I think are always pretty solid on domination type maps and stuff. So most of the MRC teams, I think, are like that. But we'll see as this continues, as they have ultimate charge advantage. And Yaoi Lost, for the first time in a while, look like they're on the back foot.
Now with Kendrick, too, making that swap up to the Doctor Strange and falling incredibly low to 1, Kendrick is out of here, and the Eye of Agamotto fights both strategists! Even with Mask being on the Ultron, he gets stunned! The Hulk is hungry, and Ritas is cleaning up the rest from the Lunex here as they keep their control over this point. Jitward with another ultimate, though. It's going to be the big test here if he can actually make things happen.
I don't know. He's going to have to swap, I think, is what's going to happen. Because he can't get the KO set. Like, he's so close. You can see... Like, dual pool, I think maybe with a few buffs is going to be crazy. But right now, like, it's tough. Like, he can't get those KOs by himself. He used it late. I mean, I understand you have to use it anyway because it gets reset regardless. And he's not. Wow, he's going to stick with it. This is going to be very interesting, Vicky. Like, solo duelist Deadpool, I don't think I've seen work necessarily. And I know that it's Jitward for sure, but like I think he just needs a little bit extra help or something. In this fight, they do have ultimates. They didn't have any last fight besides Jitward, so maybe that was the difference maker as Lunex finally are down at least a few in this upcoming fight.
It didn't even help that he didn't have the damage boost too, right? Because both Zaytex and Danthos were focused too before that fight even started. Aya Bakamoto has Tones jumps in and puts the bubble on and shuts down Eye of No Momokoko today. And that's 2 down again from Yaoi Lost. Tones is at the circus. Who's the next victim? The Hulk 1v1. Unfortunately for Cart, he's left all alone and he's back to Bruce Banner. And Toads has something else to say. Before that happens, though, Zatex with the save is actually able to bring him back to health. A freeze, though, as he looks down the gun rear with the Phoenix, trying to have the 1v1. And with a beautiful sleep, Zatex puts him to rest. Lunex are looking to try to recontest, but yeah, we lost. We're able to also portal to get right back.
Zatex got hands for sure. And, I mean, in that last fight, you would assume Lunex had, like, a pretty big edge, but then Iffy was a little bit too far forward, grounded by Xantho and stuff, so... I mean, excellent play to work themselves back into it. And in the meanwhile, Lunex just kind of collapsed, right? After losing a few of their members on the front line. So, and they allowed time for the Strats to build ultimates. And Yabe Lost could build up even more yet again. I mean, they're close to that. Ultron's Rage yet again. And for Lunex, we'll see what happens. As that immediate ult from Jitward could force something out, but they fully disengage it. Slow play out that test. And Lunex also have somebody touching that point. So they're trying to at least make Yabe Lost think about the backline.
He says it's time to go back to school, book, because you failed the test, and now he's still dancing on them. Jitward jumping on their foreheads, tries to get the jackpot. Ayabakamoto blocked out, not finding it smart from Iffy. Currently, yeah, we lost, are winning in this neutral. They're currently still on this point. They're nearing 55%, and this was necessary. Although you look on the other side, aside from Logan, who used that Luna Snow ultimate, even though, yeah, we lost, they'd have to also burn up Xanthos in that invisible boundary. At least Silent Blaze still has that strat ult, but yeah, we lost have kind of more of that sustainability, having Mask and that extermination, as well as Zatex close to that Soul Resurgence.
You're right. I mean, they took full advantage of the Mantis. You talked about it earlier. You know, that Mantis damage boost is really what's making the Deadpool so violent. Silent Blaze has to fall back so he doesn't get countered by the Ultron. When the Ultron's literally rage, so he's like, he knows that's going to happen. You have to send somebody to the point to contest at the very least. Into the Hulk 4. Cart definitely gets slowed down for now, but can they live it? Kendrick does have the eye ready to go. Tries to not get bounced around. Does he even get anybody, though? No. Well, yes, actually. Silent did get hit and then taken out. Into the sky, Tico lands. Down on the Jitward. Sends him back up to spawn at least, but Cart with the ult could go huge. He could end it for Yaoi Lost, and Tico gets removed.
Oh no, 99%. Is anyone here to contest? Yes, they do. They forced it into overtime in the Glock trucks. Sorry, as Cart is forced back, but then he gets a stun onto Redis. He's had enough. He's got 3 people of Lunix. Focus in the backline as Cart fights Silent Blaze next. Silent Blaze cannot even exit the spawn room gates, and yeah, we lost. They come back, and they never gave up the point once they grabbed it on Celestial Husk.
Oh my god, that was huge. What a reverse sweep there at the end. To figure out the Mantis comps was the way to go. And you know what? This is the first time I think that I've seen the team play it to such a high level, right? Like you mentioned with Jitward, just able to kind of annoy the backline, play forward. And you can see Lunex are trying to do the same thing, Vicky. Like they're also sending people, you know, towards Kendrick and stuff, or rather towards the other backline. But now that Kendrick is on Vanguard, instead of playing that Rocket Raccoon and stuff, I feel like he's a lot more free to make plays. And then on the opposite side, like you just have Mask doing a great job on Ultron, just playing the role, and then Zatex has hands on the Mantis. 12 final hits that round by himself. But I think Kendrick just looked a lot more comfortable playing that Doctor Strange, and you could say like the 9 KOs onto him is brutal. They also had more deaths than the other team in a win. Vicky, if that is not the most we lost stat line, I don't know what is, dude. Like that is crazy.
Oh man, again, this was like the cherry on top when we had both these teams in the grand finals of the MRC, and this is for a reason, because not only with some adjustments, seeing we lost roll out with Jitward on the duelist pool, getting enabled, sure, there weren't some prime moments, but Zatex being on the Mantis was able to pop off the damage boost was more than enough, and that was just game number 1 for our second series, guys. We'll take a look at what our next map is on the other side of this break for game number 2.
back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Dogman and Vicky all of those names. I can read letters. Not even reading, I'm just saying them. I'm memorizing them, just like the match we just watched, which did go to distance all the way to round 3. We got treated to a very close map. I hope we can continue in that trajectory. I do think this is a very different look already from what we've seen very recently in the MRC. Again, new meta, different looks. Something I want to hit on straight out of the gate here is I feel like we discussed that at the top of the show, Dogman, correct me if I'm wrong, but we talked about Mantis and how she's not being utilized in the best way so far in Americas, but now we saw a great example from we lost to really get maximum value out of that Mantis pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, I based on what we've seen so far, I was like underrating Mantis, and now after that, I'm back on board. You know, in the right hands, like you mentioned, just sold right away. Because I mean, I'm sending a new tongue twister too, considering how we lost. We're kind of losing at multiple cases, multiple instances, and then we saw like them work themselves back into fights. And honestly, that's kind of an indictment, I think, on Lunex. Like, I feel like they could be playing it a little bit better, considering they have these advantages and need to press forward. But, you know, maybe there's the mental thing there too, right? Because this team did lose to we lost in MRC, even though Lunex looked much improved.
Yeah, and also, like, you have to question mark, was it the Jeff worth it from Silent Blaze? We saw him getting harassed back-to-back in the last 2 team fights. He was stuck in spawn at one point. The Hulks, I have to repeat, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Like, we are getting Hulk fiddles now. We're getting spawn camped by Hulk. We're getting double stunned. We're getting jumped. And we're getting tossed out of the ring, basically, here. And I think that's been a huge focus, depending on which map type we get to, especially when you're stuck in these closer corridors, not including your spawn room doors. But then you get to take a look at the stat line across the board, Dogman. You talked about it before. Like, just the fact that they didn't even have that many KOs and they just play that neutral better into recontesting with a portal play was chef's kiss, because they also distracted 3 players of Lunex, where you're splitting half the team when it's overtime in favor for the opposition.
Yeah, you're right, Vicky. Like, I don't like that Zoe's wearing green, because like now anybody besides those Hulk players are just like thinking of Hulk in their dreams. You know, we don't have She-Hulk yet in the game, obviously, but it's still a disgusting broken character. It could be you. Yeah, just model Zoe in the game. Just need a little bit more rock you know, steroids potentially. But you know, I think that you're right. Hulk is disgusting. People underrated this character coming to the season, and he's just still brutal.
I think if you looked at the hero tier list, right, after the patch, a lot of people said, like, there is a lot of value now in Hulk. It's going to fit so well into those dive compositions. Like, it's probably going to make a bigger resurgence. And I feel like day 2 and day 3, at least here in America, have been a clear indicator that that is exactly the case. A question regarding the bans here. We did see the Jeff being banned out for we lost. This is something that they prioritized yesterday, so clearly homework has been done. Kendrick has been playing that Jeff to great success yesterday. I believe they even locked Jeff for themselves 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, this whole team is like just ultra flexible based on literally everything we've seen in MRC and MRI. So you're right, Zoe. Like, this team just can play it all. Like, I don't even know how they do it. Like, Vicky and I's brains would explode, and your brain would explode. Everybody's brain would explode trying to master as many heroes as these guys have.
And that's messy. We don't want any of that to happen.
No,
we do have to do some
gross.
brain gymnastics though, and think about our upcoming ban phase. Looking ahead at what's to come. Okay, Convoy is being chosen, if I see that correctly. What do you want to see from each of those teams? Do you feel like there is any big switch-ups you want to see in terms of style or approach? Or do you feel like if they both just kind of stick to their comfort zones, they should be good?
Ooh, I feel like we lost still cannot play the Elsa. Like, you're going to have to still prio ban that. And I'm wondering if we lost is going to do the same thing, because Ritas obviously was popping off. I mean, the whole team, again, was doing a really good job. I think it just really went down to the macro play of why we lost was able to take that. There's 3 Deadpools, right? Jitward can play both Vanpool, as we've already seen before. I think we saw him once at Strappool at one point to try to break through a choke on Museum of Contemplation before he swapped over to Duelist Pool. I have to look back on that. That may have either been day 1 or day yesterday. But Jitward then could also play Duelist Pool. So it's not just the Vanpool, it's also the Duelist Pool. That's a problem. And I think Jitward has been kind of like that bold highlight for a lot of teams to focus on.
Absolutely. Let's see if Lunex can tie up the series, or if we lost is gonna run away with it once again.
And they definitely could. So they definitely could, because yeah, we lost going into the ban phase. You talked about it. It's going to be interesting because we go to Convoy, we go to Yggdrasil Path. It's smart, I think, first of all, to not take them to somewhere like Shin Shibuya and those type of maps that are a little bit more focused towards dive. But we'll kind of see how they play it, right? Like, can Lunex have Tico still pop off like he did? They're going for very similar ban phase that you mentioned, Vicky, and you said that this is kind of like the right play still, like regardless of the result last map, right?
Yeah, and that's why I'm wondering, like, okay, what is this pick and ban phase going to look in the slightly different form? And it looks like Lunex do get to protect on that Elsa, whereas we lost are going to ban out the Mantis, expecting that to come out already. So already predicting the Elsa protect. That also comes into play where, will they ban out the Mantis? Will that... Oh, well, no, they get to protect the Elsa themselves. That's right, because they actually ended up prioring banning out the Daredevil, another one of those heroes that we've seen Yaoi Lost roll out with. But this is another... So hard to really pinpoint on how flexible both these teams can be, but Yaoi Lost specifically. No more Mantis, though. Zatex was a huge problem. We saw how hard he went. What was it, like 12 final hits, specifically. It was like 21k damage, even though he did flex over to that Mantis. And then we get to see maybe the Gambit ban coming out of Lunex, as they do not want the Rage and Royal Flush together, maybe with the Elsa, the Glartrox, and also what Cart could do when he's on like a Hulk.
Well, they're getting rid of the Van pool, but yeah, that's kind of smart. And Zatex does have a very good Elsa, and especially the matchup, versus Regis. That's going to be interesting. There's that Jeff that you talked about popping off before, for Kendrick's side. But yeah, both teams focusing on that Mantis is quite interesting. And yeah, for sure, you don't want to play against triple strat with the freaking Elsa just having the damage boost the whole time. That's just disgusting. So I mean, it makes sense for sure. But like for the side of Lunex, I think you did a good job mentioning how good Tico's been, right? Like, and also this front line and the Hulk play. I mean, what does that look like now that we move over to Convoy, where I feel like this is a little bit more linear, right? Like, how do these same Vanguard players that did very well with the space they were given, transition to this map type?
That's why I'm seeing the fact that no Van pool, I mean, because they could see that he could just go duelist pool too. He's going to really scale off, so maybe Jitwar could even make a swap over to the duelist pool if they do want to lean into that. But I think just more so being a little traditional with the double Jeff protect. Oh, I should have been wearing my Jeff shirt today, but it's okay, because this also means Lunex banning out the Venom, kind of predicting and seeing that the fact that they protected the Jeff do not want that team up to come through, because Cart also plays a mean Venom.
Yeah, that's going to be funny. I mean, we might see, is it the exact same ban phase? Or no, except for the Daredevil. So the Daredevil removed instead of the Van pool, like you mentioned. So that is interesting. Like you said, I wonder if the Deadpool would be as good without the Mantis buff. Do we get to see that Spider-Man potentially come out even? Like, that's always a possibility with this squad. This should be a fun one. I know that Van pool people talk about being pretty much perma-pick if he's available. But for Yaoi Lost, they tend to avoid that sometimes. It's kind of interesting. Like, they'll play it with Jitward, but it seems like Jitward has definitely, like you mentioned, a preference towards the Van pool, dual pool, which is very unique.
I agree. It's kind of giving that authority of that damage boost too that could come in clutch, and it's also kind of like the iteration of what we've been seeing with more of these Ultron comps, right? You get the double drone too now with the Ultron changes, and you're going to be able to kind of help out your backline a lot more often, try to enable more of these open sightlines, which is why Elsa was prioritized, by the way, in years or so, because you have a lot more of that open angle that you could play off of. Minus really like that third point where your forward could touch the roof, so you have to try to get a little tricky with it if you want to play off the high ground over to the right side of where that final point is. But let's get this started, guys. Currently, Yaoi Lost in this best of 3 are sitting at match point in our second series of the day. Tones and Tico, though, already plotting. Tico going over to the Wolverine, expecting, this Vanguard hold up here from Yaoi Lost as they are rolling out on the triple strat with Mask being on that trap pool.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of scary, too, because, strat pool for Mask, like you mentioned, playing that, then Jitward, the one playing the Ultron. He can just build that ult so fast. So Zatex going to play hyper-aggressive, and they're just playing for this Deadpool early to look for backline. But Cart gets poked down super low, the peel there from the squad. And you mentioned that Wolf play just looking for him. No res, by the way, because no BRB from Rocket Raccoon in this instance to bring it back. So that's going to be very interesting, even though they have Deadpool's ult. He's missing 2 of his teammates.
Oh no, and now with Lunex having control over the fight here, and Matt's just trying to stall for as long as possible. That's the goal, right? Wasting even more time for the rest of We Lost, who did lose out, to come right back. And Cart being on that Doctor Strange, having to try to reserve and see how they're going to try to recontest and maybe hold on. Yes, I was going to say hold on in the back with that portal play. Waited to see if they could try to find somebody split up the team at the same time, so that way they could get a jump.
Well, they're sticking on it too, so now there's the cooldown from the strap pull. They're going to play aggressive. You know, look for something, maybe built ults, but this Jeff is still sitting there, and also Tico has just been running freely, like free-form Wolverine play this whole time. Just takes down Card again, and he's looking for the kidnap now into Zatex, who has been a focal point. Now here comes that Jeff, controller player, by the way, takes 2 in his mouth. Maybe he's going to jump off the map because there's a flyer in it too, and there they go. Back to the spawn, no portal for this fight. Kendrick again grabbed by Tico.
That's our PlayStation player right there. Going to be able to follow up after fighting those 2 strats. It's insane, by the way. Lunex are still holding on, by the way, to also these 3 ults as Tico still goes crazy against the kid. Look at the way Hulk is walking in the air. He met his demise. He knew it was coming. And Cart is the next victim. You asked for it, though, Dogman, and you wanted to see Jitward Spider-Man, and you quickly don't see it anymore because it's back in the spawn room gates, as we're going to have to see if he's sticking to the Spider-Man.
Yeah, you know, people get confused between Deadpool and Spider-Man because of the, red character and stuff. But, for Jitward, maybe he's, okay, maybe that's not appropriate for this case. But we'll see if they continue it because Cart now is over to the Vanpool. They're also over to the Thor. So, honestly, Lunex are making We Lost look a little lost, like, in their playstyle, which is very unique. But they've always rebounded in these cases. Mask, nice job sniping Reedus across the map with some good target focus. And they had ult advantage, too, so that's a brutal pick, but they can still work themselves into it with a close spawn.
While I'm collecting all the caster Infinity Stones here in the Americas region, Dogman, this is the one thing I was really excited to see in the series, knowing that you were going to join me here on the mic, because Matt's being on the Thor. I was excited to see your thoughts here, because guess what? We're actually getting this match from Tones. Welcome to Americas within the MRI, as Xantho finds Silent Place. Where's the revenge here? As Xanthos collapsed back after what happened earlier in the very beginning of that first round. And in this boundary right in the gate? I mean, we lost. What?
You know what? People in ranked games being like, yo, flank Loki, flank Inviswoman, it's not good. You know what's good? When you have freaking Jitward on Spider-Man diving with you. Like, that's sick. Nice plays from Xantho and him. And then the Thor, like you mentioned, I don't know, it's doing work for sure. I personally hate playing with Thor players in my ranked games because it's not a real tank. It's more of a duelist, personally, but... they're spawn camping right now. Jitward's doing whatever he wants on Spider-Man. Reedus has to look pretty much everywhere, 360.
The quickness on Jitward saying, I've had enough, no more Ultron, goes over immediately to the Spider-Man. Has Santos being able to get aggressive with this Inviswoman, and Kendrick does have that It's Jeff. Reedus too, with that Glartrox ready to go as he uses it up on the high ground. Talk about with that mobility, tries to send it back to them. The It's Jeff though, trying to help them out as Reedus gets trapped just real quick over to the back end, tries to see if they can try to help out and enable this backline themselves, because the Glartrox is sent out now from the other side from Zeta.
Well, he didn't bring it back, but it's tough because of the wall there. It's hard to bring it back, yeah. But they're still up in this fight, and I'm surprised they didn't get the KO. Mainly it's because the support there. Xantho tried to go for a play, by the way, in the spawn. Yo, what the hell is my invisible woman doing in their spawn doors? But in this case, Xantho's been doing most of the work with Jitward, and they're able to find the KO off of that Spider-Man ult. Can they find any more, though? The peel is here. That's the whole point of this comp, is to play counter dive, and they're losing people, but they are trading on the offense. Cart, though, has just been also, you talked about Elsa being server admin. They have 2 server admin in the lobby right now, with Vanpool being here too.
You let Zatex have Elsa. Like, the fact that we just saw Zatex pop off on the Mantis, what do you expect when you're going to have Zatex now have control over the Elsa? Tones too, giving the backup over to Silent Blaze, over to the diving Inviswoman of Xanthos in the spawn room gates. Not going to see that happen again because Tones has that communication. He will have that freedom charge as well. As we take a look at Iffy, who's going in for a flank because he's got that hammer ready to slam down to the ground. No! Jitward! He knocked him on the head. Un cocotazo, as you can see it in Hispanic culture here when it comes to punishing your little ones. And now Lunex are just scattered. They need to reset. This is more time wasted away from them in the next minute and less than 30 seconds.
Dude, the amount of times I've seen Xantho go down in their backline is hilarious. This guy is doing all he can to support the play style, and it's working, kind of, right? Like, they're down a couple this fight. The nice picks from Reedus, bringing the hills back into it, but there's already a minute left. Captain America to maybe slow down the pace of things. And if he's still holding onto that Thor ult too, by the way, they had to swap to their own Thor in the middle of all of this. We don't have anything except Zatex with his ult in a second. Maybe Jitward can create some space for it, set them up in the front line together, and if he can zone him out, right? But it's going to be tough. because they have to look at this Elsa the entire time. Both Elsas, meanwhile, sitting with their ults.
And it's peeving too, right? If you're Regis, you're looking at Kendrick, who's able to just get Jitward back up to health. Zatex now releases the Glartrax, brings it back before he slams into the wall and finds Iffy. Big, because Iffy won't be able to get a reset. And then it hits Zatex here on the other side. Both Thors out of play because they have found themselves on the bottom end of the food chain against the Apex Predator.
Yeah, that ult is so good, but also so hard to connect on sometimes because it's so valuable. But oh my goodness, dive coming in early towards Tico again. It's tough to live on the Namor when you used all your cooldowns and there's a Spider-Man just flying around the map like he is. And now there's no more Namor to hard counter Jitward. Will they be able to live this Spider-Man ult and just KO him? They do so. Iffy in the Thor does go down, but did he create some space? He's going to switch over. Potentially, Xantho's going to go down in the middle of this fight too. I mean, Regis is going super far into the back line, but will make his way back to the team. We are now in overtime, and the Vanguards have to focus on keeping the objective up. Meanwhile, Zatex does trade out Regis, and without him in this fight, that's a huge edge. However, the strat and ult advantage is in Ludex's favor if Logan can come back. With overtime taking down, he's missing 2. This invisible boundary is going to be missing a lot of the team, sadly.
It is, and that's why you see Logan holding on to it. Portal play also was forced out. The invisible boundary now comes in, but Kendrick was ready with the It's Jeff. And while Regis is dancing around here on the Daredevil, something that Lunas could play, while Yeah We Lost had gotten him banned out from the very beginning, they're able to recontest this as quickly, but they cannot get off this card. Look at the overtime by a pixel.
Oh
my.
He was trying to get rid of Jitward, but Jitward comes back up to the squad, and then they just take him out. So huge reads by the team to help support Jitward, who comes in with the Spider-Man ultimate, tries to close it out, gets the Doctor Strange. But will they find any more? I mean, there's no more straddles. Can they even hold on in terms of Ludex? The answer is no. No more Mr. Nice Guy for Jitward, because Yeah We Lost just held them at 92 meters.
The Deadpool too, man. Like, you've just been able to also try to give him some support here from the other side. I mean, Cart was able to split 3 members of Lunex's attention when they were stuck in the hallway where the health pack was. Meanwhile, Jitward had their way with the Vanguards of Lunex. That was a great way of taking control, fight after fight. You still can get a little tricky on that second checkpoint if you're able to get set up very early. But obviously, Dogman, the #1 change up there was Jitward going onto the Pride and True Spider-Man.
Yeah, he flew on to it. They could do it. I mean, you can run the BP alongside the Hulk for the Gamma Shields. I mean, those are crazy, right? Like, it's possible to run the full dive as well, but you can maybe only do it for, like, a fight. Look for the backline if they play triple. But, like you mentioned, yeah, like, that was some nice plays out of the side of Yeah We Lost, and the reads towards the height to help Jitwards in that place. I mean, getting held in second phase, that's also not very common, I think, for a lot of teams, Vicky.
Yeah. Man, I'm just thinking about this crazy compositions that we've been seeing throughout the course of the weekend, man. This is insane. Like, this is Yeah We Lost, man. This is also, like, crazy because we get to see our MRC teams, like, not only compete with some of the best teams in the region, but get creative with it. Are we really rolling out with this? It looks like this is what we're sticking to. Jitward is going to put on a show for us and see how long it lasts here on the BP. Your eyes do not deceive you. We have this here. Santos is on the Jet, while Kendrick is on the Magic.
Yeah, this is something out of a few seasons ago. I kind of want to just, like, give this comp, like, room to breathe, just see how it plays. Okay, Tico's gotten card already. Never mind. It doesn't matter. It's completely negated because Tico is playing the Elsa now. More proactive hero than I think the name were earlier. Goes for the resets. Okay, there's 1. There's 2. Goodbye, Jeff. Goodbye, Logan. See you later. No more heals now.
That was so worth it, though, as Ludex now are forced to back away. Regis fell a little low here, does get healed back up, but it's the fact that Jitward now gets to roll out on the Spider-Man to then go in to recontest to join up with Yeah We Lost, who are on the attack. Kendrick's still sticking to this Magic, too.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick is one of the OGs alongside, like, Bly Amazing of being a really fantastic Magic player. Mask getting picked, though, on the right side. Nice job to read that. I mean, this is like watching Deathmatch. It really is at this point, Vicky. Like, it's just, if you've never seen these two teams before, you're like, are they playing Mystery Heroes? What's going on? But, like, this is sort of typical for these two teams, right? Tech able to find Tones, trades him. Tico now on to that Elsa. Also has been doing quite well compared to the Namor. I think it's been tough for him on that hero. And to put Regis over to that Daredevil, like you mentioned earlier, that's finally going to be some stabilization for Lunex.
And Logan clapping back here, too. Giving a round of applause after a nice little freeze and follow from Silent Blaze. That's going to be another clear up from Lunex on this defense. And Tones had rolled out on the Angela. Look what's on your screen. It's always the Mask trying to match that with Lunex. Instead of Iffy this time, it's going to be against Tones.
You know, it's the classic strategy, you know, Sun Tzu. If we don't know what we're doing, they don't know what they're doing, you know, or they don't know what you're doing, right? It's intelligent. Logan, you talk about how he's clapping back so far. We're sent back to the spawn due to some excellent aim.
Oh, Logan has had enough as he gets focused once again. He backs away, survives for now, but Regis unfortunately has to pay for it. The car trucks, though, looks huge as they go into their line of sight. They find the 3K. Beautiful follow from Kendrick, too. And with the It's Jeff from Silent Place, it's back to reset because they have to. It's not like there's a lot of time or space that Yaoi Lost need to push this cart to.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, they're all set up in that alley like a bowling alley, honestly. Like, they're just rolling over.
Right.
Yep, strike onto the entire team, send it back to the spawn. 4 minutes now, Vicky, in the second phase, and ultimates are still coming up for Yeah We Lost. They can play even more aggressive again. We saw Xanto do it before with Invisible Boundary. Do you think it happens again?
What the? He was trying to body block them from the hallway. Look how many are stacked from Lunex on this back end. And Zatex is hungry too. Took some notes and was able to try to get the follow, but it was Tico who falls right afterwards. Zatex instead says, release the nothing. And Cart is going to be able to go Omega Hulk to be able to also stall out and beat up the other Hulk here from the side. And that leaves the strat alone. Zatex capitalizes, wraps up in a Yeah We Lost sandwich. And Lunex are trying to brute force their way out because guess what? The Cart is still getting pushed by 2.
I mean, Zatex just kind of farming at this point, man. Like, Tico, I think he's just been tilted ever since going back over to Namor. Here comes everybody, the Angelo into the gem. From Kendrick, that's 4. No way. You can't touch him. And you have one person to touch. It's just the Daredevil. And everybody's sent to third phase where they can't touch the cart. And yeah, we lost them 2-0'd.
No way.
That's crazy, dude.
That was insane.
Yeah, we lost. They're looking like one of the best teams in the entire tournament. And that is not a joke. They play everything and anything under the sun except the meta. And they make the meta at this point because Zatex is the MVP for a good reason. Again, yeah.
Dude, Zatex had Elsa after what you just saw, what he did with the Mantis earlier on. Now, yeah, we lost. They rolled out. Remember we talked about unorthodox compositions? Well, take a look at this stat line. Word out here with 8 finals, but it is the Zatex show with 13 final hits. And with the way that they were trying to roll out originally, Kendrick going over to the Magic first and before swapping over to the Jeff, so that way there wasn't a solo supports for them to work with, they were able to take control over the point. I also feel like just raw mechanic-wise, Doug, man, they didn't get to exit out of the spawn room gates, right? Both of those entrances were being blocked out by Yeah We Lost. If it was Zatex on one side, then you had to deal with Cart on the other. You would get whiplash, having to force your way to at least recontest. But I have to also give credit where it's due. Look at Lunex and look at their stat line. Regis with 13 finals, 26-6. Like, I like the iteration that we are currently seeing from Lunex. This was absolutely closer and way more competitive than what we saw in the grand finals within the MRC in our best of 7.
Yeah, absolutely. I just need to see something, I guess, out of Tico. It's hard because, like, Regis has to go play with the Daredevil, and then Tico can't really do anything on the Elsa. So they have some things to figure out, and I think that, yeah, we lost, looked super comfortable in their hero pool. But again, I mean, Lunex, a good showing, but still in a loss, Vicky. I mean, that may not matter if they get eliminated from the group and relegated.
Yeah, because remember, we only have these 2 weeks, right, of the preseason. You have to look on ahead to see what your matches are looking like for the following weekend. And yeah, we lost now, sitting pretty with another dub. They sit at the top of Group B alongside Liquid Citadel. I believe their next series is going to be against TSM and Space Station. Space Station being first on day number 1 for next weekend, and then rather TSM on the second day. So that's going to be 2 other matches that, yeah, we lost us to prepare for.
And it's honestly kind of crazy that you're looking at those upcoming matchups, and it is the MRC qualified team that you probably favor, just based on the absolute dominance that we've seen from them. You said it there at the very end, Dogman. Are they playing mystery heroes? Like, we don't know what exactly they're playing. They're playing it so well that it literally doesn't matter. They're transcending the meta, it seems. If you're looking back as well as yesterday's match, right? Nightmare versus Yeah We Lost, and Yeah We Lost against Lunex. It's like these teams are bringing out the best, or depending on how you see it, the worst of each other. Like, they're just baiting each other into off-meta picks. I absolutely love that.
This is what they do, man. Like for Lunex, I think they've been kind of like leaning into that side a little bit more recently. But yeah, we lost. They're just like this. They are built differently for sure. And you know, I think you guys talked about it. I mean, that matchup, by the way, will be the end of the next week between Team Liquid and Yeah We Lost. So that could be for the first seed. That would be an insane match to see.
That is so crazy. We all knew that Yeah We Lost is going to thrive in this meta. Like just based on what we've seen from them in MRC, they were so very dominant on the dive, and now the dive is so strong. Like we did place them pretty high, but yeah, fighting for the first slot, that's kind of crazy. That's honestly wild.
I think it's a statement when you see that like Light wasn't gonna try to ditto the Spider-Man matchup against Jitward. Meanwhile, like Jitward is rolling out on the Spider-Man and he's still trying to make it work on certain maps. I mean, yeah, we lost, yeah, we won. We know it's a playoff of words, but they're never go like with the meta. They create their own meta in every single series you've seen.
Yeah, and they're honestly, as we said, they're making it work, right? Jitward rolling out on Spider-Man, but then also they played the Duelist, Deadpool. I don't think we've really seen any other team utilizing that. I think they even had the Strategist pool. Was that yesterday or the day before yesterday?
No, that was just now. Yeah, they did it.
Oh, they did it again just now. Okay, I was thinking there was so much going on. I missed that one. Yeah, but there are so many swaps. I do want to give credit to both of these teams because they are not afraid to make those changes. Lunex as well, right? On like the timer on OT, and they're still making swaps just to try to get a compositional advantage. Like to have the guts to do that, that says a lot about the faith you have in your teammates.
Yeah, they go all in, right? Like you can see, like they had a Strat player spawn camping. Like they are, and that's how you're gonna play it. You know, it's not about making. I mean, for a lot of teams, they don't realize it. In Marvel Rivals, I think it's especially in this dive meta where like every melee character can be viable. It does feel like, you know, any strategy is a good strategy as long as we do it together, right? Like as long as you're going in as a cohesive unit, it's a good strat, right? Like it's not a dumb play if everybody does it.
That's right. If you're wrong, you just gotta be wrong together, and then is anyone really wrong?
Let's all fail the SAT together.
I mean, you just have to be on the same page, or at least read the same book. Like some teams are literally like
so
in
you're
different
saying, wait,
parts of the library.
So you're saying I could collude with my teammates and my IRL classmates if I'm in college if they're like doing a level graded system, you know? Imagine we all get a 0. Does that mean we all ace the test?
Yes, because then as a collective you can gaslight your teachers into thinking that they got it wrong.
This is not good.
There's a whole group of people who believe the Earth is flat, so clearly it's working out for some groups. Yeah, no. I think, strength to the people. It's together we are strong. You gotta team up, as we would say, right? As long as you're teamed up, it's all good. That's right, we really did. We're, of course, waiting for our post-match interview right now to pick the brains of our winners after this really, really entertaining match. Just like back to back to back, they're keeping the masses entertained. I'm really excited to see more of them, not just in the preseason, but then also heading into the regular season.
There's always like one team, man, like every year. Like I feel like we can, I don't know, we're not biased, obviously, none of us are biased, but like, I mean, Yeah We Lost are definitely a team that we can all agree is just so much fun to watch every time they play.
You don't even know what to expect. Like, hello, we did see like the Black Panther for 2 seconds, but that Black Panther took out 2 strats. So you know what? You go through those Z-axis, you go crazy, and then you also run out with a very unorthodox composition and make it work. And then you also throw a lot of people studying out the window when they look back at these VODs to prepare for next week, and they're like, okay, like what? They had Jeff on solo heals for like 2 minutes and they still won.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally impossible to prepare against a team that has like every ace and then some different card games in their sleeves. So like, what you gonna do about that? We do have Card joining us now for a quick chat, so let's bring Card in. Card, hello and welcome, and congratulations, another dub on the board for you guys, and man, are we entertained by what we're seeing. Walk me through this though. What was your approach to this match? Preparation-wise, but also mindset-wise, given that you just recently won against them in a very convincing fashion, granted on a different patch.
We beat them in MRC 4-0, so we were just looking at the ban lines we used and just talking about that for like our entire warm-up time, because the game is on the old patch and the live server, the team that was warming us up doesn't have access to the old patch, so we just spend all the time focusing on the ban line.
Well, I mean, in that regard, you guys just made it like unscathed this week, which is a little crazy, right? Like for you guys, I know that you know you're a great team, and I know that you guys have been practicing a lot with these comps forever, basically. But did you expect, I think, this week to go as well as it did? I mean, for you guys to like make it through week 1, undefeated so far. Now you get to practice against teams on the next patch. I mean, that's got to obviously feel good, first of all. But like, how are you preparing going into next week, maybe for that patch change that you just mentioned?
It feels really good, obviously. I wish we didn't drop a map to Nightmare. I think we just played terribly, and then I C9'd on the last point in overtime. But I think
your name's cart lover, man. You didn't love the cart there. What the hell?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's kind of in the name, so kind of unfortunate that happened. But to prepare, I think we're just gonna like experiment with letting Elsa through a lot because she lost 25 health. And then playing a lot more White Fox because she is really good.
Makes a lot of sense because now with those buffs, I feel like it really benefits some teams versus like other teams that may not feel very comfortable rocking that White Fox. I mean, with you guys, you create your own meta, you create your own compositions. I feel like it gives everybody like whiplash. They're not really sure what to expect. Like, can you explain a little bit how about your approach specifically against Team Liquid Citadel as that final match within the preseason to determine like who is actually going to take that first seed? Because obviously you guys are the crowd's favorites. They are very entertained watching you guys without revealing, you know, all the plans up your sleeve. How are you specifically feeling about that specific matchup versus Liquid Citadel? Do you guys think that you would be #1 coming out of Group B?
I think it's very possible. It'll be hard. If we play well, we should be able to beat them. We lost to the core of Liquid in the Mega Monthly under the name Race Car, and at the time we didn't have a gun, so they were playing Ultron, and we were on all melee heroes. But now we have Zatex who plays guns, so it'd be really nice to have another shot with somebody to shoot the Ultron that's in the air.
Generally, if you're looking at your group, obviously you got to be coming in confident, saying that you expect to be on top. Who's after that? Who do you think is going to be the 4 teams that are making it to the playoffs?
It could go either way. I think any team other than us and Liquid has a team of not making it, or has a chance of not making it.
Okay,
I
so
think it could go
it's a really
anyway.
tight group then.
Yeah. I think Lunex probably won't, but between the other 3 TSM, SSG, and Nightmare, I don't really know what can happen there. I think the Nightmare SSG match will kind of decide it. That's happening pretty soon.
As a fellow MRC team, do you cheer Lunex on though? Are you kind of rooting for fellow MRC teams or not at all?
Yeah, I used to be on a team with Tico, so I love him. But I think Ippy and Tones are really good as well, but I think they still have a lot to figure out. I think they can be really good in the future, but I'd like to see them win. I'd like to see them perform. I thought they were going to beat TSM whenever I saw they got a map, but fortunately they didn't.
Yeah, I honestly saw by the way, I just have to make a comment because I was laughing myself. Stop making sense. Is that how you get your power up? Like aside from your heroes, like the longer your hair gets, the crazier you get on Hulk or something. So what do you mean stop making sense? Does that go hand in hand with your comps?
It's yeah, pretty much, and then I have the YWL up there as well. But it's a quote from a band called Talking Heads, and I just think they're really cool. But yeah, that's part of it. It's pretty connected to we lost as a whole.
Gotcha.
Right on. Well, Court, thank you so much for joining us for the chat. Thanks for sharing the insight, and best of luck next week.
Thank you so much. I'll probably see you guys again.
Oh, see you soon.
I'm probably the only one who is willing to talk to us in the post-match interview, so got to hear a lot from Court, which I love. Great to get to pick their brains and hear it from the teams. Yeah, it is such a heartbreaker though. Like Lunex do play so well, right? For them to be 0-3 after the performance they had, because I'm looking at them and like I'm feeling confident about that roster.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I'm sure Vicky is as well. Like this team doesn't feel like an 0-3 team. It really doesn't, and we'll see. Maybe they have a chance. Like you said, they're down an 0-3 hole. But, you know, FlyQuest could be in that earlier or later on, too. Maybe we'll see in their matchup, too.
Well, for now, we are going to head into a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're far from done here. Match 3 is coming up. It's going to be Sentinels taking on yet another MRC team, Cafe Rose. You don't want to miss it.
What's up, guys? Welcome. We're going to talk about right now the current standings of all the teams in the America region. Now, there's plenty of days to have the preseason shake up, but as it stands, Group A, Group B, where do the teams land? And then, Shib, I want to talk about who you think might maybe get more wins under their belts, and some of these shift a bit, especially those with the predictions out there. You want to know exactly how they're going to do. Well, Group A, the group of death. Let's start there. Swamp Gaming is going to be in first place as of now. NRG followed by that. Sentinels, then Cafe Rose, followed by 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. Now, to be fair, some of these teams have not played 2 matches, some have, and so that's going to affect someone like 100 Thieves who, you know, they took a loss, and that's going to take them all the way down, even though FlyQuest played twice and they're at the bottom. But that's how it's working right now, yeah?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, in NRG up in second place, they have another opportunity to keep moving forward if they win their next match. They've only played 1 day as well.
If you look at Group A, who do you think is going to move from here? Obviously, I think 100 Thieves should definitely be able to move on up. We'll see how far they can move up with NRG beating them, right? That's going to be one team that they're going to have to look to either hope to drop a game or, you know, move past. If NRG plays perfect, then they will be in control of their own destiny, as we like to say, as well as Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I think we definitely see Thieves moving up. Sentinels has potential too. They started locking in yesterday, and that was exciting. But again, I mean, it's like with these teams, it's like any given day. I will say that when we looked at 100 Thieves and NRG, they were so closely matched, and you obviously were there for that. That was one of those games that we've, you know, in terms of early season, like it was just mind blowing to watch, a ton of fun. So they're up there even. So no matter what, I think they're going to get closer on the leaderboard. But yeah, I mean, it's so tricky because I want to say Cafe Rose has a chance to move forward because they look good. But right now, there's so much talent in A. I think it's any given day. Right now, it's got to be roughly similar, I'd say.
For sure. I think a lot of fans out there have 2 things highlighted. It's Swamp Gaming versus NRG, which is today, day 3. So that's going to answer a lot of questions. And then Swamp Gaming versus 100 Thieves. I think those are some of the matchups to see some of these kind of even out. And then I would say Sentinels to punch up above those top 3 as well and kind of see how they measure up to them. Obviously, we saw a little bit of that on day 1, but we want to see the classic 100 Thieves. Sentinels, like sometimes teams play other teams just better on how it works. It's not always 1 for 1. So that's going to be Group A and how that's going to shake up. And again, Cafe Rose was a lot of people's last team, and they're looking like they're definitely not going to be towards that last spot, at least of right now. But over to Group B, this is where I think we see a lot more shakeup, most likely as these teams either get rust off them or they just continue to play others and things kind of work out their way. Right now, Team Liquid is leading the pack at the top, followed by Yeah We Lost, which, hey, prediction-wise, that's where I had the 1 and the 2. But we did have SSG to follow that, followed by TSM, Nightmare, and then we had Loon X Gaming. Anything jump out to you?
Major things to call out. Nightmare was right up there with Yeah We Lost. Obviously going to map 3. Struggled a bit on the 3rd map. So I think they'll likely move up. They only have 1 match under their belt right now. So not the best distribution. Obviously, once they play again today, we might see where that shakes up. But that's a similar story for Yeah We Lost, who won their very first matchup, obviously, against Nightmare. So they have the potential to stay right in that spot or in contention with Team Liquid. Citadel, but I will say Team Liquid Citadel, I don't see them moving at all. I don't know about your take on that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that they right now have a pretty anchored start to it. I mean, if you look at them already taking down someone like SSG, that's a great win. If they beat Yeah We Lost, I think they kind of just cement themselves at the top. Today, it's going to be Nightmare versus SSG, and that is going to shake up, I think, a lot in the middle there because Yeah We Lost has only played 1 as well. They play Lunex, which I would say probably they look favored to win because of how they played them against the MRC. Like we've seen that story play out a little bit. However, anything can happen when you have a couple weeks to prepare. So that's my expectation there. But this one's much more wide open in my opinion. But here's the thing. This is split up into a couple weeks, right? So you're going to have these teams have much more time, the tape, the film, and everything in between to kind of lock in.
Yeah, and we've seen just in day 2 alone, teams have already fixed their banning strategies and looked a lot better, like we were just talking about with Sentinels. That same thing is applied to all of these teams, and not only that, their team compositions and their studying of their opposition. Some teams just play better into others. So very much looking forward to seeing what happens today, because I think it's going to set the tone for what we're going to see in the future.
Absolutely. Well, we'll find out more in day 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back after this break to some more action.
Welcome back, everyone. Match 3 is upon us. It's going to be Sentinels taking on Cafe Rose. Now, Sentinels performed a lot better yesterday. When we saw them on day 1, I think a lot of people were really worried, like, do they have the right idea? Do they have the right pieces to play in the current meta? And they did make the necessary switches, so their match yesterday looked a lot better. However, there is a bit of a caveat there, because they did go up against a very much struggling FlyQuest. So the real question is, have they been tested? Now, on the other side, they will be going up against Cafe Rose, a team that no one really had on their radar until they popped off in their first match of the season, which was also against FlyQuest, who is struggling. So, transitive properties. Who beat FlyQuest harder? Is that the better team?
Maybe. I mean, like, at this point, both teams have gone through a side quest, sadly, in FlyQuest. We'll see if they can
so
rebound. I mean, everybody else would say it's been like actually overused. Like, everyone's like, oh my god, FlyQuest more like side quest. You know, we get it.
It's first time I'm hearing it, so I'm still.
Oh, good. You're getting excited for the next year when that's all people say on Twitter, because that's the only thing people say about FlyQuest.
And it will be the first time I'm ahead of a trend. So thank you for filling me in. Now I know better. Let's talk about those two teams that we have at hand, though, and leave FlyQuest out of it. They will be. It will be their turn later today. Sentinels and Cafe Rose. Sentinels made a lot of adjustments. They even treated us to an Ironman with Amazing yesterday. They utilized the Ultron. It was great to see Amazing on those flyers and really doing so much for the team on those as well.
He always wants to go Iron Man. I said it in the interview too. It's like I've never forget his combo with Kurova in the back over at Champs Dogman. He was like, "Man, just let me do it. Like, trust me." And then we had the interview, and I'm like, "All right. So did your team trust you?" He's like, "Yeah, obviously. I already knew we were going over. That was the perfect map to run it. It was all Jalia, and then they were able to really pop off with it." And will it work this time around? I mean, we've even seen, like, what was it, like Torch and EMEA in Central Park. So these more vertical maps have been bringing very interesting comps. I'm not expecting that to go down because Torch has kind of had their wings clipped when it comes to Americas, getting ready with it, with the amount of Elsa that you allow through in these pick and ban phases. Why we keep Elsa coming through is my question mark. But we have to take a look at Cafe Rose, because I feel like Dogman, Zoe said this perfectly. If Swamp Gaming was able to take out Sentinels, and then Cafe Rose beat FlyQuest, but Swamp Gaming beat Cafe Rose, and now Sentinels beats FlyQuest, we have flipped the script, right? Now I feel like this is the determining factor on where these teams stay, because it's kind of like that 3rd to 4th place in the overall standings for Group A, where these two teams are still kind of figuring out where they sit, but Sentinels have been still forcing out this triple strat.
Yeah. You lost me a little bit, because I'm just like...
Oh, rather, sorry, 5 and 4.
No, you only lost me because, like, the freaking math of this group is getting crazy. Like, it's like actually like I was like getting you at the first part, and then like just the story of Group A has just been insane. Like, it actually is clinically insane, and that's why it's perfect for you, Vicky, because like I do feel like Swamp Gaming being at the top was unexpected. And you mentioned how like your predictions are looking a lot better now for a good reason, because it's kind of just been wild. And somehow you and Zoe have both read this, that Group A was just going to be Swamp Gaming at the top. And now Sentinels and Cafe Rose are fighting to be in the group. Nobody even expected, like you said, Cafe Rose. They weren't on anybody's radar.
Cue the X-Files music, too. And I said like 3 or 4. I said like 3 or 4. I meant like 4 or 5, technically, because that's kind of like what we've been seeing with Energy popping off. I would say that one thing, too. Energy has absolutely taken this group by a chokehold, too.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic. I love that it is so very competitive in both of our groups. Like, you literally can say it's anyone's game. It actually is. Now, if you're watching and you're new here and you don't know why people had Cafe Rose at the very bottom of the standings, not only were they were the last team to qualify through MRC, but then they also came here and they had to replace 2 big pieces of their roster, right? So they are playing on very short notice with 2 different players, which they do have pre-existing synergy with each other. Sanji as well as Pro Builder, they played together on Extinction, but still, like, slotting 2 new pieces into this team in a new meta as well, and coming into this very competitive group, we did not really see that going down too well for them. Alas, they did deliver. They looked very, very cohesive, very aggressive, and the synergy is just there.
Yeah, they've kind of just built it, right? That's, I think you said, like, I think Vicky also mentioned it. Like, this Cafe Rose team is just getting kind of stronger. But that's the tough part, and that's why I think this matchup is so compelling to me, Zoe, is because, like, Sentinels, we can all agree day one, they kind of flopped, right? Like, they did not look like the Sentinels of old. They did something very poor in their draft process, and maybe after the game versus FlyQuest looked to rebound, and it's tough. That's why this is such a hard prediction, because both teams kind of stomped FlyQuest, which was unexpected, and now we get to really see them go head-to-head on the first map, which is going to be Burn the Chala, and that's going to be the answer to all of our questions.
Yeah, I am excited for this one. Sentinels taking on Cafe Rose in our 3rd match of the day.
All right, thank you, Zoe. Heading into the ban phase. All right, Vicky, what do you think they ban out, first of all? Like, I don't know if you agree with me, but, like, it seems to me that, you know, last time Sentinels kind of messed up the ban phase, right? You mentioned how important Elsa is, and they're already going straight for Gambit instead.
Yeah, and with Cafe Rose immediately taking out the Elsa, we've seen Yushir like pop off. We know that Raimazing is like a professional Ditto, but I think another important thing to note was that Korova wasn't like in the starting lineup that we saw from Sentinels before. Like, they've been slotting in a different look for Sentinels in general, and I think that's important to highlight, because when we have Pro Builder and you have Korova in the same lobby, and Mirror is now being slotted out for Sentinels, and now Korova's back. Are we going to see the Adam Warlocks? Like, what year is it? I don't think so. I'm not too sure. It depends on what this pick and ban phase is looking like. But with the Gambit being protected, you see the Elsa on the other side. That means you don't want the damage boost from the Mantis. So it kind of forces out that ban away from Sentinels. And they've also have had to review which different compositions that Sentinels likes to ring out. Because we talked about, we lost being a very unorthodox. Sentinels are kind of still sticking to, like, the old true strategy, despite the ultimate nerfs that we've had.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. I think they've been kind of mixing things up, and I don't know, like, for Sentinels, this is the time that you have to take advantage of them if you're Cafe Rose, right? Like, because the patch was only, like, the new season even was only, like, what, 15 days ago or less now at this point? I don't know, like, last Friday or Thursday or whatever. Like, it's not been that long, even with the new patch that we'll get next week with the White Fox changes everybody's talking about. But, like, usually it takes teams like an entire month to figure out a patch, in my opinion. So this is going to be interesting to kind of get the overarching theme of things. But as you mentioned, Vicky, we're going to see both Invisible Woman and Gambit like banned and protected for Team Sentinel. So again, more focused towards the strategist line. And for Cafe Rose, they're kind of mixing things up as well, making sure that, you know, the Van Pool doesn't get in alongside the Star-Lord and Elsa. So I don't know about you, but I'm leaning towards Cafe Rose. What are you thinking in the ban phase?
I agree too, actually. The fact that they could protect the Venom and the Elsa, you have the Anti, but they do have to deal with the fact that they don't have a Gambit, Invis, and Mantis. That's fine, because we've seen Pixel play off of the Luna Respect too with these BRBs. When you have Pro Builder on the Moon Knight, I'm not too sure if that's what we're really going to start with. Yeah, you have a lot of close quarter fights when you're getting onto the other side of the hallway, but this is Pro Builder. When we saw him go over to Moon Knight, I believe it was over in New York, so it's a little bit easier to break through those chokeholds when you're expecting like a triple Vanguard hold, but this is domination. This is map number 1, and now with Sentinels on their side with Raimazing being on Ultron, this was kind of like that first team just yesterday where we started seeing more utilization of Ultron proceeding in throughout that day.
Yeah, it can work, and I think, you know, I guess the things that we've seen different, maybe for like the side of we lost, like Vicky earlier they did the Mantis stuff with like the DPS pool and stuff, right? Like that's always something that they can switch to, but maybe not Sentinels, right? Like they have to think a little bit inside the box slightly, right? Like with this Ultron like pocket composition, it's I guess quite different than what we would see out of maybe a more fast-paced squad.
It also means that Cafe Rose, the fact that they're not running the Magneto, there's not going to be a bubble on Pixel when he's going to be using the Eternal Bond, which is something that Dogman's going to be looking for with the Meteor M. They were expecting the portal, though, as it tries to cut them off from the other side. Sentinels getting ahead of them. Cafe Rose now wrapped up from behind. And it's all up here for Pro Builder to try to follow up not only between No Binds, but also with Sia, and No Binds is ready for it to pop that armor.
I mean, they're running this composition to kind of deal as well with that Rocket Raccoon ult that's going to come in. Nice freeze to slow down the Venom. But Lyric, oh no, caught out towards the point, doesn't have the team's help. I mean, Yusher just kind of walking forward, though the BRP does bring him back. In terms of ultimate charge, Sentinel should be able to get this Ultron's rage up, but it might be at the same time Pro Builder taking a ton of damage meanwhile from Yusher, who's just playing hard peel style. Slows down the Venom. In the meantime, with the stun, able to fly back to the team, though. Nice shield from Lyric, too. So Sentinels, with this first point, though, are kind of just able to play towards the back until they have ultimates. They're sitting at the edge.
Crimzo was literally a pixel of health, and look at the extermination, both respect and Ramazing getting that fast, but Shanji from the skies clips Ramazing's wing, which invalidates the extermination and allows Cafe Rose to walk up and also reclaim the point because there was no stall from Sentinels.
I mean, we literally heard in the interview, Cart Lover's like, we didn't have the gun character player on our team to deal with Ultron in the sky. And, you know, when the gun character is in the lobby with Zenji, he's just able to take down Ultron. Amazing's ult gone to waste, nothing else to follow up. And I would have thought maybe they built Sport ult, Stratos ults in the time, but they just didn't, right? So now they only have 25% of the board, which is not a lot, honestly, considering the advantage they had. And now you're going against this Glortron, or Glortrox, which could be disgusting.
I like the Galtron. It's almost like a hybrid real quick, maybe. If you have the Ranger Royal Flush, at least you can deal with it because you get to purify right through it over from the other side, at least try to back away. The Iron Phoenix, as the reset comes in from Yusher, but unfortunately could not land its mark. There was no follow-up damage. Pixel stays alive for now, and also stays alive through a Meteor M, it looks like, from Dogman. Kurova's ready with the Invisible Boundary, and now the Lyric comes in with an Eye of Agamotto just hitting Ghost. The Pro Builder wants to go in for these follow-ups, but unfortunately it's distracting the piece. At the moment, it still benefits Cafe Rose because they still have control over the point, but they've lost out on Pro Builder. Amazing's upset, and he finds no binds in the process. That's 2 out, and Sentinels get to reclaim this point shortly.
Yeah, sadly, I mean, Pro Builder was committed. Nobody was there to really help him, and now Respect's ultimate has to be held. And the Phoenix might build Phoenix ult in time to counter it. So, rough fight, I think, for Cafe Rose. Both teams appear to be a little bit messy, honestly. Like, there's a lot of mistakes going on the board. These fights are lasting a lot longer, I think, than we would see out of other squads. But maybe things change moving forward, right? Sentinels, they need to build up this Phoenix ultimate, I think, to counter Respect. May not happen, but it depends on how much space they give it.
All eyes too on Pro Builder and trying to get impact here with this Galactic Legend, especially with Ramazing having the extermination. Rallying up the troops though with the Freedom Charge is going to be Crimzo, who had made that swap off of Venom into that Captain America, and Yusher pulls up and takes the full opportunity to find a 3K. That BRB, unfortunate for Pixel, is going to be to no avail. They take him out back to back. He had no other choice, and Sentinels get to wrap up around Cafe Rose in terms of their progress on the point.
I mean, I guess, like, the idea is they get ults out, they get Cap ult out, but that's a little brutal because, I mean, they didn't have the Phoenix ult just yet, I think, on Yusher's side. They probably would have built it, so it makes sense why he wants to hold on to it. But they're still getting countered in that regard, so I really wonder what Cafe Rose do here. I mean, they have to find a pick in the neutral, but they're still against a lot of Shred ults.
And with this opening things up with the Sia, you try to send him out the Galactic originally from the other side, but Senji finds Kuruma! No way, he was about to have the Invisible Boundary. This has Amazing, at least with the extermination, to help resustain while they wait out on Kurova. But this also allows Sentinel to at least kind of move back, give some space to Cafe Rose. They're about to hit 9 numbers.
Nobody
and Cafe
touching.
Rose took a point! Dude, what? And they had taken out Kurova too, which means Kurova will have Invisible Boundary for the next round, but they could have literally contested. They almost like they were afraid or feeling very pressured out because they could have walked beyond that choke. It was the extermination from Ramazing that they were trying to respect, but there was no time. They had to recontest, and no binds had ult.
Oh, that's just brutal. That is, but like, oh god, that's rookie mistake, man. That just is. There's
We're
no.
seeing it more
like,
often, dude.
That's like one of the worst I've seen, Vicky. That's brutal. I mean, honestly, in that last fight, it looked like No Binds actually doesn't have his keyboard, like, bound. Like, what is he doing? Like, why can't we touch? Like, why is nobody touching? Like, I'm actually gonna like, what are we doing? Ah! They're too scared, Vicky.
Shit.
They're just like, they're playing too scared in it with the advantage. Like you said, like, Kurova overextended, got picked, he fed. Cafe Rose needs to take advantage of it. No Binds setting up his play, I get that. But someone's got to touch the damn point, man. That's embarrassing.
especially when they were doing so well, right? They had advantage in that fight, and even if Kurova came back with Invisible Boundary, it was still winnable here, but we got to move on to the round number 2 here. Can't look back now. Only moving forward. Big piece of the abyss here. Meanwhile, no one's looking at Pixel. Fear Magneto, Meteor M trying to crash down, though, and Kurova was ready with that Invisible Boundary. Now it's going to be matched with Lyric, having the Meteor M, looking for one of those strats. Nice protection, though, over to the other side. Shooting blind, too, with Kurova being on the other back end of that Invisible Boundary, and still getting dove by this Venom. Pixel's going to be able to move everybody from Cafe Rose and keep harassing Sentinels because they have the number advantage and the point advantage.
Yeah, but Sentinels keep presenting opportunities for Cafe Rose to take advantage. They're still touching. Yes, they're down a member of their squad, so they have to still play it slow, using every cooldown to touch. No ultimates just yet either for Sentinels. So this is going to be actually very hard to hold on to. But Cafe Rose have been so slow to take advantage of their ultimate advantage. Like, they're going in with this, like, spin to win with the ultimates before anything from Sentinels has been built. They're letting Sentinels get back into this fight. Now we're committing Star-Lord and the See Ya Later in the middle of the fight. Maybe we can get advantage. Finally, they do so, and they take people out. But they're a little bit too slow to react sometimes over Sentinels when Sentinels is giving them an edge. But Sentinels trying to find some picks. They actually do so across the map from Dongman's team up with the Gambit. So they're kind of still in it, oddly enough, Sentinels are.
Oh, yeah, they have way more damage output, too. I mean, just the fact that you have the Sia, it's going to be the discount Raging Royal Flush, and it doesn't get the same impact that the Raging Royal Flush does afterwards. And Sentinels with Crimzo, who had stalled from the very beginning, finally, now, Sentinels flipped the point for the first time of the series. That was a very long initial fight.
Yeah, this is wild. But that's what I'm saying. Like, this is Cafe Rose's opportunity to take down Sentinels, and they just floundered every single time. Like, Sentinels in these cases, you know, whether it be Amazing overextending or Kurova or Yusher, you know, this team is obviously still working on the coordination a little bit. We'll see if they can finally put things together. There will be against Sanji and a ton of ults, but with this Ultron's Rage, they're going on the aggression. This is what you would want to see out of the opposite side of Cafe Rose. Oh my God, was that block from Dongman?
No way! I mean, even, and did you see the also turnaround from Amazing, who also started shooting the end part of the extermination towards it just in case, but it looked like it was blocked out from the other side as now Pro Builder move up, find Amazing. I mean, there's only so many directions Amazing could look at as they try to dive onto the strats. Fear Magneto, Meteor M. Shanji, though, has found both of the strategists from Sentinels, leaving that Meteor M, hitting nothing but blanks. His Dogman is the next one to go out, and only leaving Crimzo as Amazing comes out of the spawn room gates.
Yeah, I like it so far. Honestly, the switch up, the Daredevil play has been nice out of Zanji. Nice ultimate as well. Towards the height, you know, couldn't save him, couldn't keep him alive. Now this upcoming fight, we also did use Phoenix ultimate, so we know Cafe Rose's Respect has that free Rocket Raccoon ultimate to fight in this upcoming fight. Depends on how he places it, depends on how safe it is, right? Like, Cafe Rose, we know they've been a little bit slow to react. Zanji now caught out by the Captain America, who's keeping these flanks in check. But we'll see if Yusha can find the pick in the neutral before they use the rocket ult. But no, Respect pops it intelligently, I think, even though they're not going to find KOs. It's probably worthwhile just to make sure you can at least get a fight win.
It does, but now Sentinels, by the way, are trying to back cap, and the Cafe Rose realize it. They go right back to the point while Sentinels try to walk up for free up on the high ground. They just give space to them. It was all thanks to Crimzo on the cap. You're wondering, too, we've been seeing a lot more cap bans, unfortunate for Poly, but it's also been targeted towards Crimzo, too, here, and this is the reason why. The stall potential is on another level. You want to get the Mosquito Swatter and slap that cap away from the points, and he's got the Freedom Charge to help out with the stall, as well as Pro Builder looking to get into an angle to utilize the Apex Predator.
And they're all over the point. Everybody trying to play her inside these drones. Pro Builder going down the Yusha. Nice job. Respect. Obviously dodging around, making sure they maintain height. Sentinels trying to get that flip, and they'll do so, like you said. Just able to walk into point, Invisible Boundary, and cap ults enough to deal with Cafe Rose. And I'm back to spawn. Now for Cafe Rose. They give up that point. You have Meteor M to counter that Ultron's Rage, but will it be peeled for yet again on the side of Sentinels like they did in the last fight from Dong?
Find out with Yusher having the follow-up potential and the reset. Here you go with the extermination is ready. Raging Royal Flush is going to be the ready, set, go. Crimzo does get frozen. Meteor M tries to focus down on the Gambit, and Yusher finds Respect. No Sia available for this next upcoming fight. No binds is incredibly low. Pixel's having the dance up, trying to back away too. But Sentinel's nearing already 85%. With the extermination, they're down these two members, and Crimzo is harassing Shanji. He manages to get away in time thanks to Pixel being in an off angle to help them out. And Cafe Rose, they still haven't flipped the point just yet, but with the information they've called out on Amazing in the air.
I mean, Zanji's able to run free roam into the back line, close to that ultimate as well. I mean, Sentinels do have the point at the very least. Respect still sitting with ultimate. They know there's no Phoenix ultimate too, so he could pop this whenever, but don't know if they need to because they have that Daredevil going ham. The Pocket, nice job with the clap to keep everybody alive as long as possible around the patty cake. But it's not enough, sadly, considering you don't have any ultimates. Now they go back to spawn, Vicky. 66% of the board. They'll flip it. But this is getting dicey. I mean, the last fight, maybe Sentinels could have taken advantage with a little bit more ultimates outside of that. They're going to stagger Raimazing, who has to slowly walk off the map. The Cafe Rose are in an interesting spot now, Vicky. They have to still play a little reactive, but Sentinels don't have ultimates at all. They have to build Kurova's ultimate. And I mean, for his case, I'm wondering, if he's going to get picked by Pro Builder again, who went off with the Glartrox in the previous fight.
And information from Shandy, who's going to be able to retell that to Cafe Rose. They have a Sia, and they have no binds close to that Feast of the Abyss. They have to retouch here if you're Sentinels. Cafe Rose close to that 99%. You're having that 1v1 against no bind specifically. Remember, he does have that reset, at least with the armor, as well as the extra health from the Feast of the Abyss. Overtime now activated, and Crimzo is looking to strike. He has to stall potential with that Freedom Charge, and they're going to be rotating that together with Kurova once he uses that Invisible Boundary. But right now, Cafe Rose have a BRB. That's also a difference maker as no binds comes in, and Usual won't be able to come in with a reset off the Phoenix ult.
Well, nobody just need to live. Nice anti as well, ultimate onto the backline. But here comes that Glartrox. It should be big. It could be off the map. There goes one. Is it enough? He might die in the middle of this. Oh, yes. Finally, Dongmin is able to take down Pro Builder, who's been playing hyper-aggressive throughout. Kurova days to get found by Lyric at the very least, so that's something. Rage Removal Flush from Playmate is here. But can they find the KO onto Zanji, who is trying to dodge away? Bait timeout of Sentinels. And he does so. I mean, they still have control of the point as well with this. Luna's no ultimate. I mean, you don't have anything. You have the White Fox ultimate coming back to the point and the Meteor M, but they have to find some KOs here with this Meteor M. User has to connect on something. He's got every ult in the book. Can he get rid of this Rocket Raccoon or the backline? Lyric finds one, trades out Playmate, so it's a 1-for-1 of strats. Do we find the KOs after this? We have strat ultimates. Surely we hit the shots, User. Come on, man. There it is. Another one down. Sentinels do get the point flip, but the portal is surely going to come.
And is it going to be enough time? It's by a Pixel, and now Sentinels, they do flip it in their favor. Looking back at Cafe Rose, is going to be Pixel who's going to try to put down that portal. It's ticking down for them, and they currently a Pro Builder on the Spider Bend. There's not enough time to set it down, and Sentinels, they take map number 1.
Holy crap. I'm just in awe, Vicky. Like, Stellar Spaceport could have been their map, and then that one too. I mean, at the end, too many ultimates for sure. The Glartrox wasn't the big. I think that like their Elsa play is playing a little bit too aggressive. Like Dongman's had multiple opportunities where they could have gotten the KO on the Elsa. But regardless, I mean, Cafe Rose are in these fights, but just keep losing grasp because of Sentinels. I guess higher caliber play. I think that they've overall played better. Yusher had most final hits in the lobby, was kind of free. But still kind of a tough round from Cafe Rose to lose, considering, man, they were just seconds away from winning.
And was also consistently contesting Pro Builder. Every single time you saw Pro Builder up on the high ground, who was waiting to blast them off is going to be Yusher. So I think Yusher having that target priority, sure. No Elsa, no problem. Don't worry. We'll be able to roll out Yusher just fine on the Phoenix. And it was dealing a good amount of impact, too, on the backline that was trying to hide side by side together. No Binds wasn't able to get the follow-up. You saw Respect getting targeted, too. Crimzo, despite what you see right there with him getting 8 KOs, going down 3 times, it was the stall potential that also allowed Sentinels in the first place to get that point in their favor.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Vicky. I think you hit the nail on the head right there. I mean, just the call out of Crimzo, you got a great read on it because, I mean, he was just doing everything in the lobby in terms of just impacting the game. And yeah, you're right. He's a big reason they won, even though MVP does go to U-Shirt. Now, for Sentinels, Vicky, can they maintain that going forward, right? Because we go to the next maps, and honestly, Cafe Rose should be best on domination. So this is going to be scary, I think, for Cafe Rose as we go either to Convoy or Convergence. But we're going to go to a short break. We'll see you guys after it for map number 2.
shining lights. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock in, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath-free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져, fade away, moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기선을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This is
Welcome back, everyone. Sentinels are claiming that first map against Cafe Rose, who I gotta be that person. Not the cleanest start from them. They really had to kind of lock in, right? A little bit disappointed at seeing them so, I guess, scattered at the very beginning of it. However, I do want to give some praise out of the gate here. Crimzo, Vicky Kitty, you mentioned him right before we went to a break. Crimzo also has been massive yesterday. Seeing Crimzo back on that Captain America, because day one Crimzo was struggling. The Angela was not a great look for them, but what he got to do yesterday and also today on that cap and how much impact that had on his team, how much space he made for that team, how much distraction he made for that team, like that's a valuable player right there.
Yeah, it is, because then you get to stall out for as long as possible. Even if you lose out on that one player from the beginning of the fight, which we saw actually from Sentinels in that second round, you're able to recontest because Crimzo is just like, you know, there and just basically a dungeon boss because he's not getting taken down because there's so much split attention to what the fight isn't going on in a hallway like that. I really like this look here from Sentinels, but I don't like how messy it looks and how I don't like how messy the beginning fights have looked, at least is the way I'm trying to transcend this into, because they're still sticking to the triple strat, and I wanted to get your thoughts on that too, Dogman, because a lot of eyes on Sentinels and how maybe this comp may not work for them against other higher ranking teams.
Yeah, I think we've seen like really solid teams play it, and they've been good at the past on these compositions, but it's, as you mentioned, I mean, Crimzo's still here on this roster. They split up for a little bit to go to like multiple different teams, but with Korova, Crimzo, and Ramazing back alongside Dongmin, who has also been all over the place, right, playing for a ton of teams after Intergalactic. I think he's been a big linchpin to this team, also improving. And then Yusher has been playing, he was like in the APAC region, I believe, for a little bit, and then back. Yeah, it's a lot of, it's, as you mentioned, they're all really good mechanically skilled players. I'm just wondering if they can keep up, like, improving their team cohesion, I guess, is the thing. And to back to your original point about triple strategist, I think they can run it. It just has to be maybe a little bit, like, more effective and efficient, more aggressive. Like, we can all agree, like, when we saw, we lost play triple strategist, that wasn't just them playing back, right? They were always making plays and going forward. It's a little bit different, I think, when you run the Ultron instead of the Mantis.
Yeah, I think we're still just waiting to see how much dimension there is, how much depth there is to what Sentinels are playing, because they just made those switches yesterday, right? And even in those switches, they initially came out on that triple strategist again, this time having Ramazing on that Ultron. And in the next map, when Ultron was banned, Ramazing did share that with us in the post-match interview. He said, like, what are we going to do when they ban out the Ultron? And that's where Ramazing came in and was like, I can play Iron Man, you know, like if you let me, if Ultron is out of the mix. So that was kind of their go-to in case Ultron is taken out of the mix. But will that work every time, or is it too one-dimensional?
It might be. I mean, it's like, it's tough because in the past when we did see Iron Man, completely different meta though, obviously, but like it did feel like it was good against these dives. Like, you can play counter dive with Ultron, or with Iron Man rather, and it can work. So he's right. But as Vicky said, this guy's like a freaking ravenous dog trying to play Iron Man at all instances. So you never know, I guess.
Well, we're about to find out what they have in store for us as we're heading into map 2. It's match point for Sentinels.
All right, Vicky, what do you think of the change about this ban phase?
I saw right now the Gambit getting banned out, so it's looking very similar, Dogman, because we did see like the Elsa ban out too from Sentinels first, as well from the other side rather, with Cafe Rose making sure that you cannot get popped off on that role, considering that he was just going crazy off of the Phoenix alone. So maybe seeing a similar source to that. You have more open sight lines here too, but it's about getting through that initial choke for Sentinels when they come out of the attack. Do they get away with their Daredevil? I'm wondering here, because we know that this team, they may like the triple strat, but it's also very flexible if they do need to make some of these shifts. Are we going to see the Ultron again, because you still have that verticality? Is something else that I could expect here too?
Yeah, I think there's a lot that you could think. I think maybe we're overthinking even, maybe like the fact that we've protected Vanpool, and I like Vanpool, don't get me wrong, I think he's really strong. But I think going over from domination onto convergence, this Elsa should be even stronger. It should be even easier to get large Hoxes, I believe, in these like super, linear pathways. So that's a kind of like an overreaction maybe, but they go for the protection for the Adam Warlock, which is interesting. So we might have ourselves a potential triple composition, but it's matched by that Mantis ban. So Sentinel's kind of reacting slowly to what Cafe Rose are doing, and they're able to still get this full Gambit team-up stuff that they've been playing.
Wait, strap in, Dogman, because this is what I want to look forward to. If we get the what we saw from Kurova versus No Binds, or rather Pro Builder Adam, it could be a Ditto matchup. We got to see. It may happen. It may roll out with it, but is Kurova stuck and not being able to play Adam Warlock jail? We're going to have to find out here, because Flamme at least has that Gambit. Dongman will be able to follow up with the Rage and Royal Flush together with Yusher, and Kurova is indeed not going over to the Adam Warlock. I got excited sometimes, but with no Loki, that means you won't have those infinite res comps. Whereas Cafe Rose, though, do have Loki available for them, which is where respect is going to be, so you're going to be hearing the Born Agains ring through your ears over and over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And you have with the Loki, too, you're right. This has always been a phenomenal Loki point in map, so it's good to have it back. Like, it's good to be back on Shibuya after a year of not seeing it, basically, in the hero pool. Like, it feels like even before Ignite started, we just haven't had it in the hero pool, which is a little crazy. Maybe pray that we see World Palace again, maybe. Who knows? But, I like it for Cafe Rose. It's still odd. I don't even know if, like, these are the most proactive triple strategist teams we've seen so far. Like, I know they both play it, Vicky, but I mean, surely we've seen a little bit more like proactivity out of like these Mantis stuff. Like Sentinels, it seems like they've given up on Mantis, by the way, considering it's not banned for them. But they don't even want to play it most of the time.
No, if anything, it's just because Raimazing is letting himself unleash up in the skies. This guy is always up in the air in some way, and if he's going to be able to pop off with the Ultron, it's about getting that extermination to have much more of that impact, and together with the Rage and Royal Flush, you'll be able to actually melt them down from the air, maybe bring a tear to their eyes. We're going to see, because already Sentinels seems like they're not having an issue going in through this show. Cafe Rose playing very spread out. This is also another map where we have to make a point where this is a fantastic map for Loki.
Yeah, you talk about being in the sky. Everybody's trying to play in height, but oh my goodness, No Binds just gets stuffed by Dungman. Nice shot from him, able to walk towards that point, and this is kind of a linchpin, I think, for Sentinels of succeeding, is Dongman taking advantage of the space he's provided, and that's 2 in the fight for him. Just walks up, hits the shots on Magneto, Pro Builder back in the fight, but, I mean, Vicky, they haven't even gotten res. This is the first time they've used this Soul Bond, and they're not even together right now. They lose Zanji away from their Adam Warlock.
Yeah, now look how much damage they're taking, too. You currently have Amazing coming right back over to here. Respect uncontested in that side room where the health pack is. But with the recontention from No Binds, I like this portal play. Still trying to build in space, but also the stall potential for Cafe Rose. While Crimzo comes in on the Venom. Great timing and communication to find that dive and pick up onto Lyric. That's both the Vanguards out of the table for Cafe Rose, which means Sentinels have the number advantage and they clear out Cafe Rose and an ace.
Yeah, I just kind of wish in hindsight that we didn't protect the, I hate it to say this, but like the protect the Vanpool instead of the Elsa. Because Zanji's going to be over to that Phoenix. You already banned like Rocket Raccoon, so you're not really getting like a soft counter there a little bit with the Phoenix. Pro Builder's over the Psylocke, so they're playing that 2-2-2 style, and that's nice. But I don't know, like Lyric on that first point, I guess it was tough for him to get much going. And maybe for them, they need to play this 2-2 style, just kind of get more aggression on the backline. Because Sentinels, you mentioned it, Amazing in the Sky has been free.
And I also think that's the pressure from Crimzo, right? Being on the Venom, waiting to get the diving opportunity, and hearing the comms, okay, they're one, dive in, get that pick off, and you also stall out more of that ult potential. The Extermination is coming out for Sentinels, as Amazing's gonna be able to pressure out Cafe Rose from this side building. Look at this, taking free real estate. And this will absolutely take those, as Sanji learns to clap back and shuts down Amazing. Sentinels still have 5 of these ultimates as a Raging Royal Flush tries to match, and it's gonna be the win condition for Usher to have the Galactic Legend.
They tried to match with the Luna dance floor, and it's enough to keep everybody alive besides the Loki who can come back. So that's actually not too bad. And you have Kurova hit by that band hammer. Meanwhile, Pro Builder still goes down, though, a little bit too far forward. You know, maybe they can sort of slowly work themselves into it, that Phoenix ult afterwards, but they do find one at least. Usher going down to Pixel and trade. This is not that bad for the offense still, though, because these are KOs after KOs, and they're using ults to not even win the entire team fight, so it's kind of still awkward, like we saw in previous maps for the side of Cafe Rose.
It's all about having those ultimates between the Galactic Legend and the Raging Royal Flush to help with these follow-ups, right? You get the copy, though, and now Respect gets the copy off of the Raging Royal Flush. It looks like a nice anti onto Kurova. Meteor M comes up from Dogman, and at the very end of the slice and dice, yes, Pro Builder fights Kurova, but Dogman gets a little bit of revenge. They just won't have Kurova here to help with that sustainability. Flamay and Amazing still up and healthy.
Yeah, Zanji's a little caught out now. Dash back to the team, though. Nice job to hold on to those movement abilities. And also, against Triple, he is a little bit more free, so he kind of understands that. He has to play a little more aggressive. Nice job with the force physics on the Crimzo. But it's as you talked about. I mean, he's the way that he win these team fights is getting Crimzo, removing him. Like, that's we saw a lot of good teams, too, right? Like you mentioned, taking out these really hyper-aggressive Cap and Venom players is the way forward. Maybe they can, you know, slowly work themselves back into the series by doing, as you said, taking out Crimzo, although he's going on a Groot, so they've maybe thought of that.
They also ended up getting off of that Atom really early, too, with Pro Builder being on that side lock and making some swaps. Lyric gets the caught, though, with the Deadpool ultimate onto Kurova with a beautiful Magneto bubble, protecting him in the meantime, thanks to also the Ultron bot to bring him back up to health. So they just look at that, they walk away. Lyric kind of seeing that they didn't get the impact that they needed. Sanji does have a reset, but Usher finds no binds as he tries to fly away.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is like we need another person there with us on that dive, because they do the Bane Hammer, Pro Builder goes in, but then after that, they have no other follow-up. Maybe like we saw with we lost, they were like went hyper-aggressive with the strategist. They have to use an invisible boundary in such a weird place. This is an interesting location to get the fight, but it's kind of working, because Usher in the sky doesn't have any support. He goes down. They have to come back to the core without him now. That's a lot of damage removed. Dogman still has the Meteor M as everybody touches, so that might help them. He could connect onto somebody. Unless it's just a tank, but the Phoenix comes in to help stall. No bind still gone. And one after another losing the Vanguards. And this is brutal now when we look back at the ban phase, because both of the very important duelists are gone. And both of their duelists have struggled so far. Zanji goes down to that Groot ultimate. Everybody else just kind of ran on in the middle of this invisible boundary. Do we have any damage after this? Maybe no binds could get a big ultimate. Could we lose Pro Builder again?
And these group walls are being a problem, too. The anti onto 3, at least in the backline, but there's no follow potential, just like you were talking about, Dogman. So they're not really afraid. If you're Sentinels, they block out the line of sight once again. They've isolated no binds. It's a matter of time before he's literally one-shot, and Amazing is a nail in the coffin. Lyric is going to be the next victim, and I feel like even with Lyric moving back and Usher finding that pick, he hasn't been able to have that same amount of impact because there is no follow potential.
Yeah. I mean, it's like something needs to change about Cafe Rose, because they realize the best comp is like the dive comps and stuff, but nobody's really following up on any of these dives from Pro Builder and Lyric. Like, where's no binds in these fights? I'm wondering, kind of, they're just like a little off sync, and you know, dive is always difficult to get a hold of. Zanji going to the Wolverine. We saw that pop up before, right, Vicky, on this map. So this could be a good change.
I actually like this because they can catch Amazing up in the sky, and Usher actually. The Extermination is the first thing to go out to try to combat that of the Dance of the Butterfly, bring everybody up to health and negating what the Dance of the Butterfly was supposed to get for Cafe Rose. And once again, getting shut down, Usher in the 1v2 against the duelists of Cafe Rose. They try to get the kidnap, they get the anti, and no binds is going to be the next one to fall. Sentinels are literally just steamrolling through this third point right now from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, honestly, it feels almost like this shouldn't be dominating as much as it is, but the forward block comes out now from Dongman. 10 seconds now, stuck in baby jail. We'll see you later as that cart moves forward. Everybody's just chilling here. Getting 3 on it to make it as fast as possible, too. Vicky, this is brutal.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time before that portal goes down, but there's nothing they can do because of the portal block. You hate to see it because it's also waste time to build into these ultimates for Cafe Rose. Look at Changi just staring there. They're waiting. They have to meet a group wall from the other side as they're finally let out of Baby Jail. The Ranger Royal Flush is ready to be met on the other side. It's going to be the locking key to keep them trapped.
Oh my God, Kurova gets no binds too, and the Nagamoto. I mean, that should be the nail in the coffin off of that one. Brutal play from that eye. And everybody else just running towards it. 50 seconds left. They capped it out, Mickey. Full cap.
Yeah, when you protect the Loki and you want Pro Builder to originally roll out with the Adam Warlock just for that to change within the first team fight because you never get your footing to actually recontest onto that point when you're on the defense, that's brutal because they protected the Vanpool and they shut down Lyric consistently. There was no follow-up to any of the dive. And then you protect the Atom and you can't even run the Atom because Respect is getting harassed. Yusher is getting away with everything. Rymazing's up in the sky. I like the idea of changing over to the Wolverine, but it's a little bit better when you try to go forward into like deeper into this map, I feel like, because you could try to catch him off guard in a more narrow street line. The thing is, Rymazing's obviously a problem, and nobody's really contesting up in the sky aside from like the Star-Lord.
Yeah. I think if you lose both the Elsa and the Deadpool, and then also the Mantis, that might just be like it's over, it's GG, because like you kind of need the Mantis a little bit. But this is what I was talking. Yeah, maybe Phoenix. I mean, that's definitely something I think they tried it with Zanji, but like. This is what I was talking about, where, like, it's just such a team game. You know, people will call it individual players. Like, Pro Builder, for example, was dying a lot. Like, he was getting KO'd. But I don't think it's, like, his fault, because, like, you could tell the team cohesion's just not there. Like, no bind's not going for dives. Like, sure, we could talk about death count, KO count, final hit count, whatever. But if your team is not on the same page, like, you're just going to get absolutely dookied on no matter what. Like, Mickey, it's brutal for Cafe Rose, considering they just look out of sync at so many different points that it feels like they're not a very good dive team right now. And maybe that's why they go back over to freaking Moon Knight and Namor alongside the Cloak and Dagger. Just trying to play a little bit more front-to-back style with this portal.
Look at the way that Rymazing just slow looks at the Ankh, deletes it in one burst, and now coming out of the portal, I like the creative ability to try to split the focus because the rest of the team is trying to go down the middle, but this also means that No Binds has no sustainability, and now Pixel is just left alone. You're about to clip his jetpack, and Yusher is now following up from Shenji. I mean, Cafe Rose looks like they're lost here, Dogman. It feels like instead of them serving them up a storm as baristas, it's Sentinels that are cooking up in the kitchen.
Why would? Yeah, like what exactly? This is brutal. I mean, foaming at the mouth right now is my barista. Apparently, I don't know if that's a good thing though, because there's a Wolverine in the lobby. But like, I think that the Sky Portal is also like not too common these days, unless they're gonna need to kidnap. Because like, No Binds had nowhere to go after that. He was trying to go back through it. Everybody's pulled in, antied by the way. It's just absolutely free roaming high ground right now for the side of Sentinels. They get to do whatever they want because Cafe Rose are getting dove upon. Maybe we can get some cheese shotgun plays out of Zanji. Maybe he can counter Crimzo, that kind of annoying player that you talked about has been destroying Cafe Rose.
But while they're fixated on Crimzo, guess who's harassing them from the sky? Rymazing and Yusher, who's spinning to win, and then Dogman's out here bubbling him too at the same time. Lyric is trying to give him the backup. That was the opportunity. They miss out on that final shot, and now the Galactic Legend comes in. The Sia is going to be the next thing to keep Cafe Rose up together and healthy because they're still going to be able to navigate through the back entrance, and No Bind gets that snipe onto Flamme. Big pickup, but at least Kurova and Rymazing will have those sustainability with the strat ult.
Yeah, nice shot from No Binds. A nice grab, though, onto Crimzo. Brings him back. Pro Builder switching over to that Wolverine and getting immediate value. Nice job from him. Rymazing trying to turn it still with that Ultron's Rage, but Lyric is, you know, still Vanpool on the point. Kurova gets removed. It gets the selfie as well, so we're getting more team up, or rather more upgrades built up. Rymazing's going to have to slowly walk away after using cooldowns, but can't escape Vanpool. This guy is just sticky over Rymazing. Shout out to Really Sticky, by the way. Unfortunately, not in the tournament. But Invis Boundary committed by Cafe Rose. They think they can still close out, considering Sentinels are down 1.
Oh, Shanji 2 activates the final judgment. Well, currently see the Vanpool just seeing that it's double XP weekend. The Raging Royal Flush from Flamme tries to sneak in through the cracks, seeing if it landed here from the other side. A Meteor goes up. Flamme is like, I'm not here. You won't be able to find me. Unfortunately for Yusha, though, he's not as lucky. He gets domed in the head by the Meteor M, and now you get the follow-up with Rymazing, who made the swap over to the White Fox. Unfortunately, it falls short after Crypto has tried to portal in to allow everybody from Sentinel to recontest. And Cafe Rose, with some time to spare and making these swaps to the Wolverine, allowing himself to get the benefit.
Yep, full swap, full delay. And
nice.
You know, Yeah, huge pull there at the very end. But, I mean, it is smart. I think that the Wolverine we've seen so far be incredibly useful. And then it also helps shut down Crimzo, like you mentioned. And then Dongman maybe has to use more bubbles in like a safer position. No binds, by the way. Besides finding these picks, like every fight onto Kurova, onto another, he's there to bubble his Wolverine too, to counter potential Invisible Woman counters. So this is great. I mean, it's a little bit less like hyperactive, but with what Cafe Rose are doing and what we've seen out of Wolverine so far today, it makes sense for them. So excellent swap up for them. We'll see if they can continue moving forward.
Also get the benefit off the Primal Flame, right? You have Shanji on the Phoenix, Pro Builder on the Wolverine. Respect! Not having an opportunity to breathe, but it's okay. He'll come right back. He's got the BRB from Pixel as well as that Sia that Pixel put down. They're looking onto the other side of Sentinels, and it's not like they really have a combat towards that, so they're just kind of forced to back away, waste more time, just so that way Cafe Rose could get more clearance before Sentinels try to re-engage.
Oh, Crimson going to the cart, and that's what he said about this Phoenix as well being in the lobby. It's kind of been great. Oh, nice shots from Zanji. We've seen it out of him in the previous days as well. I mean, Zanji is definitely somebody who can aim at a very high level. Also, Crimson goes down to Lyric. So one by one, they're falling. This is actually looking like Cafe Rose did on defense. And, you know, I had a lot of people like ask me, they're like, why are so many teams so much better in attack than defense? Just kind of how the meta works, I guess, right now. You just kind of keep pushing forward. Every pick you find is so bad for these defensive spawns. And until third phase, it just feels like Cafe Rose are able to take every aggressive angle.
Also, the way that they try to play front to back here, the Gambit never folds with the Raging Royal Flush, try to get the next follow-up, the Invisible Boundary, and it's going to be Sanji with the End Song Inferno, Meteor M to try to allow Dogman to reset, because Crimson had gone down, and he had that Freedom Charge coming up, so he won't be there to help with the sustainability as well as the stall, but at least through the Invisible Boundary of Kurova, it blocks the sight, Nobind slams it down, and this time misses out on trying to find the Invisible Woman.
I feel like I need to play like the MLG, like sound horns whenever I see Rocket Raccoon gameplay. This guy just holding break, looking back to map, just doing nothing. That's so funny. But like, regardless, Cafe Rose gets walked on because of Amazing Soul. They used one. Nice. No binds trace it though. Yeah, nice job from him. BRB was used earlier, I believe, on Zanji though, so they're not going to have that. But no binds. Let's go. 2 in this fight. Also has the help from Zanji too, who has been resurrected from earlier. And yeah, we're getting control of the start of game with 1 minute and 12 seconds. Cafe Rose playing this way better than they did earlier.
You know, it's crazy to see that Cafe Rose, no Gambit, no problem, and Nobind just playing like he's got the Gambit power up because he has been sniping out Sentinels consistently. Lyric here just trying to build up together. That's Pixel puts down the Sia after the Freedom Charge is activated from Crimzo, just so that way they can prevent the second check with but Lyric with the headshot onto Yusher. Janji popping off. This is what we wanted to see in terms of the swaps from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, listen, if they're going to play it like this, I mean, I'm fine with that ban phase if you're just going to pop off like Lyric is. He's just getting so much more work done on offense rather than defense. But that's what we talked about. It just felt like how Cafe Rose was playing, they didn't really have like their fallback angles. But on offense, you could see like if they have to fall back, they're going somewhere where the Wolverine can take advantage of inside, right? Like it just feels like Cafe Rose on offense looked like a well-oiled machine. But, Vicky, they still only have 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. They have ultimates, but we need to not use too many in this upcoming fight because Sentinels do have that Star-Lord ult.
That's what they're going to want to wait for, too, with Flamme having that Raging Royal Flush. And with Cafe Rose, specifically Pro Builder, I'm going to be a little worried. Crimso's coming in from the back line as he prays down on Pixel. He manages to get away. They need some help. They push him back. Nice shields before he manages to get away, but it's almost like, man, Captain America, the cockroach that just never goes down, right? He's always going to come right back no matter what, and when you take him out, there's going to be even more from the rest of Sentinels. They were ready, though, with the Galactic Legend being met by Respect, who tried to stay alive, but it's so hard when you get pushed out of your invisibility. That was Sentinels winning it over an invisible Boundary, who did not have an Invisible Woman to double jump and get away.
Yeah, clean job from Sentinels using that 1-2 punch combo with Flame and Yusher. Then also the anti coming through from him, but can Sentinels hold on? 50 seconds left to go. Cafe Rose do have there. Whoa, my God, Nobody just goes in with the Meteor Ram. I mean, they already lose one. He doesn't suck up all of that, and Nobind's only able to find Dongman. Here comes that Phoenix on the backside. They might have gone too far.
Whew. Finds Yusher, though. At the very least, with Respect going down, Pixel's coming right back with that Sia. They could get the follow-up together, but it did force out Pixel to at least see if he could hold on to this Sia with Shanji, who had already used that End Song Inferno, looking at Pro Builder and Lyric specifically. Look how Lyric is going to try to play this as Yusher's taking up to the skies here. Kurova does have an invisible boundary, as well as the Freedom Charge, so Sentinel has all the assault potential.
Yeah, they do. 15 seconds left to go. Pulled in, Yusher goes in with the bubble. Spin to win on the backside with the blaster. There's no bind sent down very low. Already has to use the bubble on himself. Here comes that invisible boundary, like you said, by.
Oh,
defense.
no!
But Corova goes down to Lyric across map 2. Nice job with the Banhammer to get rid of him. And that Meteor M, yeah, where was it? Where did it go for Dongman? Nice job from Lyric in that fight. You're able to track down Dongman too. Remove that bubble. He does have some support because of those healers in the sky also. You have Crimson America, Crimson's Captain American charge.
I like that.
Freedom charge by the stall, but Pro Builder doesn't go down. He's going to be brought back by that BRBI Pixel, who has just kind of been a nuisance, living back here onto that Rocket Raccoon. Since everybody's focused on Crimson so much, it allows Pixel a little bit more space. Everybody's trying to come back to Peel, but Dobines, again, he's been a star player in this offense so far. Can he keep it up, though? They need to find even more because into the sky, here comes Yusha with Amazing, Ultron's Rage, and the Galactic Legend. Will they find a KO off of it? They do, but Yusha gets traded. Overtime takes down Amazing, finds another one. No binds goes down. And that means Crimson's pocketed on the point. Now we have to find KOs in a very dicey situation because Zanj is going to have all the pressure in the world on him with no healers. 90% towards that Phoenix ult, but he can't get it in time. Needs to back up. Overtime slowly takes down. Where's that portal? It's not going to be here in time from Respect.
No.
And Sentinels win 2-0.
I felt like he was putting it down for so long, too. I was looking at that Doctor Strange swap-off, but it wasn't enough time. Sentinels, they count their breath, they held them back, and the extermination was more than enough after they saw Corova get 2v1, by the way, by a Last Stand and Lyric, who had activated the Banhammer. It wasn't enough. It may have taken him out, but it didn't take the rest of Sentinels out with them.
Yeah, excellent. Well-deserved MVP. I think these MAG players definitely don't get enough credit in this patch, but yeah, I mean, they played well around it. Yusha sure went down, but you know, job done, I guess, by him and this guy to create a little bit of space and find those strategists, and Crimson there to follow up. So a little bit better at a Cafe Rose, but you know, a little bit better is not good enough to win versus Sentinels. And that was a very close series, I think, even though it was a 2-0. But we've said that at a lot of these MRC teams. They'll put up a good fight and still lose. Unfortunate for Cafe Rose today.
That's the trade-off when you have best of threes, right? And unfortunately, time is of the essence. That's why that first map on Dom, which could be so volatile, is so important. Imagine the retouches that we could have possibly seen from Cafe Rose. Even at the very end there, unfortunately, Respect not putting down the portal in time. But Lyric did wake up at the very end there. On the attack, Lyric was popping up. It highlighted why they wanted to protect the Van pool. Unfortunately, even though they wasted up that save on the Adam Warlock, they couldn't roll out with it, but it worked out with Pixel being on the Rocket. No binds, just trying to get the copy onto Flamé a few times whenever we saw No Bind trying to get the Rager Royal Flush for themselves. And then Amazing still sticking to the skies. You cannot clip this guy's wings. Together with Yusher and his 15 final hits. I agree though, Dogman. These mags from both of these teams were going crazy, and it was Dogman who kept finding a lot of these hits, as well as No Bind trying their best here too from the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. No Binds deserves a huge shout. And I'm curious what Zoe has to say about all this, because Sentinels, it was still like a kind of messy 2-0 like we saw earlier, right, Zoe? Like that was very, very close game to losing. Sentinels did on the first map and second.
Yeah, I feel like both teams weren't necessarily playing the cleanest Marvel rivals we've seen from them. I do definitely think that their first showings, or rather Sentinel's second showing, and Cafe Rose's first and second showing, that looked a lot more well-oiled, a lot more coordinated. You have to give them credit. They did make adjustments, obviously, and adaptations in order to like kind of get back into the series, whereas Sentinels allowed them to get into the series. So I feel like both teams have to go back looking at this match, and there is some cleaning up that needs to be done still.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's why they're given a week, right? Like, I mean, this was the chance for Cafe Rose to get the win over Sentinels. This was their best opportunity, and it's just brutal to see them lose it 2-0. But they at least still have that win from earlier on versus FlyQuest. You know, hopefully for FlyQuest, we'll see if they can bounce back today, because otherwise it just seems like every other team in this group is just taking their turn beating them up. Like, this is brutal for FlyQuest. Not that they're even involved yet today. We'll see if they can come back. Kind of random stray out of nowhere.
No
yeah, sorry.
Absolutely
sorry.
They're not even here yet.
So wait your turn. Yeah, no, but like, yeah, this is definitely the opportunity for, I think, Cafe Rose to like get another dub on the board for this group that is very stacked. So yeah, it might be kicking themselves a little bit. That said, though, I do think Sentinels had a really good game plan here that just worked out for them. Like the constant pressure and harassment onto that backline from Captain America, and then you have those flyers coming in and just like picking off the pieces, right? So it was kind of like Cafe Rose. They just couldn't quite figure out where to shift their focus to in order to stay alive.
Yeah, I agree, because now their next opponents are going to be for the day 2 and 3 for next week specifically, so for Saturday and Sunday, and I believe it's against 100 Thieves and NRG, so it's what Dogman said.
That's
like,
so funny, they actually have exactly the same schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
but like
literally
in both
just flipped.
weeks, because this week they had FlyQuest and Swamp Gaming, and next week both of these teams will be facing off against Energy Shock and 100 Thieves. That's wild. That's a first.
Yeah, it is.
I like that.
And that it makes you think, like, if you were gonna have the opportunity to get some extra credits, that way we could turn that 0 score review to maybe at least maybe a 50, then it would have been easier there for them. But unfortunately, it fell short.
That's right. Yeah, I do believe we do have an interview ready. It should be Crimson. Yay! Long time no see.
Hello.
Different universe, different times, but Crimson is back. You're also back on Captain America, and man, what a look that's been. You guys completely overhauled your approach after that first match this week. Can you walk me through what kind of game plan you had going up against Cafe Rose, which did surprise everyone in their opening matches?
I think honestly our prep for today was very similar to FlyQuest. I think we kind of just did the same things. Going back to Swamp, I think we maybe didn't have the best read on the meta and what was correct. So we were still kind of in the process of figuring things out, but I feel much more confident now that we're in a very good place to continue moving forward and hopefully qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, fair enough. And, I think for you guys, Crimson, too, I feel like I've rambled it a little bit about it before. I know Rye was talking about it, but, I mean, how challenging is it for you guys and for pro players to have to adapt to, a brand new patch, right? Because we were talking about power rankings weeks ago and, all of that stuff, and then a new patch comes in and you're you have to rework everything. So, I mean, what's that like for you as a player? I know that's taken a lot of responsibility in the ban phase to have to adapt to a new patch after it comes out only a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's very... I feel like, honestly, a lot of teams are kind of scrambling, in my opinion. I feel like some teams definitely have kind of their style that they've kind of decided is what they're going to do. But I think some teams as well are still kind of scrambling to find that kind of identity. And I think that, we're adjusting well to the transition. White Fox all of a sudden is really powerful, and then there's other things more triple support stuff I think is also strong as well. So it's definitely pretty difficult to adjust as fast as you can, but I mean that's just part of the esports experience, I guess. You have to kind of be ready to adapt on the fly, basically.
Okay, well, so with Sen City on top, I need to ask you, Crimzo, with all the haters and us calling you guys a triple support one trick, I want you to explain a little bit, looking at the ultimate nerfs and how that's affected you guys. Are you practicing other compositions and maybe making sure that you guys could be flexible when other teams may not expect it because they keep thinking that you guys are this one title?
Yeah, I mean, the triple support narrative is, there's definitely something to it. We do have a little bit of magic on triple support for whatever reason. I do think that our team does very well in triple support generally. But obviously, yes, we are trying to work on our 2-2-2 type of comms to not rely too much on the triple support. However, sometimes you just have to do what your team is good at and kind of work towards that and focus on that. So yeah, we're gonna probably be playing a lot more triple support, but we will be flexible enough to swap over to 2-2 if we think that's the best situation for us.
And I have a follow-up too from that, actually. Sorry, so just seeing that Mirror was there yesterday, and now we see Korova back. I think that's interesting that you say that because you guys also have that other player who's incredibly flexible to slot in. So you have that in mind as well, right?
Yeah. JMac, our coach, does a good job of kind of figuring out what we need to do in the moments, and we're still obviously figuring out. Sometimes we're going to put in Mirror, sometimes we're going to put in Korova. And each player has their own strengths, and we have the flexibility to basically decide what to do and move forward from there. But I'm very confident in all the players on my team to be able to perform when the time is needed. So it's very nice to have an extra bit of flexibility there.
Now Now, you do have a little bit of downtime before your next matches. Next week is looking difficult, though. You will be going up against 100 Thieves as well as Energy Shock. How do you feel in your current state you will be stacking up against both of those teams?
I think based on kind of where the meta is going and where like we kind of predict it to go, I think we're looking to be pretty good, in my opinion. I think it'll be close games. I'm excited to play against 100 Thieves. I always like playing against them and giving people a reason to buy the Send bundle and not the 100 Thieves bundle. So I'm excited for that. Energy is also a very, very good team. Lots of really nice people on that team. I'm so excited to play against them all.
Ayo, every performance is a sales pitch, Crimzo. Thank you so much for the quick chat. I'll hope you have some good rest time and prep time leading into next week. It's been a pleasure seeing you again and chatting to you. Best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Crimzo. I definitely agree, you know, like, and we see that with other teams. Even if something is not necessarily considered like the best meta strat or meta comp, if it is you playing to your strength, that sometimes beats out playing the meta, because what's the point if the players are not comfortable in it?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It's tough because it's always like you have to beat yourselves almost. Like it's like, you know, esports, sports, a lot of it is, well, esports specifically is not like physical at all, I guess, unless you're including, you know, I guess arm stuff. I mean, carpal tunnel's a real thing. That's a real problem. But yeah, I don't know. Like there's a lot of mental aspect of it, and it is overcoming the potential, you know, oh no, we didn't play the meta. Is that what we lost? That sort of mental side of things for sure, Zoe.
Absolutely. And in a turnaround that quick, and with only 2 weeks of play until we're heading to the playoffs, sometimes you just have to kind of rely on the team's strength rather than picking up something new and hoping that it works. Well, this was a fairly quick series, and that means that we get to move on to the next one. 3 matches done, 2 more to go, so make sure to drink some water, everyone, as we're headed into a quick break before we set the stage for Nightmare and SSG.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you.
Alrighty, guys. Well, if you missed day 1 and day 2, we are here to fill you in. Starting with day 1, Chip. I mean, we saw kind of the debut for a lot of these teams. Some of them knocking off the rust, others coming right into the new form of what roster mania is. Day 1 has come and gone. Day 2, though, you were the caster of it, man. What did you see? What were some words to describe it?
Sure, I'll keep it quick. I think teams started waking up. We saw them actually perform and step into their shoes a little bit and shake off some of those nerves. A lot of the series going to game 3, and they were much more intense than I thought from day 1.
Well, listen, man, let's go and kick it off with Nightmare versus Yeah, We Lost. And this was a close one. I mean, the word to describe the first match was probably the closest match right there with it that we've seen in Ignite yet, or at least this year too. Both these teams kind of flex that they are the dive ones. But what did you see breaking it down? Because there's a lot to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to discuss. I mean, like you said, very close, 99 to 99 on Dom on map 3, off the rip. And even then, there was ultimates coming in at the end that almost looked like it was going to sway it back in the favor of Yeah, We Lost. Nightmare did look super solid. A lot of these similar comps. Jeff was seeing a ton of play. We even saw Spider-Man, Venom, all the stuff you would expect. Psylocke was in there too. Daredevil went available. I mean, these teams are just very aggro, but they are incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it looked like Vision he did not miss a step from last year. Vision was just popping off. And I felt like Nightmare had a very good control of that going forward. And then, Yeah, We Lost. They just came back into form. And I have to give them credit because they didn't struggle in the MRC. And sometimes when that's your practice and then you go into something like this, like you're kind of not used to being down. Also, Jitward, we got to see the Deadpool, which is always fun. And, we'll see how long that kind of lasts as things have been patched and, approached a little bit. But do you think they have a good step moving forward? A lot of people had them high in their rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they are confident right now, too. We had the interview with Cartlover, and like I said in the interview, he talked in the prior, we did kind of like a pre-interview test. He said, I'll see you in a little bit. And he did. He came right back in for the interview. So that was really cool to see. So they are feeling good, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and as for Nightmare, I think they're definitely still getting their roster together, and they look strong out there. I think they have a great chance today. Excited to see them in the day 3 action. But our other match we're going to talk about in this highlight is Fly versus Sentinels. And we talked about this is the redemption of what happened on day 1 match. And to me, buddy, you go and see a band and they're playing some new songs and you're like, come on, play the classics. It's like that's how I felt with Sentinels. They were doing some new stuff day 1 and you're like, get the right amazing on the Iron Man. Let's see Cap on Crimzo. It felt like we returned to old form.
Yeah, Crimzo stepped up, Rise stepped up, but also Mirror came in instead of Korova, which is a huge change, right? In running that backline, more of a consistent backbone backline, right? Running that invis and looking really solid doing it. But yeah, the entire team just kind of woke up. We talked to Ryan in the interview, and he essentially said, we just needed to change our ban phase. Our ban phase was not good day 1, and we really paid the price for it. We figured out what we wanted to do, and now we're going to be clean. And you know what? They looked really clean today or yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, I got to say, Korova, what a talented player. But one thing with Mirror is it kind of makes the bans more confusing for the opponent. And if they're able to interchange these two studs, that is going to be absolutely massive for them. Because then you have, all right, do you ban the Atom? Do you go this approach? And it doesn't make it as clear-cut, your battle plan against Sentinels. FlyQuest, though, let's talk about him. For me, it's kind of the same as day 1. Talent all over. They're all doing something well, but it just hasn't come together as one, in my opinion.
Yeah, truth be told, I want them to perform. I like a lot of those players. I think they're all really talented, like you're saying. It's a newer team. They do have some players from over the pond, which is going to make things a little dicey in terms of communication and, even ping, for example. But yeah, I just want them to find their footing. They just aren't quite there yet.
All right, so that's the 2 matches from the early slate. We have 3 other ones that you might have missed from day 2, but that's all for us for now. We'll catch you guys on the next one.
Welcome back, everyone. Match 4 is about to go down between Nightmare and Space Station Gaming. I think this one in particular will answer some questions regarding the standings in Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like Group B is definitely, we talked about it at the beginning at the top of the show, it's turning out to be an incredibly competitive group. So is Group A, don't get me wrong. But I don't know, Vicky, this group just seems like nuts. And you're right, Zoe, this is going to determine a ton moving forward, Nightmare and SSG.
Yeah, I agree, because what was it? They had to play against Yeah We Lost, where we just heard in the interview with Yeah We Lost just earlier after our second series, where they shouldn't have dropped the map versus Nightmare. And when it comes down to the wire after the end of next week, it could come down to maybe draws where the map diff will make that difference. And although Nightmare has Yeah We Lost and now versus Space Station Gaming, next week they can't really be lax. The one really big team that they have to worry about is Team Liquid Citadel, but then they will have to deal with Lunex, then they have to deal with TSM, which we've already kind of seen play out, and their lack of maybe flexibility. Nightmare, though, is a team where they have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and after talking to Mace himself has said, yeah, don't question our pick and ban phase. There's a lot of thought into it. I promise it doesn't look as troll as it may seem, but honestly, when we saw them yesterday, Zoe, it didn't look troll like that for me, at least, as we take a look at the Nightmare lineup.
Yeah, they definitely had some more conservative picks in the mix as well, right? But overall, it's just one of those teams that is hard to prepare against or for, because they just do weird stuff, off-meta stuff, which is definitely very difficult for your opponents to what do you take away from a match like that? Especially yesterday against Yeah We Lost. That's 2 teams who do weird things. So really scrap that.
Yeah, they got to go back to the drawing board at least a little bit, because, or at least go back to maybe the basics. You're right, because Yeah We Lost is such a different team from everybody else. But Nightmare are also like that a little bit, right? This entire group kind of has that sort of situation. But for Space Station Gaming, I feel like we've seen a pretty solid team. This feels like a team that relies heavily on Nectar, like I think we expected. But they've had a lot of help, I think, across the board. The fact that they even have SJW on the bench is crazy, considering this guy is one of the best raw aimers I've ever seen, just straight up. But when you have somebody like Nectar who's willing to flex, and when you have everybody kind of synergizing, this team has a really good chance, I believe, to be next level. So it's going to be a really fun matchup, and I'm excited to see it, because Space Station Gaming have maybe all their players are kind of coming into their own finally, after coming from all different sorts of different varieties in this space.
Yeah, Vicky, I would love to hear your thoughts and a little bit of a follow-up there on Nectar, because initially they were playing the Duelist in their first match. It looked extremely competent, extremely oppressive. Like, it was just lights out performance from Nectar. Then yesterday we saw them initially in like a triple strategist composition when they went up against Liquid Citadel. It looked like SSG didn't really want to match what we saw from Liquid Citadel, right? So like they kind of pivoted. Which look did you prefer? Did you like Nectar on that Ultron more, or just like give them Elsa back and all as well?
Let Nectar unleash on Elsa, because we want to see more of that. But I also feel like it depends on the pick and ban phase, right? And what map we go to, of course. Because if you let Nectar get away with Elsa, which we see some teams try to prio ban the Gambit instead, it also trickles down to pick your poison. Do you want to deal with Gambit, where you're going to be forced to also waste a ban on a Loki, so that way they don't get double Rage and Royal Flush? Or do you allow Nectar to get away with Elsa, and maybe you could try to prio the Elsa? With Krakoa being in the fray, you have a lot of different sight lines, so the Elsa could be a definite problem if you get that Glartrox off to the side of one of those health packs over to the side of Krakoa, and you could get to an environmental KO there too.
Yeah, I think also Nightmare, there were just so many individuals. I think for both rosters, it's like, what do you really want to prioritize in this ban phase, right? Because you can only take out so much. So are you like targeting the front line, the back line? Like, where are we headed here? If you're looking at Nightmare, because again, like a lot of really competent pieces. I'm looking at their Vanguards specifically. I think they were really standing out. Monsters Captain America was an absolute carry. So was his Groot. So was his Hulk. Like, homie can play anything apparently.
That's what I'm saying. Vanguards are OP in this game, Zoe. You know, nobody says it, but it's true. Okay, listen, they say Guang Guang doesn't play tank. This way, they say Guang Guang's not playing Vanguard. They're wrong, because the only time I've seen a Vanguard play bad is when he doesn't do anything. Like, that's the worst. The worst thing you can do on Vanguard is nothing, right? And none of these, I swear, we've not seen a single bad Vanguard play.
Have you been watching my games? Like, is that what
I have not seen your games yet, Zoe. I'll need a VOD review after this stream, probably. Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds like you're
I'm in danger.
We could do a coaching session. It won't go well, but you might cry a little bit. It'll be okay though. We'll make it. We'll make
I
it
think
together.
you'll be the one crying when you see my gameplay. Rest assured, though,
I've seen
we'll
bad.
feel
I've
good
seen
about
bad
what
things.
we see it though. SSG and Nightmare will definitely perform for us. That. Do you expect a close match here, or do you think this is just going to snowball out of control? Because that's kind of what happened to Space Station Gaming yesterday, right? Like, while it did push back, it kind of slipped through their fingers. They lost momentum, and they really struggled to regain it.
This is what we talk about when we talk about these like sort of teams that are just coming together now. Like, I feel like with so many players like across the board, they've kind of just needed to get a little bit more time together, I think, really. You know, and I think this is a really big, you know, sort of talking point for SSG as they move forward. I mean, I feel like we've seen Doomed, Fidel, and Month be around the block, right? And for Doom specifically, I don't know if it's been as much criticism, but I think for Fidel and Month a little bit, like their backline is really good, but some people, like I know that they've mentioned other teams like just getting better in terms of their backline. You know, they'll say like, oh, these teams have better backline, and then they conveniently just moved off the backline that's on SSG, right? So I feel like there's like subtle digs towards these guys, towards these backline, and I feel like they don't entirely deserve it, but they still have to prove that, right? They still have to prove in the live matches that they are top strategist players in North America, and I think if they win this game today, like you guys said, it's a very close game. They could be the difference maker and really put their team over the top.
Yeah, we also have to talk about like the fact that Space Station, like I believe it was like Midtown. We saw them, Zoe, and they didn't like recontest onto the point. It was actually a lot closer than like it seemed, and Space Station was starting to find their footing. And then you could take a look at Nightmare, and it was almost kind of like a similar case, and that was with Nightmare not having Doctor Strange. I think that was banned against them, yet they still won a domination on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, like I think generally a lot of score lines have been misleading. If you're just looking at the match scores after this week, I think there were a lot of moments that they just barely lost out on a point on a map. So definitely have to go back into the VOD dungeon and look at all those matches again. Let's see if they're gonna play a close one today. Nightmare going up against Space Station Gaming.
It should be a fun one, Vicky, as the first map will be on Krakoa, right? So a common map that I think we've seen a lot of the times between both squads. That it's been a lot of fun too. I think Space Station, you know, kind of more so like a newer partnered team along the scene, and then Nightmare as an inviter squad. You know, they've been around for such a long time, such a storied org as well. So immediately off the rip, they're showing a ton of respect towards Nectar, it's as you said, Vicky. We're getting rid of, or we're sorry, they're trying to keep the Elsa. Never mind, no respect. Rather, we're trying to keep it on our side instead.
All right, just keep it for us as Nectar hovers over the Ironman. That's definitely not going to see that roll out. Sorry, that's not going to be amazing. But the Mantis ban comes out right afterwards because they actually get away with protecting the Elsa. So with that back and forth, both teams prioing that they don't want to deal with the Gambit, which means we will have the Elsa duel off, the 1v1 between both of these teams. And I did see like the passion from Light. You know, he went onto Twitter. He's like, sorry, you know, I could do better. And now this is a second chance opportunity. You've had only a limited amount of games here. If you're Nightmare and you played against, yeah, we lost, like one of the most unorthodox teams right now within that group. And with double Ultron Protect, now it's like, okay, well, we have the opportunity to have the Elsa and the Ultron that Zoe was mentioning.
Huh, yeah, that is interesting. We're getting rid of Invisible Woman on the opposite side because we know that's going to be a big target, you know, to maybe mess up these dives. But that might actually change a ton, right? In that individual matchup. They talked about, Crimson talked about like the White Fox and stuff getting stronger and stronger through the patches. And, you know, maybe like these teams are trying to scrape by in the last day before next week, before we change and see even more strength in White Fox. The fact that she gets heals now off of the portal. Oh, that character's crazy. Why would they buff it even more? But people on Reddit are like, oh, this character's so balanced. It's such a balanced character. No! That crap, it's broken. Broken, Vicky, I'm telling you. But anyway, Nightmare. You know, like you said, they do run very unorthodox stuff as well sometimes.
Speak to them. Say it out loud, Dogman. This is what we like. This is what we like to hear.
Guang doesn't like me. Guang doesn't like me after at the LAN.
I was like,
Guang, can we get screen shake, like the ability to turn it off? And he said, no, that's like a balance thing. So no, shut the hell up, Dogman. And then I've been blacklisted from Guang dialogue, so that's never happened again.
The dialogue is crazy. All right, Dogman, don't worry. We'll let you out of the cage real quick because we're about to go into an Omega banger. I actually do think that this is going to go on to a game number 3, but I don't want to cast a curse. I just knocked on wood real quick. Before we get out, though, Monster, the Hulk plays have been crazy. And like Zoe said, too, Monster was on fire. So we have to see how this works with the triple strat lineup. Mace going into the Pride and True usual Magneto, as well as Light rolling out on the Ultron.
It is interesting, too, that they get a mirror match on that Luna Snow, by the way. So, I mean, it makes sense to give the Snowflake, but it is interesting. They would go for that ban instead of the Luna, knowing that this is the matchup that you're trying to get regardless. You don't really get, like, an edge directly in that ban phase, I suppose. But nice pull on the right side with the Angela. Brings Mace into his own demise from Nectar. Follow-up.
Actually jumped on his head. Like he was coming out of a book. Nectar does get trapped real quick, but with Mace no longer in the fray, maybe a little portal play we're going to have to see because now Monster gets de-hulked and now there's not going to be a recontention. Space Station played that so slow and so disruptive because you have Necrise coming in with the one-winged Angel just so that way they could get the follow-ups together with Blur.
Yeah, it's so smart. I mean, in this sort of super slow style that Nightmare's playing, you have the one hero that can, you know, have a ton of HP, get support from Ultron on the sky, and disrupt. So really that's on Mace in terms of positioning, but also they have a very proactive Vanguard on their squad compared to, I think, the other squad that has to slowly walk in to Nectar's shots. I mean, Monster's already dead again.
Dude, oh my, if he got that last shot. Oh, and then he has the Clark trucks, and everybody's stuck inside. He brings them back. He gets stinks. Nobody is safe in the line of sight of Nectar. Now you understand here, Dogman, when we were talking about, okay, you really want to try to prioritize the Gambit, or do you want to prioritize the Elsa? Even with both Elsas, it's just right now, the Hulk from Nightmare hasn't even been able to survive, not even breathe the same air around Space Station.
Yeah, he's banned from it. It's just brutal. Necrise, just such a great job. Great pickup for the squad so far. And it's kind of rough to see Light on the Ultron in this case because you know that they could easily go for like a more proactive comp in terms of like Spider-Man and stuff. But, you know, obviously in this case, you can't do much. Light comes in with the Ultron's Rage, gets dove upon already, but they're back to the point. They have so much space to work with. They don't even need to fight this if they don't want to. Nightmare doesn't.
Nah, and that's even off of the follow-up here that we saw from Blur after he used up the Feast of the Abyss. The extermination that we keep hearing ring out from both sides, while Vision this time at least clips the wing off of Necrise. Skier also has a reset here while Space Agent trying to go in for the re-engage. Look at this damage output. We're stuck on the Nectar zone because Nectar is having so much impact. Monster's had enough, but Monster also has a lot of sustain with a reset here with the World Breaker.
And he's going to have to go off, right? Did they peel it, though? In the meantime, they go aggressive with this Luna dance floor at the very least. Vision trying to look for something, maybe going to connect onto an ult. But in the meantime, doesn't. Nice job by Monster to at least create some space, but no KOs. I mean, the disengage was perfect. Will they find a KO? Nectar finally gets onto one. It's the hook, but it gets the lead on the outside. So, I mean, honestly, not a bad play, but Month with the charm on the high ground. Oh no, Dink's getting picked. That's brutal.
Especially when Nightmare finally had managed to like flip the point, and now they're going to be trickled down. Look at Vision though, the Glartrox in their pocket, while Doom yeets out here from the other side. Here with the extermination, you saw the Meteor M from Mace hanging out and landing onto some ghosts, unfortunately missing their mark. And then you look over to the other side, they still haven't given up the point, which I love this stall here from Nightmare, but it's just a matter of time. Vision, once again, is just waiting for the opportunity to group up Space Station, and with one down, could even hold on to it as Blur's falling incredibly low.
And Vision looking for Mont, able to do so, removes him. Great work from them. Nightmare to reclaim the point, not panic, even though they lost one. Although Vision's going a bit far, needs a lot of support, does get it. But still, I mean, Nightmare hold control of the point, even though they got picked early. They've been kind of slowly actually taking care of Necrise this time. So whereas Necrise was ultra free earlier, it feels like there's a lot more priority looking at this Angela, and it's enabling Nightmare to finally surpass them in terms of ult percentage. But now it's something fight. You know, how does Light use this Ultron's Rage? Is he going to use it to sustain the team versus Blur, who can get a big ante with his Venom ultimate?
And I feel like we kind of saw that too with Space Station Gaming's last series, but we are nothing because Blur is out and so is Necrise. The Vanguards are in shambles, and Space Station are in trouble, and so is the Strat. Here we have with the Monster that it forces out the Glartrox. It pushes him back, but it's fine. He lands on the ground and the Glartrox hits their head on the wall, and Nightmare with the retake and preventing Space Station from claiming the ground for this first round.
What a turnaround. I mean, that was beautiful. Like, I think on the, like, maybe you could say for the side of Nightmare, you know, they looked a little lost at points, but it really is just how it works. Because, like, you know, you saw Space Station also, like, they just got reverse swept on that point because Blur's trying to force, like, look for this Venom ult in the very back, and then everybody's looking for him. It might have even been either a freeze. I need to look back at the VOD, but I believe it was either a freeze or a charm out of Skeeter, or he just died in the middle of his Venom ult. I don't think so, though. It must have been a freeze or a charm or something to stasis him, maybe with Monster. Yeah, because he got his ult canceled, then after that, the fight was over. Like, it feels like look for the Venom, look for the Angela, you win. But in this case, Nightmare just had a death grip on the point, Vicky.
And it's also like Nectar not being able to follow up again, right? Because Monster just couldn't play the game for like the first 2 to 3 fights. And then after that, Nectar and the rest of Space Station, once they had trickled out and Nightmare had taken over that fight, Nectar was not able to really be that oppressive unit against Monster. And now if you take a look at the board, ultimate-wise, Nightmare have the ability to come up on top. It's about Fidel, though, holding onto that Fate of Both Worlds, surviving as we go in for a portal play and jump right in.
Oh my god. Goodbye.
No way!
That's his old teammates, by the way. That's Vision's old teammates, both in Doomed and Fidel, back when they played on Shroud X. Rest in peace. Shout out Shroud. You know, not here anymore. He's unfortunately in the heavens of Arc. But regardless, huge plays. Nice job. And yeah, that's insane plays out of him. I mean, Vision's absolutely one of the best duelists in the game.
Vision is crazy. Going back here and having that Glartrox ready, Nightmare once again take control of the point. This time around, it's the first time. And this round number 2, before diving right back in, Dinks has the Fate of Both Worlds to have this standout versus Fidel. And take a look at Vision, who moves up, has the Glartrox, is just going to hold on to it because Doom, with the extermination, exterminates himself back to the spawn room gates. Here comes a dance up because Space Station are trying to go for a back tap, and with the Glartrox, it is huge shish kebab. Everybody's eating in this buffet from Vision and Light, and that is another wipeout from Nightmare.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Nectar got that many shots off. Jesus Christ, he's just flying over the board, man. He's playing freaking server admin again like we saw to Nectar. But that's the tough part. Whenever you die, whenever you get KO'd on this character, on Elsa, you'll lose all that instinct. You'll lose all those resets on your, or rather, lower cooldowns on your dashes and stuff. So you kind of just turn slowly into a worse character the more you go down. Tough fight for Nectar in that case because he has to work back into it. Yeah, he's all the way at no instinct, man. Like, so they need KOs, and because it's way faster. You get one entire bar of instinct every time you get a KO. So the damage doesn't actually build up that quickly. So this entire fight, unless they get a KO out of somewhere, like, he's just not a real character, basically. But on the opposite side, Vision is just an absolute god. It doesn't have enough cooldowns to get the KO. But still, that's a tough situation for him.
Ayabagamoto, but it's not going to land its mark as Nectar tries to answer back, and so is Month. Blur just get frozen in the meantime, and Doom finds light up in the sky. Fate of both worlds is going to be activated as now we see them moving all the way up towards the choke. Mates is going to hold it back, but look at the back drip cap at Space Station, trying to get sneaky with it because Monster is holding up, and Blur has isolated Diggs. He has the reset vision. We are, once again, nothing, except they didn't get canceled. Instead, he gets shut down.
That was he hit that mid transition into the ground too. That was sick. Nice
it was
shot
disgusting.
Yeah, he's gross, but man, Doomed on the point though with the point. Maybe you can shut everything down regardless of that from them because, you know, space created, I guess. You did your job. Mace came back on Doctor Strange, is going to go down. 99% of the board. And finally, they've reclaimed it. And Nectar is back to 3 instincts. So this could be the turnaround, but it has to be full 99, or rather to 100%, which has happened before almost to them, considering the last round, Vicky.
Yeah, and I did see light on Spider-Man just real quick before he said, all right, never mind, goes back over to the Ultron. Always have to like hint it, right?
Yeah, this is like when you see a movie and you're like a star actor is in it, and you're like, oh my god, he's in the movie, and he's like for like one scene with like one dialogue. You know, poor Light just shows up for a second on Spider-Man.
So we're excited to see if maybe we would have like the only 2 teams that were gonna go with Spider-Man just yesterday, but you know what? We didn't see it, and Light hinted at it, goes back over to the Ultron. I mean, I prefer this instead too, especially with Space Station. They're also running that triple strat, and Fidel's about to have the fate of both worlds, whereas Skier will have Kumio unleashed before diving down. Oh, the Hulk stops the Venom in the middle of the air, keeps him trapped, and Nectar moves up and finds Skier, which is big here because Skier was the one with that ultimate to help with the sustainability.
Yeah, I wonder if Skier didn't even expect that. That's like crazy because that ultimate was going to be in this fight. White Fox removed, and now, I mean, if there's any stagger KOs, you can't go down here. Luckily for them, they have absolute gods on their team in Vision, who just wins regardless of the disadvantage.
Because they have the extermination. Oh, no, they do not have the extermination. He got exterminated himself. Okay, Monster then finds Month. So it's a trade-off here with Space Station. Do still have control over this point, and with Nightmare now just trying to flip it back in their favor. Meteor M, except Mace can't land it on Doom. Good coverage here. Blur gets stunned, the Glartrops is hungry, and Skier gets booted out of the Ninetales.
Oh my goodness, it's just back and forth because of it. I mean, these Ultrons in the sky is trying to find something. Doom missing the team now. You know, Nightmare lost control of the point, but did shut down the sky monster! Again, I mean, he's done that about 3 times so far. Now gets the Ultron, or the Ultra Monster Hulk into the back line in this case, but they have the point back. Nightmare lost it for a split second, and they might have done it, Vicky. Potentially 0 to 99. Still in control, too. And you've got nothing for Space Station side. They're going full stall now with Nectar.
Blur's coming back too, and with Nectar coming in with Light also on the Doctor Strange, it's going to be Portable Portal with Doom getting taken out from the opening of the window. Vision, he's got the vision, the third eye is open. Skier comes in, and nobody left on the point. They were on the edge, and they were forced out. Number disadvantage, Nightmare dominating takeover for map number 1.
Oh, yeah, it's brutal for Space Station 2, considering they had a huge lead both times, Vicky. I mean, how many times do we talk about a team that caps point first? I mean, they're the odds-on favorite to win most of the time, right? Like, it's insane how often that happens, but Vision going to be your MVP with only 1 KO, by the way. And we talked about how good Nectar was playing that hero as well, playing Elsa to such a high level. But Vision is just reclaiming that crown. Like, it's just 22-1, 12 KOs, nearly 30k damage. And it's always a team situation, don't get me wrong. Like, there's more to it than just the Elsa. But, yeah, Vision's always one of the best hit scan players in the game. And I would be maybe wetting myself a little bit if I had to play against him because he's just gross.
Get the Elsa out of here! We're prioing Gambit, but the Elsa's a problem. I mean, in the hands of either of these players, but it's Vision specifically, like the survivability, like you already mentioned, Dogman, and the 12 final hits, it's looking brutal and even better as Nightmare. They take match points in their best of 3. We'll find out what map number 2 is going to look like on the other side of this break.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time?
Welcome back, everyone. SSG and Nightmare are up right now, and it was Nightmare running away with this first map. They were playing it so close, but somehow, some way, SSG was not able to shut them out. Like, even though they were in firm control on both of these points, like, what happened? What allowed Nightmare to come back into this?
They had the vision. They had the vision.
The vision. But that's the thing, like, neither team is willing to, like, ban Elsa because both teams want to play them. It's for both of the team, it's a win condition, right? Because Nectar's Elsa is filthy as well. So when they get to play Elsa, like, it immediately puts the team in a good spot. Now, of course, Vision's Elsa also, like, just crispy and clean.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? And the duelists just, they have to, every Elsa player has to think that they are him or they are them. Like, you have to come in with so much confidence, so either of them is happy to take the duel.
Yeah, this is what I mean, like, when I don't, like, we're going to Midtown next, a very team-oriented map type. You know, we're going over to Convoy again. Like, I feel like it's very front-to-back style. And yes, like, 100%, Vision's crazy. Like, but Vision's like a one-of-one aimer. You know, like I said, maybe actually, it's interesting, on the bench of SSG, they have SJW, which is another, like, hit scan kind of god. You know, they showed up on Phoenix before, but I wouldn't be surprised if they play well in this meta. I would like to see SJW play alongside Nectar, maybe. You know, not that I have anything wrong with Doom, but still, that could be fun. Maybe that's always something to tease, because Nectar always plays a little bit Daredevil and stuff. Regardless, Nectar's a top 5, I believe, Elsa player right now in North America. It's just that Vision has a very coordinated team, and I think it wasn't just about the Elsa play. However, maybe it is just about the Elsa player. You know, it's like I'm a hypocrite on both sides.
Yeah, I feel like the teams just kind of got into their heads at some point, like looking at SSG there. So maybe they were starting to overthink it a little bit, and somehow allowing Nightmare to get back into this. It was also like, initially, Monster wasn't really able to get value out of that Hulk, right? But then suddenly, somehow, once they were in control, Hulk seemed untouchable. Like, what an issue Monster caused.
I know that's that's Dogman's favorite, actually. We're just talking about it.
No, God dang it, Vicky. God dang it. Every time. She's trying to bait something out of me now. Now I understand. You know, Shib plays the straight man. Vicky plays the agent of chaos. You know, Scarlet Witch really is you. I don't know what to say about that. Like, that character's disgusting. And when it's in the hands of Monster, there's a reason why this guy's a ladder demon.
Exactly. And, you know, I actually really like this pick here, too. So while we go over to Midtown. All right, so he's taking a step back here while we get into the action, because Midtown is where Space Station also took Team Liquid Citadel, Dogman, and it was actually close. It was close despite the stat line. It went 2-1, so Space Station, you know, were able to at least get it to the finish line. And now we're taking a look at the pick and bans, and the Elsa is still the server admin in the lobby.
And you're the server admin of the caster group right now, because you just, like, you actually Scarlet Witch ulted her out of the Zoom call. She's no longer in the call. Zoe is.
I can't feel anything.
We're gonna have Zoe's kid on the line, I think, to talk about the ban phase, because Vanguard pool banned both times. And, you know, it makes sense, I think, because what we've seen, but both these teams love that Elsa duel like you talked about, Vicky, and it's for a good reason. I mean, they both have really good Elsa players, but this time, Invisible Woman is protected on the side of Nightmare.
You know, maybe I'm seeing now from Nightmare's point of view, specifically the combo I had with Mace on their pick and ban phase and why they get down to it. Apparently, there's a lot of layers to the onion. So seeing the Invisible Woman protect after seeing the Mantis and Gambit ban out means that they also won't be able to have the Ultron. So trying to force something out here from Nightmare before they linger over to that last ban, specifically Space Station, who also go in and protect the Invisible Woman, trying to copy some homework.
Yeah, both sides don't want to have to deal with that dive as much, so they want to, like, Invisible Woman push away or pull in, I guess, a lot of players. So they want to give a little bit more agency to their strat players besides just doing straight-up damage. But honestly, how they played last map, I think that both strat lines played very well. Maybe you could probably give the edge, too, to Skier, I think, and Dinks, and how they played that sort of peel job onto Blur. But this is going to be fun because we're going to a completely different map type, to Convoy instead. So, you know, maybe we get to see what you talked about, how Mace was alluding to in those ban phases, Vicky, because it's like the same ban phase, but it almost feels like we're going to see different comps because we're going to not domination.
Yeah, exactly. It's Midtown, right? And so you get to scale a little bit differently here as a light is on the Daredevil. The Daredevil is no longer in jail. Maybe seeing a little swap up if he doesn't opt to stick to it because they are on the defense, which is something else to note. We usually see like the triple Vanguard lineup here, and Space Station could be expecting that, and Nightmare are just sticking to just having Monster and Mace take the front lines. Vision is going to be going over to the Elsa, while Dinks and Skier do stick to this White Fox and Luna. I mean, even with the pre-patch White Fox buffs, Dogman, this means that with so many teams rocking the White Fox and playing it to its full potential to try to break through a lot of these chokes, I can't even imagine what next weekend's going to look like.
No, it's going to be crazy. I mean, like, yeah, you're on the money. Like, White Fox, just as a character, the fact that she gets a shield on the teleport is so annoying. It's like it's Invisible Woman shield, but like instantaneous in a giant circle, so you have to shoot and break it. It's annoying for sure. But you know, off the rip, Space Station going to go for that Wolverine stuff that we've seen on previous maps, and for Light to go Daredevil has to back away with the Captain America.
It's always like the slow pan out. It's a bird is playing no. It's the Wolverine trying to get me and kidnap me. Nice little awareness there, and as well as the bubble that was used up. Mace lingering over to the back before the Wolverine comes right back up on the high ground. Doomed. I mentioned SCW before. It's still Doomed here in the lineup, and I like this with Doomed having a pretty nice Wolverine. He does get frozen. They wake him up, and with the Emma still trying to take the front lines from Netfries, they can get the fastball special, get it out in their direction. Nice little charm onto Blur, and Montez Claus has had enough as the cap falls low, and he manages to stay alive for Monster.
This is why, I mean, you've seen tweets from people like Aramori talking about how White Fox is more of like a counter dive type hero. You can see it, like Monster has to deal with this White Fox coming back to peel, and Light too. Monster's stuck by that trap, but the fact that Monster hasn't gone down yet is very impressive. Regardless, there's so much space being created now, and finally they burst through this choke.
Yeah, and Blur is duking it out, got the gloves on and finding a 2K before Necrise matches him. Vanguard lineup looking awake and happy from Space Station, but the recontest from Nightmare could come out with Mace being on the Doctor Strange with a portal.
It feels like you always want a character to kind of do something, make a play, and Doom has just been that guy. Now they're on the thing coming back. He didn't probably expect that. It's slowed down by the anti-streak. Glartrox here in the middle of the invisible boundary takes him out of it into the corner, but it's on to tank characters. It doesn't get him, though. Doom's passive's gone. Counter Glartrox comes through. Riding a train on the opposite side. Nectar is able to take down Skier and Mace off of that. So Nectar's later Glartrox ended up more powerful, and we're headed to second phase.
Imagine seeing that from left field, at least from like Light's point of view. It's like, where is this Uber driver taking both of our teams right now? We can't do anything about it. And now Nightmare is back to the drawing board because Space Station, it's all acceleration, no brakes. Nectar tries to get a nice little snipe there over to the side, but isn't trying to overextend.
Yeah, it's smart. Keep going, keep moving forward. Just control the space, maybe get out ults early. That's kind of the play, as well as set up your, tanky characters at this choke point. Maybe like force them to use something to get through it because you don't have a lot. You have Doom coming back with that Wolverine, and you can set up Doomed again. This Wolverine just feels so proactive just because of the fact that you can CC and take somebody into your team, whereas Daredevil usually is very good, but it just feels like he's offering just sort of damage into this fight. We'll see what happens moving forward, though. I'm liking Wolverine at the current moment.
Same, and he's got that final stand here, as well as Blur with the clobbering time. Nectar lingers back, as you can currently see. Can we all unleash? It's clobbering time and what?
What?
Gets the stun off of it up to the side, and then you have Blur here over into the back line because they're going to be able to harass the split-up strat line of Nightmare.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's like every time they try to make a play, they even go with Skier's ultimate, just negate it. And then, like you mentioned, that CC onto Monster, whether that be through Month or, you know, Blur on his side, that was excellent to shut that down. Now they have to walk in, and it just feels like Space Station, you called, they're just walking slowly forward at them. And, you know, Vision was a problem last map. Now it feels like it's on the shoes on the other foot. You know, Nectar's able to do whatever he wants, or they want, because of this overall team's snowball and deathball potential.
And you yeet out the Wolverine again, and with the double invisible boundary, it's a Venn diagram, and you call in the Glartrox. It's time for the buffet. They're hungry. You get another kidnap. You get a last in, and you find Monster in the process. That's going to be the thing out to play, and Nectar's going to be the next one to follow. Month has a sustainability, though, for Space Station, because Nightmare don't have any of the Vanguards out. Unfortunate for Vision, too, isolated from the back of his team, and now Space Station have literally not lost a fight since they got this payload moving.
Yeah, this is, I feel like the way Nightmare won on the last map is through, like, pocket vision, you know, let him do work. Monster goes in, creates space. He's not been able to do that. Like, now Light is going over to Adam Warlock to help with the pocket. But I'm curious, if this is, like, how they're going to play the game moving forward, I'm a little worried if we go over to Convergence. Because I don't know if we can just play, like, this hard pocket one-player type of style. Maybe you can, like Sentinels, if you had the Ultron, but because they don't, I'm a little worried for them. What was that clobbering time?
What?
Maybe he wants to switch. Maybe he wants to switch. You know?
That's what you always have to do whenever you fail at an ultimate, right? You got to make it look like it was all intentional, so that way you could switch. Yeah, oh no. And then Light at least pulls up the passive, but it does it right in front of Nectar's face, so it's just a free picking for Nectar. And Doomed and the rest of Space Station, right now they're playing a different game. They're looking to speedrun instead of getting this payload to the finish round, and Dinks is making the swap up. We got the Invisible Man Skier still here in the back line, rather, and it's Light still sticking actually to the Atom. I was wondering if they're going to swap.
Yeah, I was wondering too. But you see, Vicky, this is what happens when you put a Hulk player on anything that's not Hulk, you know? It's just not good. You know, we'll see if he can pick it up, though. You know, after this, it's been tough to have an ult canceled and then just whiff. But Doom, you know, and the crew trying to walk up on him. The fact they switched Mace back over to that Emma is nice, and, you know, maybe they can walk up, but it's this Glartrox they have to be scared of. They have almost everything, too, and something fight and neck rise. Nice job.
Wow.
I feel like I've just cursed this man to the highest degree. Poor Monster.
Ooh, wait a minute, though. Both diamond forms on both sides. A clobbering time out from Blur. Release the cough drops, though, as everyone was trying to gag before they could try to recontest on this point. And it's going to be matched on the other side. Nectar finds Mace, brought back in his direction. The Born Again at least comes out from Light to try to get this fight going, but I mean, at the same time, at least only bringing Mace up. The Kumiho Unleash is activated from Month. It gets stunned and immediately booted out.
Nice job by Visions. Holy crap. I mean, he gets that soul bond and then just flies forward. Jesus. Yeah, that's about the cleanest POV you'll see in the entire Ignite series. Huge cleanup job by them with that soul bond. Walks in, but they did have that huge ult bank. They did use the res. So we'll see as this moves forward, right? We need to see maybe a big ult out of Monster in the second fight. They still have a lot of time on offense. That's the tough part. Space Station switching it up, though, Vicky. They're going over Doom onto the Namor. Actually, Visions used to be the Namor on their old team. So it's going to be fun. He's actually going back over to the Phoenix. I think that makes sense versus specifically the Thing. Trying to counter Monster right now. Shut him down early.
Yeah, I was wondering, because if they wanted to go over to Namor, I'm not really sure if that was going to be the vision, really. Instead, the Sound of Seduction comes in now from Mace, bringing up on their line of sight, and it's going to be matched by Necrise. I feel like this is truly that Ditto match, except it catches Monster. Beautiful timing, though, on the invisible boundary from Dinks. Allows him to hold forward. Blur has made a swap up over to the Groot instead, blocking out any of the sustain from the strats that had the line of sight of both Monster and Maze, but they weren't ready. Looking behind them, giving them whiplash is the Glartrox, and it's clobbering time from Monster as it's his turn to shine with the 3K.
Excellent job. You know, just had a few really rough first points, comes and turns it around with a big ultimate. But now Space Station have ults, right? That's the worrisome part, is they just used basically everything. We used the Invisible Boundary, we used Glartrox, we used Monster's ult, Mace's ult. Now we come through with the portal, fast play with ultimate advantage. Look at the precision lights in, by the way, Vicky. he's in the clock tower.
then no one will ever know. I'll be able to be here because he's so close to that Karmic Revival, and it's going to be really important in terms of the win condition. If you look at what Space Station have, it's the Strangling Prison. Beautiful reset to react. We are not proof, but with the Born Again, you can be light now. Brings everybody from Nightmare to get even more aggressive, to flip it around Space Station because they flip positions. Nightmare, being on the defense, have wrapped behind Space Station. Nectar does have that Glartrox. Look for it, though, before the Kumio Unleash comes in, and it catches it.
Wait, but they got brought back to their own spawn, and now they flipped sides? This is just wild. Visions is down, so it's kind of worked out for him. Dinks healing nobody. He's like, where is my team? I need to build this invisible boundary, but nobody's here. Pops it, goes down in the middle of it, and in overtime, Space Station have got it done. They flipped maps, Vicky. They flipped the entire side, and it worked out. They win in full cap.
The Born Again bringing everyone behind Space Station. And then before they flipped it around too, through the invisible boundary, not having the Nightmare invisible boundary in time. This is a very similar look, though, to what the way that Space Station wanted to try to bring Nightmare to Midtown versus, like, in their last series when they had it with Team Liquid Citadel. It worked out for them. They literally were not stopped until really that third checkpoint. And I feel like they made swaps pretty quickly, right? We saw the Wolverine swap off. We saw the group come out, too. Blur was able to really get, I mean, that first Strangling Prison was not the best, but the way that they were able to come back and then flip the script to then put those group walls down, block out even more vision away from the strats, it did come in clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I mean, I think we can both agree, like, the main reason why Nightmare were in that was because of excellent plays by Vision. And there were some nice ults by Monster towards the very end, too. But, like, once those were gone, once we like, used that Soul Bond, like, it just felt like their game plan sort of dwindled away, right? It's like they were a bit one-dimensional, right? Like, we know what's going to happen. We're going to die. We're going to res with that huge Adam Warlock res. And then what? You know? We have to... Marvel Rivals is a game where you have to be, like, uncomfortable in the uncomfortable. And... Space Station looked incredibly comfortable towards the end of that point, flipping the entire map towards their own spawn. Like, that's definitely interesting because, like, they can hop back and spawn for heals if they want. But it didn't end up mattering because Space Station got the job done. Now for the attack of Nightmare, Light's going over the Wolverine because they like that idea that Space Station had earlier, and it makes sense based on what we've seen throughout the tournament.
And we see it a lot more often, too, to try to break through this chokehold as Light is looking to make the swap after seeing what the composition from the other side is looking like. Doom, Necrise, and Blur running that triple Vanguard lineup that we usually expect to see when it comes to the defensive side on Midtown. We mentioned this just earlier on in the broadcast. And it's about contesting Vision, though. With Vision now getting closer to that Glartrox and Light trying to break through this chokehold. He swapped over to the Moon Knight as Conchu whispers in his ear.
And it's triple Vanguard without the triple strategist. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
They want to play this style, but I mean, they want to build up those Elsa charges. They want to get that instinct very high, so he has cooldowns, or they have cooldowns like crazy. Light pushing him off away from now, so they're actually giving up a ton of space, trying to build up towards those ultimates that they'll have maybe first, but oh, Monster goes down early.
That's the one tough thing, too, when it comes to dealing with the Emeralds on the other side, right? They'll be able to get that damage on the beam so much faster by just using it on the group walls, but then you have to also worry about getting the choke slam and use it for your own advantage. The Moon haunts nobody, though. It clears at least some space, but the way that Space Station gets to just hide away, wait for it, the invisible boundary in Fidel's pocket.
Yeah, and they used everything to keep Light alive there, too, so they have to get those cooldowns back up. Once they do the Glartrox from Vision, is it big? It got onto Blur, but he's got the hard pocket, eventually goes down, gets the Groot off before he dies, but is anybody there to follow up? The Glartrox comes through a bit late, but it's caught Visions, and another, but they get rid of it. They delete it. Nice job with the counter CC with that diamond form from Nace to make sure that the Glartrox does not eat him. However, the defensive ults are late by month, so they're still in this fight. However, they're missing their Groot, and Monster has a Strangling Prison.
Both Dinks and Month looking at each other with another double invisible boundary in the form of the God of Mischief, too. Dinks uncontested in the back, brings Skier back to health. Sign of Seduction now from Mace, trying to aim down at Doom. Has the bubble, had the Emma shield as well. Necrise falls incredibly low. Meteor M comes up from Doomed. Can he find his mark? And the Strangling Prison now comes in, and they shoot down the group from Nightmare. Hand of Conchu comes in right afterwards, and at least Light is right there to try to cover the basic. But is it going to be enough with Doom finding another victim? Oh no, the pushing!
Yeah, no, the tough part is that they're like, Vanguard's going so deep to get these plays off, and well, everybody is. It's just like a crazy amount of damage that the side of Nightmare are taking to get these ultimates off. They lose Necrise at the very least to come through with the portal play. Nice job, but the invisible boundary is here. Counter portal play happens, and this fight should extend for another few minutes, but it's still not capped out for the side of Nightmare, so a minute left on the clock. holds happening so far.
A portal sandwich here too, as Light's just trying to break through this choke, trying to utilize the damage output from the Loki clones too, and Nectar recognizes this is a problem. They're trying to take care of Light here from the left side before another Hand of Khonshu comes in, and we get another rotation of invisible boundaries between the God of Mischief, but except it's Skier. Dinks then gets the copy slightly earlier, just so that way they can be ready, and through this invisible boundary, that was a good call out because they knew the invisible boundary was about to come down, but with the cop drops coming in, can they take care of the Glartrox? Yes, they do, and that's 2 outs at Space Station. They hold on to this defense because the Vanguard lineup is just doing too much with Necrise having that 100% beam damage.
Yeah. I kind of just feel bad for Nightmare strats because, like, I just feel like I'm seeing Nightmare just, like, overextend to make the play they want to work, and it's just causing them costing them their lives. The only reason they're in a lot of these fights is because they're hard-pocketed by their strats. Like, their strats are doing so much, but it's not enough. 20 seconds left to go, Vicky. Last fight territory. They're against the Doctor Strange ult, too.
See how he's going to be floating up in the air, hanging up behind him if he can pull off this Eye of Agamotto, but it's the Moon that comes in, and it's not with a wombo combo of a Strangling Prison. Unfortunately, it doesn't land its mark, but with Vision being on the left field, it does find Necrise. Doomed has a Meteor and goes up. Blur gets stunned. Does not the Eye of Agamotto. Necrise swaps over to the Angela, and with Doomed, and the follow-up, and the Eye of Agamotto, it's found 2, and it's clearing out Nightmare. Nothing Nightmare can do when they have no sustainability or none of those sustain ults here at Space Station. They win on the defense.
Oh my god, we're tied up 1-1. We gotta, I don't know, VOD review that because we had people hit by the Eye and the Meteor M, and it just feels bad because you look at that end shot with the corpse on the ground of the Groot and the Moon Knight, and the greens are right there. The crystals are right next to you. You know, it's like you're right next to the water. You've been dehydrated in this barren desert for years, and you were right there and you couldn't make it. So that's brutal. But Nightmare, I think on Convoy, this is brutal because I think once we move over to conversions, Vicky, this looks like a way better team. I think that they do a better job at on taking damage. You can just see, like, look at the freaking death count. Look at the damage block, dude. Like, Mace and Monster are just taking absurd amounts of damage, you know? Like, Light, I guess you could maybe also agree a little bit there, too. But, like, damage block stats a good way to, like, kind of take that. Same thing with damage taken. I mean, I love what Monster and Mace were doing when they slowed it down. But it felt like they would overextend a little bit too much to make a play work, and their strategists were desperately trying to keep them alive, Vicky, but they just couldn't. So, yeah.
And it caused Jinx and Skier to go down a lot more often because they also have to get a little bit more aggressive if they want to allow their duelists to try to get these follow-ups, especially Light, right, with the Hand of Khonshu. But we never got to see the wombo combo of a Strangling Prison and a Hand of Khonshu. I feel like we kind of saw it maybe once, but Monster also kept getting shut down. We got a game 3 on our hands. We knew that this was going to go the distance. Space Station keep themselves alive, and we'll see where game number 3 is on which map we'll be going on to on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, one and all. We are going the distance. We see SSG tying up the series, and a lot of that has just been, I don't want to call it scrappy, but this series has definitely been a bit more of a brawl, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. We're entering the brawl meta, you know, a little bit, at least with these two squads, for sure. Like, I don't know. I mean, when we saw Monster earlier on Hulk, Vicky was right. He was popping off. But then after they've switched up a little bit, this front-to-back style, not as pretty for sure, right?
Yeah, it definitely felt cleaner. Like, the performance of both teams in their previous matches felt cleaner, even though the matches have been hectic, like, especially for Nightmare. Like, their match yesterday was crazy, but the execution just seemed a little bit cleaner. Maybe they're just forced to make more swaps. Maybe they're also forced into compositions that are just maybe not their strong suit. I think there's a lot of picks midway through the series that may or may not be raising some questions.
Yeah, that too. And like, if you're gonna be running like the Moon Knight and you get one final on the attack, like it means that these ultimates probably were like not comboed correctly, right? There was really no follow-ups that you could see. Usually you see it like with the Strangling Prison, like I mentioned right before we went to break. And trying to see, you know, what we're gonna be able to do now that we're moving on to our game number 3 on Hall of Jalia.
Yeah, what do you want to see here?
I mean, I want to see them. I mean, it's tough because it seems to me, I could be reading into it too much, but we were talking about this in the green room at the break a little bit. I mean, I feel like this squad of Nightmare just love to play the Ultron stuff, and then when they can't, like, I don't know if they have a necessarily a game plan. Like, to me, if I was Light, I don't know, maybe I'd be thinking like, okay, I need to pocket this Visions guy because he's so freaking cracked, right? But Light is a great player in his own regard, right? Like, he needs to be thinking about making plays for himself. Maybe he can go into that Wolverine stuff because I think he could play a very good Wolverine and even Daredevil and stuff. Like, I just feel like the squad maybe is a bit hard stuck in, like, their mentality. And that's what we were talking about earlier a little bit where, you know, you got to break out of your comfort zone sometimes. And it's really tough when you have to change metas so often because we're going to another new patch next week. It's still similar, don't get me wrong, to this one. But the fact that Elsa's getting 25 HP nerf is going to impact next week and stuff. So maybe these guys are desperately waiting for that patch to come through. And this we're talking about, like, these teams are trying to, like, live until next week, right? So losing this series would be brutal for either squad.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Light rolling out on the Daredevil on their defense, which obviously Light being like the Daredevil, like we know Light loves playing that very hero, quickly swapping off though into the Adam Warlock. It just didn't quite click. Like, I just want to see a little bit cleaner gameplay almost. I'm not entirely sure because like if both teams actually continue to let the other team back in the game when they have a massive advantage, like something internally is going wrong. I don't know if it's the comms, the game plan, if they're just not on the same page.
It's so back and forth and scrappy too. Like, I feel like that's kind of been like the theme that we've had throughout the course of today. So hey, you worded it perfectly when we were all talking, and it feels too messy. You can't really get away with this as not only is it best of 3, right? So you only have so many chances, and it doesn't really go really far that distance when it comes to the map differentials, but you have to figure things out quickly. And now that we're moving on to Convergence, Dogman, you were saying that, you know, you're a little worried to see which of these teams could come out on top depending on how they have that advantage, where they feel more comfortable.
Yeah, you guys set it up well. I think it's going to be kind of interesting to see how these two teams come out of those last 2 matches and what takeaways they had. So you guys are right. I mean, they need to definitely focus up on a lot of the basics, and we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, we're about to find out. The series is tied up 1-1. Which team will come out on top? Let's dig in.
I think we will, because Nightmare versus SSG has probably been the closest matchup of the day. I mean, like, the last map maybe didn't prove that, but it does seem, or maybe did prove us with how it went. What do you think, Vicky? Like, I think on this upcoming map, for Nightmare, I mean, you're right. They have to figure out a couple things, right? It does seem like they're a dive squad, but after we left Domination, it just their fundamentals have kind of slowed down to a halt.
Yeah, definitely agree. While we also get our feedback up here too, and seeing how these teams are going to be going in through the pick and ban phase. A little pixelated from my end here, but if the Elsa gets through, which is what I'm seeing some of these teams linger on to, that means that the Elsa could still be that server M. And okay, we are back. And so being able to see how that pick and ban phase is looking, it looks like the Elsa does get saved. And you were mentioning the Ultron. I like how you brought this up, except it's going to be in the hands of Space Station this time.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think both teams like to play it. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but it does feel like the Ultron play to me is like a comfort pick because we saw that out of the same thing from Sentinels. I think like these teams this week specifically, and I know Triple Stratus is good. Don't get me wrong, but the best teams we've seen so far are playing that 2-2-2 style, or if they're not, they're playing the Mantis stuff with it. And the fact that it's banned, they're going over to the Ultron stuff. I mean, I like it. It's good in certain play styles, but it also feels like okay, we don't really know what to do fully. Let's just go Ultron stuff and see if it works. And I could have a bad read on it. Don't get me wrong, but to me, that's what it reads like. And I think both teams love to play that dive, right? So if they're on that triple, they can keep those Vanguards healthy that are ultra aggressive, like you saw out of Monster and Mace. These guys are very hyper aggressive Vanguards, almost borderline duelists. So we'll see if they can keep them healthy now that they're on the Ultron stuff.
And feeling more comfortable in that element, right? Because we even saw like Light swap over to the Adam Warlock. There was like no Loki on that side, whereas like Month, who had free reign over that Loki that was really able to pop off. You know, it comes down to if they can keep that going as we get started on Hologram.
This is a common map to see the Penny Parker cheese a little bit, but nobody's going for it this time around in this game. Understanding maybe you give up some ult charge to a Vanguard and stuff, but you know, I would be happy to see, I think, Monster back on his Hulk, considering they do have that Ultron potentially in the back pockets. And, you know, the fact that we still have, yeah, it is interesting, actually. The Jeff and the Venom still not through, but they're going for the speed boost out of Spawn originally. But we're starting out here, Vicky. This is for the entire series, because we're just in the best out of threes in this group stages. So,
counter portal. Wait a minute. Where are they going? Where are they going? Off the map. Sorry, Dinks. At least one of them gets to be saved. I think it was actually from the Doctor Strange from Mace. He actually comes right back together because he gets a float up. But that's a big pickup and a good statement maker for Space Station on this defense. Fidel falls incredibly low, and Nectar is right there to back them up before finding themselves here up on this choke. But okay, that's how you add a little cherry on top to our last game of this series.
Well, over there, too, they, like, stagger themselves, and now Monster gets frozen, and Bruce banner for him. No! Baby Bruce, poor guy. Oh, no. Goodbye, Monster. See you later. Lights all the way back onto Ultron, too, so they give a little bit of ult charge. They try to do, like, a Mr. Fantastic play, I guess, outside of it. Latch onto somebody, maybe get a KO quickly. Did not work out. Unfortunately, Light is not Kendrick in this case, and now we're already 50% towards that Ultron's rate.
A little different, though, if you compare that to Doomed, who's already close to that 50%. Nectar is just going to have free reign on the high ground, uncontested, and it's going to continuously harass Light, by the way, before Monster starts swinging around. Fidel helping and keeping everybody else stabilized, with Doomed also kind of lingering back, expecting to die from Monster, and Mace gets shut down. Nectar is on a terror.
I mean, they traded at least. Blur goes down. This is kind of the win condition for both teams, is taking out the Vanguards.
Nectar.
But yeah, Nectar did it earlier, and goodbye. Doom's like, where did my team go? They just got eviscerated, and they're back to the spawn. So 2 minutes left to go. Like it's staggered too. And honestly, like in this Ultron matchup, I feel decent about Nightmare. But you can tell like their tank line, their Vanguard line is hyper aggressive and rely on so many heals. Even in the diamond form, even with the damage reduction, it's not enough to keep Mace alive. That's a brutal sight to see, I think, for Nightmare, as they don't have ult advantage.
And with the Feast of the Abyss just to open things up, the Extermination's met on the other side, but it's not met from Nightmare because Light is still trying to build up that Extermination. It forces them at least to waste it out because they get to kite away inside that building out of the line of sight.
Oh, it's not easy to play the Vanguard in this case. Here comes the Glartrox, gets deleted, but it's into the trap. Oh my goodness. Nectar perfectly placed trap into that. Oh, okay.
One more.
Maybe get a highlight reel. Oh, poor Doom stole the K. Oh, rude. But beautiful play out of Nectar, and yep, that's a 4-piece.
Yeah, that would have been the 4-piece, you know, if he didn't steal that real quick, but that was insane. Nectar, the back-to-back, keeping heads on a stake. Light at least will have the Extermination, but look at the time bank right now, Dogman. Nightmare are at a minute, less than 20 seconds on the clock. Blur still has a Feast of the Abyss for a reset, and Nectar is close to that Eye of Agamotto.
Sitting on it. We'll see if Blur can get charmed. Does not in this case. Nice job to avoid it at least. Almost got it in mid-animation. Here comes Ultron's right to the high ground. Fidel counters it with the Luna's dance floor. Is Vision going to have a big Glartrox though? Connects onto one, but it gets deleted in the middle of it.
Nice.
And can you find anything after it? The answer is no. Nice job with Fidel to keep everybody healthy in the middle of it.
Eye of Agamotto comes from the high ground though. It finds 3. And for Dinks, he cannot survive, and Vision meets their maker. That is another wipe. This time, it's Necrise who wanted the spotlight.
Yeah, at least he keeps
No way.
Skier's ultimate. Oh, God, the staggers. Brutal. 35 seconds left to go. You'll have Portal, but maybe do they even want to do it? 30 seconds. They do have those ults. Mace now going over to the Angela. Wants to stop playing frontline. So that's going to be interesting. You know, can they take advantage of this Fox ult now? Nectar does have Lartrox available too and can stiff everything.
See, now with the dive down, at the very least, split some more of that attention. Be disruptive on this back line. Monsters doing their best. Already popped that armor. Close to the Feast of the Abyss. With overtime away in 5 seconds, the extermination comes in first from Doom. Skier comes in too in the form of the Ninetale. And Nectar has not been stopped, has not been contested. And with the Glartrox, they are hungry to find the 2K. Make it a 3K. 4 in the pocket of Nectar as they're creating their highlight reel.
I mean, that's brutal. That was a crushing of Nightmare. Like, that was... I mean, at this point, Space Station Gaming is going to be... Yeah, that was a nightmare. Nightmare! That was insane because, well, realistically, Nightmare was really good on domination. Like, we can both agree on that. And then Convoy and Convergence, man, they just fell off a cliff. Like, I don't know, man. Like, they got to figure something out on domination, on Convoy Convergence. And this was the worry, like we saw in the last map, is that I feel like their Vanguards always want to make plays, and then they're trying to force things. Like, you don't need to force things. You need to let plays develop. And I understand it's kind of hard to play Vanguard this patch, and in general in Marvel Rivals because of the CC, right? Like, you go in on Venom, for example, you get charmed, you get frozen. You know, you're kind of like... You look in the mirror and you're like, God, what is my purpose? What am I doing on this planet? And you're like, and God's like, your purpose is to take CC. Your purpose is to get frozen and charmed, okay? But you still have to slow it down a little bit. It's a hard ask, and Nightmare have to go to the drawing board, I believe, in this next week, because if they lose the space station here and don't even get a draw, that puts them in that 2-1 deficit moving forward.
That's so funny because you have so much time to ponder and all these thoughts when you're just stuck in a chain CC just event. But I think this is a big reason as to why it's important to look like Dom and look how volatile it is, because Nightmare, they won on their Dom map. It's very obvious to see that they're struggling a lot though moving forward in these other game types. And Nightmare with Vision still on the Elsa and then having to deal with Nectar on the other side. I do not want to be a flyer here dealing with the output damage of Nectar.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm Visions, I'm like, man, what am I supposed to do on Elsa? Like, people talk about Elsa gap, but like, what do you want me to do when I'm 5v6, right? Like, that's probably what he's thinking a little bit. And I know Mace and Monster are great players. They're just a team that needs to work on their synchronization for sure. Like, it's individually, mechanically skilled. This is a top team, but right now they don't look like it.
No, and with so many talented individuals making up this team, Blur gonna be able to continuously hold back Nightmare. Actually wrapping up on the other side of this choke right now, and with Space Station trying to oppress them, Fidel up on the high ground, Blur already popping the armor, and Vision waking up a bit, getting that first pick. We're talking about it, the Elsa v Ultron matchup, but look at the way that Space Station are playing this in this side corridor. It's all easy pickings once that Glartrox is up, but they're going to be forced to back away if they can even get away. Netrise is the next one, Monster gets frozen, and Nightmare are still holding up because this is a great spot for Elsa to hold.
I'm not gonna lie, this would be the funniest scenario if we saw a draw with not even 30% of the board given. That don't want to jinx or anything. This point is also, you know, I'm sure if Shiv was here, it'd be Mr. Switzerland and be like, oh my goodness, you know, it's a very hard first point to take for attack. It always is, right? Like, don't get me wrong, this is a very hard point to take. As you see Doom trying to make a play, somebody has to do something. But Mace is, what is he doing? He's feeding.
He got charmed, Mace to the face, actually, and with the Glartrox coming in and the extermination from Light, it looks like it's a better situation for Nightmare to be in, forcing Space Station to reset, although the Fate of Worlds is online. I like the restabilization. Fidel in a good position, and now with no extermination, they have to look for Dinks, who does have that dance-off. A freeze into a charm. They're trying their best on the Venom with not only the armor reset, the Face of the Abyss, but there is no follow-up ability from Space Station.
Yeah, maybe with the damage boost in that ult from Monster, it's enough. Nice job. And the portal comes back, so they're not going to have that cooldown at the very end, but at least, you know, Mace is here.
Oh, nice.
Here comes the Glartrox from Nectar, though. It's on to Mace, and he's not going to portal come back. Is he still alive, though? He is not. Goodbye, Meteor M. Nice dodge from Skier.
He's going to come back, though, at least on the Angela, setting that ultimate to 50%, and Skier could also help out with the resustainability of Nightmare. They're holding up in the corridor for right now, while you see Blur coming back in with the Venom. Nectar in the 1v1 Elsa duel finds Vision in the trade-off. Nectar needs to be contested here because they have just been unstoppable. They see Light, who is literally one shot, cannot hold them back. They're dipping and dodging, and they are moving and breaking ankles, and they're all getting focused on Nectar, who has not been contested.
Yeah, Nectar's kind of just free at the current moment. Although nice delay, honestly, from Nightmare's Vanguard, just kind of holding on. I like that so far, but, you know, they have to build ultimates. Now, Light's coming back on Spider-Man. It's desperation, and it's going to be for naught. It's over. Nightmare gets stuffed on the map, and Space Station win 2-1.
Can we talk about the flip around from domination on Krakoa to the way that Space Station just played Midtown and Hall of Jollia?
Oh, yeah. It was next level. I think this team is looking like they did in the first, day, right? Like, they look good.
Nectar, the MVP, is no surprise because Nectar was unstoppable. Space Station Gaming, they come out on top in our first Game 3 of the day.
I mean, look
at this.
Oof. Yeah, Vision, I like, across the board, like, yeah, he was popping off, or they were popping off. Victor was going insane, but, like, they just got to figure out their convergence in convoy maps because, realistically, like, Vision's, you can see the talent is there in him and the rest of the crew, but, like, you gotta let him be him. And how is Visions gonna be Visions when my Vanguard player is 2-8? Like, I hate to say it, but, like, and I love Mace. Like, I've talked to that guy a lot, and I feel bad because I know him personally, and I know he's gonna be like, oh god, I hate this Dogman caster guy. He's kicking me while I'm down in my worst moment. It's like, what a jerk. And, like, but that's the thing, is that Mace and Monster are great players. It's just when we move to Convo and Convergence, there's something not right, either about them or their game plans, whatever it may be.
And the pick and ban, maybe.
Yeah, pick and ban, maybe. It's not favoring them. That's a good point, I think, with the Ultron stuff. So, we'll see how they do moving forward. I think they have a chance to bounce back, and they're still definitely a top team in this group. But we were talking about them. I think that they were one of those top teams as of the last patch before this, like, White Fox and stuff came in, and the Elsa. So, I'm interested to see how they do moving forward, considering, I mean, they're starting off in a deficit now, I believe. They've lost both their starting games to Yaoi Lost and SSG.
My biggest question mark, too, is, like, where does Light slot into this, right? Because if this is, like, them at their prime in domination with the Ultron matchup, Light, kind of shifting around. What happens when the Ultron's off the table? What is the game plan here? What is the different layers to the onion? Zoe, in a Game 3 scenario, Space Station, though, clutch it out in a huge dominating fashion. You would not even believe, like, how close that first domination map was, really.
Yeah, I don't know if that's just like first map jitters, or maybe it is the game mode that just Nightmare excel in. Maybe it's that kind of domination chaos. Some teams are just good on those kind of modes. Like, it's just what it is. Because when it comes down to those kind of modes, it's a lot just mechanical skill that is just, and if the mechanical skill is there, right, then you have a chance of edging at victory, even though the game plan or the coordination isn't so on point. That's when on Convergence and on Convoy, like, that's where you guys need to be on the same page. And that's kind of what was lacking today for Nightmare.
Where was the Glartrox, too, from Vision? Like, we saw Vision swap up, but, like, we really didn't see that impact, too. Like, if you're going to protect the Elsa, we keep calling Elsa the server, Evan, but when you get diffed on the Elsa, like, you could feel it. Your entire team's health bars disappear before your very eyes, faster than the Invisible Woman Invisible Boundary.
That's what I'm going to push back a little bit against you, Vicky, here, just because, I don't know, like, I feel like he wasn't getting diffed. Like, I feel like, not going to lie, this is a hot take, but Visions is a better Elsa player than Nectar. It's just Nectar has a better team. Like, maybe that's a bad take from my part. Maybe I'm just being a glazer of Mr. Vision over here, But, like,
it's kind of like the final hits too, right? Like, because we also didn't see any final hits, I believe, from Light when he was on the Ultron. So there was, like, really no setup. I agree.
Yeah, it's tough, and I think for the squad moving forward, I don't know. They've got a lot more to work on, I think, than just the Elsa stuff. I think that's a part of it. You're right, Vicky. But, man, that just was a brutal showing. I think we've not seen such a bad showing out of a team in a while.
Yeah, it's not... It's going to be hard to have that basically be the end of your opening week. Nightmare now 0-2. Is that correct? Yeah, that is correct. Since they only played 2 matches. Yeah, they did take a map. And obviously, we talked about how close these groups are, really, how close the midfield is, how it's really not certain who's gonna get those top 4 spots, or at least like the middle part, like the 3 and 4, like that's hotly contested. So if you can just get a map like Nightmare did yesterday as well, and then today once again, might come in handy for a map differential scenario at the very end of the group stage before we're heading into the playoffs. Now, we are still waiting for our winners' interview, so we will waffle away. Let's talk a little bit about the compositions we saw in general thus far, because we do see a lot of White Fox. Obviously, that rate is just going to increase once we're playing on the most recent patch. When do we have to start thinking about banning White Fox?
Ooh, that's interesting actually. So because I feel like, do you like leap the gun and you go ahead and use up a ban on White Fox, or do you still want to prio? Like what did Dogman say at the very beginning? Like the 3 headless horsemen, you know, like what you see usually like from Daredevils for teams that like to rock the Daredevil, the Gambit, the Elsa. It all comes down to like what those first bans look like, because then the following save kind of determines everything else. You see the Protect on the Elsa, you then have to forcibly ban Mantis. Then you see the Protect on the Gambit, you have to forcibly ban out Loki. So I think those are going to be the priorities depending on which of these teams have that to their best strength, because we've also had teams protect the Gambit and get immediately demolished. Like it doesn't work out for them too.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I think it's you have to kind of you take into account a lot of these teams that are sort of unbannable, right? Like, I think in that series we saw it towards the end, there were no swaps. Like, we were just playing the same thing the entire map and didn't go to anything else. Whereas if we were watching, like, yeah, we lost, we would have seen them switch to like 3 or 4 different comps by now, right? Like, this is like just unacceptable to not be able to flex this a super high level. Now, it's easy to say, obviously, from the outside looking in, like, this game is not easy. And the fact that there's a ban phase and the fact that there's so many different heroes that play so differently from each other, it's not easy to do that at all. But there's like teams with just hit scan players on their roster. Like, you gotta flex the melee characters, and then you gotta flex to the gun character, like Heartlover said earlier, for a player like Zatex who can play that. So you have to. Teams are in North America, I think, across the board, not realizing that you could be more flexible than you are, because we have a lot of these squads that do flex at when it's needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with these kind of games where, I mean, strategy is just a massive part, right? You can't really afford to be a one-trick pony. You can't be a one composition team. Like, that will be taken out so very quickly. So there needs to be so much hero pool depth for each individual player, and then you also need to have enough time, scrim time on those different compositions. Now, of course, with the new patch coming in so shortly, or so short before the season started, I think a lot of teams were just kind of scrambling to figure out like what the best look is for them. And then also you kind of get into your head, right? With the first 2 days of play, you're looking at what other teams are doing, so then maybe you start questioning your own picks, right? Even though you came in with a plan, now suddenly you're like, oh, the other people are doing a different thing. Maybe we need to do that too. So it's really easy to get into your head with those kind of things. I do believe we have our interview ready. Exclamation mark or question mark? Nope, it's the exclamation. Let's go for it. Necrise joining us for a quick chat. Hello and welcome, and most of all, congratulations to this victory to close out your first week. I want to ask straight out of the bat, you guys lost the first map. It was a back and forth, and not the cleanest showing we've seen from SSG. Cleaned it up moving into map 2 and 3. What do you think went wrong on your first map here, and what exactly did you switch up for map 2 and 3?
I mean, to be honest, the first map was on me. Like, we hadn't really been playing too much with the triple, with like Ultron, but recently we started playing the last few days, and we've been like doing pretty decent on it. Because like one of the characters I play is like Angela, and just having like a drone is like really nice. But like after the first fight, we had like 80%, and we were like 90 to both our support ults. I like overreached and died to the hole, and like every fight after that, I kind of like kept, I guess like I'm like antsy or whatever, and like just kept overreaching and dying too early. So that first map was just on me, because as soon as I like went mag after, the game was easier, but the second round was like we were already at like an ult deficit, so it was like harder to come back from, so I just had to like make it up in the other games.
Well, we love accountability here, by the way, Necrise. I really appreciate that. A hell of respect here, but you know, you guys got the dub, right? It may have gone to a game number 3, but let me tell you, the combo and convergence, chef's kiss. You guys obviously had it in the bag and felt a lot more comfortable, especially starting off on the defense in that last map. And yeah, I mean, your Elsa going crazy. I just need to ask you though, your next opponents right now, are going to be, yeah, we lost. You've already had a few days to look back at their game plan and see how they've been able to play things out, and it's very interesting, to say the least, and the way that they've rolled out with certain compositions. It's all out there for you guys to vol review. How do you feel about preparing for Yeah We Lost, a team that really is playing kind of their own meta?
I mean, they're like a really good team because they play to their comfort, which is like really good to do. But I think like the best thing is not to overthink it, and like there's metas for a reason, and if we're practicing like what's quote unquote meta and like what we're comfortable on, I don't think there's like too much of a reason to be too scared of like what they're playing, as long as we're like playing our game. But they are like really good, and you have to respect them for like what they play. But I think it's just like not overthinking it and just playing our game.
Do you think that was the issue, by the way, for Nightmare? Because they're kind of forcing a composition that they're not comfortable with, and you kind of mentioning like the teams who could play into their comfort get to really shine more?
Yeah, I do. I think a big player like on their team is like light on DD, and like going into it, I was kind of saying like even though we haven't been playing too much like Ultron, but like recently we kind of feel like it's something we'll be good at if we prod Ultron, because I think the meta is going to shift more into like a triple support meta, especially with Fox being really good right now. DD is really hard to play into like the triple support with like Ultron, so I feel like having light on Ultron really like weakens their team.
It's fair enough. And Necrise, I think for you too, man, like how does it feel like finally moving up from like Alani Wind and that sort of stuff, like moving over to SSG, a full-on, partnered organization too, to get them, a win today? Like obviously you guys got the bundle and stuff in the shop, but is there, I know there's a lot of pressure on you and stuff. It didn't seem like it besides map number 1, considering on those other ones, like we didn't see you in the KO feed at all. On the other side, it was like all Mace and them, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's like I love competing, so it's like I knew I was already like good enough to play at like this level. I just wanted like a chance, and I just want to like prove that I can, because I'm playing with such good players like Nectar, like Doom, Month. I just want to like show that like I can stand out just like them. It's the fun part of competing.
Well, we've been chatting about you a lot here on our broadcast, so you definitely are standing out, and so is the rest of the team. What a fantastic opening week for SSG. Necra is going to let you rest up. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat, and best of luck next week.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks.
And a good night to you. That was Necrise from SSG. They're getting their their second victory on the board, so that puts them at 2-1. Which puts them in a really, really, really good position, because again, we just have 2 weeks of group stage play. It's a round robin format, so you just play against each team once.
Yeah, this is not the best start for Nightmare on the other side, and the best start, like you said, for SSG. I mean, they've had really tough challenges so far in Team Liquid, in Nightmare, but really it's on the other teams to just fall, right? Like all they have to do is just play their match like normally, how they normally would, right? And let the sort of, pieces lie where they lie, because it seems like TSM are on the way out at this point. It seems like potentially Lunex are. Like TSM had a good match versus Lunex, but it was a 2-1 game, and Lunex is improving, sure, but that's the only team to take a map to get a map win rather is Lunex. So, we'll see how this goes, but Space Station, like you said, Zoe, they look like they're going to be a top 4 team in this group.
Pretty much been the consensus in our post-match interviews today. Like, playing to your strength, there's a lot to be said for that kind of approach here, especially with the format being what it is. Now we have one more match to close out an exciting first week of play here in the Americas preseason. It's going to be FlyQuest going up against 100 Thieves, and that's going to happen after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Relax and enjoy the flight.
Alrighty, so you heard about the couple of matches in day 2 to start us off, but if you missed day 2, we have 3 more matches that were absolute heat, and we start off with TSM and Loon X. Now, TSM struggled a little bit in day 1 to find their footing. Loon X did look strong, but for me, it really all came back together, and you saw that teamwork come to play with TSM that fought back, lost 1 game, and then won 2 in a row. Shib, what'd you see?
Yeah, Lunex looked consistently strong, and I think TSM struggled on Dom, but then they just found their footing with this new triple composition. They started running this more brawly beef front line, triple on the front, and then allowing their, essentially one duelist on the Star-Lord, who looked really good, obviously. But yeah, it was unstoppable. As soon as that switch came in, it was like the cart stopped moving, everything was stationary, and they locked in for the next 2 maps.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of triple Vanguard, and I think it was cool that back in the dev vision, they showed actually how well triple Vanguard works at the highest level, but you have to have an anchor duelist. A little bit in SSG, we saw that whenever you had Nectar as the Star-Lord, and in this case, and today in day 2, Bedtime Story had to do a lot of the heavy lifting there. And that's because Gale, who's an amazing player, was on the Gulk, all right, was playing the Hulk, and is definitely going to give that team a little bit of a different look. And we'll see if that's just part of their flexibility or, one of the team packages that they want to run moving forward. Lunex, though, they've definitely proven themselves as a team that's going to be tough to beat.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, shout out again. Regis looked really good in the back line, especially on map 3 there. Looked like he did not miss a single bullet on that Punisher, and that's always hype, right? So the team stayed consistent, but again, TSM, the compositional change that they made, I don't think that Lunex could find a solution, so they're definitely going to have to look into that in the future.
Year 2, if there's anything we've learned, is that the MRC teams are not going to be easy beats. Lunex proved that, and we're going to continue to head into that with Swamp Gaming versus Cafe Rose, who obviously had the upset of the tournament, at least expectation-wise, to get FlyQuest a quick 2-0 in day 1, now playing what was now, I would deem some people's America's favorite, right? Swamp Gaming, what they've shown. And the number one thing I've seen from this team is that they have so many ways to beat you, right? It's not just from one role or player. I personally, if I had them circled on my calendar or schedule, this is a team you have to do a lot of prep for.
Yeah, it was awesome hearing Coach Fox essentially break down how they discuss their ban strategies per team, and then also how they're not afraid to switch in things like Days out and bring in a Madian who played incredible there as a duelist swap, and being able to do that with different priorities of heroes that they play is really powerful. It's tough for teams to scrim against, which is what he was mentioning.
Yo, I'm going to be honest, actually. If you look at that also with Sentinels, is this the year we see more subs come to play, right? It doesn't mean like a player's bad. It's like, okay, this is just a different flexible package we can play. The more heroes you bring into the game, it's going to be kind of more common that you have these specialists in different, team comps that you want to run. And I think that's going to be honestly super interesting on both a viewer and caster, position for that. But yeah, man, the backline for Swamp Gaming, they look tough to beat, but it was not an easy win for them at all. I mean, you may have looked at that game and thought it was going to be a quick one, but Swamp Gaming, they even put on social media like, okay, hey, tip of the cap respect over there to Cafe Rose.
Yeah, Cafe Rose has been stepping up. I think, like you're saying, with the MRC teams, we kind of assumed that they were going to struggle a bit up at this elo, but they have nothing to lose, and they're proving it. They look dominant out there, and they're not afraid to step up in these moments, taking things like domination to map 3 off the rip and look super confident. And there was a point where I was like, okay, this team might be able to pull this home, but just, unable to do so. Swamp Gaming locked in and just looked really strong.
Absolutely. And then it takes us to our last match of the day. If you missed it, it was TLC Liquid Gaming versus SSG, right? And both these teams look pretty strong, I would say, coming out of day 1. Now you got a battle of some big-time titans, especially in the esport. For me, Liquid, they looked like they were just kind of back to form. I think like day 1, game 1, it's like, okay, a little bit of rust maybe, but man, this is proven to be the team to beat. They look tough.
Yeah, they tweeted something out like, hey, we're going to shake the cobwebs off and our games are going to be easier for us. And yeah, they really did just that. I mean, SSG is no joke. Obviously, Nectar is disgusting, but they tried to match comp and domination. And TLC, Team Liquid Citadel, looked just so good instead. I mean, I don't know that you can try to copy comp into a team like that. I think you got to try to find a way around it. So they really struggled there. And then they kept running those unique compositions, bunker busters as they went to Midtown. Team Liquid, man, they are the team to beat right now.
Yeah, without question. Day 3 is going to be full of matches as well. There's going to be a heater on y'all's plate to watch. A lot of bangers out there. Get ready for some action. We're going to jump right in.
And we're back for our final series of day 3. It's going to be FlyQuest taking on 100 Thieves. Now, unfortunately for FlyQuest, Energy Shock poked the bear on day 1 and handed 100 Thieves an L. So they will come back looking for revenge, looking to make a statement against a team that is clearly in struggle town. FlyQuest, we are fans of those individual pieces, but from day 1, it just looked disconnected. it looked like a single-player adventure. I think we talked about that at great length already in the first 2 matches we saw from them. Will they be able to string it together today with one more day or one more night, I guess, of practice?
You know what? I wanted to hear from Dogman originally here, Dogman, because you got some time to like look at the games, but it's pretty difficult here for that team.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, on paper, this should be a good squad. I think people are calling it the retirement home for an esports team right now.
Oh my!
That's
They're like in their early 20s.
Yeah, I would. Well, you know, sadly, being 25 means you're washed up in esports, as you know.
No, that means that you have experience to guide the rest of your team.
True. So this is.
You got it all wrong.
What's that you said? This team has a lot of experienced washed players, and I think that they're not washed. Actually, that's a joke. That was too far. This is a very good team, and I think that they just need to figure out the meta a little bit. Like, if we enter that triple strategist meta, they have incredibly flexible players. Like Melio was that guy that sort of took the mantle for a lot of duelist players that were kind of one-tricking. He was like the one that's like, no, I want to be that flexible player who can play basically everything. You know, obviously wins the chip, I think, at the mid-season when we went to China for Rad Esports. But then after that has kind of moved around, you know, left that team with Trust Me and Navi over to FlyQuest here today. And I think they definitely still have it. I think Ken is also one of the best backlines in the game too, alongside Zelos, who never gets a ton of praise. On old FlyQuest, it was always Cooper that was getting that praise. So I think this team does have what it takes. And then that Jolly guy coming through who used to play on, you know, old teams like Jobless Bums. I mean, I think they do have what it takes, and they have that right mix that you mentioned, Zoe, of like rookies and experienced players. It's just a matter of starting out an 0-2 deficit after a patch is a brutal look. So I think as long as they can put up a competitive match versus who you said, 100 Thieves trying to come back and, you know, show up, have a good showing, that's going to be rough. So as long as they look half decent, I wouldn't feel too bad about them as a FlyQuest fan.
Yeah, but they do have to go up against quite a giant, honestly. I mean, 100 Thieves, they had such an incredible run last season, coming out in the upper echelon of pretty much every stage. So yeah, it's a tough match to prove yourself for FlyQuest, to prove that, hey, look, we made adjustments, we're back. But as long as they can make it competitive, as you just said, Dogman, I think they're going to put themselves in a much better spot heading into week 2.
Yeah, but also 100 Thieves have only got to play once, right? And it was at one time that they end up losing out against Energy. And imagine if you're FlyQuest right now and you got to look at the gauntlet of teams that you have to go through to at least put a point on the board. If it isn't 100 Thieves that are the Titans waiting for this series, next week it's got to be NRG, the team that literally beat 100 Thieves. Then it's got to be Swamp Gaming, the team that is currently leading the pack in Group A. It's kind of like hey, can we get some time to breathe? Because Lunex is then the last team that they would have to be in that last series for the last day of next week. So, I mean, actually, they already played them out. So, not actually having to play through Lunex, rather, that's on the Group B side of things. But it's still that gauntlet run, right? You still have to deal with 100 Thieves. You still got to deal with NRG. And then you have to deal with Swamp Gaming. The 3 big Titans that are leading Group A is going to be really difficult. Like, there's only so much you could do to ping. I think that's something else that we have to mention, because a lot of these talented individuals from FlyQuest are unfortunately at that slight deficit. So Bez doing their best, somebody say Bez, like, you know, try to be the foundation for FlyQuest, because if you're Bez right now, you're looking on at the rest of the team and you're trying to keep the morale right for FlyQuest, you have to also remind them, okay, well, now after this series against 100 Thieves, we then have to beat the team that also took out 100 Thieves. So it's going to be a mountain to climb.
Yeah, absolutely. And 100 Thieves, they're coming into this season with very little changes, right? The only replacement is Terra. Now, you could argue Terra was their star player, so that's obviously a massive change for them. But Self, I think, held their own, right? Like, as the replacement. What's the first impression here from you, Dogman? Does the glass slipper fit?
I think it fits, yes, absolutely. I mean, Self is a self-made player who has been able to grind out on Black Panther, I know, I'm sorry, cheesy, and Human Torch and stuff. But he's, you know, if he can flex and build up that hit scan pool, I'm very much looking forward to this guy's future. I mean, he is kind of like a mini Terra to a degree. Like, you know, Terra is not a player that you can come across very often, only because we talk about those star players. A lot of the times they're not the most flexible, right? Like, there's you know, I hate to throw Rymazing under the bus a little bit, but he's like playing a ton of that Mantis Ultron, you know, playing a lot of the hit scan stuff. Nectar came in on old Sentinels and was like the flex player kind of, and that's been really good for Nectar because now they're a star player elsewhere and stuff. But a lot of times, if you have to come in and kind of fill the other characters that the experienced player doesn't play, that can sometimes be a detriment to your individual stats. But if you can step up and level up like Tara has, like we've seen other squads, I think that they have a very bright future ahead of them. Now, they still lost their first match, right? Which versus NRG. And I think Remix, I don't know if he wants me to talk about it, but I was like, man, you know, how good, how are you guys doing right now in scrims and stuff? And he's like, man, we should have 2-0'd NRG, man. Like, he's like, we've been 15-0ing them in scrims. How do we lose to them on day one? So, you know, I'm sure, like you said, Zoe, they have a point to prove today.
Yeah, day one jitters that's a real thing. Even though you're an accomplished player, even though you know have all those accolades from last year, it's still a thing because in the end you don't know what to expect from the opposition, and those are high stakes games. We can't stress that enough. So it happens. Just one game. Remix, calm down. Everything's okay. You're gonna come back stronger than ever. It's just. For them, very lucky, of course, that they only had to play one match this week, and then they also got to sit back and just kind of take a look at what the opposition is doing.
Literally, they had to go back to the drawing board and see, like, all right, there's only so much Delena could do, right? We have to talk about, like, the star player that really stood out to me within that last series. I did go to a game 3, of course, with NRG shocking literally everybody for that first day. It was a banger of a way to end the first day, but they've had time. They didn't play too much right there yesterday. They only had that one series. There wasn't a lot to really base off of minus that one series. So you go into today, you see FlyQuest. If you want to test out anything, if you're 100 Thieves, you could go ahead and try to do that now if you want to talk about the individual differences that each of these players could provide on this roster.
I feel like, you know what, like you mentioned, like with Delena being an absolute god so far in Elsa and stuff, I think it's him and Visions that are like the two best Elsas right now. But like everybody else is still pretty close. Like I feel like Nectar still had a really good performance. Like it's still like a top 5 Elsa. You know, it's kind of like the famous Brian Scalabrine quote from the NBA. You know, he's closer to LeBron than you are to him. Okay, it's a basketball reference. So it's basically the average plat player.
James. Thank you.
He exists in the world. Well, I think I know him. But the point is, your average player is super far away from any of these pros. You know, for example, I saw on Twitter, I was like perusing things, I was like browsing, and I think I saw people were critiquing Flats' tier list, right, on Heroes. And people were like, man, Flats, you're stupid. And then he comes back and he's like, well, you know, most of these pros have the personality of a wet rock or whatever. He said something stupid. And he was basically saying that he's closer to the top 1% and they're closer to the everyman, so he understands them, and I get that point. But like, honestly, like somebody like Flats, who's in the top 1% of the game, is still very far away from the 0.1%, from the pro players of our scene, and I respect that guy as a content creator. But if I have to respect somebody as a content creator, then I think I have to respect the pro players as well that put all this time into the game and put as much effort as these guys do. And I think, like we were talking about earlier, Vicky, you know, Nectar had a phenomenal game, was really close, I think, to Delena and Visions. We're just going to see.
I agree.
This is a struggle all this time, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
you have that in like every kind of sports where it's easy to judge when you're on the outside looking in. So like it's so easy if you have the bird's eye view of what is happening, and then you have all the sources at hand as well. That doesn't mean you can replicate it.
No, it's hard.
It's true, and it's especially when you have only like a limited amount of like information to base that off of, right? So you go back on it, and you also like take a look at 100 Thieves, and you look at TTK, who's always been a very star standout player himself, and wonder, okay, were some of the vanguards that he rolled out with the decision that should have been leaned on? Because I believe we even saw him go to the Museum of Contemplation, and you know, a map that people are still trying to get a handle of, because being on the attack could be so detrimental. So figuring out, okay, well, if this is not what worked out for us, it did work out at least in their favor. That's where they won the dub, but it was incredibly close. That whole series was close. Like the first Dom was 2-1 in favor for NRG. They came back, if you're 100 Thieves, 5-4. And that was with Madara making a crazy portal play before they ended
God,
up
I forgot
closing
about
up.
that.
Yeah, like that, I lost my mind. It happened like back to back because it then proceeded to happen on the last map on Shin Shibuya. So if you're struggling on maybe these two maps, you go back to the drawing board. Why did we struggle? Was it because there was not enough protection when we're entering such a dive-centric meta? What are the adjustments we have to make when we go onto the tournament client with the new patch with the buffs over to White Fox 2?
Now we're sorting out some stuff on the server, so I promise you, our yapping is not holding the game hostage.
Not yet.
Promise.
Can we start tier listing, Zoe?
Can we? Usually. It's just that's always the assumption. Is like they have the start button. No, we do not. Trust. Otherwise, we wouldn't start with sports references because that's not our forte.
Not your forte, Zoe.
No, I speak for all of us. I'm the host.
Oh, dang it.
Oh.
That's how it works.
Well, today we learned something. That's awesome.
I'll get the
we're actually gonna. We're gonna head into a quick break. How about that? So we let everyone get some refreshments to set us up for our last series of the day. So stick around. We're gonna see you on the other side of this.
Shine on my window frame, on a boot to my flame, blinding shining lights. I feel skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. Turning up the heat. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 기어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기 속을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight mode. Fly, 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 burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode. 올라가 계속 계속 높이 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나. 그 끝을 몰아서 run even 위로 flight mode. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. This time switching to flight mode. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. This time switching to flight mode. pushing out towards victory 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높게 날아가 They can't catch my vibe and my life We're dancing under moonlight 손을 꺼버려 Turning up the heat Get it We're switching up the lip gloss Mixing up the crystals All they want to know how we do it Now it's the streets to fight more Yeah 차올라 내 눈빛 봐 불부터 나 ready now 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타 거침없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly mode Be breath free shining flying higher Feel the spark of flight mode 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight Gonna burn the night out Every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide right through the starlights 차가운 공기속을 realize 지금이야 take flight We're dancing on the moonlight 손을 꺼버려 turning up the heat Get it We're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's the streets to fly wake up wake up wake up wake up feel it feel it feel it feel it this time so it's just to fly fly burn up burn
Welcome back, friends. So we are getting ready for our last series of the day. 100 Thieves will be taking on FlyQuest. We already talked at great length about how this might play out. 100 Thieves obviously being the heavy favorites coming into not just this match, but also in general into this season, into this preseason. I think a lot of people had them at the very top of the standings in their group, which is a very stacked group. Currently, they are not where we expected them to be, as Energy Shock did hand them their first loss in our opening day.
Yeah, I think week one has been very surprising. And that's why, like, if we're comparing the series, like the last one we saw with Nightmare and SSG, FlyQuest doesn't have a lot of expectations, right? Like, based on the first couple days, I think people maybe, well, I put them pretty high because I was, you know, not thinking about the long term of it before when we were talking about, like, the predictions in game to get units. But, like, nowadays, I think people, like, kind of realize where FlyQuest is, and maybe that's why it's easier to be, like, to go softer on them a little bit because they've just not shown up to performance, whereas like 100 Thieves, you know, they've had a good series with NRG, whereas FlyQuest has had a tough showing every single time they've played. And that's kind of the like for Nightmare and SSG, the reason why I, like, for example, I was so hard on Nightmare is because they have expectations, because this team, you know, a lot of people think are going to get top 4. So you kind of set different expectations, I guess, and FlyQuest need to up our expectations after the series today.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in as a partner team, right? They're also coming in as an org that has done well last year. But they are coming in with just 2 returning members with Ves and Celos. So there is a lot of new pieces that need to be worked in. There is a new meta that needs to be figured out and new opponents that need to be figured out too. Because I think a lot of the teams have changed their identity and their approaches. So you have to take that into consideration in each and every single match. So perhaps they turn things around. We did see Sen being able to do just that as well here in our opening week. So now is an opportunity for FlyQuest to really push back and fight back and see what they got. Now the teams look to be ready very soon. So rest assured, we're diving into our last series of the day in just a little bit.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for your patience. We just want to make sure all the players are locked and loaded, ready to go, especially when FlyQuest have their backs against the walls. I like how Dogman brings up, like, how each individual player is so talented on their own. We know what they can perform. We've seen it in the back end, but it's about performing against one of the best teams in the region.
That's right. That is 100 Thieves, and they will be taking on FlyQuest in their last match of opening week.
Thank you, Zoe. Heading into it, FlyQuest, you know, like you mentioned, like, I think actually Zoe put it pretty well. Like, it was, they don't need to be, you know, the best team in the world here. They just need to be like, you know, Sentinels, like, scrape by this week, try to get to next week. But you don't want to go in that 0-3 deficit like the side of Lunex is in Group B, you know, because that just makes it such a hard next week and difficult opportunity for you. But, you know, it's not an easy test against the 100 Thieves for sure, but you have to start it out in the ban phase, and we're going to immediately ban out the DD and Mantis for the side of FlyQuest, which is, I think, a unique start, Vicky?
Yeah, when you just saw, like, 100 Thieves just go crazy with Delena on Elsa, so now Delena gets to get the server admin unlocked, so we have to see how that's going to play out for FlyQuest, but They have a game plan. They take out the Gambit. They wanted to prio protect the Mantis. You were talking about the Mantis earlier today and the Psylocke. And that's interesting because that's probably going to force out the Gambit ban from the other side for 100 Thieves onto FlyQuest. See how that's going to work out hand in hand. But I know a lot of players are also excited to see more of 100 Thieves with this iteration of, like, Self being slotted in. You talked a lot about Self prior. Talk about the flexibility, too, between the duelists of Delena and Self and what they could bring, too. Because, honestly, 100 Thieves also have no issue, if they have to run the triple strat.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy, and I think this will determine at least my perspective on this triple strat of this composition with the Mantis and stuff. Like, it feels like FlyQuest are almost preparing for next week when the Elsa nerfs come through and she's minus 50 HP. Maybe that's the reason why they're doing this, because for 100 Thieves, I mean, they've just gotten everything. Like, they've gotten actually everything. Like, this isn't except the Gambit. But the fact that you get Vanpool, the fact that you get Elsa, I mean, maybe that's just like a this week type of situation going on. But that's brutal to see those two in the lobby on the opposite side. I'm really curious how FlyQuest play against it.
It's going to be hard, and TTK is already hovering over that. Angela, let's get this going, everybody. Our last series of the day to close out the first week of the preseason here in the Ignite Americas region. Diving right into the action with FlyQuest trying to prioritize the Mantis. You have to consider the fact that they're also dealing with, like, the Loki ban, the Gambit ban, Zelos, being on the Cloak and Dagger. See if that's going to work out for them. But I think one thing that we can take away from today, Dogman, is the amount of Ultron that has been utilized on Dom specifically.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I think that the Ultron itself is just, very hard to KO, on top of the fact that he does insane damage. And he's kind of, like, easy to play. Like, for people that can aim, it's just a hero that kind of gets value by existing, almost, right? The only thing that's kind of tough is, like, figuring out when to use your ultimate. If there's a Magneto on the opposite side, you're just going to farm up that or whatever. But immediately we're going to go for this extreme fast TP play. We'll see if Vess wants to maybe go towards the point, if they're all grouped together for 100 Thieves side, and maybe we get some one-shots with a damage boost.
Trying to get a kidnap here, too, splitting the attention, but 100 Thieves are already ahead of them as the point unlocks in the next 6 seconds. Susie already gets trapped. Jeff over from the other side, this time in the hands of Ken after we saw Winnie go over to the White Fox. I love what I've seen thus far, too, with a lot of our White Fox players. And that's before the buff, too, as TTK lingers about to get more information and to harass this backline. The Angela is hungry, looking to sweep in on its next prey.
Yeah, absolutely. Just try to, like, playing around, waiting in the wings. But, in general, kind of comes for that dive early, has to back away to the health pad, just kind of play around.
Oh, taking so much damage. Melio answers back and finds TTK. Great peel, too, to help Melio gut up to health thanks to Zelos and Ken. And now with that first pick, FlyQuest do have the advantage for now before they try to re-engage because Vinny does have that Vanpool. Going in now, too, with going back here, Dogman, while you get your setup here situated. Delena's still now on this Elsa and close to that Glartrox.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of close to it. Building up on the inside. Sorry, Vicky, it's just a very little pixely online for me right now.
No worries, though, because then we can kind of clean off our glasses just to see that Melio finally does get taken out, and the extermination comes in from Self. Delena is close to that Glartrox, too, but it's going to be Zelos first with the invisible boundary. FlyQuest looking a little bit more straightened up, but with Zelos getting caught with the Glartrox, they deleted it quickly, but it's not fast enough before Delena gets a finishing blow onto Zelos. Now the Dance of the Cutterfly comes in. Jolly finds 2 off of 100 Thieves, and Tusi goes crazy, at least with the Psylocke, with them getting the control over the point first.
Yeah, excellent work there to cap the point, and also Minorette to finally sort its stuff out. But for FlyQuest, let's see how this upcoming fight kind of goes, as they've already set themselves up for a good position. They can kind of play, towards that objective, play towards the point, and allow maybe a little bit more space to come through, as you have some solid ultimates. You excelled in the previous fight also to avoid a lot of that damage with the Glartrox, so we'll see if they can keep it up moving forward. Maybe hit a huge Jet Bolt, as Self does not have the Ultron, or TTK doesn't have his Meteor M.
I think when you have that environmental KO potential, if he gets protected, Looking onto 100 Thieves now with Winnie and Millennia getting to cycle through these strat ults and look for self and that extermination that rings through your ears. They're trying to boot FlyQuest off this point, and Jolly has a lot of sustainability too with the Freedom Charge. Melio wraps everybody up together though, and it's going to be the Mantis ult to bring them into this point because they have not gotten off just yet. 100 Thieves trying to force them off, and with the It's Jeff from Ken, Meteor F just to slam down, but a good protection to help enable Ken.
Yeah, nice job by Vess to block that Meteor M coming down to save the Jeff. In the meanwhile, they're trying to go to the back line, force out that Luna ultimate. Millennia wants to go forward, right? Take advantage, but that Eye's coming through. Maybe debate it out to Lena with the Glartrox off the map. No, it hits the wall. Actually, no, it doesn't. He brings it back, but it still gets deleted, so everybody's still healthy. And guess what? FlyQuest at the point. No ultimates for support ults on the 100 Thieves side. They're hit by Jolly and Tuzi with the Dance of the Butterflies, and they're cleaned up. FlyQuest, they're at 90%.
This is a different FlyQuest and a different 2C on this Psylocke. Now you see why they wanted to prio this. FlyQuest showcasing that they have more secrets up their sleeve, and 100 Thieves are going to have to recontest with the portal.
Oh my goodness, and can they get there in time? The answer is yes. At the very least, they get that overtime tick down, but you know, they have no ultimates. They have to play slow, and Ken is coming up on another Jeffel. You maybe can get a pick off on Delena or something. Maybe somebody has to go off, but you have to play on the inside angle. Everybody's disengaging that dive coming through. Jolly understands that, needs to live. Good job playing his life for now. Vinny comes out, has that Banhammer. Jeff on as well comes through. Maybe they can live, and Vinny can get some more damage off down range, but into the sky that Jeff goes. What, doesn't want to get Meteor. Delena shuts him out. Nice job from Delena to read that. That was the player that needed to step up in that previous fight without the ultimate advantage. But they still need to find more. Glartrox coming up soon.
And with overtime ticking down and Vez having the Eye of Agamotto, look at TTK, who's falling incredibly low. Winnie also close for a reset. Eye of Agamotto comes in, but it only finds TTK. Delena finding Melio right as Zelos calls in the Invisible Foundry, with TTK getting the shish kebab, making sure that the Glartrox truly eats tonight, and 100 Thieves flip the points. But talk about a dominating first few fights from FlyQuest there to get themselves to 99.
And that was messy. I wonder if, like, so Ken, I think didn't want to get Meteor M'd or maybe even one-shot / charmed. So that is interesting. That didn't go for that Jeff ultimate in the previous fight. That maybe could have turned things. But the decision-making, regardless, has them at 99%, right? So they're going to this next fight. If they can force out Winnie's ultimate now, Self is on Doctor Strange of all things, right? No longer on the Ultron, so they don't have that crazy healing output. But you can't allow Delena, this guy right here, to get pick-offs like he did in the previous fight.
Yeah, Delena was getting away with it, even punishing the It's Jeff. When you saw Ken trying to go for that up on the high ground after he didn't really hit anybody. Uncontested in the back is Millennia, and Winnie's got the resustainability because with assembling the troops, Jolly and the Freedom Charge is leading the way. Meteor M from TPK trying to find its mark. 2C gets to the back and harasses the only Luna Snow, who's by themselves. Delena tries to go in for the peels, but you try to get the health back too. And Delena comes out on top in that 1v1, but it's a trade-off from both sides.
Yeah, did it buy enough time, right? The Psylocke destined to die in that situation, and hyper-aggressive Delena goes. He fell. No way, Self's ultimate's a little bit too late to save him, but they still get 2 KOs. Counter Eye of Agamotto, blocked by shields by the Vanguard. They're still alive. Self blocked it alongside DDK. And Best, he now finds himself with his pants down. He's gotten 2 in the fight. Still controlling the point 2 is 100 Thieves.
Self with the Eye of Agamotto onto Zelos and Melio. They cannot catch a break, it seems, and Ken is coming in with the It's Jeff because 100 Thieves have flipped this from 0 to 99 and are nearing 90%.
This has gotten incredibly close, Vicky, and you know, we have to see now, like, what does Ken do with this ultimate? He's kind of the only one with it, right? A lot of times he's been dodging. They need to play slow, maybe for that Meteor M. Gets poked a little bit early, but every time, you know, they're playing slow, allowing the team to build up towards those ultimates, and the Glartrox is still available. And we saw what Delena did before.
Delena's looking for those cough drops, though, shortly before wrapping over to the left side, and they immediately use it. The Glartrox catching one. The follow-up onto Vez. Big pick. Let's see if FlyQuest can come into the recontest as Zelos also has the Invisible Boundary. 2C waking up, finds 2. Can they find a quick 3K? Jumps up, gets stunned. Beautiful safety as the Invisible Boundary comes in and a dance up from 100 Thieves for the sustain.
Wait, he's going to have the dance floor after this. They have to KO the Psylocke. Everybody has to look at him, make sure he can't get it off, otherwise we're all dead. Into the sky. 1. Portal's there by his own teammate. Comes through. He's accidentally through. He wastes half of it because Vess's portal brings him back to his own spawn.
No way! The double portal now recontest from 100 Thieves at CTK is taking quick nap. Meteor M is ready. The Freedom Charge is coming in. They're trying to play around the portal to get out of the line of sight. But it's a back and forth. Meteor M up. They have to recontest on the point. They can't get off as it is 100 Thieves' point right now. And with Jolly Fun and Millennia, that's how you open things up for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's a huge pick. Portal out. Cooldowns out of the White Fox. Can Delena get traded? Oh my goodness, Celos gets it in the 1v1. Now there's just a Doctor Strange with the backline. Meanwhile, Vinny, what do you have for us on the Van Pool? Can you stall it? No portal. The answer is no. The damage boost is too much from Tuzi and FlyQuest, who win round 1.
What is... Are you kidding me? Tusi? I want to have whatever breakfast Tusi had, because Tusi is popping off. The immediate focus, the recontest, even at the end of that Dance of the Cutterfly, kind of getting cut off early, still found those prio picks. This Psylocke is on fire, and this is the FlyQuest of those individual talented players that we know to come and love.
Absolutely. Maybe it's that European sort of mentality in terms of the fact that they run the Mantis at a pretty high level. Melio playing that flex role gives him the damage boost, allow Tuzi to, you know, pop off like he did. And it's funny because I think we've seen Melio do well in Psylocke as well. So, you know, it's a very interesting team, you know, taking parts of EMEA, coming through, you know, and based on how everybody's talking about it and stuff, we lowered our expectations. But, you know, maybe, Vicky, we need to increase them again, because if they were to beat 100 Thieves today, I mean, 100 Thieves could start off the season 0-2 after all of the expectations that they had.
Can you imagine being like from the EMEA region and like watching this right now? America's is quite literally a masterclass of interesting outcomes, it seems like. FlyQuest have Vez at least with the Eye of Agamotto, but keep your eyes on Vinny, who's waiting to take into an off angle, and specifically Delena, who can have that Glartrox to take everybody off the map.
They walked to the point early. It's like you said, you know, that really early into the season, you know, really nobody knows the best comps to play until about like the end of this week. But Jolly on the backside, they already give up the point. 100 Thieves already in control. Jolly frozen after being charmed. All that CC used on him, but they still have to deal with the Glartrox coming up from Delena.
You know it too. Delena's getting a lot more aggressive as everybody's in the line of sight. They've released their Glartrox. They put down the invisible boundary, but it's not going to be enough to save the 3 members of FlyQuest. So that's unfortunately an invisible boundary gone to waste.
Yeah, excellent job from Vinny, who is kind of free on the Van Pool because he gets that mismatch and, you know, drops Banhammer, gets a lot more damage down range than maybe Zelos expected, but also there was too many people, I think, hit by the Glartrox to actually delete it. So, well timed by Delena in 100 Thieves. We'll see if they can keep it up, right? Down that ultimate. They still have the damage boost in these, like, neutral fights where the Psylocke does a lot more damage than you would think. But 100 Thieves finally have the point first, unlike the previous round.
Even playing off of that slight lag here, having that difference can make a huge difference for FlyQuest and make the comeback. Winnie taking the fight over to Ken, who unfortunately gets dove on. That's one strat out from FlyQuest, really leaving Zelos and Melio, and they do not want to stagger like this with Melio having that ultimate to try to recontest.
Yeah, this actually reminds me of earlier when we watched, you know, Nightmare kind of falter. Like, they're just losing in these weird neutrals where they probably shouldn't. Ken, in that case, on the off angle, got chased down by Delena. 100 Thieves, well-practiced, read it. And, you know, it's tough because you don't want to lose fights without ultimates if you're FlyQuest. So, you know, got caught out in that situation. We'll see if it happens again, because now they finally have their straddles, right? If you had the Dance of Butterflies in the last fight, that could have been big.
Look at Tusi, damage boosted Tusi, and he does have that Dance with Butterflies, as you mentioned, Dogman. Self playing around the pillar, getting out of the line of sight, does have the extermination to keep everybody up, as Vinny jumps up from behind, and Delena is finding the demon that was Tusi before, shutting this down. Nobody left from FlyQuest to recontest 99% as it's forced into overtime, and they delete the cap.
Yeah, this is the 100 Thieves we know, right? I mean, just gets the map collapsed at the very end. Didn't even need to break it at the beginning. 100-0 for 100 Thieves. And we go to the next round where, you know, I'm curious if the Psylocke works out, because we're going to Imperial Institute of Science, which is a little bit more of an open map. And, you know, I wouldn't necessarily favor the Ultron there. It's like at a big deal, like, sorry, at a large effect. But I would favor Delena on this Elsa, who will just kind of be able to run free. And, I mean, like, FlyQuest didn't put up a fight in the last round, Vicky.
Yeah,
they lost
domination.
every fight.
30 seconds.
Domination, literally. Like when it comes to this game mode here, Dogman, like domination, that first fight could determine so much in terms of like ult economy, and like 100 Thieves in that first round couldn't really find that footing. Meanwhile, on the second round, look at the way that they were able to recontest FlyQuest. They were staggering them. They even jumped Ken, turned him into sushi, and we're going on here to the round 3 where you have more of that verticality that you were talking about.
Excellent reads by 100 Thieves and very poor placement of, you know, just like this, like what they did in the previous fight for FlyQuest. They kind of went down one after another, but we'll see if that changes around, right? The first round went their way. They had somewhere, I think, for the strategists to really bunker up and play off of that, but it's going to be a lot harder in this round as it does get a little bit more open in terms of space. So, you know, how does 100 Thieves play this? And more importantly, where is FlyQuest going to put their invisible boundary coming up? And does Ken also try to play for his own life as TTK is off that mag that he was playing earlier, and on the Emma has looked flawless.
And as we go the distance too, you have to imagine what this does for the Vanpool, right? He's got those upgrades already ready to go, as he's one of those characters that like to build up, as Delena has released a glove top, and you have Bez on the receiving end of that weapon. TTK, Psionic Seduction, bringing them all into their line of sight, and FlyQuest are still holding on to these ultimates. Melio looked like had called in that Soul Resurgence, and Zelios comes in with that invisible boundary. A little bit better this time around, but Vinny tries to isolate them with the bubble.
I mean, they're trying to sustain, they're trying to live, but they're still down a member of their team. So the Capel, don't touch the point again. This happened before in the previous round, and now Tuzi's going to get picked off. Charcoal, a little bit too late from Ken. Is anything there to counter it? The Ultron's rage is there, so they get nothing. And at this point, they gotta change things up, Vicky. This is not looking good.
Delena is having their way right now, literally sending them back to the spawn room gates, and is still holding up before backing away, because not only do they have the point first, but Delena is just being able to take so much of this momentum and run with it.
Yeah, he's been doing whatever he wants here, right? And I think off of that, TTK swap to the Emma Frost is just sort of stuffed FlyQuest's game plan. Like, it's just given so much space to Delena to pop off and do whatever he wants. So they've had to mix things up, maybe change something. But they don't have Treadles, so maybe you could set up Tuzi. However, it's quite the distance. Look how far back they're playing. You have to use every cooldown to even get close.
And with Tuzi using the Dance of the Cutterflies, look at the protection from 100 Thieves. Unfazed and getting no value if you're Tuzi. Melio's also getting focused, by the way, as Vinny now comes over to the side. Meteor M goes up as Best goes down onto Delena. The biggest target priority, following up with TTK. That's making big moves as FlyQuest were able to put the point back in their favor.
Yeah, you talked about Vest being that star player that he has to be for this team, or that I guess he always is, but the team still somehow loses. Nice job from Vest, because that was kind of hopeless, right? Like, they were sent all the way far back. That's the problem with, you know, not earning the space that you are given, right? Like, he had to use every cooldown to get in, and 100 Thieves obviously expected it, patty caked it, lived it. Now this upcoming fight, though, right, you go on the ultimate advantage. Yes, Vest got those KOs, but it cost them the Meteor and it cost them the Dance of the Butterflies. Let's see if they can live with the Shadows now. That's the crucial factor, as Delena has been brutal every single time with the Glartrox.
And the disruption, too, onto the backline from Jolly, who's trying their best to try to split that up from 100 Thieves. Delena has that Glartrox, and they see that Zealous has already called in that invisible boundary. It's up to Melio to see how they're going to be able to try to utilize the Soul Resurgence on the other receiving end, as Vest falls so incredibly low, brings him back up to health, finds another snipe, this time out to Vinny, as Self had the extermination, but held on to it. So the 100 Thieves are going to hold on to these folks in general to go in for a reset, because FlyQuest are nearing 70%.
Yeah, and they're going to
stagger.
They need this. They absolutely need this stagger. And 100 Thieves, their game plan was immediately, okay, they used Invis, they used Mantis. Okay, we have the ultimate advantage next fight. But we've seen out of teams, Vicky, earlier, you know, you can throw that advantage away slowly but surely, like Nightmare earlier. You know, for FlyQuest's side, sure, they don't have a lot of ultimates, but they're going to build it into the Butterflies. If 100 Thieves overcommit or don't find anything with the Glartrox, I might get worried if I'm a 100 Thieves fan.
It's looking grim, but at 95%, they're looking to recontest, and FlyQuest really only have Ken to make a big It's Jeff move, as 2C also looking to try to utilize the Dance of the Cutterflies. Melio trying to go for a flank, and it's by Delena. 2C gets revenge for himself, gets the Dance of the Butterfly, but is answered by the fate of both force from Millennia, who was holding on to it.
Yeah, they get the dance floor out. Self's not going to be here, and with that Ultron's Rage, so that's big. Ken's ultimate, he's just going to use it to live. Maybe trying to avoid all that damage. Delena's still here on the objective, though, but they are missing Self. Oh my goodness, Tuzi gets deleted by that right click from Delena, who hunts him down. with the Deadpool team up. Jolly just trying to stall things out. And oh my goodness, it's a reset. 100 Thieves have control.
Now everybody seeing this understands what we mean when it comes to making sure that the server admin Elsa currently doesn't have free reign, because Delena's having so much impact and getting these raw picks. It's even scarier in comparison to some teams that want to force out the Gambit, which was the first that we saw banned out. Daredevil 2 from the other side, actually. That was a prio pick, as 100 Thieves are working with what they have. Winnie does have that ultimate ready to go on the White Fox. Nice little bubble as Vet tries to push up and has that Meteor M.
Yeah, slowly walking out, means a lot of pressure on him. Has to anchor the point. Has to find a big ultimate. He has to also counter the Ultron's rage coming up in a second. Jolly trying to force it out. He does, but does he live? No. Oh, no. He had to live. Meteor M a little bit late and doesn't connect either. Oh wait, traded though. They get rid of Delena. Sure, you don't find anything with the Meteor M, but that ultimate's too late from that Fox. The White Fox ultimate gonna get taken out. Invis boundary's perfect. Millennia gets stolen upon, but does have the drone. Eventually goes down. Didn't even have damage boost and got it done. Melio's there with the follow-up, and no way. Slowly but surely they're getting it done. Here comes the Deadpool. Trying to bounce, trying to get those upgrades, and the portal is here.
Looking at Mario's character, the way he's trying to jump around and try to prolong, which is an info roll, but 2C is going crazy. The Doctor Strange portal comes in next. They're finding all these pile picks. Overtime taken away. Is FlyQuest about to take a map off of 100 Thieves? TTK, Silent Seduction, they flip the point back in their favor, and 2C still has a dance of the butterfly.
Are you kidding me? Overtime's ticking down. They lose Jolly. No way. Delena, who came back on the Doctor Strange, close to that ultimate, has now tried to take the Zard of the Joe, but he's got eaten by Ken. He got eaten by Ken. He's pulled away. Can they find him? He's swimming away. Run, Ken. He takes out 3. He takes out 3, and 2C's there with the dance of the butterflies in celebration because FlyQuest. Oh my goodness. There's just one left. This Invisible Woman, and she's gone back into the pit of hell. FlyQuest wins map 1.
FlyQuest, more like main quest. They heard us. They heard everybody at home and said 100 Thieves, they're the ones stealing the win here. FlyQuest take map number 1. Are you kidding me?
Well, last game of the day, you know, who needs a Red Bull? Also on top of that, let's give you some 5-hour energy. Let's give you all of the caffeine in the world. Give you a heart attack, because that's what we just got. In essence, 2Z's your MVP, and wow, FlyQuest, what a performance there. Strong mentals, iron mentals. Now, Vicky, does that shatter the mentals of 100 Thieves? Because what an unexpected map 1.
My brain is shattered right now. What did we just witness? 2C, 19 finals. Delena had 19 finals too, but it was the impact of the rest of FlyQuest to come back in. Ken with an MVP play. What cinematic first game to open this series. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat, dog, man. I cannot believe it. Honestly, I was thinking to myself, all right, do I get some coffee? You know, we're going the distance maybe. You know, it's this last series. Well, guess what? I'm gonna get that coffee when we come out of this break coming up shortly, because 2C right now, 34-7. Look at this. Following up with Vez, too, who got the 9 final hits, dog, man.
Yeah, what a Chad, man. Oh my goodness, what a play. And overall, like I straight up, I'm starting to be a believer in, like, well, I mean, I've already kind of been anti-triple. I know they said that's the meta potentially for next week. A lot of the pros did. But I feel like it's just not proactive. Like, I really don't. Like, it feels like the Ultron, you have to play back. And Self, we know him as a player that likes to play aggressive, likes to set up plays like we saw 2Z do. And just when you play the Ultron, it feels like you're stagnant. And the Mantis ban going back at it seems to be the catalyst, because it's, as you mentioned, I mean, 2Z was just farming them with that damage boost.
I am, like, appalled right now. I was there! We were there! FlyQuest, take the map versus 100 Thieves. This is insane to see. As we get set up here, wait to see what the second map is going to be looking like. But before we throw it over to Brick to make sure everybody is ready, we have to see what 100 Thieves is thinking. Because also, like, Dogman, as a former player yourself, like, what does this do to your mental? We're going to have to find out. You know, you can answer us when we come out of this break. We got to get calm and collected. We'll come back for game number 2 on the other side.
flame, blinding shining lights. I feel skipping way out of control. Lock in, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it home. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath-free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기속을 relax. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it home. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This I'm switching to
Welcome back, everyone. I really hope Tuzi has a good physical therapist on speed dial because he's going to need it after that carry. Man, that damage boost to Psylocke was clinical. FlyQuest taking this first map. Yes, you heard me. I'm not mixing up the team names. It is, in fact, FlyQuest taking that first map off of 100 Thieves. And I think a lot of that just came down to, like, insane individual performances. Like, those were heroic moments.
I mean, honestly, sorry to interrupt you, Vicky. I know you wanted to say something.
No,
but
no,
like,
no.
It's like, I feel like, you know that meme where we're seeing like the coffin dance, you know? Like we were like bringing it out for FlyQuest already. We were like, okay, we'll do the coffin dance ready for FlyQuest's demise. But it was the Uno Reverso other meme, you know, call an ambulance, but not for me. Because 100 Thieves look like they're the washed up team right now.
Dude, 2C and Delena 1v1 was crazy. You know what it gives me, like, flashbacks of? I don't think we're gonna see it. It depends on, like, what the pick and ban phase is. But why is it, like, a part of me want to see, like, the Psylocke 1v1? Like, you know, the ego check real quick? Like, 2C going crazy. Delena can't do more. What is going on here? FlyQuest actually managing to take a map off of 100 Thieves. We've only seen 100 Thieves, like, once, right? And then you take a look at, like, FlyQuest. I don't think they've won a map, like, a single time. Like, a single time in the last two series that we've seen them. Not against the MRC team, Cafe Rose. They didn't take a map against Sentinels yesterday. And now we see them take the first map, their first map win against 100 Thieves. What is going on?
And it's crazy because round 2 was so one-sided in 100 Thieves' favor. So after round 2, I was like, oh, okay, never mind. Like, round 1 was a fluke. It's okay. Like, 100 Thieves are in control. But even in round 3, for a lot of it, 100 Thieves looked really, really strong there. Obviously, with like Delena doing like the Lord's work on that Elsa, getting away with like literally everything, getting so many great pickups in the neutral, just like constantly pushing the opposition back there. But man, FlyQuest, they're stringing things together. I also just really feel like this composition worked really well for them.
It did. It really did. And I think that's like what Vicky said. I mean, it's because they have Tuzi and you can play around them, right? It's excellent play out of the whole team. And, you know, we'll see how it goes moving forward. Like, I feel like this kind of is like an overarching macro situation. Like, it feels like nobody knows the meta, right? And that's why this weekend was crazy, right? Nobody understands it. And then everybody thinks they understand it. So then they're all having like massive egos on Twitter talking about how, oh, I know the meta. You're crazy for not knowing the meta. But nobody knows the meta. Everybody is stupid, okay? You don't have to be...
Everyone's a liar.
Everyone's a liar, okay? We're all dumb. You can join us in the dumb pool of people because... I mean, listen, everything's going to change up next week. Like, we'll probably see a completely different comp next week with the White Fox changes.
That's true. I agree. Because then you're like, okay, then where do you go into when it comes to our second map, right? Like, you did this on Dom. We always mentioned how volatile Dom is. Obviously, we're on the pre-patch of the White Fox changes and the Elsa nerfs, but we're moving ahead here with 100 Thieves, like, really only having that one series to, like, look back on, which went to a Game 5. Can FlyQuest even replicate this domination onto a different game mode is the biggest question mark, right? Or will this be another Nightmare 2.0 situation?
Okay, they're taking us to Midtown here. That is, of course, 100 Thieves map choice, and FlyQuest did win this first one. How do you feel about Midtown?
I think this is a very good 100 Thieves map. You know, I think in the past we've seen them excel on it. But that's also old 100 Thieves. The interesting part, I think, of Ignite now is that this is the perfect time, I think, for our viewers to be tuning in because, you know, we've had a lot of roster shakeups, you know, a lot of storylines, I think, going into the year. But everything is flipped on their heads when, like you mentioned earlier, Zoe, with freaking Vest being the last one on FlyQuest after that mid-season and then everything shaking up. This is the perfect time to get invested, I think, for our viewers. And Midtown was a known map for 100 Thieves, but it's new 100 Thieves, and they just lost map number 1, so do we really even understand this team right now? I don't know.
Vicky's like, I don't.
Like, Vicky's like, you lost me. Like, you lost me earlier.
But no. 100 Thieves also played things a little different than what we saw against Energy Shock. So they definitely like tried some different stuff out. I don't think they had Ultron in the mix. That seems to be the flavor of the day today. Do you expect them to kind of run it back? Like, what compositions do you want to see them on?
I kind of want to see, if you're FlyQuest at least in this case, I want to see like 2C continuously being enabled, right? Because it could get a little difficult. Once again, like we saw, I mean, we could see like what ping they're playing on, maybe being able to find like a better server for them to find that middle ground. But if you could try to enable 2C in that 1v1 that we're going to keep seeing between 2C versus Delena, where's this impact? How is the backline going to survive? Ken, by the way, did get that really crazy It's Jeff. But how far can you get away with this, right? If we're moving on to Midtown, you usually see that triple Vanguard hold up on the defensive side. We've been seeing a different iteration where sometimes it's that triple strat instead. How comfortable do you feel playing on that triple strat if we do see that coming out, depending if it's going to be 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest? Where is that flexibility, right? Kind of goes back to the topic that we keep highlighting throughout the course of today, which is playing Hero Mania, being able to pull basically a hero out of these bag of tricks to make sure that you can showcase that flexibility.
It also always bodes well, right? When you have one particular hero that really stood out, that really like caused trouble in that first map, then you kind of turn the enemy's ban strat like upside down, because then suddenly they feel like, oh, we do have to prioritize that. Like, do we really want them to get away with a Mantis pick? Maybe not, because then they're enabling a 2Z on a different level, right? So like, now you might have to adjust your bans that you initially had kind of like mapped out already for the series.
Yeah, you can't go in with a plan, I think, is what we're kind of coming to terms with.
Like, the plan is not to have a plan.
Yeah, kind of, a little bit. Like, you have to be flexible, like we mentioned, but it is an incredibly difficult task for all these squads. But a lot of them are sort of gravitating, I feel like, towards that triple composition like we've seen, whether it be triple with Mantis, whether it be triple with Ultron, sometimes with the Adam Warlock like we saw. But, you know, maybe the shoe doesn't fit sometimes, Zoe. Like, sometimes you can't play triple strategist all the time because, oh, well, we fell off from Mantis with the damage boost, like Vicky was mentioning, giving that to 2Z, but we don't have that anymore once we lose the Mantis. I don't think we can just transition that same playstyle over to the Ultron.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a lot harder, right? Because even though you have that extra damage impact, you're going to have to rely on the extermination, too, and seeing how quickly you can get that. And let's go back to the pick and ban phase. A change-up, even though FlyQuest did win that first map, of course, again, domination. It went down to the wire in that round 3. But the change-up would be, are we going to keep Prio banning the Daredevil / Gambit? Can we look at what Delena's impact is and maybe take care of the Elsa instead? You know, maybe they feel like it's still a threat with the Raging Royal Flush. But obviously, with Delena getting so much impact, what was it, like, slightly, so like 19 final hits that we saw, did almost like 38k damage on the Elsa alone, was obviously a problem in comparison to like everybody else. Vinny was doing a good job on the Vamp pool, but comparatively to everybody else on 100 Thieves, that was the #1 problem because it also forced a lot of staggers.
Yeah, that was pretty much the case already in their match against Energy Shock, right? Like, Delena on the Elsa was like the bright spot. It was like the issue on the table. So I'd be surprised to see an Elsa slipping through it, especially because FlyQuest, we've not really seen them utilizing the Elsa, so there's no reason for them to, like, you know, ignore it. So they could have that in a ban priority pretty high up, probably.
This goes to show, I think, to all of our players that are like, man, we got Elsa gapped or whatever. Sometimes it doesn't matter, right? Like, I feel like, you know, for as good as Delena was in that last map, they still took the L, right? Like, that's kind of crazy. So you can't really carry with one character. And I think going to that, maybe, I don't know, maybe they're right about the macro of it, but I'm kind of leaning still towards Vicky, where it's like we're going over to a map where Elsa dominates. Like, I think Midtown is not a great dive map. It's super long range, and Delena's popped off there before. I'm a little worried for FlyQuest.
Me
So
too.
Elsa
While we get
must
everything
go.
set ready too. The Elsa server and admin still is a problem here, Zoe.
Yeah, I see we are heading to Midtown, as you said, convoy map next. And yeah, we're, of course, still waiting for what the teams have in store. I'm also just, like, actually baffled at the fact that FlyQuest, 3 of their players are playing on ping.
Yep.
And they managed to, like, make this look so good. If FlyQuest is taking this serious, like, how does our idea of this group shift? Because then we're looking at 100 Thieves at an 0-2 in week 1.
Oh no. Oh no. It's scary to bring that up because it could very well happen.
Did not mean
Well,
to scare you.
Well, I'm only scared because I got into a tussle with the 100 Thieves fans before for no reason, because they thought I was too biased against their team.
That seems like a you thing to do. Not gonna lie.
Okay, that is. But I like them. I like 100 Thieves' chances, except if they go down 0-2 this week, not a good look, obviously. But I still believe on Midtown. They're a very good team on that map, based on how they played. It depends on what FlyQuest does in that sort of ban phase for sure. But I think we could agree that, like, the ban phases are kind of similar to what we've seen throughout the whole tournament, in that Elsa, like you said, Vicky, is server admin.
Yeah, now our teams do need an extra minute, so we, of course, are happy to give that to them. We're heading into a break, and when we're back, we're hopefully going to have map number 2 ready for all of you.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
guys. Well, if you missed day 1 and day 2, we are here to fill you in. Starting with day 1, Chip. I mean, we saw kind of the debut for a lot of these teams. Some of them knocking off the rust, others coming right into the new form of what roster mania is. Day 1 has come and gone. Day 2, though, you were the caster of it, man. What did you see? What were some words to describe it?
Sure, I'll keep it quick. I think teams started waking up. We saw them actually perform and step into their shoes a little bit and shake off some of those nerves. A lot of the series going to game 3, and they were much more intense than I thought from day 1.
Well, listen, man, let's go and kick it off with Nightmare versus Yeah, We Lost. And this was a close one. I mean, the word to describe the first match was probably the closest match right there with it that we've seen in Ignite yet, or at least this year, too. Both these teams kind of flex that they are the dive ones. But what did you see breaking it down? Because there's a lot to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to discuss. I mean, like you said, very close, 99 to 99 on Dom on map 3, off the rip. And even then, there was ultimates coming in at the end that almost looked like it was going to sway it back in the favor of Yeah, We Lost. Nightmare did look super solid. A lot of these similar comps. Jeff was seeing a ton of play. We even saw Spider-Man, Venom, all the stuff you would expect. Psylocke was in there too. Daredevil went available. I mean, these teams are just very aggro, but they are incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it looked like Vision he did not miss a step from last year. Vision was just popping off. And I felt like Nightmare had a very good control of that going forward. And then, Yeah, We Lost. They just came back into form. And I have to give them credit because they didn't struggle in the MRC. And sometimes when that's your practice and then you go into something like this, like you're kind of not used to being down. Also, Jitward, we got to see the Deadpool, which is always fun. And, we'll see how long that kind of lasts as things have been patched and, approached a little bit. But do you think they have a good step moving forward? A lot of people had them high in their rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they are confident right now, too.
Welcome back, one and all. We are still awaiting the beginnings of Map 2 after FlyQuest took that first one away from 100 Thieves. A phenomenal performance across the board from that team with lots of individual heroics and highlight reels. I am very, very excited to see what both of these teams are going to adjust to on that second map. We already talked a little bit about our expectations for the ban phase here. Generally, obviously, like having a longer break here as a player, is that an opportunity to overcook here, Dogman?
It might be for sure. Like, I mean, like, that you could potentially be tilted about a potential server selection. Like, there's all that situation going into your heads. You just can't overthink it. You just got to pick the right heroes that work for you. And based on what we saw in the last map, we probably want to try to prioritize keeping that Mantis again. It is tough because that would mean that we're going to see that Elsa go through. And then, it's like you're just like trying to argue about whether you want to get a different type of pizza or whatever. Like, it's like, what you really want at the end of the day. Why are we having this discussion,
Yeah, it's definitely super deep strategic plays here. We get to witness in each of those matches as the teams are figuring out their own game style or play style rather, as well as, of course, their opponents. So things have to be very fluid, very open.
Yeah, you think about, too, like getting iced out, right? Because momentum is everything. I like to call it out as it is because it's a long delay and you want to be able to get fired up and get right back into the action. But to be completely transparent to everybody wondering what's taking so long, it's just about selecting the server that they're going to be playing on. We keep mentioning it with 3 players on FlyQuest playing on Ping. It's about finding that middle ground between these 2 teams to make that decision to come to an ending point here to figure out what this next map is going to look like because currently FlyQuest in this best of 3 are sitting at match point, Dogman.
Yeah, match point and FlyQuest, they've looked good in the past on these map types, but they have to really come to terms with the fact that, like you mentioned, there's 3 people on Ping, and it's always going to be a discussion over what server you have to play. Because playing on Ping and Marvel Rivals is not easy. Like you'll have, especially for the projectile characters, your aim is going to be even more delayed, and it can really throw off a lot of your synchronization in terms of like your aim and all that sort of stuff.
And of course, we do hope that none of these delays are impacting the momentum of the team here. Both teams are still looking to get their first victory on the board here in our opening week. FlyQuest currently leading the charge 1-0. Can 100 Thieves tie it up, or will FlyQuest run away with it?
Vicky, what do you think? I'm thinking this is going to be an extended series, and we're actually going to have to stay past 12 o'clock. It's going to be past midnight, and the series is finally going to end 9 to 8. That's what I'm going to say.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm on complete degen schedule because it goes hand in hand with the way that I be gaming too late. You already know how it is, dog man. We banned out the Elsa. We've learned her lesson, and we also obviously come to an agreement in the what server we're going into because I actually heard through the grapevine that I believe 100 Thieves wanted the Dallas server over the Virginia server that we just played on in that last game, and we're gonna have to see how that is influenced into FlyQuest and the way that they approach this because it does make it easier for 2C to pop off. And as he's hovering over that Venom, we do get to protect over that Van pool. So no Elsa, no Gambit for 100 Thieves. Whereas 100 Thieves wanted a prio, the Loki protect, and because they prowled that first, that means that they won't have the Gambit because it had allowed FlyQuest to get that second ban next.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of teams take us to like Shin Shibuya and stuff where, you see that type of hero, but the Mantis getting removed based on what we saw in the last series, I think adds up. But for FlyQuest, what do they want to do, right? Because they've already gone for that Elsa ban and the Gambit, does that change up their playstyle now? What do they want to go next? Do we want to go towards that Van pool? Nope, going to be towards that Mantis, so they don't want to necessarily get that one-sided matchup. More than likely, we'll see 100 Thieves go for that Protect towards the very end unless they want to change it up. But this is more in line, I think, what we saw today out of our previous matches based on how they've performed.
Yeah, the call it though on getting the Loki Protect though when they saw that 100 Thieves had banned out the Gambit, which means you will not get the double Raging Royal Flush. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out. Of course, since we are moving on to Convoy, the Invisible Woman Hover, it's going to be the next ban, so you will not have the double Invisible Boundary coming out online if you get that God of Mischief copy.
Yeah, I guess this is what we've seen at the end too. Invis into Wolverine Protect, so we can play the Wolverine and we don't want that Invis on the opposite side. Does that mean FlyQuest go for the Invis ban too? Like, maybe just like, based on what we've seen earlier, we could see that. The group ban would kind of make sense, actually, with the Loki and stuff, and also based on the fact that you want to play group probably, but that still leaves, Wolverine open for both sides. However, Groot not available for 100 Thieves. Meanwhile, FlyQuest can't play the Invisible Woman, so they would have to rely on, that Fade for Zelos or Magneto Bubbles. So this should be unique. I think it's a very interesting end to this ban phase, but 100 Thieves, the fact they get to play Wolverine is nice based on what we've seen earlier, and a lot of really good Wolverine players take the stage.
And Vanpool, right? Because we know how Vanpool likes to scale throughout the course of these games, and since we are on Convoy, that we can go the distance, and it makes it even better for Vanpool to get those upgrades over the long term. And seeing how this is going to work out, right? FlyQuest just getting set up. Melio going to be able to load in shortly. And Vez looking like they're going to be the ones hovering over that Vanpool. Jolly rolling out on the Magneto. You talk about the Magneto getting those bubbles. It's going to be important for Zelos to be able to get away with this, but at least they won't really have to worry too much. Aside from Self, that could get a kidnap out of the Eternal Bond onto that Cloak and Dagger.
They're thinking hard too, Vicky. Like, they're going over to Melio to the Namor. He was hovering Bucky at a point. I'm curious how 2Z does without the Mantis damage boost, reliant more on the Terra Cape from Zelos for that damage boost. But they know they're going to be playing that Thing composition to try to counter any potential dive for FlyQuest. But regardless, they still had to think heavily about it. Starting off, though, 100 Thieves is on the attack with that Phoenix alongside their Loki Invis backline.
Ooh, 2C though gets called out immediately by Delena. Says it's fine. I don't need the Elsa. I could be just as explosive in dealing with so much of this damage impact. Millennia then finds Vest. 2 out originally from the side of FlyQuest with 2C coming back. It's a lot of damage output here, but they have to look behind them. The Squids are also there, and Melio is the next victim. 100 Thieves, they're upset, and they're clearing the point while painting a path for themselves to that next checkpoint.
I'm curious what they run after this, because I don't know. Personally, I'm not a big fan of playing Psylocke into 100 Thieves comp. I mean, they have Invis, they have Loki to peel. 2C's going to hard shoot tanks, I suppose, but he needs to not get picked off like that previous fight. It's always tough against a full counter dive composition from 100 Thieves, and they're already fronting to back their way towards the very end with 3 minutes left.
Melio making that swap up to the Punisher with Jolly taking so much damage. The kidnap, somebody save him, but nobody could out-heal that damage. In fact, Vinny booting him out too. and finding that next pick here as the
nice
ultimate comes in, and Tusi isolates Winnie. Tusi getting a really big pick off here, could flip the script, and Tusi unfortunately gets called out by TTK because the TTK Emma is out. And with the Silent Seduction and Millennia with the invisible boundary, it's too much sustain. They're looking to try to recontest, but with right now 100 Thieves just being able to get to the point, there was no stall.
Yeah, and can also use the Loki copy too. Oh god.
Oh,
that's pretty bad. He's going over the Jeff at the very least. They're going to switch to full dive, and I think that makes sense. Like, first point, it's tough. I don't know, man. Like, just playing Psylocke, I don't even know how he got Winnie. Like, Winnie's movement must have been terrible there. Like, he had all cooldowns up, and Winnie just doesn't teleport away or use shift or right-click. Like, he's got everything and just gets two-tapped by Tuzi without damage boost. That's pretty embarrassing. But for 100 Thieves, they at least don't have ultimates used in the previous fight like Ken did, and they're also still pushing forward at such a blistering pace that I guess I would autopilot too in that situation.
With 4 minutes to go, they're going to be able to just hold forward because Delena's the one that's dictating a lot, and Self being on this Wolverine is going to be so destructive. Look at Zelos taking an off-angle position. Already used up that BRB, it looked like here too. Gonna have to boost up into that Sia shortly to follow up with Tusi and the Dance of the Butterflies. Melio is on that Daredevil though. That's another pinpoint as the God of Mischief comes out in the form of the Invisible Woman. You have the Invisible Boundary ready to go. Just waiting it out shortly because right now FlyQuest need to contest on this point. They're so close to that second checkpoint, but he brings him back, kind of forces out the recontest, and Winnie finds Jolly. That's 3 out for FlyQuest. 100 Thieves. They're mad. They're looking to speedrun, and look at this time bank. You still have 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this is when we talk about, you know, teams being dive-focused, dive-centric. That's what FlyQuest is, right? At the moment, they're trying to play dive, and there's nobody touch the payload, right? There's nobody touch the objective moving forward. And, you know, if you go there, you're dead. Just like we've seen Jolly feed multiple times over and over again. It's not necessarily his fault. Playing dive on Convoy or Convergence is always going to be a struggle, unless you're on, like, that first point where things are very, very centralized. It's not been easy, because Self just gets that chuck from Vinny and then can just kind of grab anybody he wants. Also, they just sort of secure the payload the whole time. So, look at this. It's just been moving non-stop. Barely anybody's touched. Finally, we use ults.
Yeah, this is one of those really tricky chokes too, where once you get held here, it can be difficult to make a comeback. And I like the way that FlyQuest were at least able to recontest the first time they hold back 100 Thieves, because with this 4-minute time bank, it is dwindling down. But look at Delena, does have a reset as well as TTK with a Sonic Seduction. As Self is waiting from the side, looking to see if they could try to get the kidnap. But with the Dance of the Butterflies, Tusi's trying to isolate them, and it still fights Millennia.
Yeah, that was well timed. I mean, perfectly timed that in terms of the ultimate. The follow-up was there. Used the See You Later earlier. They didn't use anything, right? Self just wanted to get some positioning, maybe try to get the kidnap or something. But you use that ultimate, you send them back to spawn, and you just got to keep setting up these dives without getting picked off, right? Melio, who is now on the Phoenix, can try to match on the opposite side of the map, Delena. But regardless, you're still trying to play dive. Oh my goodness, Delena just got 3-tapped by Melio. What the hell was that?
Oh my, okay, well, Delena back to the drawing board. Delena, every time they go around that left side corner, it's just been absolute execution. Putting them in the microwave, quite literally, and with 100 Thieves at least coming right back around to follow up, Jolly has a survivability with the Freedom Charge.
It really feels like 100 Thieves are like kind of on autopilot, right? Like we're just going down in weird situations. Invisible Boundary to counter the Phoenix on the opposite side. Did they use anything else? It looks like Vest did use the Deadpool ultimate. So it's 2 for 2 in that last fight, and they still want to stall. FlyQuest are trying to get more out. Delena's going to commit the Phoenix ultimate to counter the cap in a weird situation, but luckily that burn kind of goes through the walls regardless.
I do have to give a shout out MVP to Millennia, who had great reaction time, knowing that they wanted to completely dive on them. The It's Jeff, can they stop them? As the protection comes in, they cannot get the kidnap here, and the It's Jeff is running away. Ken kind of sending them over to the left side, and Delena getting some revenge onto Tusi. The BRB will bring Tusi back at the very least. That Dance of the Butterfly is very close to being online, but they will have to deal with Winnie getting the copy onto Millennia with an invisible boundary.
Yeah, this is getting really messy. 1v1 on the high ground, meanwhile between Melio and Delena. He had to fall back towards the main side. Jolly trying to distract. Here comes that Wolverine ultimate. Did it even connect on anybody? Might have been Vess, but he's got that heart pocket, so that goes to waste, sadly. Tusi does fall to Delena, though. He's been hunted down on the high ground by Delena.
They're calling him out. Melio's trying to get away. They're trying to use the comms to call out where Melio is. But with the Sia, Sellers actually brings it back to health. So is Vinny, though, rallying up the troops of 100 Thieves to try to steal this victory and get this payload to the finish ground. With the Freedom charge, though, leading everybody forward. Self fights fast. The BRB is getting so much impact. And the dance of the Cutterfly, can it find its mark? No, Zealous is getting harassed and nobody's looking at Delena.
The fact that he's lived for so long, kind of crazy. Delena finally taken out by Tuzi, so there was at least one person. Passive used. Self also needs to keep going off. Vest, poor guy, keeps having to anchor the cart, and nobody's going to anchor versus TTK. Job done. 1 minute and 25 seconds left. The 100 Thieves cap out.
You know, it's serious when the TTK Emma comes out on board and starts choke slamming and getting so much damage done off that beam, which is at 100 almost consistently through that right side once they broke through that spawn hole choke. This is the 100 Thieves that we're used to seeing, right? You could take away the Elsa from Delena, but that's fine. We've seen Delena pop off so many times already in the past, Dogman, and also pinpointing the threat that has been 2C, preventing 2C from getting actually set up, and it looks like 2C had enough, also going over to the Phoenix.
I think it is interesting, too, because we saw so much prioritization towards the Ultron earlier, but they're just not wanting to play it anymore. They're just not confident in how either Self plays it or whatever, but they're playing the triple defense. And considering it's like you mentioned, like TTK on the Emma was sort of that just counter to whatever FlyQuest were doing dive-wise, and it's always going to be tough. Like we said, I mean, dive on Convergence and Convoy, there's like only a few maps you could do it, you know, on the Deadpool map and stuff, but realistically, this is not the map to do it, and you can see exactly why 100 Thieves just walked down FlyQuest really without falter.
I never called myself that. I hope you detected my...
The way that this series has been going already, though, Dogman, no one really predicted this. I hope everybody's awake, ready to pay attention, because FlyQuest have a mountain to climb. At least 100 Thieves have that minute and 25 seconds. Will it be enough here as FlyQuest try to get this payload to that finish line, too? Zealous on that Cloak and Dagger, just trying to make sure that they get enough of that extra healing too, and gonna see if they can try to paint that path with the Eternal Bond. Jolly as well on that Groot. It's great too, because they don't really have to worry about TTK having that Emma beam at the 100 on top of the Groot wall.
They're gonna play full front to back style. It's on TTK to not go down or Self on the height, but he wants to keep that pressure up, obviously, and they want him to by hard pocketing him, making sure he uses cooldowns to stay up there. Vinny's even coming to help out. Cart's still pushing forward, by the way, still in charge of FlyQuest's command. But they still kind of have to press on forward. These strats are building ultimates in the meanwhile. Vinny gets pressured but has to back up, and Self still control the height. Gonna do a ton of damage here. Ultimate's gonna be built up maybe shortly for the defensive side or offensive, because Ken's 80% towards that copy. So maybe they play slow, try to build it and then go in, but maybe it's red because, oh, 2Z goes down.
Oh, that's unfortunate. And Tuzi was trying to take an off angle. Huge on Vinny, though, to be able to get into the position right there. Winnie, too, being able to have so many off angles with the clones. Delena finding Ken before he could get into the safety of the spawn room gates. And 100 Thieves are holding back FlyQuest all the way in the doors.
Yeah, good for Delena, man, considering how, you know, in the past, for 100 Thieves, I think it's always been the dialogue around Terra. But now, you know, after Terra left, it's definitely been more focused about Delena. In this case, they're still down 0-1 so far through the tournament. We'll see if they can turn that around. Copy still available for the offense. Will they make a play? Everybody's stunned temporarily by 100 Thieves on the high ground due to TTK.
Karmic Revival was also almost online for Delena. TTK has been a menace, but they swat the Mosquito with Melio and those claws, and they bring him right back. Karmic Revival gonna be able to have Delena move into a different off angle. You see the Lantern reports out. Melio, though, gets the kidnap, finds Delena, has to prevent this passive from coming off.
It's a very slow team on offense versus this triple composition, interestingly enough. The res does come out. Invis boundary, they walk right into it. Best goes low and falls. This is what we saw in the defense as well. Jesus.
The way that he was able to break his ankles too and get the self-revive before getting the head after head, this time on Zelos. No Cloak and Dagger, no Eternal Bond, and with the copy, Winnie also gets the get ready, set, go button, because rise again, my friends. 100 Thieves get to play extra aggressive. Now you're down to a minute and less than 35 seconds on the clock. Although FlyQuest, they do have some ultimates online, Dogman, but I feel like they just haven't really been able to capitalize off of these strat ults that they also were using.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, I understand the cooldowns are incredibly strong for 100 Thieves side, but if, I don't know, I'm just wondering how FlyQuest choked this, right? Like, it just seems like they have the entire, you know, all the advantages, and they need to not lose it. Here comes that Emma Frost ultimate by Vess. Can we keep Vess alive for more than 2 seconds? No.
Nope.
This is looking a lot like Mace from earlier on Nightmare. Like, how are we up this many people, ultimates and everything, and we're going down? Melio slam dunks everybody to the background, though. Finally, they've gotten something going. Ken goes down, no res here either, so finally, this might be the end, but we're committing also to Z's ultimate, so now it's turning from an under-investment ultimate to potentially over-investment.
And that was with Self still getting the Meteor M onto the Eternal Bond too, it looked like. So being able to try to slam it down, FlyQuest get to excel, and they painted the path here. Even after losing out, I gotta miss it, but the TTK stall comes in, and they finally brute force their way at least through this lane, but there is gonna be a recontention from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, with ultimates too, I mean, we have to do something about Vinny. No Invisible Woman banned for FlyQuest, so he should be able to get this off for free, especially with no Magneto for FlyQuest's side. Meanwhile, Jolly with Melio, this has to be big. Jolly as well with the ultimate could go huge. Suit tries to follow up his Wolverine in the sky. Connects onto Vinny, who has the ultimate. They get saved by the Invisible Boundary, and Delena's found Vess already. Clobbering time is huge, but they're in the Invisible Boundary and heal up.
He got melted down after the clobbering time, and with the Eye of Agamotto, 100 Thieves, they are clearing the point. They are telling FlyQuest, don't worry, you could have this Dom, but we're coming with the comeback. No portal play, no recontention from Vez, and 100 Thieves. They stop FlyQuest from even getting one checkpoint on Midtown.
Yeah, sounds about right. I think based on what we saw from FlyQuest on the defense, I mean, you're trying to play dive, you're trying to do something, and then they go to that front-to-back style, not even with the Moon Knight, not even with the Storm. You know, can't find anything onto the high ground because they're hard-pocketed. Sure, there was some slight mistakes out of 100 Thieves. I think there was some autopiloting going on, obviously. Like, Delena got 3-tap, third point. Winnie got comboed by a Psylocke with that damage boost. Like, that did happen. But, I mean, that's maybe the fault of 100 Thieves, right? Maybe that's their main weakness is themselves, right? Like, it feels like every time 100 Thieves were to lose a team fight, it was primarily because of themselves. They did something stupid. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest, they just kept losing Vest after every single fight. And if we're going to dish out the same amount of dialogue we had over Mace, it's kind of the same thing here, right? Like, Vest is without the team, it feels like a lot of the time. And whether that's on Vest or the squad, that's kind of on them to figure out.
That's why I dwelled back on like that Nightmare topic point, because it's kind of repeating itself just in a different form, where this is the 100 Thieves instead of like the Space Station games that we saw earlier on today. 2C, unfortunately, you know, cannot do more, even making that swap over to the Bucky, making you also wonder, like, is this going to be the duelist lineup that you want to rely on in comparison to what we saw from TTK and Vinny when they also had self-swap up real quick to Lena? 17 final hits. The consistency is there, even if Delena had lost out with the rest of 100 Thieves in that first map, Dogman. But then you have to consider that the next map will be up to FlyQuest. Where will we be going? What server will we be playing on? We're gonna have to find out on the other side of this break.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
guys. Well, if you missed day one and day two, we are here to fill you in. Starting with day one, Chip. I mean, we saw kind of the debut for a lot of these teams. Some of them knocking off the rust, others coming right into the new form of what roster mania is. Day one has come and gone. Day two, though, you were the caster of it, man. What did you see? What were some words to describe it?
Sure, I'll keep it quick. I think teams started waking up. We saw them actually perform and step into their shoes a little bit and shake off some of those nerves. A lot of the series going to game 3, and they were much more intense than I thought from day one.
Well, listen, man, let's go and kick it off with Nightmare versus Yeah, We Lost. And this was a close one. I mean, the word to describe the first match was probably the closest match right there with it that we've seen in Ignite yet, or at least this year, too. Both these teams kind of flex that they are the dive ones. But what did you see breaking it down? Because there's a lot to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to discuss. I mean, like you said, very close, 99 to 99 on Dom on map 3, off the rip. And even then, there was ultimates coming in at the end that almost looked like it was going to sway it back in the favor of Yeah, We Lost. Nightmare did look super solid. A lot of these similar comps. Jeff was seeing a ton of play. We even saw Spider-Man, Venom, all the stuff you would expect. Psylocke was in there too. Daredevil went available. I mean, these teams are just very aggro, but they are incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it looked like Vision he did not miss a step from last year. Vision was just popping off. And I felt like Nightmare had a very good control of that going forward. And then, Yeah, We Lost. They just came back into form. And I have to give them credit because they didn't struggle in the MRC. And sometimes when that's your practice and then you go into something like this, like you're kind of not used to being down. Also, Jitward, we got to see the Deadpool, which is always fun. And, you know, we'll see how long that kind of lasts as things have been patched and, you know, approached a little bit. But do you think they have a good step moving forward? A lot of people had them high in their rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they are confident right now, too. We had the interview with Cartlover, and like I said in the interview, you know, he talked in the prior, we did kind of like a pre-interview test. He said, I'll see you in a little bit. And he did. He came right back for the interview. So that was really cool to see. So they are feeling good, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and as for Nightmare, I think they're definitely still like getting their roster together, and they look strong out there. I think they have a great chance today. Excited to see them in the day 3 action. But our other match we're going to talk about in this highlight is Fly versus Sentinels. And we talked about this is the redemption of what happened on day 1 match. And to me, buddy, you know, like you go and see a band and they're playing some new songs and you're like, come on, play the classics. Like, it's like, that's how it felt with Sentinels. They were doing some new stuff day 1 and you're like, get the right amazing on the Iron Man. Let's see Cap on Crimzo. It felt like we returned to old form.
Yeah, Crimzo stepped up, Rise stepped up, but also Mirror came in instead of Kurova, which is a huge change, right? In running that backline, more of a consistent backbone backline, right? Running that invis and looking really solid doing it. But yeah, the entire team just kind of woke up. We talked to Ryan in the interview, and he essentially said, you know, we just needed to change our ban phase. Our ban phase was not good day 1, and we really paid the price for it. We figured out what we wanted to do, and now we're going to be clean. And you know what? They looked really clean today or yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, I got to say, I mean, Kurova, what a talented player. But one thing with Mirror is it kind of makes the bans more confusing for the opponent. And if they're able to interchange these two studs, that is going to be absolutely massive for them. Because then you have, all right, do you ban the Atom? Do you go this approach? And it doesn't make it as clear-cut, your battle plan against Sentinels. FlyQuest, though, let's talk about him. For me, it's kind of the same as day 1. Talent all over. They're all doing something well, but it just hasn't come together as one, in my opinion.
Yeah, truth be told, I want them to perform. I like a lot of those players. I think they're all really talented, like you're saying. You know, it's a newer team. They do have some players from over the pond, which is going to make things a little dicey in terms of communication and, you know, even ping, for example. But yeah, I just want them to find their footing. They just aren't quite there yet.
All right, so that's the 2 matches from the early slate. We have 3 other ones that you might have missed from day 2, but that's all for us for now. We'll catch you guys on the next one. All right, so you heard about the couple of matches in day 2 to start us off, but if you missed day 2, we have 3 more matches that were absolute heat, and we start off with TSM and Loon X. Now, TSM struggled a little bit in day 1 to find their footing. Loon X did look strong, but for me, it really all came back together, and you saw that teamwork come to play with TSM that fought back, lost 1 game, and then won 2 in a row. Shib, what'd you see?
Yeah, Lunex looked consistently strong, and I think TSM struggled on Dom, but then they just found their footing with this new triple composition. They started running this more brawly beef front line, triple on the front, and then allowing their, you know, essentially one duelist on the Star-Lord, who looked really good, obviously. But yeah, it was unstoppable. As soon as that switch came in, it was like the cart stopped moving, everything was stationary, and they locked in for the next 2 maps.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of triple Vanguard, and I think it was cool that back in the dev vision, they showed actually how well triple Vanguard works at the highest level, but you have to have an anchor duelist A little bit in SSG, we saw that whenever you had Nectar as the Star-Lord, and in this case, and today in day 2, Bedtime Story had to do a lot of the heavy lifting there. And that's because Gale, who's an amazing player, was on the Gulk, all right? Was playing the Hulk and is definitely going to give that team a little bit of a different look. And we'll see if that's just part of their flexibility or, one of the team packages that they want to run moving forward. Lunex, though, they've definitely proven themselves as a team that's going to be tough to beat.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, shout out again. Regis looked really good in the back line, especially on map 3 there. Looked like he did not miss a single bullet on that Punisher, and that's always hype, right? So the team stayed consistent, but again, TSM, the compositional change that they made, I don't think that Lunex could find a solution, so they're definitely going to have to look into that in the future.
Year 2, if there's anything we've learned, is that the MRC teams are not going to be easy beats. Lunex proved that, and we're going to continue to head into that with Swamp Gaming versus Cafe Rose, who obviously had the upset of the tournament, at least expectation-wise, to get FlyQuest a quick 2-0 in day 1, now playing what was now, I would deem some people's America's favorite, right? Swamp Gaming, what they've shown. And the number one thing I've seen from this team is that they have so many ways to beat you, right? It's not just from one role or player. I'm personally, if I had them circled on my calendar or schedule, this is a team you have to do a lot of prep for.
Yeah, it was awesome hearing Coach Fox essentially break down how they discuss their ban strategies per team, and then also how they're not afraid to switch in things like Days out and bring in a Median who played incredible there as a duelist swap, and being able to do that with different priorities of heroes that they play is really powerful. It's tough for teams to scrim against, which is what he was mentioning.
Yo, I'm going to be honest, actually. If you look at that also with Sentinels, is this the year we see more subs come to play, right? It doesn't mean like a player's bad. It's like, okay, this is just a different flexible package we can play. The more heroes you bring into the game, it's going to be kind of more common that you have these specialists in different, team comps that you want to run. And I think that's going to be honestly super interesting on both a viewer and caster, position for that. But yeah, man, the backline for Swamp Gaming, they look tough to beat, but it was not an easy win for them at all. I mean, you may have looked at that game and thought it was going to be a quick one, but Swamp Gaming, they even put on social media like, okay, hey, tip of the cap respect over there to Cafe Rose.
Yeah, Cafe Rose has been stepping up. I think, like you're saying, with the MRC teams, we kind of assumed that they were going to struggle a bit up at this elo, but they have nothing to lose, and they're proving it. They look dominant out there, and they're not afraid to step up in these moments, taking things like domination to map 3 off the rip and look super confident. And there was a point where I was like, okay, this team might be able to pull this home, but just, unable to do so. Swamp Gaming locked in and just looked really strong.
Absolutely. And then it takes us to our last match of the day. If you missed it, it was TLC Liquid Gaming versus SSG, right? And both these teams look pretty strong, I would say, coming out of day 1. Now you got a battle of some big-time titans, especially in the esport. For me, Liquid, they looked like they were just kind of back to form. I think like day 1, game 1, it's like, okay, a little bit of rust maybe, but man, this is proven to be the team to beat. They look tough.
Yeah, they tweeted something out like, hey, we're going to shake the cobwebs off and our games are going to be easier for us. And yeah, they really did just that. I mean, SSG is no joke. Obviously, Nectar is disgusting, but they tried to match comp and domination. And TLC, Team Liquid and Citadel, looked just so good instead. I mean, I don't know that you can try to copy comp into a team like that. I think you got to try to find a way around it. So they really struggled there. And then they kept running those unique compositions, bunker busters as they went to Midtown. Team Liquid, man, they are the team to beat right now.
Yeah, without question. Day 3 is going to be full of matches as well. There's going to be a heater on y'all's plate to watch. A lot of bangers out there. Get ready for some action. We're going to jump right in. Alrighty, day 3 is underway, and we have our predictions ready for you. I mean, obviously, this is really tough to get predictions in. We've only seen these teams on a very small sample size, but today we have some matches that will definitely show a lot more of the path to the finish line in the preseason. Now, we start with Swamp Gaming versus NRG. Talk about starting with an absolute heated banger. Shib, I'm going to give you the floor first. Who do you got? Because these are the favorites amongst, Group A.
I'm going to go with NRG here. I think NRG looked really solid in the 100T, and I think they can keep that ball rolling. I think they have the confidence right now. Swamp Gaming is obviously really talented, but NRG keeping it moving, I think, buddy. How about yourself?
Yeah, it's hard to go against Velocity and all what they've got. And to keep it interesting, though, I'll go on the other side. I think Swamp Gaming has proved, 2 days in a row that they are just looking all the part. And so I think they continue that train and, look to be America's favorite. But we'll see, because this one is going to come down to micro decisions. And I think when you look at just the coaching behind it and kind of the battle plan, NRG excels in that a ton. So this is going to be a good one, but I'll have Swamp Gaming there first. Second matchup, we have Yeah We Lost versus Lunex Gaming. This is a bit of a repeat of the MRC. I think we both got the same.
Yeah, I think we have to stay the same here. Just history repeats itself is the way you've got to think of it, especially when you're doing predictions like this. It's got to be, we lost.
I mean, if you look at it, hey, it was the fastest ever we saw a best of 7, and we lost did. So maybe Lunex, it kind of sparked a fire under them, and maybe they look better. But yeah, that's gonna be a tough one to come back from. Just the way that they play dive is so hard to play against when you're trying to do the anti-dive defense approach, right? Sentinels versus Cafe Rose. Obviously, if you looked at this thing before the preseason, it would be one-sided, but I think it's a more difficult match than you might think. And I think Cafe Rose, they're going to be ready for the part. Who do you got here? Because I think I'm still going to give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah, I think I do the same. Sentinels have looked exponential in their growth, where Cafe Rose has looked consistently strong, but I think what we saw yesterday from Sentinels is a little better than what I've seen from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, I'm going to give it I'm going to make it interesting. I'm going to go Cafe Rose wins the first one, Sentinels win the next 2. So it's going to be 2-1. Sentinels end up winning it, kind of what we saw from TSM yesterday. Nightmare versus SSG. This might be the other toughest game to call today. Both teams look all the part. SSG has obviously played both days. Nightmare only one showing against we lost, which is a great team. I'll give you the floor first. Who you got?
Yeah, for this one, I'm curious what your take is too. I could go either way. Yeah. I'm going to stay with Nightmare because I loved what I saw from them on the first 2 maps against we lost. They struggled definitely on map 3, but I think they were just kind of on their heels at that point and fell apart. But I think they can lock back in. Yeah,
for me, it's like I can't see either of these teams dropping 2 L's in a row, but one of them have to, right? And that's going to be the tough part. For me, I feel like SSG at the hands of Nectar should be able to get this done. I'm going to give them the slight edge. Again, I think this is go to 3. I think if you want a long day today, that's what you're going to get because this is going to go the distance. But Nightmare definitely has, I think, a bit more of a scary comp, if you were to say, compared to more traditional, better neutral maybe from SSG. So that's what we might see there to get close to end the day. And then we have Fly versus 100 Thieves, which, year 1, this is like a heater matchup. Year 2, I mean, come on, I know you have Fly, right?
No, I got to go 100 Thieves on this one, bro. I have to. I think 100 Thieves looks, they looked really good. Obviously, day 1 didn't play yesterday, so we didn't have eyes on if anything were to crumble for them. Fly, personally, for me, I love the players on the team. I think they're all talented. We keep reiterating it, but I just want to see them perform once to get their confidence up, and I think everyone else's confidence in them.
For sure. If 100 Thieves didn't lose day 1, I might have said, okay, there might be like this upset and you had the fire to spark FlyQuest, but 100 Thieves also have that fire. Like they can't go 0-2. There's just no way I can see that happening with that org, with Remix and all the players behind it. But FlyQuest going 0-3, there's also a lot at stake for them there. So even though you have 2 teams that are winless, I think there's so much mental to be played here. But overall, I think 100 Thieves ends up taking it. So what I can't wait for is for me and you to probably be wrong about most of these, but that's how it goes, yeah?
That's always how it is, and that's why sometimes you and I got to split down the other side. One of us has got to be right, buddy.
Exactly.
Hedge our bets.
We'll drop the predictions down below for the matches when they start. We want to know what you guys have to say, and we'll see you guys on the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome. We're going to talk about right now the current standings of all the teams in the America region. Now, there's plenty of days to have the preseason shake up, but as it stands, Group A, Group B, where do the teams land? And then, Shib, I want to talk about who you think might maybe get more wins under their belts and some of these shift a bit, especially those with the predictions out there. You want to know exactly how they're going to do. Well, Group A, the group of death. Let's start there. Swamp Gaming is going to be in first place as of now. NRG followed by that. Sentinels, then Cafe Rose, followed by 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. Now, to be fair, some of these teams have not played 2 matches. Some have, and so that's going to affect someone like 100 Thieves who, they took a loss, and that's going to take them all the way down, even though FlyQuest played twice and they're at the bottom. But that's how it's working right now, yeah?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, in NRG up in second place, they have another opportunity to keep moving forward if they win their next match. They've only played 1 day as well.
If you look at Group A, who do you think is going to move from here? Obviously, I think 100 Thieves should definitely be able to move on up. We'll see how far they can move up with NRG beating them, right? That's going to be one team that they're going to have to look to either hope to drop a game or, move past. If NRG plays perfect, then they will be in control of their own destiny, as we like to say, as well as Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I think we definitely see Thieves moving up. Sentinels has potential too. They started locking in yesterday, and that was exciting. But again, I mean, it's like with these teams, it's like any given day. I will say that when we looked at 100 Thieves and NRG, they were so closely matched, and you obviously were there for that. That was one of those games that we've, in terms of early season, like it was just mind-blowing to watch, a ton of fun. So they're up there even. So no matter what, I think they're going to get closer on the leaderboard. But yeah, I mean, it's so tricky because I want to say Cafe Rose has a chance to move forward because they look good. But Right now, there's so much talent today. I think it's any given day. Right now, it's got to be roughly similar, I'd say.
For sure. I think a lot of fans out there have two things highlighted. It's Swamp Gaming versus NRG, which is today, day 3. So that's going to answer a lot of questions. And then Swamp Gaming versus 100 Thieves. I think those are some of the matchups to see some of these kind of even out. And then I would say Sentinels to punch up above those top 3 as well and kind of see how they measure up to them. Obviously, we saw a little bit of that on day 1, but we want to see the classic 100 Thieves. Sentinels, like sometimes teams play other teams just better on how it works. It's not always 1-for-1. So that's going to be Group A and how that's going to shake up. And again, Cafe Rose was a lot of people's last team, and they're looking like they're definitely not going to be towards that last spot, at least of right now. But over to Group B, this is where I think we see a lot more shakeup, most likely as these teams either get rust off them or they just continue to play others and things kind of work out their way. Right now, Team Liquid is leading the pack at the top, followed by Yeah We Lost, which, prediction-wise, that's where I had the 1 and the 2. But we did have SSG to follow that, followed by TSM, Nightmare, and then we had Loon X Gaming. Anything jump out to you?
Major things to call out. Nightmare was right up there with Yeah We Lost. Obviously going to map 3. Struggled a bit on the 3rd map. So I think they'll likely move up. They only have 1 match under their belt right now. So not the best distribution. Obviously, once they play again today, we might see where that shakes up. But that's a similar story for Yeah We Lost, who won their very first matchup, obviously, against Nightmare. So they have the potential to stay right in that spot or in contention with Team Liquid Citadel. But I will say, Team Liquid Citadel, I don't see them moving at all. I don't know about your take on that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that they right now have a pretty anchored start to it. I mean, if you look at them already taking down someone like SSG, that's a great win. If they beat Yeah We Lost, I think they kind of just cement themselves at the top. Today, it's going to be Nightmare versus SSG, and that is going to shake up, I think, a lot in the middle there because Yeah We Lost has only played 1 as well. They play Lunex, which I would say probably they look favored to win because of how they played them against the MRC. Like we've seen that story play out a little bit. However, anything can happen when you have a couple weeks to prepare. So that's my expectation there. But this one's much more wide open in my opinion. But here's the thing. This is split up into a couple weeks, right? So you're going to have these teams have much more time, the tape, the film, and everything in between to kind of lock in.
Yeah, and we've seen just in day 2 alone, teams have already fixed their banning strategies and looked a lot better, like we were just talking about with Sentinels. That same thing is applied to all of these teams. And not only that, their team compositions and their studying of their opposition. Some teams just play better into others. So very much looking forward to seeing what happens today because I think it's going to set the tone for what we're going to see in the future.
Absolutely. Well, we'll find out more in day 3. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back after this break to some more action.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
Guys, well, if you missed day one and day two, we are here to fill you in. Starting with day one, Chip. I mean, we saw kind of the debut for a lot of these teams. Some of them knocking off the rust, others coming right into the new form of what roster mania is. Day one has come and gone. Day two, though, you were the caster of it, man. What did you see? What were some words to describe it?
Sure, I'll keep it quick. I think teams started waking up. We saw them actually perform and step into their shoes a little bit and shake off some of those nerves. A lot of the series going to game 3, and they were much more intense than I thought from day one.
Well, listen, man, let's go and kick it off with Nightmare versus Yeah, We Lost. And this was a close one. I mean, the word to describe the first match was probably the closest match right there with it that we've seen in Ignite yet, or at least this year too. Both these teams kind of flex that they are the dive ones. But what did you see breaking it down? Because there's a lot to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to discuss. I mean, like you said, very close, 99-99 on Dom on map 3, off the rip. And even then, there was ultimates coming in at the end that almost looked like it was going to sway it back in the favor of Yeah, We Lost. Nightmare did look super solid. A lot of these similar comps. Jeff was seeing a ton of play. We even saw Spider-Man, Venom, all the stuff you would expect. Psylocke was in there too. Daredevil went available. I mean, these teams are just very aggro, but they are incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, for me, I mean, it looked like Vision he did not miss a step from last year. Vision was just popping off. And I felt like Nightmare had a very good control of that going forward. And then, Yeah, We Lost. They just came back into form. And I have to give them credit because they didn't struggle in the MRC. And sometimes when that's your practice and then you go into something like this, like you're kind of not used to being down. Also, Jitward, we got to see the Deadpool, which is always fun. And, we'll see how long that kind of lasts as things have been patched and, approached a little bit. But do you think they have a good step moving forward? A lot of people had them high in their rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they are confident right now, too. We had the interview with Cartlover, and like I said in the interview, he talked in the prior, we did kind of like a pre-interview test. He said, I'll see you in a little bit. And he did. He came right back in for the interview. So that was really cool to see. So they are feeling good, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and as for Nightmare, I think they're definitely still getting their roster together, and they look strong out there. I think they have a great chance today. Excited to see them in the day 3 action. But our other match we're going to talk about in this highlight is Fly versus Sentinels. And we talked about this is the redemption of what happened on day 1 match. And to me, buddy, you go and see a band and they're playing some new songs and you're like, come on, play the classics. It's like that's how I felt with Sentinels. They were doing some new stuff day 1 and you're like, get the right amazing on the Iron Man. Let's see Cap on Crimzo. It felt like we returned to old form.
Yeah, Crimzo stepped up, Rai stepped up, but also Mirror came in instead of Kurova, which is a huge change, right? In running that backline, more of a consistent backbone backline, right? Running that invis and looking really solid doing it. But yeah, the entire team just kind of woke up. We talked to Rai in the interview, and he essentially said, we just needed to change our ban phase. Our ban phase was not good day 1, and we really paid the price for it. We figured out what we wanted to do, and now we're going to be clean. And you know what? They looked really clean today or yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, I got to say, Kurova, what a talented player. But one thing with Mirror is it kind of makes the bans more confusing for the opponent. And if they're able to interchange these two studs, that is going to be absolutely massive for them. Because then you have, all right, do you ban the Atom? Do you go this approach? And it doesn't make it as clear-cut, your battle plan against Sentinels. FlyQuest, though, let's talk about him. For me, it's kind of the same as day 1. Talent all over. They're all doing something well, but it just hasn't come together as one, in my opinion.
Yeah, truth be told, I want them to perform. I like a lot of those players. I think they're all really talented, like you're saying. It's a newer team. They do have some players from over the pond, which is going to make things a little dicey in terms of communication and, even ping, for example. But yeah, I just want them to find their footing. They just aren't quite there yet.
All right, so that's the 2 matches from the early slate. We have 3 other ones that you might have missed from day 2, but that's all for us for now. We'll catch you guys on the next one. Alrighty, so you heard about the couple of matches in day 2 to start us off, but if you missed day 2, we have 3 more matches that were absolute heat, and we start off with TSM and Loon X. Now, TSM struggled a little bit in day 1 to find their footing. Loon X did look strong, but for me, it really all came back together, and you saw that teamwork come to play with TSM that fought back, lost 1 game, and then won 2 in a row. Shib, what'd you see?
Yeah, Lunex looked consistently strong, and I think TSM struggled on Dom, but then they just found their footing with this new triple composition. They started running this more brawly beef front line, triple on the front, and then allowing their, essentially one duelist on the Star-Lord, who looked really good, obviously. But yeah, it was unstoppable. As soon as that switch came in, it was like the cart stopped moving, everything was stationary, and they locked in for the next 2 maps.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of triple Vanguard, and I think it was cool that back in the dev vision, they showed actually how well triple Vanguard works at the highest level, but you have to have an anchor duelist. A little bit in SSG, we saw that whenever you had Nectar as the Star Lord, and in this case, and today in day 2, Bedtime Story had to do a lot of the heavy lifting there. And that's because Gale, who's an amazing player, was on the Gulk, all right, was playing the Hulk, and is definitely going to give that team a little bit of a different look. And we'll see if that's just part of their flexibility or, one of the team packages that they want to run moving forward. Lunex, though, they've definitely proven themselves as a team that's going to be tough to beat.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, shout out again. Redis looked really good in the back line, especially on map 3 there. Looks like he did not miss a single bullet on that Punisher, and that's always hype, right? So the team stayed consistent, but again, TSM, the compositional change that they made, I don't think that Lunex could find a solution, so they're definitely going to have to look into that in the future.
Year 2, if there's anything we've learned, is that the MRC teams are not going to be easy beats. Lunex proved that, and we're going to continue to head into that with Swamp Gaming versus Cafe Rose, who obviously had the upset of the tournament, at least expectation-wise, to get FlyQuest a quick 2-0 in day 1, now playing what was now, I would deem some people's America's favorite, right? Swamp Gaming, what they've shown. And the number one thing I've seen from this team is that they have so many ways to beat you, right? It's not just from one role or player. I'm personally, if I had them circled on my calendar or schedule, this is a team you have to do a lot of prep for.
Yeah, it was awesome hearing Coach Fox essentially break down how they discuss their ban strategies per team, and then also how they're not afraid to switch in things like Days out and bring in a Madian who played incredible there as a duelist swap, and being able to do that with different priorities of heroes that they play is really powerful. It's tough for teams to scrim against, which is what he was mentioning.
Yo, I'm going to be honest, actually, if you look at that also with Sentinels, is this the year we see more subs come to play, right? It doesn't mean like a player's bad. It's like, okay, this is just a different flexible package we can play. The more heroes you bring into the game, it's going to be kind of more common that you have these specialists in different, team comps that you want to run. And I think that's going to be honestly super interesting on both a viewer and caster, position for that. But yeah, man, the backline for Swamp Gaming, they look tough to beat, but it was not an easy win for them at all. I mean, you may have looked at that game and thought it was going to be a quick one, but Swamp Gaming, they even put on social media like, okay, hey, tip of the cap respect over there to Cafe Rose.
Yeah, Cafe Rose has been stepping up. I think, like you're saying, with the MRC teams, we kind of assumed that they were going to struggle a bit up at this elo, but they have nothing to lose, and they're proving it. They look dominant out there, and they're not afraid to step up in these moments, taking things like domination to map 3 off the rip and look super confident. And there was a point where I was like, okay, this team might be able to pull this home, but just, unable to do so. Swamp Gaming locked in and just looked really strong.
Absolutely. And then it takes us to our last match of the day. If you missed it, it was TLC Liquid Gaming versus SSG, right? And both these teams look pretty strong, I would say, coming out of day 1. Now you got a battle of some big-time titans, especially in the esport. For me, Liquid, they looked like they were just kind of back to form. I think like day 1, game 1, is like, okay, a little bit of rust maybe, but man, this is proven to be the team to beat. They look tough.
Yeah, they tweeted something out like, hey, we're going to shake the cobwebs off and our games are going to be easier for us. And yeah, they really did just that. I mean, SSG is no joke. Obviously, Nectar is disgusting, but they tried to match comp in domination. And TLC, Team Liquid Citadel, looked just so good instead. I mean, I don't know that you can try to copy comp into a team like that. I think you got to try to find a way around it. So they really struggled there. And then they kept running those unique compositions, bunker busters as they went to Midtown. Team Liquid, man, they are the team to beat right now.
Yeah, without question. Day 3 is going to be full of matches as well. There's going to be a heater on y'all's plate to watch. A lot of bangers out there. Get ready for some action. We're going to jump right in. Alrighty, day 3 is underway, and we have our predictions ready for you. I mean, obviously, this is really tough to get predictions in. We've only seen these teams on a very small sample size, but today we have some matches that will definitely show a lot more of the path to the finish line in the preseason. Now, we start with Swamp Gaming versus NRG. Talk about starting with an absolute heated banger. Shib, I'm going to give you the floor first. Who do you got? Because these are the favorites amongst, Group A.
I'm going to go with NRG here. I think NRG looked really solid in the 100T, and I think they can keep that ball rolling. I think they have the confidence right now. Swamp Gaming is obviously really talented, but NRG keeping it moving, I think, buddy. How about yourself?
Yeah, it's hard to go against Velocity and all what they've got. And to keep it interesting, though, I'll go on the other side. I think Swamp Gaming has proved, 2 days in a row that they are just looking all the part. And so I think they continue that train and, look to be America's favorite. But we'll see, because this one is going to come down to micro decisions. And I think when you look at just the coaching behind it and kind of the battle plan, NRG excels in that a ton. So this is going to be a good one, but I'll have Swamp Gaming there first. Second matchup, we have Yeah We Lost versus Lunex Gaming. This is a bit of a repeat of the MRC. I think we both got the same.
Yeah, I think we have to stay the same here. Just history repeats itself is the way you've got to think of it, especially when you're doing predictions like this. It's got to be Yeah We Lost.
I mean, if you look at it, hey, it was the fastest ever we saw a best of 7, and we lost it. So maybe Lunex, it kind of sparked a fire under them, and maybe they look better. But yeah, that's gonna be a tough one to come back from. Just the way that they play dive is so hard to play against when you're trying to do the anti-dive defense approach, right? Sentinels versus Cafe Rose. Obviously, if you looked at this thing before the preseason, it would be one-sided, but I think it's a more difficult match than you might think. And I think Cafe Rose, they're going to be ready for the part. Who do you got here? Because I think I'm still going to give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah, I think I do the same. Sentinels have looked exponential in their growth, where Cafe Rose has looked consistently strong, but I think what we saw yesterday from Sentinels is a little better than what I've seen from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, I'm going to give it I'm going to make it interesting. I'm going to go Cafe Rose wins the first one, Sentinels win the next 2. So it's going to be 2-1. Sentinels end up winning it, kind of what we saw from TSM yesterday. Nightmare versus SSG. This might be the other toughest game to call today. Both teams look all the part. SSG has obviously played both days. Nightmare only one showing against we lost, which is a great team. I'll give you the floor first. Who you got?
Yeah, for this one, I'm curious what your take is too. I could go either way. Yeah. I'm going to stay with Nightmare because I loved what I saw from them on the first 2 maps against we lost. They struggled definitely on map 3, but I think they were just kind of on their heels at that point and fell apart. But I think they can lock back in. Yeah,
for me, it's like I can't see either of these teams dropping 2 L's in a row, but one of them have to, right? And that's going to be the tough part. For me, I feel like SSG at the hands of Nectar should be able to get this done. I'm going to give them the slight edge. Again, I think this is go to 3. I think if you want a long day today, that's what you're going to get because this is going to go the distance. But Nightmare definitely has, I think, a bit more of a scary comp, if you were to say, compared to more traditional, better neutral maybe from SSG. So that's what we might see there to get close to end the day. And then we have Fly versus 100 Thieves, which, year 1, this is like a heater matchup. Year 2, I mean, come on. I know you have Fly, right?
No, I got to go 100 Thieves on this one, bro. I have to. I think 100 Thieves looks, they looked really good. Obviously, day 1 didn't play yesterday, so we didn't have eyes on if anything were to crumble for them. Fly, personally, for me, I love the players on the team. I think they're all talented. We keep reiterating it, but I just want to see them perform once to get their confidence up, and I think everyone else's confidence in them.
For sure. If 100 Thieves didn't lose day 1, I might have said, okay, there might be like this upset and you had the fire to spark FlyQuest, but 100 Thieves also have that fire. Like they can't go 0-2. There's just no way I can see that happening with that org, with Remix and all the players behind it. But FlyQuest going 0-3, there's also a lot of stake for them there. So even though you have 2 teams that are winless, I think there's so much mental to be played here. But overall, I think 100 Thieves ends up taking it. So what I can't wait for is for me and you to probably be wrong about most of these, but that's how it goes, yeah?
That's always how it is, and that's why sometimes you and I got to split down the other side. One of us has got to be right, buddy.
Exactly.
Hedge our bets.
We'll drop the predictions down below for the matches when they start. We want to know what you guys have to say, and we'll see you guys on the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome. We're going to talk about right now the current standings of all the teams in the America region. Now, there's plenty of days to have the preseason shake up, but as it stands, Group A, Group B, where do the teams land? And then, Shib, I want to talk about who you think might maybe get more wins under their belts and some of these shift a bit, especially those with the predictions out there. You want to know exactly how they're going to do. Well, Group A, the group of death. Let's start there. Swamp Gaming is going to be in first place as of now. NRG followed by that. Sentinels, then Cafe Rose, followed by 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. Now, to be fair, some of these teams have not played 2 matches, some have, and so that's going to affect someone like 100 Thieves who, they took a loss, and that's going to take them all the way down, even though FlyQuest played twice and they're at the bottom. But that's how it's working right now, yeah?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, in NRG up in second place, they have another opportunity to keep moving forward if they win their next match. They've only played 1 day as well.
If you look at Group A, who do you think is going to move from here? Obviously, I think 100 Thieves should definitely be able to move on up. We'll see how far they can move up with NRG beating them, right? That's going to be one team that they're going to have to look to either hope to drop a game or, move past. If NRG plays perfect, then they will be in control of their own destiny, as we like to say, as well as Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I think we definitely see Thieves moving up. Sentinels has potential too. They started locking in yesterday, and that was exciting. But again, I mean, it's like with these teams, it's like any given day. I will say that when we looked at 100 Thieves and NRG, they were so closely matched, and you obviously were there for that. That was one of those games that we've, in terms of early season, like it was just mind-blowing to watch, a ton of fun. So they're up there even. So no matter what, I think they're going to get closer on the leaderboard. But yeah, I mean, it's...
Oh, hi there. Thanks for sticking around. We are getting ready for our last match, our last map of our last match in this series between 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. Currently, the score is 1-1. Took a while to get there, but I'm sure the map will deliver to make up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this will be a fun series, once we get to it. That's the thing.
We love fun.
We love fun. We love fun here. And, I imagine game number 3 will be fun.
Let me tell you guys something, by the way, okay? It's past midnight my time, and it's not my fault. So it's Vicky after dark, and they must suffer with what they reap. And we get to decide on a server, and we are moving on to game number 3, Zoe.
Oh, we are indeed. Let's recap what happened on map 1 and 2, since, some people might have lost the thread as we headed into our quick break. One of those. Let's talk about the first map. Obviously, FlyQuest took that one. It snatched it away. Lots of fantastic individual performance. The Mantis went through. Tuzi was super enabled on that Psylocke and just went rampage.
Yeah, Tuzi was popping off. I mean, like the Mantis, the pocket for him, and everything was kind of working because of the composition they ran. And it was close. Like, I feel like that was still a pretty close map number 1, regardless on domination. And then, game number 2, not the same kind of situation, right? 100 Thieves kind of stomped any sort of situation that FlyQuest had in the positive sense.
Yeah, and that led us to map number 3, 1-1 the score. Which team is going to get the first victory of the opening week? Let's find out.
Thank you, Zoe, because we have to decide it now. This is where it all comes down to the wire. Did we decide on the server? Obviously, because we are moving on to Heart of Heaven, Dogman. And it's been kind of crazy with the back and forth that we've had between both of these teams, but it's important, right? Because this is the opening for both these teams to really start getting ahead of themselves. This is the second series that 100 Thieves actually get to play out on after they lost in their first series versus NRG. FlyQuest, who have finally taken their very first map, want to make this fair, and we see the double Elsa ban from both sides.
Yeah, that's definitely what we want to see out of FlyQuest, I think, in terms of getting rid of the Elsa. But yeah, for 100 Thieves, they always find themselves in situations like this. I remember they're like always a team that's a part of these delays. It attracts 100 Thieves for some reason. I don't know, but the Daredevil Protect comes through on the opposite side, and then they go for that Loki ban to maybe try to get that one-sided matchup that we saw on the last map.
See, as I believe the server that they also decided to be on now is going to be North Virginia. So having that agreement at the very least, while the Daredevil's protected for 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, they were able to protect the Gambit, but now that means that they get to ban out the Gambit from the other side because they ban out the Loki, so they would rather still deal with the Gambit from them, get the Rage and Royal Flush into the win condition. We know what Melio could do just with that. The Mantis, though, do you want to give the damage boost over to the Daredevil is the question. And with that Psylocke being hovered, that's the respect that we were expecting going into this final map here, Dogman. 2C has just gotten so much value with this Psylocke.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I think considering what they've liked to run so far, now I wonder, does that on the opposite angle let them go for that Mantis Protect potentially to counter it, right? Because we know that's available. Maybe they still want to run it even without that Psylocke. But like you mentioned, it's a lot of respect towards that one player, towards, giving him that character, considering we are on Heart of Heaven. So I would be interested to see what FlyQuest can run on this map. Maybe you do more divey stuff yet again. We'll kind of see as it moves forward. That first point, I think, is a little bit more open, obviously, but 100 Thieves going for that Angela Protect for TTK. Meanwhile, still had that Vanpool kind of go through thus far. I mean, it's not really been touched on this map specifically throughout the entire ban phase until now for FlyQuest going for that Protect.
Okay. Different little look, right? Because we did see on the side of FlyQuest that they wanted a prio that Vanpool for themselves, kind of swapping things off here with Jolly too when he was forced over to the thing. And here we go. This is not a drill, guys. We are getting into our final game of the day. Dogman, you know how I felt sitting on the edge of my seat seeing these two teams duke it out, but this is where it actually ends.
Yeah, you've been itching for this final map. Finally, we get to see what happens between these two squads. And I know we've been waiting for a while, so I apologize for that. But, like, worst case scenario, you farm a little bit more drops and stuff, right? You can get that beautiful Gambit skin that we have in the drops area of your Twitch stream. But if you're watching us on YouTube or on co-streamers, thank you for tuning in and thanks for watching. Huge shout out to our co-streamers for also, sticking with us and watching throughout today, so you guys are awesome for watching all of this. But, you know, for Team FlyQuest, Vicky, what do they do to try to come back from that map? Because it was a really hard first point, I feel like, for them.
And I think it goes down to like which game modes you feel like you're suffering on, right? We were talking a little bit about it earlier today with some teams that may not be able to find their strike. And now with FlyQuest kind of going into a different look with 2C being on the van pool, we have to see if they get that sort of impact with the side lock. Of course, they will be able to have access to that Gambit, and that could benefit Melio, who is on the Daredevil, Jolly on the Angela too. FlyQuest start things off on the attack, and 100 Thieves, because we also have to mention too, Dogman. It's been a little bit, just so that way you guys who are just tuning in can know this is going to be FlyQuest's map that they decide on, as well as a side here.
They're slowly walking it up. You see, traditionally, this height needs to be controlled by this defensive squad, and yourself, he's kind of looking for, you know, that height to try to control it. In the meanwhile, kind of full surround. Both Angelas flying over is a bit aesthetically pleasing, but you know, in the moment, you know, this entire point needs to sort of get surrounded upon by the offense for them to really have a shot at diving this back line of Melio and all the other triple strategists running around, or rather, Millennia and Winnie on the height.
We're going to talk about the van pool. Skin represents Melio now going to be able to wrap around, but Delena is the one on the Psylocke to showcase what the Delena Psylocke could do. Sadly, we won't get the mirror match because the Psylocke was banned on the FlyQuest, and this forces Ken to back away. Nice little reset here if he can, but he cannot. And I was thinking that there was going to be maybe some backup from Jolly, but this is the Delena show. If it's not on the Elsa, it's looking like it's going to be on the Psylocke.
Yeah, Delena's always had that Psylocke in his back pocket. Comes out, nice little two-piece in that fight, and then also staves off the aggression from FlyQuest. Now we're already down a minute off the clock, right? FlyQuest have at least built some ultimates to put Vests, you know, on that rogue, so they can go aggressive, potentially with a full triple comp dive, but Tuzi gets stunned in the middle of his ult, I believe, but same thing with TTK. Meanwhile, with those Deadpool ults out, not a lot of actual action happens on the inside, maybe some cooldowns forced out, but Tuzi goes down on the other side, so Vinny gets the better of him, caught out in that engagement.
Calling them in here before closing in the gap. Vinny is going to be able to control this right side, splitting the attention of FlyQuest. You can see Melio going up on top of the roof. They're trying to pinpoint where Melio is, thanks to TTK being on that Angela. And I'm going to say it right now, Dogman, with the Rage Royal Flush, they need to get things going, but there's really not a follow potential here because currently Melio cannot let the devil out. Currently it's stuck in jail. The ultimate's not online. Telos though fights Delena. Millennia, the follow-up right here as 100 Thieves are dropping. Winnie will not be able to use the itch yet for now, but with the dance of the Butterfly, can Delena bring this back? That's 2 outs, and with Delena being the last sole survivor here for 100 Thieves, there's only so much you could do. Vinny jumps right back around to keep the stall going, but they wanted to waste more time away from FlyQuest.
A nice little push, nice little engage on the outside. They try to come back with a Jet Bolt from Winnie to maybe stall out time for this portal to come through, but it's not going to be there in time. Point cap by FlyQuest. It took a bit, but, you know, with 100 Thieves and how they played it, it kind of makes sense. I believe FlyQuest, you know, slowly sort of surrounded 100 Thieves, got some important ults out, and were able to kind of work it into, like you mentioned, with Melio going off in the back line and then having some pretty good Gambit ultimate timings. Now we go into the second phase of the map, though, as FlyQuest, you know, still have some solid ults to work with. They'll be against this Rocket Raccoon ult and 100 Thieves. How do they want to play this? Do they want to dive onto Ken early, or Zelos to try to force out that invisible boundary in this fight?
Especially like with Melio here, letting the devil out, compared that to Self. They can try to follow that up between Millennia and Self to get that damage output. Delena too, in trying to build up that dance of the butterfly, trying to move up. There goes Asia though, the invisible boundary from Zelos as a Heartbreaker comes in. It tries to take that away, but maybe popped a little too late, and it's fine because Melio unleashes the devil and Jolly follows up, and that is FlyQuest taking over 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they're starting to string together a few fights, and well placed with that invisible boundary. Now Millennia goes back over to the Invisible Woman, tries to get off that Rocket Raccoon that we used on that first point, and, you know, maybe they're finding that BRB a little bit easier to take care of. They're also switching forward to that front back comp that we saw in the previous map. Tuzi caught back towards his own, or back towards their spawn, due to them just switching to this full thing composition. They're again playing this, trying to counter the dive style, and it's working. Melio goes down too.
Talk about the push and pull right now. FlyQuest looking like they're in some trouble. They were able to bring it right back to talk about the front to back composition, and they were able to also split a lot of that attention both from the left side of the bridge to the right. And now Ken does have that Raging Royal Flush, but really no follow-up to go with it. Only really that sustainability to try to go 3-2-1. On one of the strats here of 100 Thieves, Winnie taking a different off angle on the Loki.
Yeah, this is what I'm a little worried about now for FlyQuest. You know, how can they deal with this back line? Is it too tunnel? You know, they already go in early. Nice job with the DP ult onto the back line, so they're going to be trying to pocket each other. Meanwhile, Vinny separates them from everybody else, and Self is there to follow through. Invis eventually goes down with Zelos. Ken there with follow-up too. Sent back to spawn. Meanwhile, a Deadpool ult committed by Vinny on the opposite side of the map. Their strategists are kind of stuck in spawn, so I wonder if they're actually going to find anything in this case. It's Millennia to go down. Nice job from Tuesday.
And with the Dance of the Butterflies now coming out, the dash out too, Delena just dealing a good amount of that pressure, but not being able to find their mark. Jolly does go down just slightly before, and with the God of Mischief, a winning hand comes out, this time from Winnie. Gambit ban, no problem. You get the copy instead onto Ken, and TTK goes crazy. The TTK clobbering time is among us.
Yeah, TTK has been great kind of flexing over to, you know, the heroes that are needed for the squad. I think that he's done, you know, great job just kind of stuffing out FlyQuest dive, and now they're switching full to it, right? No more Angela, we're onto that Captain America. Still trying to go for that surround on the triple Vanguard comp, but, you know, they're committing so much to getting one in these fights. I'd like to see if they can continue that momentum moving forward against Self, who has ultimate.
Jolly 2 trying to pave the path for the rest of FlyQuest. Zelos has that invisible boundary that you were just mentioning, and with TTK going down, there is no clobbering time. Self does have let the devil out before Vinny comes in and tries to harass this backline with Banhammer. Delena with the 1-2 and the Scooby-Doo onto Melio to get that first pickoff. They try to get the grab. Rogue now trying to provide some of that help on the peel line from the strats, and with Gambit never folding, they're going to be able to try to match up from each side here. Vinny too going to be able to get everybody's attention. Same thing here for Tusi, and Delena is unfazed after finding Ken, and that was out of the Raging Roll Flush too that they were trying to use.
Yeah, you talked about how Delena's played to this map so far. However, he's missing part of the team now. Can he avoid Jolly? The answer is no. Captain America tracks him down, and we don't really have any ults either for the side of the defense. You know, Self gets to go forward with his ultimate, but not having a little help, I think, just from Winnie. I mean, can he live long enough? Nice job avoiding all of the damage, but the answer, no. Portal comes back out of spawn. They're going to touch last second. Delena maybe thought he could get through that portal.
No!
With that dash, he takes the butterflies off the side?
No! No way. There's no way. All right, well, the fact that we were on Delena, I'm sorry. You got caught in 4K. Dang, right through the portal up to the side. That's unfortunate, but it's fortunate at least for FlyQuest, because look what they have coming up online. They can let the devil out. They have the freedom charge to stall, and they got that second checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was going to be a hard fight to win no matter what, just because it was like Winnie holding down the fort until Millennia got back, but yeah, caught in 4K for sure. Now we go to third phase. A minute left to go. FlyQuest actually getting this thing kind of pretty far forward, right? And I think Dive actually does pretty solid on this next point, on third point, with the flank angles if they're controlled by Jolly, right? Shutting down Delena. Aggressive ultimate from Lenyo to go deeper to the backline, force those greens out. But will he get any KOs through TTK, who is just stopping the dive by himself?
What are you waiting at, though? The Banhammer comes online, tries to look at the back line, assembling the troops, though, from FlyQuest to meet Jolly with the Freedom Charge. Invisible Boundary called in from Winnie in the form of the God of Mischief, and with Millennia in the safety over to the side, is going to be able to find Bez. Vinny closes the gap, too, with the bubble, and it's going to be 100 Thieves taking over this point. FlyQuest playing very spread out, but they do have the Raging Royal Flush to recontend in the next 17 seconds.
I was wondering if they would have any more stagger KOs, but you're right. It's as you mentioned, Vicky, like double strat ults. They just used the low key in that fight. But TDK's been big with some pretty large clobbering times, right? Even in the middle of straddles. They go aggressively with the Deadpool. Oh no! Zelos dies with ult during the Gambit ult. That's brutal.
That was such a big first pickoff, though, here. 100 Thieves recognizing that. Millennia with the invisible boundary. With two people out, though. Clobbering time comes in. Only finds Vest, but it's just enough. With the 1v1 over to the side again, trying to fight for their life originally. He comes back around. The help! He gets three together. Delena and TTK were the only ones originally on the point, as Delena now comes out from spawn room gates, and with overtime ticking down, they cannot get off.
Huge stacker. I guess they didn't need it in that fight, or Zelos, just because Ken, you know, already got the ult out. At least the rest of the squad can get value, and then Ken just decides to do everything else by himself, like you mentioned. But now, in this upcoming fight, Invisible Boundary to counter potential ultimates from 100 Thieves. They can get that out, maybe get some KOs. Best could also slow down the ultimate charge from Delena if he goes for the right time, but Ken's already dead.
Oh, with Ken going down, at least Zelos was ready with the invisible boundary. That's just one victim on the other side. And with FlyQuest pushing into the 100 Thieves spawn, it is all for naught with Delena looking at the dance of the Cutterfly, only having that and nobody else from 100 Thieves. Let the devil back in because FlyQuest have actually pushed this payload to the finish line when Dogman, they had little to no time on that second checkpoint when they recontested with that portal play.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, what a push by them towards the very end. And, you know, realistically, it's because, like, well, Delena did his part of the job, I believe, because he's going for his ult early. Also found the KO. But, I mean, maybe after the Invisible Boundary, they wanted to go with Self-Soul or even combo those two, but he couldn't because Vess had his ultimate on Rogue and just removed Self. Like Self was at his ult, but his ult charge dissipated in front of his very own eyes and just didn't have any follow-up after the Invisible Boundary. Plus, the aggressive play afterwards was just clean. So, you know, there's a lot of things culminating right now, Vicky, I think at a macro level. You know, time of day, maybe these players are getting tired and stuff, but that was still a very clean end towards the very end of the map for FlyQuest.
Promise you, though, that miss on the Cutterfly before that second point had nothing to do with the ping out there. It's okay. You got to reset. 100 Thieves now on the attack have to get this payload to the finish line. This is an insane final series, Dogman. We weren't expecting this, but I will say for those of you guys watching at home, this is a great way to finish off our first week within the Ignite series in the Americas region. Welcome, because 100 Thieves of Titans within their group respectively are here clawing for their life, and FlyQuest have Jolly on the Hulk.
Yeah, it should be a good changeup, I think, to see Jolly play that Hulk. And again, and for FlyQuest, you know, honestly, a good spot to be in after what happened earlier. You know, go to this map where you maybe get Dylan off, like the Phoenix and some of those sort of, you know, hit scan heroes that he's incredibly strong at. Same thing with the Psylocke, but, you know, at points, FlyQuest have done a great job, at least in the mirror. We'll see if they can keep it up. I think that Jolly's already out of Hulk form. Never mind. In Bruce Banner form, just got taken out by the rest of the squad of 100 Thieves to track down the Hulk player.
I was gonna say, like, Delena just pinpointing exactly where he is from the other side of the waterfall. It looked like he was all the way far in left field as Jolly's gonna be able to get back into Hulk form, come out of the spawn room gates. A nice reflect here as Self finds Zelos. That's 2 out for FlyQuest as FlyQuest now looking on to see if they can get the portal play to at least get back onto the points because currently 100 Thieves with 3 minutes on the clock, they're looking for more of these daggers.
Yeah, this is kind of brutal because, like, what we saw from 100 Thieves and FlyQuest, also portal cooldown used, probably is not going to matter in the grand scheme of things because they should have it up by second phase or by the next checkpoint if they need it, if they get a few holds. But regardless, like, you can see, like, FlyQuest on their defensive holds just sometimes get caught out in their setups. Like, Jolly's on the right side angle, has to try to jump back to the squad, you know, goes through that back angle of the waterfall side without a strategist, and he goes down. So, tough situation for Jolly specifically, but great track down by 100 Thieves. We'll see if they can keep it up on their attack, whereas FlyQuest on defense, I think, you know, aren't the best team at playing reactionary.
I love saying that side by side too. It's a get off my strats real quick. It's the bouncer making sure that you'll exit your way if you are the daredevil from the receiving end. Delena does have the dance of the butterflies though. Look at where Delena's gonna come from as Zelos and Ken are very close to the strat ult. TDK tries to isolate them. Nice little bubble here. Self jumps in, finds a dive onto Zelos, and Melio then gets a trade off. But FlyQuest are down 2 members, and even with the Rage of Royal Flush coming in online, you want to hold on to that for the re-fight that you're gonna try to push onto the point.
Yeah, that was a beautiful engage, and I think every time they've had, like, Deadpool ultimate for the side of 100 Thieves, they've just taken full advantage of it, and then also they go in immediately with, like you mentioned, the Dance of the Butterflies towards the back line, throwing TTK's bubble out there to block off some of the healing for anybody getting hit by it so they can't patty cake it or just absorb the damage, and yeah, job done. Nice work from 100 Thieves. We'll see if they can continue it, though. They have double strat ults, but it is the Rocket Raccoon alongside the Invis instead of double Gambit in Invis, so realistically, FlyQuest can take advantage with these, you know, combination of ultimates and maybe slow down their backline too after the Invis boundaries pop.
Oh, but with the Heartbreaker, that's actually enough to take away the Sia from Winnie. That was big from Vez. This allows FlyQuest to at least regain control over this point because you do not want this speedrun here. When you have 3 minutes, you have the Vanpool ultimate just to look at them too. At the same time, Zelos is the one taken out, but Zelos will come right back around with the invisible boundary.
Yeah, that was a clean engage by them, but now 100 Thieves kind of walking into it. I mean, Winnie's going to have the ult now after, like you mentioned, the Heartbreaker's gone. I mean, how do they live this? They have Invisible Boundary, but they lose Jolly early. He has to come back out of spawn still, waiting for the Invis. Kind of awkward corner to retouch, but they have to right now. Let the double out towards the point two. Invis Boundary is here now from the Zelos, who is invisible to outlive it, but with the damage we see later, can they get the KOs through it? They can't.
Oh man, but letting the double out, it looks like purgatory as the caps are going out, both from Jolly and Vinny. The Freedom Charge boosting up into these ultimates too. Look at Ken, the Raging Royal Flush. Do they have the protection as Zelena now jumps into the backline? They try to shut them down. Self then finds Ken. It's a trade from both sides, but no strategist available for FlyQuest to help with the sustainability.
And so kind of ducking and diving around the point, in the meanwhile trying to stall it out as long as possible. Melio does trade out one, but is it enough? You lose your cap in this fight, also against the taunt from TTK. Portal is here, so they did get that cooldown back, by the way. Does have a BRB. And FlyQuest delay has kind of panned out because of Zelos' TP back from Doctor Strange. But they don't have any straddles, right? And Millennia's close to that invisible boundary.
Talk about that sustain here. Millennia is going to be the one to help everybody for 100 Thieves. CTK to get into position as he activates it immediately and finds Jolly. Melio cannot run away as they've had their private 1v1 over to the side. As Zelena comes out on top, that's 100 Thieves wiping out FlyQuest. Best is the last one alive. Jolly's going to come right back, but this is 100 Thieves finally getting the second checkpoint. They did waste a good amount of time here though, Dogman. There is 3 minutes at least extra on the clock for the 100 Thieves to work with, so they need to get up and see if they can build up the space.
Yeah, honestly, if you're FlyQuest, their delays are looking pretty solid. You know, when they can play dive, it looks pretty good. But, you know, can they keep up that pressure in the third point? Because honestly, 100 Thieves still have a pretty good time bank. 3 minutes in the third point. There was a lot of stall for sure. But will it be enough? You know, they need to string together at least a few fights together. You know, maybe find like KOs like this against Self without any ultimates up. That's exactly what you want to see as 100 Thieves are trying to force out like an early straddle somewhere.
And Ken too with the itch Jeff trying to get everybody off the point. Melio close to letting that double out, but it's up to Winnie with that Sia to help enable Zelena. TTK looking to the back. Their Heartbreaker is the first one activated, diving into the backline of 100 Thieves. Winnie needs help. Winnie getting that ultimate taken away, and Millennia no sustain from the strats of 100 Thieves. Zealous and Tusi capitalize off of this. You have 2 minutes, less than 25, way more than enough time here if you're 100 Thieves, especially with these ultimates coming online still.
Yeah, 2 minutes left to go. Excellent fight for FlyQuest to win. And they actually have a great, you know, win record, I believe, whenever Vest does pump that ultimate with the Heartbreaker. Just kind of going in free 100% win rate so far. But 100 Thieves, we're building up that bank of ults, like you mentioned. You have Kuzi committing an ult in the backline, early dive too. TTK is a little bit later. But will they find the KOs after this? Winnie's res does bring Self back, but they actually force the invisible boundary out from Zelos too, so no more straddles on the defensive angle except the Captain American ult. And will that be enough to save anybody here from the Stance of Butterflies? No.
It's not, and I see what Ken's trying to do here with the itch, Jeff. You could get these environmental KOs if you could manage to pull it off, but they're getting shut down, and now 100 Thieves, a minute and less than 35 seconds on the clock, still have Self, and letting that Devil out, as well as Vinny, that could boost up Millennia's ultimate into getting that invisible boundary, because you want to make sure with Vez getting so much impact with this Heartbreaker, Dogman. It's been dangerous here, especially when it comes to dealing with it from the strat lineup of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, sadly for FlyQuest, not only lost that fight, but I mean, they committed to both of those straddle ults. So now Vinny going in with the cap ult. And they have invisible boundary too afterwards, but they would preferably win this fight without it. Regardless, start still pushing. Pulled in is Tuzi. Nice job by Millennia and the squad to read that. Come back through, finding that stagger. Invis boundary still sitting here, and really no ult. Jolly has to delay afterwards because they've lost Melio. They have nothing else to really touch, and they have to commit the ultimate. Jeff ult's going to be a little bit late. At least the invisible boundary is used, but after this, Daredevil should go off on Self.
And Self and TTK have so much to harass them, dealing a good amount of that damage. Before diving in, Delena's a finishing blow to find Tusi. Tusi was unable to pop that ban hammer themselves, and Bez is the next to go down. Melio making the swap buff over to the Bucky. Can you even get that ultimate online with the cracks and impact? The Itch Jeff comes in next from Ken. Can this be a play? Can they stop him? And they get it to the finish line. We are going the distance. 100 Thieves with a limited time bank, slightly have more though than FlyQuest.
Yeah, we're heading back 1 minute on both sides, and for FlyQuest, they'll be going to attack first, which is actually almost like a good thing for them. Both of these squads have looked great on offense so far. And honestly, FlyQuest delay, and you talk about it, like their third phase at the beginning looked good. but then they have to use Zelos' ult a little bit too early, you know, and Ken on the Jeff as well. It's hard for him to really connect, I think, with the squad. But, like, it just felt like whenever they didn't have Zelos' invisible boundary, just kind of hard to win those fights, right? So, like, we'll see what happens for FlyQuest on their attack. Maybe they can mix it up. They still have that Gambit advantage, but just didn't use it in the last defense. Regardless, we'll see if FlyQuest can snowball it moving forward. Losing Jolly on the defense and then maybe was not the best for their defensive side, but on the attack, they did a very similar thing in picking apart 100 Thieves.
Cracking up, Leg Day talk about Zelos KOing himself with a Daredevil Reflect. Let's not shoot out the Inviswoman primary out here. When you get the Reflect going in front of your face, it can get a little tricky too when you're also trying to heal up your Vanguards, and then you get caught with the Reflect right in your line of sight. But getting started here, Dogman, you highlighted it perfectly. 100 Thieves now up on the roof getting ready. It was a little bit harder for FlyQuest to try to take this first point initially here, and now it's going to be a reset on the sides.
Yeah, let's see who can actually strike first blood, right? With both of these teams running Daredevils, so you know you can see through the walls and stuff, set up the dives a little bit easier. You look for that target who is caught out. Now, both of these Deadpools, though, just kind of looking at each other towards the main side, trying to take specific angles as Melio tries to set up his dive.
It's a bubble party, though, as Girly say Jolly trying to get the shish kebab, seeing if they could go for something cheeky. Over to the right side of the map. Vess is ready, though, to come down from the rooftops. Breaking the whole house down, though, is going to be Melio, just trying to focus down on that cap. But with the Van Pools now active and Zelos and Ken being the first to go, yes, we're seeing FlyQuest, though, specifically Melio wake up, says, I don't even need some of the ceiling, but 100 Thieves still have more of that sustain. They lost out on Vinny, lost out on Self. Vinny going over to the Doctor Strange, seeing if they get that portal play with this recontest, allowing FlyQuest to come back from the spawn room gates.
Looking for the Daredevil. They came back for the Peel meanwhile, so they had the BRB, and like you mentioned, the portal still available on the defensive side. Melio able to find out Witty, nice job, and that also removes that BRB too. Self and TTK able to trade back more though, and that should be enough potentially as there's no portal in time and overtime. Justin's Jolly stall. Unfortunately for FlyQuest, this overtime takes down with not even a tick given. 100 Thieves hold.
That was beautiful. The fact that they were able to focus on that strat backline of FlyQuest allowed it where even though they lost out on, what, 2 or so before that second to last fight, they still were able to clear the point. It wasn't enough time to allow the Gambit to come back together with Zelos too. So we got to see some swap-ups because it's going to look a little difficult here for FlyQuest. Sure, they were able to, you know, at least get it to the finish line, but it was on their attack where they struggled a little bit to flip it originally, as 100 Thieves kind of didn't struggle either in that same time when they were the ones on the attack.
Yeah, I think all of this kind of stems back to 100 Thieves with Vinny building up that ultimate so quickly. Or yeah, I think it was it Vinny or TTK? No, it was Vinny in that last fight. He was the one on the Deadpool. But like he built up that ultimate incredibly quickly. They dove in the back line first. They ended up, you know, having to back up, but that read also onto Melio's flank ended up panning out for them, Vicky. But imagine this could be a potential draw still because 100 Thieves, they need to get only a single tick, 33% of the board, and they're going to cap out and win the series. But they only have a minute to do it.
That's so true. You're absolutely right. We're going to have to see if this was worth the wait. At least for now, it is. And I'm also just really thinking about how important having that Rage of Royal Flesh would have been. Imagine for FlyQuest if they were able to get that reset, but they didn't. And that's the main part of the series here as 100 Thieves coming out. Delena popping up on this side lock. What do you think, though, Dogman, of Zelos being on the Cloak and Dagger?
I mean, he's shown it before. He knows what they're trying to do. They're trying to go for that dive, you know, sort of play as well. So, you know, he's trying to, like, potentially fade it. You know, maybe play back with Ken as well. Maybe to try to build towards that Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Because, like you said, you know, maybe if you could build it in the middle of the fight, could be actually fight winning versus 100 Thieves who are, again, trying to set up these dives with Delena and the rest of the crew. But, again, fighting for those angles right now pretty much across the whole map.
Both of the Vanpools to 2C gets it slightly. First, CTK is going to be able to match him eventually, but it's about peeling for this backline first. They try to harass both Millennia and Winnie, and with the follow-up from Vez, they do find Millennia. TTK now looks at them back. FlyQuest in some trouble as they're going to be able to try to kite away with Vez getting another one. Instead, they actually reset. They stop them from trying to push over to the left side. This is going to be 100 Thieves looking to get a reset because they have less than 25 seconds. Melio is waking up. He's filled 2, and Self gets 2C.
Where's the portals coming out? There's that phase in the Cloak and Dagger you mentioned earlier. Already 80%. Needs to build in the middle of the fight. Vet's trying to fight towards that point. They lose Melio. That was a lot of the damage coming through, too. Tuzi's now swatching over to the Gambit because it's one of their strategists in Ken going for the portal play. Stalling out now is the tanks, the vanguards of FlyQuest. Back to the portal, get back towards that spawn. Zelos, 95, 96, 99%! He's built it, and he's back towards the point with the Cloak and Dagger ultimate. But can they find the KOs before other strat ults are built? 100 Thieves not even close to theirs. Vidi falls. Can anybody else go down too? Here comes the Deadpool towards the point, and maybe, just maybe, Zelena needs to find more kills. He goes with the stance of the butterfly. The BRB brings back TTK. They can find the KOs they need. Zelos is dead, but so is Winnie on the opposite side. TTK trades back one. It's messy. It's back and forth. TTK finds another one himself! Are you kidding me? And in overtime, Millennia falls himself with another one. Tries to find more, and he does! He does it himself! 100 Thieves win!
4, 2, 3.
Dude, the BRB diff, TTK coming back, the follow-ups. That was so worth it. That was so worth it. Wow, what a final series. FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. We're with 100 Thieves. No ping, no problem. Don't worry about it. We'll play on whatever server you want. Maybe at the end of the day, because Self is your MVP, and 100 Thieves take the series.
Oh, what a fun one. What a fun end. I mean, just with the implication on the line that we could potentially be going to another map for the first time the whole tournament. In the draw would have been crazy. So, yeah, I'm just happy for your sake, for your soul. You know, potentially could have burned out after that one. And your voice, yeah. That was a really fun end, though, and well-deserved win. I think Self had his pop-off moment towards the end, and it's, as you mentioned, the BRB being the real MVP.
Wow, man. The fact that TTK was able to get back, it looked grim. Jolly was waking up. Dez, by the way, popped off at the very end. Honestly, there was nothing else Vez could really do in that situation. Can you imagine if 100 Thieves didn't ban out the Psylocke and we could have had like the Psylocke 1v1 duel? But you know what? Maybe we could say that for another day because 100 Thieves are your winners. Self has 26 final hits on the Daredevil. That also comes to show you why maybe the Daredevil was prioritized in the pick and ban phase. So it's kind of like that pick your poison thing. Do you want to deal with the Delena Elsa or do you want to deal with the Self Daredevil?
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion that you have to do in that regard because, I mean, Self earlier on the Ultron wasn't his most comfortable hero, I think, in terms of, you know, what he could do for the squad. But it's like you said, going over the Daredevil. And, man, what a fun way to end the day. I'm curious how Zoe wraps this up because that was a fun 2-1 for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I feel like you guys have said everything there is to say. What an incredible end to this series. I mean, I almost feel like being held hostage was worth it at this point. I love that Self, the newest member of that team, you know, the one that slots in for their former star player. That's the one who's like closing out the series with a 3K, getting 100 Thieves, the first victory on the board. That's some good script writing right there.
Absolutely is. I mean, it's got to be so disheartening, too, to lose in that fashion for FlyQuest. I can't imagine how they're feeling right now in a lost series today. I'm sure, you know, it's definitely going to be tough to bounce back from a 0-3 weekend. But it was still a very impressive end, I think, in that 2-1 loss to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, but that's what we said, like, setting up this series, right? We did not expect FlyQuest to come out on top of this one. We really did not at all. The fact that it was so close, I don't think anyone saw that coming. What we really just wanted to see is FlyQuest making adjustments, FlyQuest looking just more in sync. And I feel like this is exactly what we got. Like, they really identified what their win conditions are, what works for them in terms of composition. Like, when they got to play that dive, and it's not being shut down and like completely torn apart like it was in the past. They're looking really good. They're looking really competent. So I do feel like they turned things around at the end of week 1. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Yeah, it has been. And it also shows the importance of having literally some of the best duelists that we've seen perform in the past be able to have a little bit more room to work with, right, in a different server. And I that has to be a highlight because a lot of the players are going to probably talk about it. So I think focusing on that and focusing on what FlyQuest can do next week, it's not going to be the side quest, guys, I had to say it again at the very end, that everyone was talking about in the last 2 days. It's going to be a different look. We know that these are such talented players. We see it out here against one of the best teams in the entire region, and look at how far it went. You look forward to Now FlyQuest versus Energy, when we're like, oh man, like it's quite a gauntlet run. And now it's kind of a different story after this performance because there's a lot to dissect for them in this upcoming week.
Absolutely. I do love that because initially, I mean, again, we all had expectations on FlyQuest just based on the individuals and, of course, also the bias of what the org itself was able to do last season. So for them to kind of find their stride at the very end here definitely puts them back into the conversation in the midfield. It is a short turnaround. It's not the right sentence. It's a short group stage. That's what I meant to say. Because with going 0-3 in the first week, that essentially just means that you low-key, high-key have to win every match next week. So it's an uphill battle for them if they want to stay out of the bottom two.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, it's just, no matter how you slice it, it's tough, right? Like, even if you were to, give any of these teams that have gone 0-3 some props, because they definitely, all of these teams that are in that potential elimination spot do deserve them. But we can give as many, flowers as you want, because it doesn't matter how many of those flowers you have when they are whittled away in your hands, because every single opportunity you had, you've lost.
What's happening?
Sorry, it's just what happens
At
past
this
midnight,
hour? It's like I unravel. You start with like t-shirt quotes. I do love that for you.
Poetry.
Actual poetry. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just glancing over at FlyQuest's schedule coming up in week 2. Energy Shock and then Swamp Gaming. Those are the 2 matches they have next week. That's tough. But they played it so close against their 100 Thieves, so that should then, of course, make you feel hopeful about an opportunity there against those 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I think that there is a chance. And I think we can offer that same opportunity to the Group B side too, right? Like Group B is just fighting tooth and nail to get qualified, right? So a match that I'd be checking off, I think, for a lot of our fans out there is going to be Nightmare versus Lunex too, because Lunex also are 0-3, but have had close 2-0s too. So, that'll be a really fun game, I think, end of the day next Monday or next Friday.
Yeah, it's always such a dumb thing to say. It was like, those are quality losses, right? Like, the pieces are there. Like, it just all came down to either they kind of fumbled and couldn't close it out at the very last second, or the opposition just popped off left and right. And like, every once in a while, another team is just on fire, and then that's it. That's a GG. Nothing you can do about that. You just have on days and off days like that. But yeah, it's been an extremely interesting first week of play here. I think we've learned a lot. Mostly about the fact that we may have all had a pretty wrong read on some of those teams, which I do love. I love that they come in and prove us wrong.
Yeah, me too, because then you get to kind of figure out, okay, what's going in Americas? Imagine those who ended up going to sleep right before that final map played out and saw how close it ended up being. It was definitely worth the wait, and now people get to really dissect what happened. And then looking forward, I think it's the best birthday gift for myself to be able to see how everyone's pick'ems are not only in the trash bin, but it's like unpredictable, right? This region has come out from the MRC teams making adjustments in the 2 weeks that they had on a new patch and a new season, seeing what they could push into the MRI. It's been nonstop close competition. Like, despite the 2-0s, it's been very back and forth. And we've heard it from so many different players across multiple regions here between EMEA and NA, where they talk about, all right, well, some of us are still figuring out the meta. We're even hearing other players in our past interviews talk about how they excel when they play what they're comfortable with. Except next weekend, we are playing on a different patch in the tournament server. We will have the White Fox buff actually come through. We will have those Ulcer nerfs come in, and we have to see how that's going to affect anything, even for the teams that are comfortable running the triple strat. Because after today, too, we've been seeing a lot of triple strat, and we keep talking about the ultimate nerfs and what that's done in terms of splitting up those ultimate charges across those strategies. And is it better? Is it worse? Well, guess what? It actually works out in different types of game modes. The Ultron coming out too on Domination. There's a lot to break down here. And with those White Box buffs, we're going to have to see how that's going to influence some of the teams that excel, especially on the triple strat. So my eyes are also on Sentinels.
Yeah, we did get a good look at quite a few White Foxes already this week. The question is, how much of it will we actually see next week? Valentina's White Fox, for example, was absolutely lights out. So I am super excited to see which teams will benefit from playing on the most recent patch and which teams might start struggling there. Is there any team that comes to mind that could be on either side of the spectrum?
I mean, I think every team this week in terms of like maybe I feel like a lot of the teams out of Group B fall in that category, Zoe. Like I feel like you know, or maybe even Group A too, like with Sentinels. But you know, I feel like TSM still figuring out, same thing with Nightmare, Lunex. Like a lot of these squads are still trying to kind of determine, you know, what they're best at. But you know, coming back to Group A, like it's the same thing for Sentinels in those squads. You know, like for FlyQuest, I feel like they were already preparing almost for the patch next week, right? So considering the fact that they were letting Elsa through sometimes and trying to play to that Mantis triple strategist composition that, you know, we heard in the interview earlier from Crimzo that a lot of teams are focusing triple strategist.
Yeah, actually I found it so interesting this week that Elsa caught a lot less bans than I would have expected to see her catching, but yeah, we don't know. We don't know what the team's strat books look like. We do have an opportunity to talk to one of the coaches who might be sharing some insight. It's iRemix joining us for a quick chat after this victory, so let's bring him in. iRemix, long time no see, and
hello,
Steve, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's great to chat to you again. Okay, listen, we gotta be real about this one though. I mean, a win is a win, but FlyQuest definitely made you sweat for it today. Can you identify the biggest hurdle that they put in your way, and why was it so difficult to close things out as cleanly as you would have liked?
To be honest, first map we just made a composition error. Like I think if we played some different character instead of Temple, it would have been easier to mark that comp because they're like flanking everywhere. So having a Venom or a Cap will be more useful. But I also think like if we were playing a fair game, I do believe like I'm gonna call out some people. I think there's coaches that are getting league codes. We never did that. We had a plan, and somehow they banned DD first when we had never played DD. So I'm just putting that out there.
All right.
I love Dogman's face.
That's the tea we need at this hour, by the way. I'm here for this.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, if you know them, you could call them out so that way other teams may know, because who knows what other strats are being leaked. But I respect it. I respect the remix. You guys came out on top. Oh, no, you don't have to. You don't have to at the same time. I'm just saying, but I do respect the way that, you know, you're standing on ground with stuff like that. That is crazy, and we were talking about it in the pick and ban phase, because that's something else. We only saw you guys play once, right? And we're talking about, well, obviously, Delena's like server admin on Elsa. We see the prio bans, though, on the Daredevil. It's a pick your poison type of situation in this meta. Dogman called it like the Headless Horseman comps that have been rolling out. Well, you finished the job. FlyQuest obviously look great. You guys take your dub. You did lose out on that map, just like at least you took that one map versus Energy Shock. Looking ahead now, though, you guys are versus Swamp Gaming. And Swamp Gaming have been cashing in on their scrims. They've been talking a lot. They see themselves as probably the best team within the region. Anything you have to say about that, as that is going to be your next series starting next week?
Yeah, I mean, Swamp is a really good team. They're mainly a diver team. But, I mean, we've been going back and forth on scrims. But I do believe that my team will beat them when it comes to the match day. My team is a completely different team between like match and scrims. The first series leap away from us, I do believe we lost to energy to just ourselves. We could have easily beat that team. So I do believe moving forward, we're just gonna beat every single team. As long as like, I mean, we'll beat them regardless, even if they're trying to cheat and leak codes and everything.
I love it, dude. That's great. Dude, Remix, real quick, one question on this. Like, this is something that I've been, like, kind of burning at. I know you're a big brain guy over there at 100 Thieves. For you, like, where do you think this meta's going? You've been through a few different patches now as a coach, and I know that you've seen a lot of things in terms of, like, this first couple weeks of a new patch. Like, do you think we're headed back over to that triple strategist meta, or is things going to, like, slow down and maybe, like, those divey sort of, like, 2-2 comps come and make a return next week?
Yeah, I mean, I do believe he's gonna go back to Gambit ban because Elsa is taking another nerf. So it's gonna be more of that, unless the team is really strong at Elsa and if someone doesn't want to face it. And also, the new support is getting buffed, so there's gonna be infinite like every triple support comp is just gonna be way stronger. So I do believe probably would be Gambit, but I would have to test it out and see. That's my best guess.
Well, we'll see soon enough. Yeah. Well, Remix, I'm gonna let you rest up. This series took a few minutes longer than anyone expected, so I'm sure you are as exhausted as the players are. Thank you so much for sharing the insight, and best of luck in your matches next week.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give shout out to my family, to all the players.
Please
I think
do, yeah.
all of the new everyone carried that match. Self was going crazy on DD. He's one of the new additions to the team. So I mean, I give him the MVP of that match. And also Winnie was great on support, and yeah, we are ready to beat everybody. And also a shout out to Space and Jay, who are my friends and supported me this whole time. Thank you.
Yeah, much love to everyone out there. Much love to you, Remix. Great to see you again. Rest up. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you,
Bye.
Remix.
See you.
Came in with the tea as well. I'm here for it. It's that hour. It's that hour of the evening. This is some great insight, though, and yeah, definitely he's echoing what we're saying, and we're echoing what he is saying here as well, right? Vicky, you kind of called it there.
Yeah, it's hard too, right? Because if you feel like your strats have been leaked and you're already going into the match seeing it play out before your eyes, there you go. You're going to have to actually go back to the drawing board as quickly as possible, right? You're going to have to figure out, okay, well, if they already know what to expect, what haven't they seen? And it's really difficult to come up with that actually on the fly against a team that has a lot of pressure on their backs. Let's not forget, a lot of people had 100 Thieves as number one. I feel like after the first week, it's kind of usual though, so it kind of follows us everywhere we go. Pick'ems just end up, setting on fire, and that's the beauty though, when it comes to starting off a new season now within Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yeah, that's right. But pick'ems are like flowers. They're not meant to last forever. You just enjoy them for the 5 minutes of you posting them, and then you have 2 people agreeing with you, and then the other people get blocked. You know how it goes. But yeah, it's a good time for everyone involved. I think it really helps 100 Thieves there as well, because they obviously have like a lot of... They have very experienced players, but then you also have Remix, who's just such a experienced competitor. So if stuff like that happens, like what he shared, like he is quick on his toes. He does have the depth to like think outside of the box, come up with something new. I mean, top teams, they come with more than 1 page in their strat book usually. So you just gotta find the right one to edge out the victory. They managed to get that done today. So that has worked in their favor. Overall, Dogman, what's your biggest takeaway from this first week?
My takeaway from this first week is that I am incredibly excited for next week. That's literally my only takeaway. Now I just want to see... I just want to see how everything sort of like kind of culminates. Like really, at the end of the day, we saw all these matchups, but this is building into week number 2, right? This is just the beginning of a new patch, and then into another one. We now get to see these teams that are at the bottom try to not get eliminated, not get relegated, right? Because even if you're an invited team, if you're not a partnered squad, there's a chance you get sent back down and have to work your way back up. But today's games were just definitely insane, and they got even more insane as the day went on.
They're really
literally.
Good. Vicky, what's your highlight match here?
I mean, it has to be that last one. It's like making sure everyone was truly excited for that last game, keeping everyone on the edge of their seat. And it went the distance when we were highlighting the series to be a difficult mountain, the David versus Goliath type of series, right? And FlyQuest really showed up. Nightmare versus Space Station 2 went all the distance, so we had those 2 games go to a game 3. But I feel like a team that I'm excited to see keep pressing on is We Lost, because this is a team that has gone against the grain with the different compositions that they've rolled out with. It's very entertaining. Everyone just always keeps hyping up the Jitward Squid. The Jitward Squidward. The Jitward Spider-Man. It's late, guys. It's late. But he's coming out on that Spider-Man. They're making it work with different comps that you don't expect. And then you heard it from my remix, right? The respect that he has for Swamp Gaming. Even though the Scrim Bucks may say one thing, it means something else when it actually matters and there's money on the line in the tournament phase. So we got to see how that's going to play out for next week.
Yeah, and it's going to be another look here at our team rankings, or rather the group rankings of our team. We have seen all of them play now. We have a better idea of how they measure up against one another heading into week 2 here, Dogman.
Yeah, I think games are always way closer than you would assume going into it. And I mean, that is another maybe takeaway back to the original question you asked. So with like a takeaway is that this week you talked about a pick'ems, or Vicky talked about pick'ems being in the trash. You know, like maybe people are going to be begging Guang like 500 units. You know, let me reset my pick'ems or something. You know, maybe. But for this week, I think everybody had expectations, and then those were just thrown out the window. So, you know, anything is still possible. Like FlyQuest could still come back. You know, you mentioned it, Zoe. They're in a deficit 0-3, but could still work themselves back into being qualified into the next round. And then for the, you know, other side with Cafe Rose, they already have a game to work with, and a considerable kind of upset game over FlyQuest, considering FlyQuest, I think, looked a lot better versus 100 Thieves today. And then that could be interesting to see if 100 Thieves are then on the potential exit out of the group stage.
That's right. Yeah, once again, a reminder to everyone watching the format here in the group stage. It's a round robin, 2 weeks of play. Each team is playing each team once. And then it might also come down to map differential as we're trying to figure out who the 4 top teams in each group are that will be moving on to a double elimination bracket playoff in their region. Of course, there is money on the line. We have an overall of $50,000. The lion's share of $16,000 will be going to the winner of it. So it's not just for the money, though, right? We also talked in the pre-show about the seeding for the stage 1 is on the line here. So you do really want to place as high as you possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, taking a look at this too, like upcoming next week, I mean, that's really looking forward to. Vicky, you talked about it, the matchup that you want to see, SSG and Yowie lost. What can you say about that one?
Oh man, that's one is going to be a banger to open up the day with, guys. I'm so excited to see how these matches unfold. 100 Thieves versus Swamp Gaming, the back-to-back bangers, actually. I mean, with Team Liquid Citadel, you have to look at TSM. When we had them in the interview, they said, you know, they're just kind of figuring things out, just going in and just trying to have a good time too. So hopefully, you know, they have that game plan kind of drawn up, because Team Liquid Citadel, that's going to definitely be a hard series for TSM to work off of, and they're going to need to at least try to see what they can get done to get some momentum rolling throughout the rest of the course of the weekend if they do not want to find themselves in that bottom 2 elimination threat. And now you get to see FlyQuest versus NRG. After what we just saw from FlyQuest, this could be a very different FlyQuest compared to the first 2 days of the preseason, and then you end the day with Nightmare versus Lunex, Dogman.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a banger at the very end, right? Like, I think that Lunex has looked good. Nightmare has also looked good at different moments. So, I mean, there's a good shot that either of these teams are going to have to, you know, get into the next round. I think they're definitely going to have to put up their A games, right? Like, we have to figure out the meta by next week, and it takes a while to do that, but I think all the teams are definitely prepared to do so if they don't get their VODs leaked, according to Remix.
Yeah, because you know what? Because it's a little dangerous, guys, because danger never walks alone, especially when it comes to those VOD leakers. But be warned, traveling through the Dark Forest can be disquieting. Double the trouble with Cloak and Dagger's daring duo costume, which, by the way, first appeared in the Marvel Rivals Infinity comic number 31. It was just available, though, on the March 26th. So make sure you guys go over to the store and cop your Cloak and Dagger skin. But you know what? That's also not all, because of the Tablet of Life and Time, it has become the key to reshaping fate itself. From Frisk's desperate plans to Black Cat's dangerous heist, every move in Season 7 draws the city deeper into a conflict where time, power, and freedom hang into balance. So make sure you guys unlock the 10 new costumes and exclusive cosmetics in the Season 7 Battle Pass, the Tablet of Life and Time. It started out in March 20th, so if you guys haven't gone in and booted up Season 7, highly recommend you guys check out these amazing skins.
But wait, there's more, because the Flight Mode World Tour Merge Volume 2 has begun. That's right, it's upon us. The funk doesn't stop. Gotta feel the groove, buckle up for a wild ride. All you have to do is also completing some daily missions to earn the name or see Samba costume for free, or you can pick your own rewards from the roster of available costumes. Of course, there's also the option of upgrading to Premium to unlock all access permanently, including Star-Lord's Groovy Guardian and Magic's Infernal Idol. Yes, the tour started already, so get groovy and take center stage.
Well, I'm rooting for that one, Zoe, because I'm about to make some noise for ESU's very own sports legend with Brett Hendrick. Whether he's scoring on the field or just walking on the campus, he's always the center of attention. The game is on, and the score points are coming in hot for Captain America's Brett Hendrick. The star costume first appearing back, by the way, at Season 7's release, so that dropped just like these other skins a few days ago on the 26th. So make sure to cop them. They're in the store right now.
That's right. And with that, look at all those goodies. It is time for us to close out the day. What an incredible exclamation point on an opening weekend this last match was, guys. It's been such a pleasure. We've had shocking upsets, mid-match identity crises, absolute display of dominance, as well as a little bit of everything. Scriptwriters really have done a good job for this opening 2026 season. And now there is, of course, a lot to digest as the teams head into the lab for the second and final week of group play. It's their last shot to break into the top 4 and secure a spot in the double elimination playoff bracket we just discussed. But that is it from us. Vicky, Dogman, it's been an absolute pleasure. Also, super happy early birthday to Vicky. Make sure to hit her up on all the socials you can find her on and wish her a happy early birthday. Thank you all for watching and sticking with us through some of those longer breaks. We'll see you right back next week for the conclusion of the Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason group stage. Have a good night.